Chapter 1. The God-Level Word Entry System. What is your perspective on the recent countdown some individuals have observed? Is it possible that a Trisolaran civilization truly exists? With only 6 hours remaining until the countdown concludes, how will your investigative team respond? Ahem, regarding this incident, the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. We are still deliberating. Until a conclusion is reached, I am afraid I cannot divulge any information. On the television, a throng of reporters armed with cameras surrounded a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, hurriedly firing off questions. Seated on the sofa, Lewin stared blankly at the screen. Is this truly a rebirth, or merely the eve of the slaughter space's arrival? The countdown broadcasted on the news was not indicative of any Trisolaran civilization, but rather the countdown to the opening of the slaughter space. The slaughter space opens every 10 days, randomly selecting 100,000 newcomers each time. Those chosen are transported into worlds inhabited by monstrous beings. These creatures are all too familiar to the masses. Zombies, ghouls, Terminator T-800S, xenomorphs, vampires, skeletal hordes, transformers, and even the likes of Gozu. Any of them could appear within the slaughter space. The singular objective for the selected individuals is straightforward: survive and eliminate as many monsters as possible. Survival grants rewards from the space, allowing one to evolve and ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Failure leads to death. Before his rebirth, Lewin was merely one among the countless survivors. Initially, he was not chosen by the space, relying solely on defeating the monsters that invaded reality to gradually strengthen his abilities. It was not until the 9th occurrence of the space's arrival that he was selected, fortunate enough to enter the slaughter space and experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid growth and strength. However, during the National Fortune War, his whereabouts were betrayed by an insider, leading to a joint assault by multiple nations. Though he managed to slay 1,000 enemies, he suffered 800 losses and ultimately met his demise. Recalling that individual, Lewin felt his breath grow heavier, his anger surging within him. Why must one choose to be a traitor? With a second chance at life, certain debts can be settled personally. Traitor Zhaotai, just wait for me. Grandfather, your grandson is calling. At that moment, a distinctive ringtone suddenly echoed. Lewin paused, reflecting on how many years it had been since he had heard that familiar sound. He turned to the phone on the table, where a call labeled grandson stood out prominently. Was this the current leader of the company? Why would they be calling him? It seems they wanted him to work overtime tonight to complete a summary report. Memories long sealed began to resurface. Lewin picked up the phone, decisively hung up, and subsequently added the number to his blacklist. What time is it? The apocalypse is fast approaching, and there is no time for work. Lewin glanced at his wrist, where a mysterious mark resided. It was a space mark, the gateway to the slaughter space. Once the countdown concludes, every individual capable of seeing the countdown will receive this mark on their wrist, allowing them to enter the space upon its opening. At this moment, he should not have had it. Yet, it appeared that the space mark had seemingly accompanied his rebirth. This meant he could have entered the slaughter space during its first arrival by virtue of this mark. Having lived once more, he knew the sequence in which all monsters would emerge prior to the onset of the National Fortune, and he was also aware of certain special strategies within the space. As long as he remained composed and did not act rashly, he would undoubtedly rise above the rest. Lewin suppressed the excitement swelling within him and focused his thoughts on the mark. A series of data, visible only to him, materialized in his mind. Name: Lewin. Strength: 10 physical power, melee attack. Constitution: 8 affects endurance, defense. Speed: 9 velocity, reaction time. Spirit: 20 mental fortitude, willpower. 4-dimensional attributes: average healthy adult at 10. Talent: none. Skills: none. Slaughter points: 0. Killing monsters grants slaughter points, which can be used to enhance strength. Combat rating: none. Lewin frowned, casting a resigned glance at the remnants of takeout on the table, silently lamenting. In a world rife with hex technology, he found himself surrounded by fragile university students. Having an 8 in Constitution was already commendable. Fortunately, his spirit offered some consolation. Ding! The God-level word entry system has been activated. Killing special beings allows for the plundering of their word entries. Word entries range from low to high: white, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold. Awakened talent: Eye of Insight Gold. Eye of Insight Gold. Active talent that allows one to perceive the word entries of beings. Golden Thigh. As an avid reader, Lewin was well aware of what his system entailed. Plundering word entries from beings meant he was destined for greatness. Rebirth Foresight's system. This was an explosive start. Lewin was poised to soar to new heights. He slapped his face, striving to suppress a grin and steady his racing heart. A minor occurrence. Merely a minor occurrence, he must remain composed. According to the television report, less than 6 hours remained until the space opened. He could indeed devise a plan for that object. A glimmer of determination sparked in Luan's eyes. After the space's arrival, even seemingly mundane objects underwent astonishing transformations. For instance, energy orbs. Ordinarily, strength could only be incrementally enhanced through the accumulation of slaughter points obtained from killing monsters. Yet energy orbs were an exception. Each orb contained a vast reservoir of unique energy that could be directly absorbed to enhance one's attributes. These came to be known in later times as wild free attribute points, invaluable and hard to come by. Regrettably, in later years, the number of exposed energy orbs was limited, many of which had unclear origins. And could only recall a handful. In the city of High, only 2 orbs remained in his memory. One was nestled within a stone at a stall on Antique Street, serving as a makeshift table leg. This one was the easiest to acquire. He could simply retrieve it after the vendors closed up for the night. The other orb resided within a decorative piece at a massage parlor, known for its depiction of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Obtaining it would not prove difficult. With this in mind, Lewin rose from his seat and departed his residence. It was still early evening. With 1 or 2 hours remaining before the Antique Street vendors would close, he would first head to the Entertainment Street to find the energy orb. Entertainment Street was the most favored area for gentlemen in High, without exception. As night fell, it transformed into a veritable paradise for men, as well as a notorious den of indulgence. The massage parlor, situated on Entertainment Street, was the largest of its kind. At this moment, within the reception hall of the massage parlor. "Welcome. How may I assist you, sir?" "One person. Room 688, Lewin replied softly, his mask obscuring his face. The receptionist paid little mind. Many patrons donned masks, and it was a common sight. "Oh, a familiar face. By chance, both room 688 and 888 are available. Please follow me." Lewin silently trailed behind the receptionist toward the 688 private room. The energy orb he sought was indeed located in the 688 suite. It was said that a cleaning lady discovered it and later boasted about it online, garnering considerable attention. Now, that energy orb would belong to him. As the nightlife on Entertainment Street began to unfold, not far from there, officers at the police station prepared for action. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Whether civilized city status is bestowed upon High depends on this operation. Target: Entertainment Street, move out. With the leader's command, all personnel sprang into action. Police cars sped away, racing toward Entertainment Street. Chapter 2. The energy pearl in hand. Upon entering the private room, Lewin's gaze was immediately drawn to the double dragons playing with pearls ornament adorning the table. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable, and upon closer inspection, it remained just as ordinary. Priced at merely a few dozen yuan, it exuded a palpable sense of cheap plasticity. Yet, who would have imagined that this seemingly trivial item would be graced by fortune, transforming into the coveted energy pearl sought after by countless individuals? "Do you have a familiar technician, boss?" The receptionist extended a tablet towards Lewin. The screen displayed a series of uniformly dressed technicians, each possessing striking features, adorned with heavy makeup. Some boasted dazzling headlights. Others sported bodies impeccably designed for aerodynamics, while certain taillights were exceptionally eye-catching. Each one showcased its own unique flair. "Let us go with her." Lewin casually selected one who caught his eye, particularly drawn to her captivating headlights, complemented by a pristine white car finish and a snug wrap, promising an enjoyable driving experience. "Very well, boss. What service are you interested in? We currently have a promotion. The full Ascension package, originally priced at $16.88, now only $9.99. Would you like to try it? Absolutely. 3 minutes later, a statuesque woman entered the room. Hello, boss. Technician Ting, number 38 at your service. Lewin glanced at her impressive headlights, nodding in acknowledgement. Why don't you take a shower first? Ting pouted slightly at his words. But boss, I just showered an hour ago. Go wash again. Reluctantly, Ting set down her toolbox and made her way to the bathroom. There was no other choice. The customer is king. Though it was bothersome, another wash was necessary. Watching her enter the bathroom, Lewin approached the double dragons playing with Pearl's ornament, pressing down on the dragon pearl. With a firm tug, the pearl separated from the ornament and landed in his palm. As the space had yet to descend, the pearl had not yet transformed into an energy pearl. He would have to wait a few more hours. This was easy, far too easy. Reflecting on the countless individuals who had fought over such treasures in his past life, Lewin couldn't help but smile, realizing he had acquired it with such simplicity in this life. He tucked the dragon pearl into his pocket and settled onto the nearby sofa. Turning on the television, IT was still early, and since going out would incur expenses, he decided to indulge a little. 5 minutes later, Ting emerged wrapped in a towel. Boss, I'm all clean. Get dressed, then come here. Lewin instructed as he lay down on the massage table. Dressing, Ting felt a flicker of confusion, but considering that some clients enjoyed the allure of a uniform, she said nothing further. With poise, she donned her attire before approaching Lewin minutes later. Ting wore an expression of melancholy as she helped Lewin relieve tension in his shoulders and neck. Coming to a massage parlor, only to engage in mere relaxation. What kind of serious person would do that? Massage was not her forte. It required significant strength in the arms, and she typically relied on her legs and waist for power, occasionally using her fingers and chest muscles. Her arms had seldom been utilized for such exertion. Exhausted, utterly fatigued, moreover, she had just had her nails done yesterday. Boss, have you considered any other services? Ting pressed on, unwilling to give up. Lewin, initially enjoying the experience with his eyes closed, pondered her suggestion and nodded slightly. Yes, the shoulder and neck are fine now. Please give me a head massage. Of course, Ting exclaimed. Her excitement palpable, she immediately reached towards Lewin's lower body. However, Lewin swiftly grasped her wrist. What are you trying to do? You requested a head massage, didn't you? Ting shot a glance at his lower half. I'm in my head, not down there. Are you even professional? Ting's expression froze, her eyes twitching as her gaze filled with resentment. What kind of person was this, truly coming to a massage parlor for a massage? Meanwhile, outside the parlor, barriers had been erected, and the reception staff were already subdued. Gasps echoed from various rooms. Moments later, a swarm of individuals surged in, dragging the naked men and women out of the booths. In the corridor, several people were already crouching down. Outside room 688, a middle-aged man, leading the operation, pressed his ear against the door to listen intently. He could faintly hear the conversation within. Boss, how's the technique? Good, just maintain that posture. Continue as the frequency, all right? Yes, we can delve deeper into that point. Understood, boss. From their dialogue, the leader, tasked with capturing those rich in energy, had already filled in the picture. Taking a deep breath, he signaled to his companions. Then, with a powerful kick, he burst through the door. Freeze! Don't move! Get down on your knees! And the leader faltered mid-sentence, taken aback by the scene inside that a man lay obediently on the massage table. Dressed only in a massage outfit, while a well-dressed and statuesque technician attended to him, it appeared to be an exceedingly proper massage service, utterly contrary to his expectations, save for the technician's expression of discontent. 1 hour later, outside the parlor, Lewin, now fully dressed, reclaimed his identification card. Next time, I might choose a different place for a massage. The blind massage parlor down the street seems quite good. The leader patted Lewin on the shoulder, his expression complex. Yes, I was merely here to try it out. They truly lack professionalism, Lewin replied earnestly, ignoring the resentful gaze from technician Ting not far away. All right, there's a special operation taking place here today. You may leave. Sure thing, Officer Lin. You all take care. Lewin chuckled. Turning to depart, he felt a surge of delight, realizing he had fortuitously saved money due to the inspection. 1 hour later, Back at home, Lewin retrieved two items, a stone and a dragon pearl. The stone was something he had brought back from the antique street, while the energy pearl lay hidden within it, the process having transpired without a hitch. The stone had been there for who knows how long. Who would even notice if a stone went missing? Now, it seemed all the fortune had favored Lewin with just over an hour remaining until the arrival of the space. He needed only to wait as for preparations against the creatures of the space. There was no need. Aside from clothing, no non-space items were permitted. Any preparations would be futile. It was better to conserve energy and adjust his state for the impending carnage. As time ticked away, when the clock struck midnight, all those able to perceive the countdown felt a spatial mark appear on their wrists. Subsequently, information projected from the mark into the void. The killing space has officially opened. Those bearing the spatial mark will be transported to the killing space in 3 minutes countdown. 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Chapter 3. The arrival of the killing space. Lewin paid no heed to the prompt. Instead, focusing on the table, the stone and dragon pearl had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once transparent dragon pearl now gleamed a brilliant gold, light swirling within, exuding an aura of mystery. The stone had inexplicably shattered, revealing a golden pearl within. 0.2 energy pearls, prized by multitudes in the future, had materialized, activating the Eye of Insight. Name. Energy pearl attributes. Contains special energy. Absorption enhances self, increasing attributes by 5 points. Lewin was elated. He knew energy pearls could bolster his attributes, yet he hadn't anticipated such a significant boost of 5 points. Together, they represented a total of 10 points. If he could acquire several more, he could easily ascend to the status of an official evolver. Alas, such items were exceedingly rare, and obtaining them was a matter of luck. With the countdown nearing its end, Lewin dismissed further thoughts. Grasping the two energy pearls and pressing them against his spatial mark, Beep detected a substantial amount of special energy. Absorption will enhance self-attributes. Please select Enhancement Direction. Physique 7, Speed 3. In the next moment, Lewin felt an influx of energy surging into his body from the energy pearls. The previous killing spaces had been relatively straightforward, where endurance and stamina proved crucial. The longer one could endure, the greater the opportunity to slay more monsters. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill a couple of monsters before becoming winded, that simply wouldn't do. As for speed, running fast increased survival chances. The energy flowed in swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished. Yet Lewin noticed immediate benefits. Excess fat had melted away, his waist no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and he moved with newfound vigor. Such were the advantages of enhanced physique. Name. Lewin's strength, 10 physique, 15 speed, 12 spirit, 20 talent. I have insight gold skill, none killing value, 0 combat rating, none at last. He was no longer a fragile being. Lewin could not help but exclaim, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a transformed scene. Simultaneously, a series of words materialized in the void. Welcome to the killing space. Below are the rules of this realm. 1. Supreme Rule. Survive. 2. Defeating monsters may yield various resource cards. These cards cannot be taken out of the space. 3. Slaying monsters is beneficial for enhancing strength and rating after survival. 4. Non-space items are prohibited from entering the space. 10. This space will remain open for 1 day, and monsters will descend in 10 minutes. Countdown. 9 minutes 58 seconds. Lewin merely glanced at the information that appeared, confirming it aligned with his prior knowledge, and then diverted his attention. Each time he entered the space, the rules would be displayed. In his previous life, he had thoroughly studied this information, and a fleeting glance was merely to ascertain whether the rules had changed due to his butterfly effect. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a 4-person dormitory. He approached the table and examined the items upon it. It was a student ID from his freshman year. Rising, he moved to the window and peered outside for a moment before confirming his environment. The day-night cycle within the space differed from reality. In reality, it was the early hours of the night, but upon entering the space, it was not necessarily still night. For instance, at present, it was midday, with the sun shining brightly. Lewin realized he was situated in university dormitory. Just then, The dormitory door creaked open, and two youths resembling students entered. Upon seeing Lewin, one of them laughed. "Lewin, no classes this afternoon? Let us team up for a game." Lewin squinted, aware that this was the identity assigned by the space. He immediately shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead. I'll be stepping out shortly." He then took a seat on a nearby chair. Pulling out his phone to gather intelligence, he needed to ascertain whether the information about monsters in his mind had changed. This was of utmost importance. Such a pity. Old 3. We'll play by ourselves. The two gathered on a bed and began gaming together. Minutes later, Lewin let out a quiet sigh of relief. There was no need to worry about his butterfly effect. The monsters this time were confirmed to be zombies. Online, there were reports of an unknown virus spreading. This was, in fact, a hint from space. Those fortunate enough could discern the monster situation and prepare accordingly. Whether one could deduce the monster status from the information depended solely on individual luck. With this reassurance, Lewin put away his phone and looked at the two engrossed in their game. The purpose of these two, arranged by the space, was quite simple. Once the countdown ended, they would transform into man-eating zombies and attack him, in his previous life. Many had fallen victim at the very start. With this thought, Lewin approached them. "You don't want to play? Come. Let me show you how I dominate." Point one. The players noticed Lewin's approach and carelessly replied, still focused on the game. Lewin's gaze turned cold as he watched the two absorbed in their game. In an instant, he struck, delivering two swift blows to the unguarded necks of both, causing them to collapse. He then procured a bed sheet, binding the two to the bed, awaiting their transformation. Killing them now bore no advantage. Once they became monsters, defeating them would not only increase his energy, but also yield resource cards. After completing this, Lewin exited the room. 5 minutes later, he returned with a fire axe in hand, placing it on the table and staring at the unconscious duo. The 10-minute countdown reached its conclusion. The monsters descended. Monsters arrive. Let the slaughter commence. With the appearance of text in the void, the previously unconscious pair convulsed violently, their bodies alternating between rigidity and contortion, their skin visibly shriveled and wrinkled, emanating a foul odor of decay. The color drained from their skin, leaving it pale. In the blink of an eye, they completed their transformation from humans to zombies, awakening from their stupor with lifeless, pale eyes fixated on Lewin, their bodies thrashing wildly. Yet, bound by Lewin's artistry of restraint, they could only contort helplessly. The grotesque sight was almost too much for Lewin to bear. His eyelids twitching, activating his inside eye, he scanned them. Name: ordinary zombie. Combat rating: weak. Plunderable attributes: zombie aura, white. Super hearing, yellow. Observing the plunderable attributes, Lewin raised an eyebrow, excitement flickering in his eyes. Zombie aura and super hearing. Was this not compelling him to cheat? Nevertheless, he welcomed it. Chapter 4. Plundering zombie attributes. Lewin grinned, raising the fire axe. With a few swift strokes, both zombies lay dead. Successfully killed an ordinary zombie. Kill count 1. Successfully killed an ordinary zombie. Kill count 1. First kill of a zombie. Public platform permissions unlocked. Chat permissions activated. Trading permissions activated. A series of notifications appeared in the void. A prompt from the space. Lewin was already well-versed in chat and trading permissions, opting to ignore them. His gaze fell upon two luminous orbs hovering above the corpses, one white and one yellow. They were the attributes from the zombies. He reached out to touch the glowing orbs, and in the next moment, they vanished from his grasp. Ding, acquired attribute. Zombie aura, white. Super hearing, yellow. Zombie aura, white upon use, grants the aura of an ordinary zombie. Super hearing, yellow, significantly enhances auditory perception, allowing one to hear more details. The abilities of the two attributes were instantaneously integrated. Notably, super hearing was passive, while zombie aura could be selectively activated or deactivated. Lewin's ears perked up. Sound within a 10-meter radius were crystal clear, far more distinct than before. Suddenly glancing to the left, he noticed a mosquito buzzing about, approximately a meter away. Normally, he would not have heard the sound of its wings. Yet now, the buzzing was as if it were right beside him. Very impressive. My hearing has at least increased several-fold. With curiosity piqued, Lewin activated the zombie aura. while his appearance remained unchanged, the essence of a living being vanished, replaced by the unique stench of decay characteristic of zombies. If judged solely by aura, Lewin now resembled a zombie. Unfortunately, according to the system's guidelines, attributes of the same tier could not be plundered repeatedly. Only higher-tier attributes could overwrite existing ones. The ability to upgrade attributes was yet to be unlocked. Otherwise, he would have sought to max out both attributes during this session. However, he was content with the zombie aura active. It was akin to wielding an invisibility cheat among zombies, saving him considerable time. With this in mind, Lewin no longer hesitated, activating the zombie aura, wielding the fire axe, and stepping outside. The hunt begins. First, a modest goal: slay 100. Exiting, he was met with a long corridor, within which 3 staggering figures emerged. They were zombies. Upon hearing the door open, the 3 zombies turned to Lewin, then pivoted toward the source of the noise. Lewin instinctively stepped back a few paces, tightening his grip on the axe. The nearest zombie reached the doorway first, sniffing Lewin, sensing the familiar aura of kin, before turning and heading back into the dormitory. 1, 2, 3 zombies followed suit, and Lewin could no longer contain a smile. The zombie aura attribute was simply extraordinary. Observing the zombies gathered at the entrance, Lewin silently raised his fire axe. With the ease of chopping vegetables, blood splattered as 3 heads rolled aside, got a clean gain of 3 kill points. Just then, a white, translucent card floated from one of the zombies, hovering silently in midair. Lewin's heart surged with J-O-Y-A-N item drop. How rare. He hurriedly picked it up, revealing the inscription: Fast Runner Electric Bicycle. Fast Runner Electric Bicycle. A green electric bicycle capable of reaching speeds of 60 km/h. Ride it, and even the traffic police cannot catch up, though that is only if they see you first, as you won TB wearing a helmet. Lewin silently muttered a complaint before stuffing the card into his pocket. The card was simple to use. Once activated, the physical item would materialize. However, once an item was manifested, it could not revert to its card form. The card would automatically be converted into kill points when leaving the space. Each card could be exchanged for 100 kill points. Thus, the cards functioned as hard currency within the space, destined to be traded as currency in the future. The types of space cards were diverse, including categories such as supplies, equipment, and medicine. Among these, survival supplies and medical items were the most sought after. This was not only due to their low drop rates, but also because of the high market demand. Food and water were the most essential of essentials. Some kill spaces had no water or food at all. Now, as the space first opened, it was relatively simple. One merely needed to endure for a day. Even going a day without water would not pose a significant problem, and the importance of supplies was not yet apparent. However, this would change. The second opening would last 2 days, the third 3 days, and so forth. In the later stages, the duration could easily extend beyond several days. Without sufficient food and water, one would not even know how they met their demise. The emergence of cards was a promising start, and Lewin felt a surge of excitement. He pressed on, listening intently. Lewin, brimming with enthusiasm, wielded his fire axe and strode purposefully to the adjacent dormitory, kicking the door open and rushing inside. 10 seconds later, he emerged from the dormitory, bloodied fire axe in hand, and continued towards the next room. Half an hour later, after eliminating another zombie in a dormitory, Lewin paused, found a chair, and sat down to rest while tallying his gains. He took out 3 cards and examined them one by one. Fast Run Card X1, Original Flavor Black Silk Stockings X1, Brand Sanitary Napkins, 8 pieces Pack X1. Aside from the mode of transportation, the rest were rather trivial cards for Lewin. Of course, there's a saying in later generations: there are no trivial cards, only suitable scenarios and appropriate individuals. Imagine if a woman found herself in a kill space and suddenly had relatives drop by, especially those who were insistent on running. What then? In such a case, brand sanitary napkins would become exceedingly vital, undoubtedly a necessity among necessities, perhaps even more essential than food and water. The same logic applies to stockings. If one were to rob a bank, could one afford to go without them? Without them, how would others know that one was there to commit robbery? How could one showcase their personal flair? Therefore, while these cards seem trivial to Lewin, they could be of great value to others. They could easily be traded to those in need in exchange for resources Lewin required. He tucked the cards away and, with a thought, opened the chat channel to, anyone out there? I'm stuck in a hotel bathroom. Does anyone have a roll of toilet paper? I've killed someone. So this is what it feels like to take a life. Will I turn into a zombie if I get hurt? I don't want to die. Is there a doctor? Anyone else in the mall? The chat channel was already flooded with hundreds of messages, most of which were utterly meaningless. Lewin shook his head in silence. Posting a message in the chat required consuming kill points. 1 point per message. It was truly perplexing how valuable kill points were when people squandered them on such trivial chatter. Not finding any useful information, Lewin turned his gaze towards the trading platform. The platform was completely barren, devoid of any offerings. Either no one had obtained cards, or those who had used them immediately, or perhaps they had yet to understand the utility of the trading platform. Lewin squinted, suddenly sensing an opportunity for profit. Only he knew that cards could be converted into kill points. He could leverage this information gap to amass a collection of cards from others that, of course, he would need to wait a while. They had only just begun, and the cards available were too few, leaving most individuals without ample resources that it would be wise to let them accumulate before making a move. Chapter 5. Let go of the desire to help. Respect others' fates. Now, it was imperative to enhance his efficiency in killing monsters. With this thought in mind, Lewin squinted and glanced down at the now dull fire axe in his hand before rising to depart. The axe was inefficient. He needed to procure a weapon. Although he had an advantage, he was still resorting to the most primitive methods to eliminate zombies. His previous plan required revision as it was clearly unsuitable. Upon exiting the dormitory building, Lewin produced an electric scooter key from seemingly nowhere. Pressing the horn button on the key, he walked along a row of electric scooters parked below the dormitory. Beep, beep. The sound echoed twice, and one electric scooter's lights flickered in response that a grin spread across Lewin's face. This one would do. Ignoring the astonished looks from nearby zombies, he mounted the scooter, turned the key, adjusted his phone's navigation, and headed towards the nearest police station. Riding my beloved little scooter, it will never get stuck in traffic. Lewin hummed a tune to himself, calmly navigating the campus on the electric scooter. Occasionally, he drew the attention of surrounding zombies, but upon sensing the presence of one of their kind, they soon lost interest. Lewin's relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the zombies' shuffling figures. As he passed by a school building, he heard a cry for help. Help! Handsome! Please save me! Lewin halted the scooter and looked up towards the source of the cry. There, on the second floor of the building, stood a tall woman in pajamas, terrified, as she balanced precariously atop an air conditioning unit. Waving frantically at Lewin, her exaggerated movements inevitably revealed more than she intended. Yet, in this dire situation, the woman cared little for modesty. Her plea for help was paramount. Beside her, an open window revealed several zombies leaning out, frantically grasping at the air. Below her, a throng of zombies had gathered, creating a scene that was truly a dead end with no escape. Believe in yourself. Just stay put. Lewin called back to the woman in pajamas. Overjoyed by his words, the woman's expression brightened, and she nodded fervently, saying, yes, I want to move, I want to, but before she could finish, her expression froze as Lewin suddenly turned and rode away. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Why save her? As long as the woman listened to him, obeyed, and refrained from making rash moves, she would not meet her end. Although her situation was indeed a perilous one, the kill space this time lasted only a day. There were no task requirements. It was purely a welfare period. Even if one went without food or water until the time ended, they would be teleported away, reaping the benefits. There was no need to save anyone. Watching Lewin depart, the woman fell into despair, shouting frantically, come back, you scoundrel! Are you even a man? Hurry and save me. Hearing her increasingly frantic and angry shouts, Lewin accelerated even more. See, this is human nature. Such occurrences are commonplace in later generations. In the kill space, self-preservation is paramount. Those who believe themselves to be protagonists or saviors will soon learn what human relationships truly entail. Let go of the desire to help, respect others' fates. This is the guiding principle in the kill space. Along the way, he encountered several other survivors. Some called out to him from inside buildings, while others were on the brink of death, and some even attempted to seduce him. Unfortunately, they lacked the allure to capture Lu An's attention. 4 survivors made Lu and reflect inwardly. The density of randomly distributed individuals seemed rather high. Although there were 100,000 survivors this time, subtracting those who perished when the monsters descended and those who were hiding. It was quite remarkable to encounter 4 living individuals within a school in a city the size of a province. It seemed that in this first opening of the space, the difficulty level had been lowered to allow people to band together for warmth. With this thought, Lewin twisted his wrist, and the little electric scooter sped out of the school gate, following the navigation towards his destination. The route was littered with chaotic streets and damaged storefronts. All the result of the monster invasion. Observing the wrecked cars that nearly blocked the road, Lewin felt fortunate that he hadn't driven a car. Otherwise, once he left the school, escape would have been impossible. The little electric scooter was indeed the better option. Lewin cheerfully rode the scooter towards his destination. Riding my beloved little scooter, it will never get stuck in traffic. Well, unless there is roadwork ahead. Not long after, Lewin was forced to come to a halt. Roadwork was underway ahead, and a barrier blocked his way. Through the barrier, he could see several large holes dug into the ground. With thick pipes lying nearby, clearly they were in the midst of serious sewer repairs. Glancing at his phone's navigation, Lewin muttered, "Useless navigation. It can't even display roadwork." 1 star. Fortunately, he was not far from the police station. About a kilometer away, Lewin decided to abandon the scooter and walk towards the police station. Meanwhile, at the police station entrance, bang! A stone struck the garbage bin in front of the station. The noise immediately caught the attention of several wandering figures within the yard. A few zombies staggered toward the source of the sound. Not far away, in a shop, 2 figures hid, peering through a crack in the door. Watching the zombies with bated breath, it worked. Finally, they had lured the zombies out. A man with black-rimmed glasses stood with his fist raised in excitement. In stark contrast, another young man, his face marred by acne, displayed a visage of fear and concern. "Dong-gu, are we really going to take this risk? Wouldn't it be better to stay here?" The bespectacled man, with a serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on the acne-ridden youth. Adjusting his glasses, perched on his nose, his eyes gleaming with intensity, "We have no choice. Based on my extensive experience from reading novels over the years, these zombies will undoubtedly evolve. When that time comes, we will be doomed. Only by acquiring weapons can we hope to survive. Otherwise, all our good fortune at the outset would be in vain." They were incredibly fortunate, having appeared near the police station. After the monsters descended, the 2 fortuitously fled to this lingerie store. By a twist of fate, they inadvertently eliminated the store owner and subsequently took over the premises, remaining indoors out of fear. Upon understanding the situation, the bespectacled man's paranoia flared, prompting him to seek weapons. Conveniently, the police station was nearby, though it was overrun with zombies that, well-versed in Sun Tzu's art of war, the bespectacled man devised a strategy of diversion, leading to the current scene. Through his relentless efforts, he successfully lured several wandering zombies from the courtyard, thereby meeting the conditions to enter the police station's grounds. The acne-ridden youth remained visibly anxious. "There are 5 zombies just in the courtyard. Who knows how many are inside the station? With just the 2 of us, I'm worried. There's no need for concern that we don't have to resort to brute force. Unlike the zombies, we have our wits," Dong-gu interjected, gesturing to his head. "Just like before, we only need to use diversion tactics to lure the zombies away. Even if we take 1,000 steps back. If all else fails, we can simply flee. The zombies won't catch us. What is there to fear? All right, I'll gather my things, and we can set off to that moment." The acne-ridden youth grasped the bespectacled man's shirt, pointing toward the door. "Dong-gu, look, you must see. There's someone." Chapter 6. The arrival of the weapon. It's not unusual for someone to be around. After all, there are over 100,000 people. No need to overreact. The bespectacled man waved dismissively, unconcerned. "No, Dong-gu, that person is walking down the street without being attacked by the zombies." "What? How can that be?" The bespectacled man quickly crouched by the door to take a look. Before him stood a young man, walking leisurely down the street with an air of calmness. The zombies meandering about seemed to ignore him entirely, showing no inclination to attack. "This is illogical. I'm not Li Jie." Dong-gu muttered to himself. A look of existential doubt etched across his face. "Dong-gu, it seems his target is also the police station." "The police station?" he shares the same intention as I do. At that moment, Lewin had arrived at the police station's entrance, where he spotted a few zombies in uniform loitering around a trash bin. He glanced at the bin in confusion. There was nothing special about it. No severed limbs or dismembered bodies. Why were they circling it? The momentary confusion passed, and he continued into the police station's courtyard. However, after taking a few steps, Lewin halted and turned to the zombies. "Hey, what are you guys doing around the trash bin? Shouldn't you be on guard?" As if they understood his words, the zombies exchanged bewildered glances and actually returned to the police station's entrance. Resuming their wandering, Lewin nodded in satisfaction. "That is more like it. With a few more sentinels, the police station will be secure." He then turned to enter the station. But this scene nearly drove the bespectacled man to fury. "It's deliberate. It has to be deliberate. I spent half an hour executing diversion tactics just to lure the zombies out, and this guy casually tells them to return. What the hell?" At that moment, the bespectacled man lost his usual composure. "Dong-gu, stay calm, stay calm." The acne-ridden youth quickly restrained him, fearing that a sudden outburst might attract the attention of the zombies outside. "Dong-gu, that's not the point." Why didn't the zombies attack him and even seem to heed his words? The bespectacled man inhaled deeply, stifling his rising anger, and regained his intellectual clarity. Indeed, not only do they not attack him, but they also listen to him. This fellow must be abnormal. Unless what? The acne-ridden youth pressed for an answer. Unless he possesses some sort of treasure, but even that wouldn't he explain why the zombies would obey him. Wait, didn't he just refer to those zombies as brothers? The acne-ridden youth nodded. Yes, he did say brothers. Seeing the confirmation, the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, his expression one of realization. "I understand now. If that is the case, then there is only one truth, that he is not a survivor. He is a zombie. A high-level zombie. A high-level zombie? Precisely. Such entities exist in apocalyptic novels. Zombies that have undergone a secondary evolution, possessing an appearance similar to that of ordinary humans and even various abilities, capable of controlling lower-level zombies. The acne-ridden youth's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, that makes sense. If he is a high-level zombie, it explains what we just witnessed. The bespectacled man's expression shifted suddenly. This is bad. High-level zombies possess keen detection abilities. We cannot remain here. We must change our location. Otherwise, we won't even know how we perished. With that, he began to gather his belongings once more, only to be seized by the acne-ridden youth. What's wrong? Dong-gu, that guy just led several zombies to the vicinity of the shop. It seems we are now cornered by them. The bespectacled man cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's intentional. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Meanwhile, Lewin entered the police station and discovered an abundance of zombies, most of whom were clad in law enforcement uniforms. He swiftly navigated through the area and ultimately paused at a secure passage. Locating what he had sought, the building's architectural blueprints. After a brief search, he found his target, the Special Police Unit's Equipment Management Department. This place undoubtedly housed the gear he required. 10 minutes later, Lewin surveyed the rows of weapons and ammunition before him, unable to suppress a Chapter 7. The mutant zombie. As the two departed, Lewin stood atop the roof of a shop on the adjacent street, gazing down from his elevated perch at the scattered zombies roaming the thoroughfare. Suddenly, he produced a small bundle of firecrackers, approximately 20 centimeters in length, from an unknown source. With a flick of his lighter, he ignited them and tossed them into the air. Crackling sounds erupted, reverberating through the surroundings, instantly capturing the attention of zombies not only on this street, but also on several neighboring streets, all of them lurching towards the source of the commotion. Lewin remained still, patiently awaiting the arrival of the horde. Once the firecrackers had finished exploding, he bent down and retrieved another bundle from a box at his back. The explosive sounds continued to fill the air, relentlessly drawing the nearby zombies closer. The number of undead on the street multiplied at a visible rate. Observing the gathering mass of zombies, Lewin grinned. The slaughter was about to commence. With both hands gripping his submachine gun, he fired downwards without even glancing. The rapid gunfire erupted, a torrent of orange-yellow bullets spewing forth towards the swarming zombies below. Blood splattered and screams echoed, creating a scene of utter carnage. Yet for Lewin, this was merely a minor spectacle. He had witnessed far grimmer sights in his past life. The sight of a comrade being crushed into a pulp by a monstrous even the possession of a mere pistol was deemed excessive. These weapons were classified as formidable armaments. Even if he were to voice his intentions, the adversary would not bestow such trust upon a mere stranger. However, if the weapon in question were to be an electric stun gun, the scenario would differ significantly, as it would at least ensure survival. The range was limited, but with adequate caution, evasion was possible. Moreover, considering that the opponent was armed with a submachine gun, they would likely not regard the stun gun with much seriousness. In the face of an unconventional monster's intimidation, it was highly probable that the adversary would provide them with some means of self-defense, in an apparent attempt to bolster their credibility. Wang Fa continued. Rest assured, my brother, we are all in this together. We harbor no ill intentions towards you. Furthermore, you possess formidable weaponry. We vow that once we have dealt with the monsters, we shall return the weapons to you. The other two, taken aback at first, nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with a hint of greed as they regarded Lu An's armaments. If only they could wield such weapons, they would not be reduced to fleeing from a monster down the streets. Lu An scoffed inwardly at their audacity. Their intentions were glaringly obvious. Should he dare to lend them the weapons, they would undoubtedly refuse to return them. Promises made in the realm of bloodshed were worthless. One could not trust even a punctuation mark. Lu An was disinclined to waste his breath, opting instead to assert authority through strength. He pivoted his gun, aiming it at the three men, and coldly uttered one word: scram. The trio's faces twitched, their hearts seething with anger at Lu An's insolence. One of the younger men could not restrain himself and retorted, "Kid, we're all just trying to survive. Banding together is the way to bang." A gunshot rang out, and the speaker's head exploded, blood splattering Wang Fa and the other two to stunned. Wang Fa and his companion stood frozen, their faces drained of color. He had killed. In their shock, Lu An shifted his aim towards the remaining two. No! Bang, bang! 2 more shots rang out, and the last 2 collapsed to the ground. Since they chose not to leave, then they would remain. With a final glance, Lu An turned his attention to the mutated zombie. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of a distant building, 2 men peered through a window, their faces ashen as they observed Lu An's location. They had taken refuge there, drawn by the commotion stirred up by the mutated zombies, and had witnessed the entire event unfold. One of them, resembling a younger brother, could not help but whisper his thoughts. Chi-Chi, this guy is ruthless. It seems we cannot trust humans either. It's too dangerous. Indeed, Huang Chi replied, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he pointed towards Lu in the distance. Did you see that? The man's weaponry. If we could acquire those arms, we would be unstoppable within this realm. But he wouldn't just give them to us. Huh. That zombie is no pushover. Who knows, we might just have our chance. Roar. The mutated zombie unleashed a furious roar and charged at Lu An. Initially, it had been stationary, processing information, but upon witnessing Lu An eliminate 3 potential meals, it could no longer contain itself. The zombie. Lu An's refusal to consume the slain prey was a blatant provocation, not to be tolerated under any circumstances. With its rage ignited, the mutated zombie surged forward with unparalleled ferocity, each step sending tremors through the ground. Upon seeing the advancing creature, Lu An's expression remained unperturbed as he silently assessed its capabilities. It possessed immense strength and formidable defense, though it lacked intelligence. Its speed was relatively inferior to its strength, but still exceeded his own, remaining within acceptable limits. After careful consideration, Lu An decided to employ a strategy of firepower suppression, hoping his ammunition would suffice. With that thought, he raised his weapon and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire at the mutated zombie, while swiftly retreating. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down, and before the zombie could reach Lu An, it was riddled with holes. Each bullet penetrated its decaying body, causing considerable damage. However, being a zombie, as long as its head and spine remained intact, it would not truly perish. Thus, the mutated zombie instinctively crossed its arms to shield its head, continuing its advance towards Lu An, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Lu An managed to maintain the upper hand. Just then, a series of clicks echoed. His left submachine gun was out of ammunition. The few remaining bullets had been completely expended. Chapter 9. Nano Battlesuit Lu An seeing this, reluctantly discarded his empty submachine gun, continuing to unleash fire from his right weapon while reaching for something on his person with his left hand. A card materialized in his palm in the next moment, the card vanished, replaced by a black hand grenade, an explosive device of high caliber. At this juncture, he could afford to disregard the 100 kill points. As long as he could eliminate the threat and seize its attributes, everything would be worth it. With that thought, he pulled the pin of the grenade and hurled it toward the mutated zombie. Then swiftly turned to flee. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the street, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lewin took cover behind a barrier, observing the site of the detonation. As the dust settled, the scene of destruction became clearer. A small crater had formed in the ground, and the mutated zombie lay at its edge, struggling in futility. Half of its body was obliterated, with only one leg remaining, exposed to the bone, while its upper body was riddled with bullet holes. Such injuries would have claimed the life of any ordinary being, but for a zombie, even a solitary head could still pose a threat. The mutated zombie continued to writhe towards Lewin, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. With a cold demeanor, Lewin approached the struggling creature, discarding the now empty submachine gun and drawing his backup handgun from his waist. As he neared, he aimed the gun at the zombie's head. Bang, 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 bang. He successfully dispatched the mutated zombie, earning himself 100 kill points. The kill points have returned. In the distant building, Huang Qi, observing the battle, gazed longingly at Lu Yan's equipment, his expression darkening as a thought crossed his mind. The man possessed grenades, such a formidable weapon. It was a pity they had not witnessed a mutual annihilation. Boss, it seems that man was unscathed. What now? Huang Qi squinted, contemplating his next move. The plan must change. We go downstairs and follow that man. Follow him for what? The younger brother asked, puzzled. Are you foolish? He has slain so many zombies. His ammunition must be nearly depleted. We simply need to shadow him. The more Huang Qi spoke, the more excited he became, as though a veritable armory lay before him. But boss, even if he has weapons, will he share them with us? Share? Those weapons were never his to give, unless he keeps a constant watch over them. The moment he leaves, it will be our opportunity. Lewin, unaware of their scheming, remained focused on his task. He obtained the attributes. Zombie Aura, yellow. Strength Enhancement, yellow. Zombie Aura, yellow upon use, grants the ability to exude the aura of a mutated zombie. Ordinary zombies will instinctively avoid, and it allows for simple command over common zombies. Strength Enhancement, yellow substantially increases one's own strength. Due to redundancy, he could not acquire super hearing. Only the other two attributes integrated into his being. In the next moment, Lu Yan's zombie aura surged several-fold, aligning with that of the mutated zombie. Regrettably, there were no ordinary zombies nearby to test this newfound ability. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of vitality erupted within him, his muscles becoming more defined, yet he did not transform into a hulking figure like the zombies. Rather, his muscle density and bone density increased, adapting him better to his current physique. Initially, Lewin had been apprehensive about becoming a brutish figure like the zombies, but upon witnessing this change, he felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the system's products were of superior quality. Within mere seconds, it felt as though his body had been transformed. He brimmed with vigor. Instinctively, he glanced at his attributes. Strength, 33 constitution, 15 speed, 12 mental, 20 talent. Insightful eye gold. Zombie aura, yellow. Super hearing, yellow. Strength enhancement, yellow. Skills, none kill points. 420 combat power rating. Early 1-star, the strength enhancement alone had granted him a remarkable increase of 23 strength points, elevating his original score from 10 to 33. His strength attribute had surpassed 30, officially entering the early 1-star combat power rating. Although he was aware that acquiring attributes could potentially enhance his stats, it was still difficult to contain his pride upon facing the reality. While others could only increase their attributes upon exiting the space, he had the ability to enhance himself within it. With the method merely requiring the elimination of monsters, who could rival him? After a brief moment of composure, Lewin turned his gaze towards the mutated zombie, which had dropped yet another item. It was a white card distinct from ordinary cards, adorned with a prominent question mark, a lottery card. Only mutated creatures could drop such a card. This card could yield an array of items, including special resources, unique equipment, rare materials, and even basic attribute points. He picked up the card. Lottery card can randomly draw one item. Lewin instinctively rubbed his hands together, the thrill of opening a blind box igniting both tension and anticipation. He decisively chose to use it. Ding! Draw successful. Obtained a set of special nano armor. Special nano armor. Maintains constant temperature, pressure, and cleanliness. Fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to wear, with customizable styles. To his astonishment, it was nano armor. Lewin was elated. The description seemed simple, yet it was exceedingly practical. The space of slaughter was not always a cool autumn. It could also be frigid, scorching, or even in a vacuum. Survivors had to consider not just the monsters, but also their own survival. With this nano armor, Lewin's ability to endure in that space would significantly increase. Moreover, the armor's defense far surpassed that of ordinary clothing, capable of withstanding basic firearms. As long as it wasn't armor-piercing rounds or special weapons, it would sustain minimal, where it effectively added a layer of security to Lewin's defenses. Such armor would fetch an astronomical price in the later world. Lewin had expended countless efforts to acquire a set in his previous life. Yet now, in this life, he possessed one already. Lewin promptly discarded his current clothing and donned the nano armor, transforming it into a tactical combat suit. Perfect. After scanning the surroundings once more and finding nothing of value, he turned and made his way toward the police station. Time to replenish ammunition and continue the hunt. Shortly after Lewin's departure, two figures emerged on the street. It was Huang Qi and his companion. Let's follow him, but maintain our distance. Oh, Chapter 10, The Short Zombie. Within minutes, Lewin found himself back outside the police station. His expression suddenly darkening, he noticed that the courtyard gate had been opened at some point, and inside, the previously numerous zombies lay lifeless on the ground. Not good. Has someone raided my home? Without a second thought, Lewin dashed into the station. Behind a large tree in the courtyard, a diminutive zombie was idly poking a corpse with its dark, long nails, seemingly searching for something. In the next instant, as if sensing something, it vanished from its spot and reappeared beneath the tree, its gaze landing on Lewin, who had just rushed into the station. The short zombie detected the aura emanating from Lewin, cocked its head, and a glimmer of contemplation flickered in its eyes. Just as the short zombie was about to pursue Lewin, it suddenly turned to glance outside the courtyard gate point. Two stealthy figures were hiding in a nearby shop. Observing the police station, it was indeed Huang Qi and his companion, Chigo. It seems that fellow obtained his weapon here. It should be. Look, all the zombies in the courtyard have been slain by him. Chigo, should we charge in now? Charge in. Are you nuts? Wait until that guy leaves? Oh, Chigo, look, a zombie child has appeared at the entrance. Huh. It seems to be approaching us. Huang Qi glanced a couple of times, pursed his lips, and said, let's go, while there are no zombies around. Let's take it down. I can't handle an adult zombie, but surely I can deal with a zombie kid. They both armed themselves and dashed out of the shop. However, in the next moment, they froze in place. The zombie child had mysteriously vanished. How could this be? They had seen it just moments before. How could it disappear in such a short time? Chigo, could be a ghost? Huang Qi slapped his companion on the head. Ghost my ass. The rule stated that only one type of monster exists in this space. There are only zombies here. No ghosts. But that child really vanished. It probably ran back into the courtyard. Let's look for it. We can't let this little one slip away. The two aligned themselves, hesitant to move freely, carefully scanning the area for the whereabouts of the short zombie. Just then, Huang Qi felt something continually poking at his waist. Without looking, he reached back to scratch it, grumbling, watch it. Your weapon is poking me. Boss, it's not me. I'm holding mine up. Stop talking nonsense. Huang Qi grabbed the object poking his waist, feeling a cold, flat, elongated item. Look, I've got it. If it's not you, then who? As he realized something, Huang Qi froze, slowly turned to look behind him. The short zombie with a curious expression was extending its finger towards him, its long nails clasped in its other hand. A zombie. Huang Qi shouted, swinging the baseball bat he held down onto the short zombie's head. Bang! Crack! The bat shattered in Huang Qi's terrified gaze, while the little zombie recoiled. Seemingly stunned by the blow, Run. In a moment of crisis, perhaps spurred by instinct, Huang Chi reacted immediately, discarding the broken bat and turning to flee. As he ran 2 meters away, his companion finally remembered to follow him in a panic. The short zombie, having taken a hit, now wore a look of savage rage in its eyes, replacing its previous curiosity. With a growl, it dashed forward, becoming a blur and swiftly catching up to the younger man's back. Thrusting its fingers out, 5 sharp nails plunged into his waist. It then withdrew its hand, holding a bloody kidney, a chunk of skin torn away with it. The young man screamed as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Hearing the commotion behind him, Huang Chi glanced back, his body shuddering, instinctively covering his waist, but his feet moved even faster. However, this awkward posture of running while protecting his waist was quite peculiar. The short zombie observed Huang Chi's frantic escape with an intensified thirst for blood. Raising its hand, it consumed the kidney it had just acquired, licking its lips with an insatiable demeanor. It reached out again, seizing the other kidney from the fallen young man. With a final scream, the young man's life ebbed away, his struggles ceasing in mere seconds. The short zombie, having devoured the second kidney, fixed its gaze on Huang Chi, who had already entered the police station courtyard, and began to pursue him. At this moment, Huang Chi was running blindly. Having inadvertently stumbled into the police station courtyard, he hurriedly pulled the courtyard door shut, hoping to slow down the short zombie's advance. He then dashed into the station. Huang Chi's sole thought was to find that person. As long as he located him, he would survive. Using every ounce of strength, he finally made it inside. He quickly closed the door, locked it, and completed the motions in one fluid action. With the heavy door acting as a barrier, Huang Chi felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Huff, huff. Huang Chi gasped for breath, but there was no time for contemplation. He needed to find that person fast. As he turned to assess the situation, his body froze, his face reflecting a look of relief that quickly turned to horror. Upon turning his head, he found himself under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, and anyone would be paralyzed in such a moment. Huang Chi was no exception, surrounded by dozens of zombies. Zombies! The station was swarming with them. No, this couldn't be. He had seen that person enter. How could there be so many zombies? How could he not have killed these zombies? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the next moment, the zombies erupted into chaos. Roar! The horde of zombies surged towards Huang Chi. No, this isn't real. I don't want to die. Meanwhile, Lewin was oblivious to the events unfolding at the entrance. He had finished replenishing his ammunition. After sealing the armory door once more, he swaggered out of the station, passing through the hall. He was taken aback by the chaotic scene of zombies. What is happening? A zombie brawl. Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Noticing the blocked exit, Lewin coldly remarked, "Scatter! Behave yourselves!" As Lewin spoke, the frenzied movements of the zombies halted momentarily, and in the next second, it seemed as if they understood him, dispersing in all directions. Observing the obedient zombies, Lewin felt a surge of satisfaction. In the past, he could never have achieved this. Now, exuding an aura of dominance, Yellow, he could indeed control these ordinary zombies with ease. Seeing them scatter, Lewin noticed a bloody, mangled figure on the ground, his brow furrowed. When did the zombies start turning on each other? Were they starving? However, he didn't dwell on it and stepped forward to kick the dismembered body aside, pulling open the large door and stepping outside. Be good and guard the place. Find your own food if you're hungry. Leaving behind a solitary sentence, the great door was shut once more. Chapter 11. Speed Enhancement. Yellow. Lewin calmly approached the gate of the courtyard. Suddenly, his ears twitched as if his extraordinary hearing had detected something. He abruptly turned his head to the side, only to glimpse a dark shadow rushing towards him. Bang! Without affording Lewin any time to react, a sharp pain struck his lower back, and he was propelled sideways by an immense force. Instinctively taking several steps to regain his balance, Lewin, a seasoned combatant, instinctively steadied himself and surged forward a few steps, finding refuge beside a flower bed. Leaning against a flower bed, he raised his gaze towards his previous position. There he beheld a diminutive zombie, resembling a child, standing still with its head tilted, observing him. The eye of insight immediately scanned the creature. Name. Mutated zombie combat rating. Mid-level 1-star attributes. Zombie aura. yellow. Super hearing, yellow. Speed enhancement, yellow, to his astonishment. This was a mid-level 1-star mutated zombie, with a speed exceeding 40, feeling a twinge of pain in his lower back. He instinctively reached to assess the damage. His combat suit remained intact, and he silently rejoiced. Fortunately, he had donned a new nano-combat suit. Had he still been wearing the previous attire, that strike would have left him injured. Injury was not the true terror. The virus was. The creature's glistening black claws were not to be underestimated. Simultaneously, Lewin chastised himself inwardly. Since his rebirth, he had encountered a series of fortunate events, and the acquisition of attributes had dulled his vigilance. It seemed that even familiarity with the spatial characteristics should not lead to complacency. After all, this was a space for slaughter, not a vacation. The diminutive zombie lunged at him once more. Its target aimed squarely at his waist. Lewin did not hesitate. He raised his weapon and unleashed a volley. Rat-a-tat-tat. Perhaps it was the zombie's first encounter with firearms, for it did not attempt to evade. And in an instant, numerous bullets struck home. Lewin deliberately targeted the creature's lower body and head. In no time, the zombie was hit multiple times in the legs, stumbling precariously, almost toppling. Yet the diminutive zombie reacted swiftly, letting out a low growl as it darted behind a large tree for cover. Behind the tree, the zombie bore several bullet holes, black blood oozing from its wounds. One bullet had even struck its neck, taking a chunk of flesh with it, while other areas of its legs revealed bone, likely impairing its speed significantly. The malevolent glint in the zombie's eyes intensified, a murderous intent unprecedentedly strong. However, the sound of gunfire had not ceased, and it hesitated to emerge. Meanwhile, Lewin dared not cease fire. He shifted his position while continuing to shoot at the tree where the zombie had taken refuge, his mind racing to devise a strategy. This diminutive zombie was far too swift, moving so quickly that he could only see a fleeting shadow. It was more challenging to deal with than the strength-enhanced mutated zombies. The saying "speed is invincible" was not mere rhetoric. Fortunately, like the strength-type mutated zombies, it lacked intellect, which he could exploit. Lewin instinctively twisted his waist, hoping his lower back would withstand the strain. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, the diminutive zombie had ascended to the treetop. Its cold gaze fixated on Lewin, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he would cease fire. Crack, crack, crack. The gunfire abruptly halted, replaced by a mechanical whir. Now was the moment. The diminutive zombie transformed into a blur, dashing towards Lewin in the blink of an eye. With outstretched fingers, it aimed for his waist. In the face of the lightning-fast assault from the mutated zombie, a chilling glimmer flickered in Lewin's eyes. Previously caught off guard, he had been somewhat disheveled. Now, having discerned the creature's tactics, he pressed his back against the wall, reducing the area vulnerable to attack, having battled numerous monsters in his past life. He was no stranger to ambushes. Just as the zombie was about to graze the hem of Lewin's clothing, he did not attempt to defend. Instead, he swiftly rotated his wrist, directing the firearm towards the oncoming zombie, and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, previously devoid of bullets, Lewin's left hand had merely been a ruse, the right hand having paused on the trigger to feign emptiness. This was all for this very moment. With a resounding bang, the mutated zombie's claws raked sharply across Lewin's waist. However, having anticipated the attack, he bore the searing pain and, thanks to the nano-combat suit, withstood the blow. In the next instant, the zombie's pupils reflected the metallic bullets as they penetrated its body. The sound of bullets entering flesh was relentless. The diminutive zombie reacted instinctively, shielding its head. Though it protected its skull, its body was vulnerable, sustaining further injuries, fueling its ferocity. It darted to Lewin's left side. Perhaps noticing the weapon, there was out of ammunition. It then leapt, swinging its arms instinctively towards Lewin's face. Unable to breach his waist, it sought to strike the unprotected visage. Lewin remained composed. In terms of combat experience, the diminutive zombie could not hold a candle to him. As he rotated his wrist, the empty submachine gun was raised to intercept the zombie's claws. Subsequently, his right hand decisively released the now empty weapon, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck the zombie squarely on the chin. The force of 33 points was no trifling matter, and it fully impacted the zombie's jaw. With a resounding crack, the zombie's jaw was driven into its mouth. Its body uncontrollably propelled upwards. The zombie's leaping attack inadvertently presented Lewin with an opportunity to counterstrike. But he was not finished yet. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, seizing the moment of weakness to deliver a blow. He swiftly raised his right leg, executing a side kick that landed forcefully on the still airborne zombie's leg. Crack! The sound of the zombie's leg snapping echoed. Its form grotesquely contorted. It was then sent hurtling away by the tremendous force. You think you're fast? Let us see how swift you are with a broken leg. Having completed this sequence, Lewin remained stationary, refraining from pursuing to prevent any potential counterattack. Against other monsters, he would have followed up with a flurry of strikes. But zombies were unpredictable. If he were to be bitten, he would have no recourse to lament T present. He had already incapacitated its legs, negating the need for further risks. Bang! The diminutive zombie hit the ground but, astonishingly, leapt back up as if unscathed, only to crash down again. With its leg broken, it could not maintain its leap that a grin crept across Lewin's face as he taunted. Aren't you supposed to be able to jump and run? Come at me, I'll just stand here. Let us see you try to run. With that, he leisurely retrieved a spare magazine from his waist and replaced it in the submachine gun. He then aimed at the struggling zombie's head on the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Successfully eliminating the mutated zombie, he earned 100 points of kill value. As the diminutive zombie's head exploded, a yellow orb of light appeared beside its corpse. Lewin hurried forward to collect it. Obtained attribute. Speed enhancement. Yellow. Speed enhancement. Yellow significantly increases one speed. In the next moment, Lewin felt a change in his legs. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and the density of his skeletal muscles, already enhanced once, surged again, a torrent of power emanating from his legs. Strength, 33 constitution, 15 speed, 40 spirit, 20 talent. I have insight gold, zombie aura, yellow, super hearing, yellow, strength enhancement, yellow, speed enhancement, yellow, skills, none kill value. 520 combat rating. Mid-level 1-star chapter 12. The emergence of extraordinary talents, the speed enhancement bestowed upon Liu, and an additional 28 points in speed, surpassing even the strength enhancement. This raised his speed to a total of 40 points, just reaching the mid-level 1-star combat rating. That it was not that the diminutive zombie was inherently stronger than the strength zombie, but rather that their attributes emphasized different aspects. The strength-type mutated zombies, aside from their power, likely possessed considerable constitution. Otherwise, how much protein powder would one need to consume to attain such bulk? In contrast, this diminutive zombie had evidently allocated most of its attributes to a singular focus on speed. This distinction in attribute enhancement was now to Lewin's benefit. With a smile, Lewin's gaze fell upon the lottery card dropped by the diminutive zombie. He seized it and opted to use it immediately. Ding! Draw successful. Obtained 1 awakening potion. Awakening potion, a mature and stable oral potion with no side effects. It has a high probability of awakening 1's innate talent. To his astonishment, it was indeed an awakening potion. How serendipitous. Just moments ago, he had been pondering his talents, and now here it was, awakening potion, when consumed, can awaken 1's inherent talents, and is priced at 300 slaughter points in the slaughter mall. Originally, Lewin had planned to wait until the settlement to exchange for a bottle. Unexpectedly, he has now obtained one directly. This means he can awaken his talent at this very moment, considering his unique ability. Lewin decisively chose to return to the armory, disregarding the zombies around him. Nothing mattered more than awakening his talent. Upon returning to the armory, he closed the door and confirmed his safety before eagerly opening the potion and drinking it down in one go. A wave of indescribable heat surged rapidly throughout his body, causing his temperature to rise swiftly. That if a thermometer were present, it would have shown his surface temperature jumping from over 30 degrees to 40 degrees in an instant. The heat was intense but fleeting, dissipating completely in under 5 minutes. Ding! Talent awakening successful. Obtained. Ability. Dimensional space. Dimensional space. Initially possesses 1 cubic meter of independent space, suitable for storing non-living items. Ding! Detection of host awakening inherent talent ability. Ability converted to attribute item. Obtained attribute. Dimensional space, white. Awakening 1's talent unlocks attribute enhancement permissions, refreshes 1 upgrade point daily. Upgrade points can be directly used to enhance the quality of attributes. A series of messages filled Lewin with excitement. The ability from his previous life had manifested. Although the dimensional space ability lacked any offensive power, it was undoubtedly the most practical divine skill in this world. Without exception, items stored in the dimensional space were not subject to inspection in the slaughter space. In other words, Lewin would no longer need to worry about food and water, while others were struggling for sustenance. He could focus solely on slaughter. Though the dimensional space was currently only a small area of 1 cubic meter, seemingly insufficient for storage, it was capable of growth. The method of expansion involved using mental power. For every 10 points of mental power increased, an additional cubic meter of space could be opened up. That it was indeed the best ability for stockpiling resources. Moreover, with the introduction of an attribute system, he could upgrade his abilities using upgrade points. Unfortunately, the upgrade points had just been unlocked and would only refresh at dawn. Point 1 couldn't help but wonder what changes would occur upon enhancing the dimensional space attribute. Could living beings also be stored? Nevertheless, before pondering such questions, he should first expand the dimensional space. His current mental power was 20, sufficient to double the space. With this in mind, Lewin settled down, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state. Soon, he perceived a square, unknown space. Indeed, the dimensional space that he immediately filled the entire unknown space with his mental power and began to push outwards with fervor. Lewin's mental power exerted its influence. The space began to expand gradually. In no time, a 2 cubic meter space emerged. A grin spread across Lewin's face. It worked. With a thought, the firearm in his hand vanished, and he surveyed his surroundings. Now that he possessed a talent, this place was no longer necessary. With that thought, Lewin rose and began to organize his weapons. He prepared magazines, loaded them with bullets, and subsequently stored, swiftly stowing away the freshly prepared magazine and tossing boxes of ammunition into the dimensional space. Lewin took a fleeting glance around before activating the navigation and departing briskly. Half an hour later, he found himself standing at a large automotive processing plant, his eyes gleaming with surprise at the imposing sight before him. The massive crusher, known as the Red Giant. This colossal machine, weighing a staggering 44 tons, was currently resting securely atop a 100-ton truck. Inside the truck's cab, a zombie was aimlessly bobbing its head, searching for an escape route. However, its limited intelligence rendered it incapable of even opening the door, leaving it to futilely wander within the confines of the driver's seat. It seemed that the Red Giant had just been delivered or was about to be dispatched prior to the zombie apocalypse. And fortune had smiled upon Lew, and casting a glance around, he noted only a few zombies meandering about and frowned slightly. It appeared that relocating was imperative. The automotive processing plant was situated in a rather unremarkable area, with few nearby residents, and, consequently, the number of zombies to attract was limited. Resolute in his decision, Lewin swung open the driver's door and climbed inside, due to the yellow zombie aura surrounding him. The zombies within the cab were surprisingly docile, ultimately being unceremoniously kicked out by Lewin mere seconds later. The truck began to rumble to life, exiting the processing plant and heading toward the bustling city. After approximately 10 minutes, during which Lewin had no idea how many vehicles he had collided with, he finally brought the truck to a halt. But a throng of zombies that had followed in his wake also ceased their pursuit. These zombies had been lured by the noise, initially anticipating a feast of flesh, only to find themselves confronted by one of their own kind. The horde of zombies stood momentarily bewildered, their limited CPU processing frantically at work. Lewin grinned, for the show was about to commence. Half an hour later, an electrifying melody shattered the night. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the undulating green hills, the flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song brings the most joy? Countless zombies on the streets halted their movements, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. Following their primal instincts, they began to shuffle toward the origin of the noise. At that moment, Lewin was brandishing a large loudspeaker, which he had found from an unknown source, using his aura to command the ranks of zombies. Line up, everyone. Yes, you there. Don't think you're missing on makes you special. Stand in line properly. And you with no legs, why are you crawling so slowly? You're slowing down the whole line. Step out. You newcomers over there form a line. Under Lu and high-level aura's influence, the zombies instinctively complied, quietly arranging themselves in a line and advancing forward. To the forefront of the horde was a ramp made of steel plates, leading to the material intake of the Red Crusher point one by one. The zombies leaped into the maw of the machine in quick succession. A gory spray of blood erupted, transforming into a pile of minced flesh, which was then conveyed onto a conveyor belt leading to the sewer. Standing 2 meters from the sewer entrance, Lewin held the loudspeaker, monitoring for any dropped cards while adjusting the lineup. Above the truck, several 1-meter-high speakers blared the music, and even larger speakers were mounted on the rooftops of nearby buildings, all at maximum volume. Watching his kill count rise and occasionally spotting a card drop, a smile never left Lewin's face that it was effortless, truly effortless. However, with the elevation of his combat rating, the experience gained from slaying these ordinary zombies had significantly diminished. Originally, each kill netted him 1 kill point, but after reaching a 1-star rating, defeating creatures below that threshold have the reward, reducing it to 0.5 kill points each. Such as the price of becoming stronger. Yet, Lewin harbored no regrets. Should he have the chance to do it all over again, he would still opt for aura enhancement. After all, it was a risk-free method of acquiring attribute points, allowing for continued enhancement of his abilities. The multitude of benefits outweighed the mere reduction in kill points. If necessary, he could simply slay more monsters. Moreover, swift kills resulted in a greater yield of cards. With each card worth 100 kill points, this was where the bulk of his kill points came from. While Lewin had discovered the optimal method for farming monsters, the chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Brothers, I feel like I've entered a mirage. I'm hearing explosive music in this perilous world of zombies. You're not hallucinating. Someone is indeed playing music. I recognize this song. Come on, sing along with me. Fill the cup with fine wine. Let you stay. Damn it. Who is this scoundrel? I'm not far away, but the streets are crawling with zombies, and I don't dare to stick my head out. I've taken advantage of the noise and killed 2 zombies. The guy who was close to the sound source. Do you know what is happening? I do. I'm close too, but I can't quite describe it. If I told you I saw the zombies obediently lining up, one after another, jumping into the crusher, would you believe me? I believe you do. I look that foolish. Zombies committing suicide is one thing, but lining up to do so. Come on, while the chat channel was lively. Time continued its relentless march forward. As the number of zombies in a particular area visibly dwindled, Lewin decisively relocated to initiate another round of slaughter. In this renewed existence, he was determined not to squander a single moment. The entire killing spree persisted until the early hours of the morning. Ding! The aura upgrade points have refreshed. Chapter 14. Am I the Zombie King? Lewin paused momentarily, then, while guiding the zombies, he eagerly glanced at his attribute list. Strength, 33 Constitution, 15 Speed, 40 Spirit, 20 Talent. I have Insight Gold, Zombie Aura, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Speed Enhancement, Yellow, Dimensional Space, White, Aura Upgrade Points. 1. Refreshes daily, can accumulate kill points, 7563. 5 Combat Rating. Mid-level 1-star. The attribute list now included a section for aura upgrade points, and aside from the golden eye of insight, each aura bore a plus sign. This indicated that these auras were eligible for enhancement. Regrettably, while they could be upgraded, only white auras could be elevated directly to yellow. According to the system's guidelines, upgrading a yellow aura to blue required 2 points, blue to purple required 4 points. Red 8 points and gold 16 points. To elevate a white aura to gold, a total of 31 points was necessary. Calculating at a rate of 1 point refreshing each day, it would take a month to upgrade a single aura to gold. Lewin was uncertain if there were other methods to obtain upgrade points, but for the time being, he could only bide his time. With a mere thought, the upgrade point vanished, replaced by the yellow version of Dimensional Space. Dimensional Space. Yellow initially possesses 10 cubic meters of independent space for storing inanimate objects. Lewin's extraordinary talent advanced. A sudden influx of information regarding the additional changes to the dimensional space emerged in his mind. The elevation in grade had indeed introduced special functions. Notably, the method of access had altered. Previously, only items in direct contact with Lu and could be stored within the space. However, after the upgrade, it transformed into a 1-meter radius surrounding Lu In, allowing him to retrieve objects at will without any contact. Point 1 should not underestimate this distinction of contact versus non-contact. It opened a realm of possibilities for Lewin, for instance. If someone were to shoot at him, the old Lewin could only dodge, but now he could position the entrance to the dimensional space a meter in front of him. As bullets approach this area, they would automatically be drawn into the space. With a mere thought, he could set the exit to face his assailants. When the bullets reemerged, they would continue their trajectory toward the enemy. It was nothing short of a counterattack weapon in his previous life. Had he possessed such an ability, he would never have fallen victim to the schemes of Zhao Tai and his cohorts. Alas, for now, he could only store objects. If he could store living beings, the applications would be boundless. Of course, those matters are for the future. For now, let us first expand the dimensional space to its utmost potential. In the dead of night, the carnage continued unabated. During this time, Lewin traversed numerous locations, drawing the attention of many survivors, which sparked a significant uproar in the chat group. As more and more survivors witnessed the scene of the zombies committing suicide, they simultaneously beheld Lewin, who bore no resemblance to a zombie whatsoever. Following a fervent discussion, rumors of a corpse king began to circulate widely. This corpse king, possessing the guise of a human, commanded hordes of zombies to line up for their sacrificial demise and was known to relish feasting on human flesh. While his true power remained unknown, it was said to be formidable, with some having witnessed the corpse king obliterate a regular zombie skull with a single punch. Should one encounter him inadvertently, they must ensure they hide well. Lewin also caught sight of the chat group's content. Yet he refrained from offering any explanations. Whether they misidentified him or not mattered little, as allowed him to slay zombies with a clear conscience that, in fact, the act of smashing a zombie's head was deliberately performed for the benefit of the other survivors. Aimed solely at instilling fear in them. It was evident that his objective had been achieved. Throughout the massacre, no unexpected incidents occurred, nor did any fool emerge, naively believing they could challenge the corpse king in single combat. After all, with just a day's wait, couldn't one simply survive? What was the point of risking their lives? Even if one could slay the corpse king, did they truly believe that the multitude of zombies was merely a fade? Should the corpse king perish, a zombie uprising could ensue, plunging them into peril. In the city, on a shadowy street, dozens of zombies wandered aimlessly, and eerie silence enveloped the entire stretch. The sound of a wind-blown soda could capture the attention of the wandering undead. Suddenly, from a completely dark alley, a series of faint sparks erupted. Beep, 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 beep. After a volley of gunfire muffled by silencers, the zombies on the street fell lifelessly. Point 2 cards, revealed by the gunfire, silently hovered above the fallen bodies. With a soft thud, 5 figures emerged sequentially from the alley. Clad in camouflage attire, they wore tactical vests and night vision goggles, exuding a sense of professionalism in their movements. Judging by their gear, it was evident that they were equipped with police-issued items, identical to those Lewin possessed. Naturally, this group was also a beneficiary of the police department's equipment, given the city's vastness. It was not surprising that among the many police stations, a few sets of gear had been procured. The leader gestured with his hand, prompting the 4 individuals behind him to scatter, each beginning to inspect the fallen zombies. Meanwhile, the leader remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential danger. The remaining 4 swiftly checked the ground for any zombies still clinging to life, decisively firing a shot at any that remained. Moments later, the 5 reconvened. Report to the captain, all zombies are exterminated. One team member handed over 2 cards. Captain, one contains spicy shredded chicken and a piece of bread. Chaobin furrowed his brow, taking the cards without a glance. He surveyed the area and spoke in a hushed tone, paused for a minute to replenish ammunition and prepare to clear the next street. Under the cover of night, with the zombies' limited vision, let us maximize our kills. Understood. The others promptly began to reload their weapons. That a minute later, they set off once more. Crossing 2 streets, they entered a dimly lit thoroughfare. The streetlights appeared to be completely out of order, casting an ominous shadow over the area. Not long into their advance, Chaobin suddenly halted, as an enchanting chime resonated from the shops on either side. Lowering his head, he noticed a fishing line that had inexplicably appeared beneath his feet. Stretching taut across the entire street, secure to the shops on either side, the chime emanated from these very establishments, a warning line. Man-made. Chow Bin's expression turned grave as he scanned the area ahead. Suspecting an ambush, upon closer inspection, he noticed something even more outrageous. Just a meter beyond the warning line, the ground was densely covered with thumbtacks, iron nails, and shards of glass, completely littering the street. It was evidently a deliberate trap. Chapter 15. The eerie sense of relaxation, Captain. There are people inside the shop at 10 o'clock ahead. It that moment. One of the team members spoke up. Chow Bin looked up and discerned a few silhouettes lurking in the shadows. Using the night vision goggles, his pupils constricted as he recognized the shape of an object, a gun. These individuals were armed. Do not make any rash movements. Slowly retreat. Chow Bin decisively instructed, leading his team away. Clearly, this was the territory of a group of survivors. With no conflict of interest at stake, there was no need for an unusual interaction. Inside a shop, for figures crouched by the window, observing the street. Each donned bulletproof vests and wielded submachine guns, their attire nearly identical to that of Chow Bin and his team. The only discernible difference lay in their demeanor. Chow Bin's group exuded an unmistakable aura of military professionalism, while these four maintained a rather lackadaisical presence, even in their tactical gear. Xinge, they retreated. They don't appear to be zombies, remarked a tall man with a fierce countenance. Spitting on the ground, they've backed off. So, they must not be zombies. Maz. Your brain is still functioning well. Setting up these traps to test us was clever. Thankfully, I learned it all from television. Who would have thought it would actually work? Replied a lanky man with a face full of acne, scratching his head. Indeed, our Qinglong society is in dire need of talents like you. Just then, an explosive beat of music resonated through the air, growing louder and approaching rapidly. Damn, where's that music coming from? Blasting such loud tunes at night. Do they have a death wish? Wait, Xinge, do you think it could be the music Corpse King mentioned in the chat group? Well, now that you mention it, it could very well be. Everyone, get your act together. Prey is approaching. If we take down the Corpse King, I'll reward each of you with 10,000 once we get out. Thank you, Xinge. Xinge is mighty. You are my little apple. How I love you is never too much. Your rosy little cheeks warm my heart, lighting the fire of my life. Fire, 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 fire. A truck blared with booming music. Trailing behind it, countless zombies drawn in by the sound. However, due to its slower pace, it had already created a considerable distance from Lewin. Fortunately, the music was loud enough that he need not worry about the zombies losing track. As Lewin hummed a tune while driving through a street, a sudden bang echoed twice. The truck's tires deflated, and the vehicle spun out of control, careening toward a nearby shop. Thankfully, Lewin reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes just before impact. With a dark expression, he opened the door and stepped out. Creak. The sound of his shoes crunching over shattered debris filled the air. Lewin looked down to find the ground littered with glass shards and nails. The front tires of the truck were already flat, punctured by dozens of nails. It had endured far more than it should have. Damn. Lewin couldn't help but curse. Who on earth did this? Spreading nails all over the street. Where's their sense of public duty? Don't they realize how hard the sanitation workers have it? At that moment, 100 meters away, on the 10th floor of a building, Chow Bin and his team, who had initially departed, were now hiding there. They hadn't traveled far when the raucous music reached their ears, immediately triggering thoughts of the Music Corpse King, prompting them to swiftly take cover within the building. Now, they peered through the window, assessing the situation outside. The street lay shrouded in darkness, invisible to the naked eye, but through the night vision goggles, they could discern some details. Old Zhang, what do you think? Is it the Corpse King mentioned in the chat channel? Chow Bin inquired of the scholarly-looking man. Creating such a racket, it must be that Corpse King. Old Zhang replied. This, a muscular man in the group, couldn't contain himself. Captain, should we take a shot at it? While those ordinary zombies are still far off, we could take down the Corpse King. This is a Corpse King, based on my years of gaming experience. Defeating it will surely yield great rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Zhang interjected, I wouldn't recommend it. Based on the intelligence gathered, the Corpse King's abilities far exceed those of ordinary zombies. If we miss our shot, we could easily suffer a backlash. The likelihood of injury is 100 if anything goes awry that I can take it out from a distance, the muscular man retorted. Given your sniping skills, your chances of successfully eliminating it in the dark are less than 60. And 60 is hardly different from courting death. Besides, those individuals were much closer to the Corpse King than if we take a shot at it. We have a 90 chance of engaging with them and a 50 chance of getting injured, unless we willingly forfeit the benefits. Upon hearing this, the muscular man's face twitched, and he couldn't help but speak up. Old Zhang, I'm asking the captain, not you. Captain, this is a solitary Corpse King, a rare opportunity indeed. Should we take aim at it? With an expression full of anticipation, he glanced towards Captain Chaobin. Chaobin's countenance darkened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely made his decision that let's wait and see. Meanwhile, Lewin stood in the street with a grim expression, having turned off the music, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. His ears twitched incessantly, clearly utilizing his super hearing to search for the culprit. In the next moment, Lewin turned his head in a specific direction, the very place where Brother Xian and his companions were concealed. He had heard a sound from that direction. Just as Lewin's gaze fell upon the shop, a thunderous shout erupted from within. Hit him! Kill him! I'll reward you with 100,000. Subsequently, the dimly lit shop suddenly erupted with a flurry of sparks. Bullets from submachine guns slicing through the night sky, accompanied by gunfire directed at Lewin. Lewin halted, his expression darkening. Their guns, more importantly, they were indiscriminately firing. Did they truly think him a soft target? In a heartbeat, the dimensional space silently opened before him. As the bullets approached within a meter of Lewin, the space suddenly twisted, causing the bullets to vanish without a trace. This scene, shrouded in the cover of night. When unnoticed by anyone in the distance, Chao Bin and the others continued to observe. Meanwhile, the muscular man muttered under his breath. Old Zhang, I told you before, less analysis. Just act. Look over there. Those people have already made their move. And that Corpse King is just standing there foolishly, and no matter how strong it is, it will surely fall against such a barrage of bullets. Why Corpse King? The Corpse King. How many killing points can it be worth? And what treasures might it yield? Impatient, Old Zhang suddenly interjected. Shut up. You're driving me crazy. You're a grown man. Why do you have so much to say? He then continued to peer through the night vision device, scrutinizing the unmoving figure in the street. Damn it, Old Zhang. Are you personally attacking me? Why can't a man have a few more words? You're making me miss a great opportunity and now don't want me to say anything. Spend less time working on your pecs and use your brain more. It's a good thing. Open your eyes and see what's wrong with that Corpse King. Old Zhang couldn't resist retorting. Keeping his gaze fixed on Liu, and the muscular man curled his lip, continuing to survey the distant Corpse King while saying, what could possibly be wrong? It's just standing there perfectly. Wait, why hasn't that Corpse King shown any reaction to the bullets? As he spoke, he too began to sense something amiss. Under normal circumstances, being hit by bullets would elicit a series of instinctive reactions, falling, retreating, dodging, or leaning away from the trajectory of the bullets. All these reactions are instinctual and unavoidable. Yet the Corpse King before him displayed no such reactions, remaining resolutely in place. Although the distance made it hard to scrutinize closely, the stance of the figure was clear enough to discern whether it had moved or not. Moreover, he oddly sensed a peculiar sense of relaxation emanating from the Corpse King's stance. Oh hell, with relaxation. Facing 100 bullets, what relaxation is there? Chapter 16 ends. Old Zhang, without lifting his head, remarked, I've been watching for quite a while and noticed that the buildings behind the Corpse King have suffered no damage. What does that indicate? Without waiting for a response, Old Zhang began to speak to himself. It indicates that the opponent is using some unknown power to make the bullets disappear. Old Zhang, don't tell me the Corpse King has superpowers. That's something out of imagination. Old Zhang chuckled and replied, with the emergence of the slaughter space and zombies, and with the tribute panels existing, is a superpower really that far-fetched? Besides, haven't you noticed there's a talent section in the attribute panel? I believe superpowers should fall under that category. The muscular man fell silent, unable to refute Old Zhang's logic. He instinctively looked towards a figure standing in the street. Could he possess superpowers too? On the street, the gunfire continued for a full 10 seconds before finally ceasing. Inside the shop, the four men had exhausted their ammunition. Watching Lewin, who remained motionless, one of them couldn't help but speak up. "Brother Xian, that corpse king should be dead, right? But why is it still standing? It must be dead. With so many bullets fired, getting hit a few dozen times is not unreasonable. As for why it's still standing. If you ask me, who should I ask? Perhaps it's the last shred of pride as a corpse king. You, go check." Me. Of course, if not you, then who? Reluctantly, the subordinate made his way toward the shop entrance. But just as he stepped outside, his head exploded right before him, blood splattering all over the three others. Their pupils contracted, and without a moment to wipe themselves clean, they instinctively glanced outside the shop. What met their eyes were golden bullets, close enough to give them no time to react. Puff, puff, puff. Countless bullets rained down, and in an instant the three were riddled with holes on the wall behind them. A silhouette of four human figures was outlined by the bullets. In their final moments, the three shared a singular thought. Why didn't we hear any gunfire? Where did these bullets come from? And why do they look so familiar? On the street, Luan's ears twitched as he listened intently, sensing that there was no longer any commotion within the shop. Only then did he calmly walk towards the establishment. A minute later, Luan emerged from the shop, holding 3 cards with a displeased expression. Just 3 cards. How incredibly poor. He inwardly cursed as he climbed into the truck, and soon, energetic music blared once again. Not long after, chaotic footsteps echoed from the end of the street. It was a horde of zombies. However, this current batch of zombies was disappointingly sluggish. Seeing them approach, Lewin activated the truck and headed towards his intended destination. So what if it had no tires? Just drive. After all, it wasn't his vehicle. As long as it could last until noon tomorrow without breaking down, that would suffice. The zombies swayed in rhythm to the music, following along as they departed. Minutes after the last of the zombies vanished, Chow Bin and the others reappeared on the street. Upon entering the shop and witnessing the gruesome scene, they couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows. Among them, the muscular man was the most drenched in perspiration. Thankfully, he had been dissuaded from acting rashly. Otherwise, it could very well have been them lying here now. "Captain, what shall we do next?" "We head in the opposite direction. The Corpse King is too dangerous for us to handle, that we must keep our distance." Luan's rampage continued from night till dawn, only forced to halt when half an hour remained before the space ended. It wasn't that Lewin wished to stop, but rather that his killing weapon had ceased functioning. Gazing at the red giant, which now emitted a burnt odor, Lewin couldn't help but voice his complaints. What else with this foreign import? Is this all it amounts to? Indeed, domestic products are the true champions. With little time left, Lewin was reluctant to change locations for more slaughter. He casually found a clean room and began to tally his gains. Killing points, 19,600. Nearly 20,000 killing points, primarily due to the time wasted relocating and gathering zombies. Of course, the main reason was the increase in rating, which affected the income from killing points. Fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. If he had maintained the previous rate of killing, not to mention the ammunition consumption, achieving such results would have been impossible. As for the cards obtained, the larger the base number, the more considerable the quantity remained. Even if the drop rate decreased, a total of 229 cards. Among the 229 cards, 152 were acquired from defeating monsters, 3 were looted from the 4 who had aimed to kill him, and the remaining 74 were exchanged for police supplies on the trading platform. For this, Lewin paid a cost of 74 killing points. The trading channel allows free listings, but once a trade is successful, 1 killing point is deducted from the seller. If the seller has sufficient killing points, the deduction occurs directly. If not, it counts as negative to be deducted upon exiting the space. Therefore, without enough killing points, one cannot even trade for anything. However, that amount of killing points was nothing to Lewin. Trading 74 killing points for 74 cards, each of which can be exchanged for 100 killing points, was simply the best way to leverage a small investment for a great return. Now, with 229 cards in hand, once he exits the space, he would receive over 20,000 killing points. This excursion into the space equated to a frenzy of 40,000 killing points earned. What a tremendous profit! The thrill of exploiting the information gap was simply exhilarating. Lewin sat contentedly amidst a pile of cards, commencing the meticulous process of sorting through them. The existence of a dimensional space did not preclude Lewin from extracting items that others could not. After a quarter of an hour, he finally identified the cards that would prove beneficial to him. A Waterland dual-use motorcycle wand, a perpetual solar-powered car wand, and 2 special hemostatic agents, totaling 4 cards, each a rarity in the realm of reality. Once he manifested all the items, he then stored them within the dimensional space. It was imperative to note that cards could only be manifested within the slaughter space, rendering it impossible to convert cards into tangible items in the real world. Thus, the ability to directly materialize and store items for immediate use was indeed the optimal strategy. Of course, this was a result of an upgrade to the dimensional space. Otherwise, Lewin would never have contemplated extracting something as substantial as a vehicle. Ding! The slaughter space has concluded, returning. As the 24-hour period elapsed, Lewin felt a fleeting blur before regaining his composure in a vast, white expanse that a row of golden subtitles materialized in the void ahead. Although the characters were not particularly large, Lewin was able to discern their content with clarity. The slaughter space has concluded, rating assessment in progress. Survivors have survived, receiving a base rating of D grade. Having slain over 100 monsters, the rating was upgraded to C grade. After exceeding 1,000 monster kills, the rating ascended to B grade. Upon vanquishing over 10,000 monsters, the rating elevated to a grade. Holding more than 100 supply cards resulted in an upgrade to S grade. The exceptional feat of slaying 2 mutated monsters out of order granted the ultimate rating of SS grade. The survivor's final rating, SS grade. As this ultimate rating was revealed, the entire space was suddenly illuminated by a flash of golden light. A transparent golden curtain descended from the heavens. This curtain did not merely manifest before Lewin. It appeared across the assessment spaces of all survivors. Simultaneously, a grand voice resonated in the ears of every survivor. Congratulations, survivors, on attaining an SS rating, fulfilling the conditions to unlock the rating leaderboard, which is now officially open. As the voice echoed, a golden leaderboard emerged from the golden curtain. The list unfurled slowly, revealing the 3 prominent characters at the top. Rating leaderboard. First place, Lu, SS grade 2nd place. Huang, C grade 3rd place. Wang, C grade 4th place. Chao, C grade 100th place. Sun, C grade. The appearance of the leaderboard sent all survivors in the assessment space into a frenzy. They flooded the chat channels with messages. Note, as long as one has not exited the slaughter space, the chat and trading channels remain fully operational. What the hell? I am also rated C grade. Why am I not on the leaderboard? SS grade rating. What a joke. This must be cheating. Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is a game? Go ahead and cheat. I dare you. As a D-rated novice, may I ask the esteemed experts how one might achieve a C rating? According to the rating guidelines, slaying more than 100 monsters should suffice to reach C grade. Yet I must contend that I have killed at least 300 monsters and am still at C grade. Merely just making it onto the leaderboard, lo and behold, a C grade powerhouse has emerged. Based on the experts' words, I would hazard a guess that killing 1,000 monsters could attain B grade, while 10,000 would achieve a grade, and 100,000 would reach S grade. 100,000 is impossible. Even if I were to slay 1 monster per second, I wouldn't reach that in 24 hours. This calculation is flawed. Achieving a rating above S grade is certainly not a mere matter of monster kills. The rating rewards have been announced. A D rating. My reward is 1 to all attributes, 1 to free attributes, and 100 slaughter points. Can the esteemed experts share their rewards? C grade rewards. 2 to all attributes, 2 to free attributes, and 200 slaughter points. I too am C grade, receiving the same rewards that a poor little D grade. How tragic. Seeking comfort, seeking a hug, sob. The person above, please share your grand rewards. I wish to gauge the scale. Is the top S-rated deity present? Kindly showcase your SS grade reward. Please smash me with the data. Based on the rewards for D and C grades, I believe I can surmise the B and A grade rewards. As for the higher tiers, I wonder if there will be changes. I believe I have unraveled the mystery. The individual above, stop playing coy and share your insights. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. Regardless of the ratings attained, all were novices eager to flaunt their accomplishments. Among them were astute individuals who had begun to deduce the forthcoming rewards. Whether their conjectures held merit remained to be seen. Unless Lewin chose to disclose his rewards, SS grade reward. 6 to all attributes, 15 to free attributes, and 1,500 slaughter points. This was the bounty Lewin received, far surpassing the expectations of the astute participants in the chat. Lewin gazed upon his SS grade rating, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The advantage of foresight was indeed monumental. An SS grade rating, a feat no one had achieved in his previous life. The highest rating attained back then was merely S grade. As for the grades above that, speculation abounded, but none had ever witnessed anyone achieving them. The rewards for S ratings were shrouded in mystery, known only for their considerable generosity. Little did he expect that in this life, he would have the opportunity to uncover the truth. The rewards for SS grade were indeed plentiful. The free attributes alone boasted 15 points. And one could only imagine S grade rewards were equally impressive, and oh wonder the S grade powerhouses from his previous life experienced accelerated growth in strength during the later stages. Now, he had finally discerned the reason. In the past, the publicly disclosed grade rewards included 4 to all attributes, 4 to free attributes, and 400 slaughter points. Excluding the slaughter points, the total attribute points awarded amounted to 20 upon ascending to SS grade. This total increased to 39 points. The disparity of 19 attribute points made it no surprise that the growth in strength was not swift. Ding! 225 remaining cards detected, automatically converting to 22,500 slaughter points. P.S. Items manifested after conversion will not be reclaimed and can be taken from a space. After deducting the 4 converted cards, 225 remain. Current slaughter points, 43, 600. Ding. Slaughter points exceeding 100 detected. Unlocking the slaughter mall, allowing for the exchange of items with slaughter points. Words appeared once more in the void, as a new piece of information materialized in Lewin's mind that IT pertained to the usage and rules of the slaughter mall. Lewin was already well acquainted with this information, so he did not linger, instead summoning a golden interface that displayed before him. At the top of the interface were the bold letters spelling out slaughter mall. Below, several major categories were presented: skills, equipment, attributes, medical supplies, and special items. Each category contained a plethora of items. All these items were aligned with the backdrop of the current space. For instance, in this particular scenario, which was set in a zombie-infested city, one would not find items from a cultivation or fantasy background. Similarly, in an ancient setting, modern technology and weaponry would not be present. The focus remained on adhering to the theme, ensuring each instance was unique. Lewin scanned the interface and decisively selected the attributes category. The others were supplementary. Attributes were fundamental to determining personal strength. The attribute list was straightforward, offering only 4 options. Strength 10. Required slaughter points. 100 Constitution 10. Required slaughter points. 100 Speed 10. Required slaughter points. 100 Spirit 10. Required slaughter points. 100 Observing the required slaughter points. Lewin could not help but reflect. He vividly recalled his initial exchange, when he could only covetously deliberate on which option to choose, fearful of squandering a single point. How different it was now. Even redeeming all options would amount to but a fraction of his total slaughter points. With a thought, Lewin opted for the full exchange. Ding! 4-dimensional attributes 10, consuming 400 slaughter points, remaining slaughter points. 43, 200. Lewin chose to enhance all attributes. The human heart is inscrutable. He had experienced this in his previous life. In this life, he was determined not to form a burdensome team, that he would walk the path of the lone wolf, wielding his individual prowess to rise above all nations as a solitary traveler. Maintaining balance across all attributes and avoiding weaknesses would ensure his longevity. However, a balanced approach could also lead to a lack of specialization, resulting in a slower growth rate compared to those who focused on singular enhancements. Yet Lewin was unperturbed. He was a man endowed with a system. This slight growth delay could be resolved with a single term. If one didn't suffice, then 2 would do. After all, it was merely a matter of slaying a few monsters. As Lewin made his selections, the attributes list of the marketplace refreshed once more. Strength 10, required kill points for exchange, 1,000. Constitution 10, required kill points for exchange, 1,000. Speed 10, required kill points for exchange, 1,000. Spirit 10, required kill points for exchange, 1,000, the increased attributes remained unchanged, yet the requisite kill points for exchange had surged tenfold. Lewin was not taken aback. This was to be expected. Such were the rules of the marketplace. When exchanging the same item for the second time, the required kill points would invariably escalate. This applied not only to attributes, but also to weapons and abilities. By the conclusion of the next spatial cycle, these items would reset back to 100 kill points, if one possessed a limited number of kill points. It would be prudent to accumulate them and exchange only once at the end of each spatial cycle. This approach was the most economical. However, such a strategy inherently restricted the pace of one's power development. Should one encounter formidable monsters in the next spatial cycle, it was quite possible to perish due to insufficient strength. There were pros and cons to consider. Every choice bore its own consequences. Contingent upon individual preference to achieve rapid advancement in a short time, one naturally had to invest more. With a flicker of thought, Lewin opted to exchange for all available attributes a mere 4,000 kill points. Child's play. Ding! 4-dimensional attributes 10, consuming 4,000 kill points. Remaining kill points 39, 200. The marketplace's attribute list refreshed again. Strength 10, required kill points for exchange 10,000. Chapter 18. Frenzied enhancement. Lewin pondered for a couple of seconds before proceeding to exchange for constitution and spirit. Strength and speed had already undergone enhancement through attributes. Merely augmenting constitution and spirit sufficed. The kill points could not be fully expended. The remainder would serve well for acquiring items to counter the next monsters. Ding! Constitution and spirit attributes 10, consuming 20,000 kill points. Remaining kill points 19, 200. The newly refreshed exchange values escalated to 100,000 kill points, prompting Lewin to decisively abandon any further attribute exchanges. With the explosive increase in his attributes, Lewin's statistics underwent a dramatic transformation. Strength, 59 constitution, 51 speed, 66 spirit, 56 talent. I have insight gold, zombie aura, yellow, super hearing, yellow, strength enhancement, yellow, speed enhancement, yellow, dimensional space, yellow, attribute upgrade points, 0, refreshes 1 point daily. Accumulative kill points, 19,200 free attributes, 15 points combat power rating. Early stage 2 stars with a maximum attribute speed of 66 points. His combat power rating reached the early stage of 2 stars. By the way, when was the first 2-star evolver revealed in his past life? Was it during the 3rd or 4th spatial cycle? The details eluded him, yet here he was achieving this feat at the conclusion of the 1st spatial cycle. One could hardly question his prowess. Moreover, he still had 15 points of free attributes unallocated, which Lewin intended to withhold for the time being. His current strength was sufficient. He would retain the 15 free points for potential emergencies, allowing for immediate enhancement if necessary. Just as when he encountered the speedy zombie previously. Had he possessed those 15 free points then, he could have gambled on speed, avoiding a precarious position, observing the remaining kill points. Lewin resumed selecting items. According to his memory, the next spatial cycle was expected to feature the legendary zombies. Zombies, as they are known, arise from the amalgamation of the world's grievances and foul energies. Neither aging nor perishing, existing beyond the realms of humanity and the 6 paths of existence. Zombies can be categorized into white zombies, black zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, and the Ba. Naturally, with the proliferation of zombies, various forms of corpses would manifest, as well, that a select few zombies with extraordinary talents may exhibit unique abilities, such as copper skin and iron bones, blood-sucking from a distance, and immunity to sunlight. However, these are the mythical zombies. In the current spatial cycle, most adversaries will be the ordinary black zombies. Combat zombies. One could utilize glutinous rice, rooster comb blood, or black dog blood, but these items merely suffice for self-defense and lack sufficient lethality. It was essential to exchange for effective weaponry within the spatial cycle. First and foremost was weaponry. The ability to swiftly and efficiently dispatch zombies was of utmost importance that a peachwood sword could effectively slay zombies. Yet it was not Lewin's optimal choice. In his previous life, individuals had long researched the most effective weaponry against monsters. Laser combat knife, standard version blade temperature can reach 600 degrees. Able to slice through steel like mud. Requires an energy stone for operation. Exchange cost, 500 kill points. Laser combat knife. Charge version blade temperature can reach 800 degrees, able to slice through steel like mud. Solar charging. Charges for 2 hours. Usable for an entire day. Exchange cost, 3,000 kill points. Laser combat knife. Unlimited version blade temperature can reach 1,000 degrees, able to slice through steel like mud. Unlimited energy. No longer worrying about energy shortages. Exchange cost, 5,000 kill points. With a temperature soaring to 1,000 degrees, even a zombie's copper skin and iron bones would be as soft as tofu. This weapon was the pinnacle of research in the future. Specifically designed to combat zombies that it far surpassed the Peachwood sword, which was limited to dealing with zombies alone, while the laser combat knife was versatile enough to handle any foe, barring the ethereal. 3 variations of the laser combat knife were available. The first was already developed by the world's technology, while the latter 2 were optimized within the spatial cycle. The standard version, requiring only 500 kill points, appeared quite economical, yet Lewin was aware it was a trap. An energy stone costs 100 kill points, but lasts only 10 minutes, necessitating a replacement thereafter. IT represented an endless pit of continuously depleting kill points. If used as a temporary high-damage weapon, it sufficed. However, as a regular armament, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. The thought of suddenly running out of energy during combat was, to say the least, awkward, while enjoying the affordability. One must also contend with the associated risks and inconveniences. Despite this, its low cost garnered considerable popularity. With a decisive thought, Lewin selected the unlimited version. He had no shortage of kill points, and the unlimited version would satisfy most of his energy and lethality needs. Ding! Purchased laser combat knife. Unlimited version. Consuming 5,000 kill points. Remaining kill points, 14, 200 in the next moment. A knife-like object measuring several centimeters appeared in Lewin's hand. The side of the blade bore an inconspicuous button. Pressing it would instantly reveal the knife blade. Retract the blade. One merely needed to hold the button for 5 seconds, with the weapon secured. Lewin felt assured in facing the next monsters. Yet, one could not simply hoard kill points. It would be foolish to do so. 3 minutes later, Lewin's kill points were entirely expended under the relentless barrage of his purchases. Weapon, Desert Eagle. Modified version contains infinite armor-piercing rounds. Cost, 5,000 kill points. Weapon, Individual Fire God Gatling. Modified version contains infinite armor-piercing rounds, firing at 6,000 RPM. Cost, 5,000 kill points. Skill, Mastery of Firearms. Master level cost, 2,000 kill points. Skill, Mastery of Blade Techniques. Master level cost, 2,000 kill points. Potion, 3-flower blood essence, 10 milliliters. Upgraded version. X2, a flavoring agent concentrated from blood essence. To be mixed with water. Attracts blood-drinking creatures within a 10-mile radius. Cost, 200 kill points. With ranged weapons, area of effect weapons, mastery of weaponry, and potions to attract zombies. Lewin's preparations were deemed comprehensive. Within the spatial cycle, skills were categorized into 5 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfected, corresponding to 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 kill points respectively. The master level was sufficient. Having exhausted his kill points, Lewin felt no lingering attachment to this place and promptly departed the settlement space. In the blink of an eye, he returned home, casting a glance out the window. The moon hung high, still in the early hours of the morning. Yet it was the dawn of the following day. A full day had passed, and the rubble along with 2 depleted energy orbs remained quietly on the table, as though nothing had changed. Only an infinite sense of power surged within Lewin. Upon his return, the first thing Lewin did was head out to enjoy some skewers. After a day spent in the spatial cycle chasing kills, meals comprised solely of bread had left him with a dry mouth. Meanwhile, countless survivors returned to reality, swiftly seizing major platforms across the world within mere minutes. Forums, social media, and short video platforms were inundated with various accounts of the spatial experiences. Some astute individuals immediately began live streaming, experiencing a terrifying surge in followers. The returning throngs rapidly reshaped public perception of the kill space, and indeed, the entire world. This night would undoubtedly become an insomniac spectacle for the masses. Chapter 19. Reactions from all sides in a military base's conference room. A figure stood at the front, delivering a report. This individual was none other than Chow Bin. Report concluded. The situation of the kill space has been presented. A.S. Chow Bin's concluding remarks echoed. An eerie silence enveloped the entire conference room. After a moment, a lean man with a square face finally spoke. Thank you for your hard work. Please continue with your analysis regarding ratings and rewards. Yes, Chow Bin acknowledged with a sound, then organized his thoughts before speaking again. A preliminary analysis reveals a correlation between rewards and ratings. With the ratings being tied to the number of kills in this operation, the team has successfully eliminated over 900 zombies. Under intentional testing, I personally accounted for more than 600 kills, while the remaining 4 team members varied between 50 to 150 kills each. My assessment resulted in a C-level rating, placing me 4th on the leaderboard. The other 4 members received 3 C-level ratings and 1 D-level, yet none made it onto the list. The rewards I obtained include an increase of 2 in 4-dimensional attributes, 2 in free attributes, and 200 points in kill value. After a brief pause, Chow Bin continued. Based on information collected from the chat channel and analyzed through big data, I have the following conjectures. The confirmed ratings range from D to SS level, and according to big data analysis, there is a 90% probability of the existence of an SSS level. The requirement for a D-level rating is mere survival. As long as one survives, even without killing a single zombie, a D-level rating can be achieved. The associated reward is 1 in 4-dimensional attributes, 1 in free attributes, and 100 points in kill value. Attaining a C-level rating necessitates an individual kill count of 100 zombies. The data for D and C levels is already established. Beyond that, it relies on data extrapolated from big data analysis. Serving merely as a reference, the probability of achieving a B-level rating, which requires 1,000 individual zombie kills, stands at 86, with a reward probability of 3 in 4-dimensional attributes, 3 in free attributes, and 300 points in kill value at 92. The A-level rating follows suit in this manner. AS for the higher tiers. S and SS levels cannot be extrapolated due to insufficient data. I have exchanged my kill value for enhancements in physical constitution and speed, which are currently double that of an average person, and I have yet to experience any side effects. The remaining kill value was entirely spent on this item. As he spoke, Chow Bin retrieved a briefcase, opening it to reveal a vial of potion. This potion is known as the Awakening Potion, sold in the Spatial Mall for 300 kill points. Upon consumption, it can activate a person's latent abilities. I have exchanged for 2 vials, and I have already consumed 1, activating the power of lightning control. With a flick of his hand, small bolts of lightning manifested in his palm, slowly coalescing into a sphere of lightning. The blue glow appeared enchanting yet brimming with danger. The assembled dignitaries gazed at the blue lightning orb, their expressions not one of awe, but rather profound concern if this power were to spiral out of control. The repercussions could lead to the collapse of societal order in Longwa. The entire meeting persisted until dawn. Subsequently, the reported information was swiftly compiled into an analytical report and escalated through the ranks. Within merely 10 minutes, it was presented before the higher-ups. Half an hour later, a special department named Bureau 816 was established, corresponding to its inception date of August 16. Chow Bin was appointed as the head of this department. The primary responsibilities of Bureau 816 include discovering and integrating talents emerging from the spatial realm, as well as preventing and managing disturbances caused by evolvers across various regions. Upon taking office, Chow Bin's first task was to utilize military big data to directly screen the individuals who survived from the spatial realm. Anyone who had made a statement online, be it through text messages, phone calls, or various platforms and social circles, would inevitably fall under the scrutiny of big data analysis. Living in an era characterized by information, while one's horizons are broadened, it is inevitable to lose certain aspects as well. The following day, sunlight flooded the land. The online fervor surrounding the kill space showed no signs of waning. Rather, it intensified. A simple log into any platform revealed that the top trending topics, indeed the top 30, were all related to the kill space. The excitement was not unwarranted. Some fortunate individuals had managed to activate their abilities, showcasing them online. Some wielded flames to roast chicken wings. Others conjured ice cubes from thin air to cool their coffee. And some even sprouted wings to deliver takeout. Such extraordinary abilities ignited envy among ordinary people. There were even those who attempted to use earth manipulation to rob a bank, only to find themselves inadvertently tunneling straight into a nearby police station. When they emerged, faced with a throng of uniformed officers, despair was palpable. Yet, these extraordinary abilities thoroughly ignited public sentiment, with many eagerly anticipating the next arrival of the kill space in hopes of being chosen themselves. At this moment, Lewin sat at home, watching the news on television as for his previous job. He had decisively fired his boss the day after emerging from the spatial realm in times such as these. Why toil away for a paycheck when enhancing one's strength holds greater importance? If he wished, he could now proactively join the military and secure a position of significance. However, he was not yet inclined to engage with the military. The military was not a monolith. There were plenty of high-ranking officials whose loyalties were divided. Until he possessed absolute strength for self-preservation, he would not willingly expose himself. Bored, Lewin switched to another channel, where a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs appeared on the screen at that moment. She was conducting street interviews, posing questions on the most trending topics of the day. If given the opportunity to enter the kill space, would you go? Pedestrian replied, No. Oh, why wouldn't you want to go? Don't you wish to gain abilities and become a superhero? While entering may present great opportunities, it is also fraught with the risk of death. I have wealth and power. Why would I risk it? Besides, just because one sprouts wings doesn't make them a superhero. They're still delivering takeout. Young lady, in this world there are no monsters. Money is omnipotent. Unfortunately for you, I happen to have an abundance of it. Lewin watched the individual statements with a cold gaze. Who says there are no monsters in this world? Calculating the time. That phenomenon should have already emerged. Muttering to himself, he pulled out his phone and searched for related information. Indeed, reports of unusual occurrences began to surface. Across various regions of our nation, a toxic miasma had enveloped the land, causing numerous individuals to succumb to unconsciousness. Though no fatalities had been reported yet, the miasma lingered, and witnesses claimed to have seen vague silhouettes within it. Relevant authorities were investigating the source of the miasma. An official announcement stated, the miasma-affected areas will undergo a complete lockdown. For your own safety, please refrain from approaching before the miasma dissipates. That a series of reports indicated a peculiar shift in the real world. Ordinary individuals might interpret it as merely an intriguing news story, but Lewin understood that this signaled the impending arrival of monsters. Chapter 20. Re-entering the kill space. The real world is not a secure place. The monsters emerging from the kill space will descend one by one into reality. For instance, this toxic miasma serves as a harbinger of the zombie invasion. Research from previous lives indicates that the miasma is a byproduct of instability between two realms. Once the spatial stability is regained, the miasma will dissipate, marking the moment the zombies break free. For the duration of the miasma, it will only dissipate after the conclusion of the next spatial event. To illustrate, this miasma will persist until the next spatial event concludes, and the subsequent miasma will endure until the third event concludes, and so forth. Ultimately, the number of monsters in reality will continue to rise, compressing the living space for humanity. Of course, the emergence of monsters in reality presents both danger and opportunity. Eliminating real-world monsters, while at 1T yield kill points or drop cards, can result in the acquisition of a unique item, evolution crystals. Certain monsters possess a six-sided red evolution crystal within their brains. This crystal harbors evolutionary power, which can be absorbed to enhance attributes and awaken abilities. However, the drop rate for evolution crystals is exceedingly low, and the efficiency of absorption is not high. Consequently, the pace of evolution is far slower than that experienced within the kill space. Surviving a single spatial event guarantees a minimum reward of 2 attribute points. Not including items that can be exchanged using kill points. 0.2 attribute points are roughly equivalent to the absorption of 20 evolution crystals. To obtain this from zombies, one would need to eliminate approximately 200 zombies. For someone like Lewin, who gained 39 attribute points in one encounter, it would require 390 evolution crystals, necessitating the elimination of nearly 40,000 zombies. Additionally, there's a limit to how many evolution crystals the human body can absorb daily. Time is needed for digestion. Depending on one's constitution, an ordinary person can absorb approximately 10 to 20 crystals daily. TO enhanced by 39 attribute points would take at least half a month. Although as one's strength increases, the daily absorption rate also rises, it still cannot match the speed of improvement within the kill space. Those not chosen by the space in their previous lifetimes could only grow stronger through such means for self-preservation. Even those who fared poorly in the space might increase their strength through real-world kills. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Given the chance, Lewin would also take advantage of such opportunities. However, his target would not be ordinary zombies, but mutated ones. 10 days may seem lengthy, yet it passes in the blink of an eye. Lewin made all necessary preparations, awaiting the second opening of the spatial realm. Throughout these days, he had refrained from utilizing his accumulated upgrade points, choosing instead to save them for judicious use once he entered the space. The countdown reached 0, a golden text projected from the spatial mark. The second kill space is now open. Would you like to enter? The elderly survivor, upon the activation of the space, had the option to either enter or refrain from entering. The number of seasoned survivors does not fall within the limitation of 100,000. The term 100,000 refers solely to the selection of new entrants into the space. Therefore, with the opening of this killing space, the number of individuals entering far exceeds 100,000. Furthermore, as the frequency of openings increases, the number of inhabitants within the space will subsequently escalate. Lewin had already devised a plan. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decisive choice. Enter in a flash of golden light. Lewin's figure vanished without a trace. Welcome to the killing space. Below are the rules of the space introduction. 1. Supreme Rule. Survive. 10. This session of the space lasts for 2 days, with monsters arriving in 5 minutes. Countdown. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The rules are the same as before, with the only difference being the duration of survival and preparation time. Compared to the first instance, an additional day has been added, extending it to 2 days. Moreover, the preparation time before the monster's arrival has been reduced from the original 10 minutes to 5 minutes. With each subsequent opening of the space, the difficulty will continue to escalate. Thus, the sooner one enters the space, the greater the advantages, though the risks also intensify. Ignoring the prompt information, the pitch-black surroundings suddenly illuminated with a bright light. Lewin, wielding a flashlight acquired from an unknown source, shone it around. This was a room approximately 100 square meters in size, one wall adorned with numerous memorial tablets. The tablets were ensnared in cobwebs, covered in dust, clearly indicating that this place had been abandoned for years. In the center of the room lay an ancient coffin, its lid firmly shut, surrounded by a pile of tattered paper offerings. After casting a deep glance at the coffin, Lewin hastily approached. With a swift motion of his palm, the coffin lid slid open, revealing a pale yet serene visage, the corpse within. After a cursory inspection, he confirmed that the body had not yet undergone decomposition. It seemed evident that the monster was indeed a zombie. Subsequently, Lewin surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that this coffin was the only one present before he opened the door and stepped outside. Exiting the room, he caught a glimpse of a small courtyard illuminated by the moonlight. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, lacking a gate, clearly neglected for many years. The flashlight illuminated the courtyard, and through the gap in the courtyard entrance, he could vaguely see the mountains and woods beyond. Walking through the courtyard with the flashlight, he stepped outside and turned back to see an old plaque above the entrance, inscribed with 4 prominent characters: Liu Family Ancestral Hall. The name, Lewin's mouth twitched as he suppressed the urge to comment, turning his gaze toward the front of the ancestral hall. Towering trees surrounded the area, and a faint path meandered through the woods, leading into the distance, the destination unknown. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only a thin mist permeating the air, evoking a sense of foreboding. Lewin wandered around the small courtyard with his flashlight, gradually discerning the situation. This was a remote ancestral hall, enveloped by wild mountains and forests. The coffin likely contained the remains of a deceased individual from a nearby village, temporarily placed here. After meandering for over 4 minutes without encountering any signs of life, he returned to the ancestral hall. Gazing at the still coffin, Lewin twisted his wrist to reveal a black handle. In the next instant, a red laser knife materialized in his hand. Just as he completed this preparation, rows of text appeared in the void. Ding! Monsters have arrived, issuing the first day's task. Guard the Ancestral Hall. Guard the Ancestral Hall. Remain steadfast within the hall until dawn. Monsters approach, slaughter begins, as the text emerged in the void. The task indeed manifested in the first instance of the space. There were no tasks, serving as a beginner's benefit. However, with the onset of the second session, a foundational task would be issued daily. The tasks were not standardized. Each individual's task varied. Some involved slaying monsters, others required visiting certain locations, and some entailed retrieving specific items. Completing a task would elevate one's rating, while failure would result in a decrease in rating and rewards. Lewin's task was to endure until dawn. According to his knowledge, dawn would be in either 6 or 8 hours. That IT was a long duration, and he couldn't recall the specifics clearly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was bold and skilled, capable of enduring even 10 hours. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed as the coffin lid suddenly flew open, crashing heavily to the ground, and a figure emerged, defying the principles of joint mechanics. Standing upright, the zombie had appeared. Chapter 21. Zombie entries. Lewin's eyes sparkled with golden light as he activated his insight. Name. Ordinary zombie combat rating. 1-star early stage potential lootable entries. Zombie physique, white. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Blood tracking, yellow. Olfactory perception, yellow. Truly, as the legendary creature, a series of entries dazzled Lewin's eyes. Roar. The zombie entered with an imposing aura, letting out a low growl as 2 streams of gray mist escaped from its nostrils. In an instant, it exuded an unmatched dominance, resembling the return of a deceased being. Whoosh! Just then, a red light sliced through the zombie's body. In the next moment, the resurrected zombie was cleaved in 2. Zombie defeated. Lewin retracted the laser knife, unable to suppress his lowly mutterings. What a display, howling in the dead of night, disturbing the peace. Do they not realize? Ding! Killed an ordinary zombie. Slaughter value 1. First kill of a zombie. Public platform permissions activated. Chat permissions activated. Trading permissions activated. The space's notifications arrived as expected. Each time the space opened, various permissions would be reset without exception. Looking at the 1 point of slaughter value, a look of resignation crossed Lewin's face. Originally, each zombie should yield 2 points of slaughter value, but due to his comprehensive strength being at 2 stars, it resulted in a halving of the value. However, Lewin did not dwell on it. Who would concern themselves with their own strength? A decrease in slaughter value is inconsequential. He could simply slay more. Besides, he did not solely rely on slaughter value to enhance his strength. There were also the entries, after all. Lewin's gaze fell upon a cluster of light orbs beside the zombie's corpse. These were the entries from the zombie. Lewin rubbed his hands together, eager to absorb them. Ding! Acquired entries. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Blood tracking, yellow. Olfactory perception, yellow. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Recovery speed increased 3-fold. After consuming blood, recovery speed increases 10-fold. Blood tracking, yellow upon use, allows tracking of creatures through their blood. Olfactory perception, yellow upon use, enables detection of living beings' presence through smell, perceiving their actions and movements. Lewin absorbed only 3 entries, deciding to forego the zombie physique entry after careful consideration. Although the zombie physique had an astonishing growth potential, its drawbacks were glaring, and it came with numerous restrictions. Most importantly, this entry would alter his appearance. If these zombies were of the so-called panga type, Lewin might contemplate it further. After all, retaining one's appearance and even achieving immortality would be quite appealing. He could upgrade the entry and then no longer fear sunlight. However, this type of zombie physique was utterly undesirable. The capabilities of the 3 entries were swiftly integrated. Lewin felt a warmth envelop his body, a slight itch in his nose, and his mind acquired the methods of utilizing these abilities that he soon experienced no further reactions. Instinctively glancing at his attribute list, he noted no changes in his 4-dimensional attributes. Perhaps it was due to their elevated levels. Among these 3 abilities, olfactory perception surprised him greatly. This ability allowed him to establish a living model in his mind upon locking onto a living creature. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense its location and actions. Quite remarkable. Yet this ability had its evident limitations that it was effective only against breathing creatures. If the opponent held their breath, he would be unable to perceive them. This also explained why, when facing low-level zombies, one could evade detection by holding their breath and remaining still. Speaking of which, would there be changes upon upgrading? Would he be able to sense his surroundings without relying on sight? Perhaps even perceive inanimate objects? If that were the case, this ability would prove exceedingly useful. After some contemplation, Lewin couldn't resist elevating the grade of olfactory perception. Consuming 2 upgrade points, he had 9 points remaining. Originally at 10 points, he had gained an additional point after midnight. Thus, he was left with 9 points. P.S. Upgrading from white to yellow requires 1 point, yellow to blue 2 points, blue to purple 4 points. Purple to red 8 points, red to gold 16 points. Olfactory perception. Blue upon activation. It enables the detection of vital life force through the sense of smell, allowing one to perceive the actions and behaviors of living beings. The original essence transforms into vitality. In other words, even if the opponent holds their breath, Lewin can still sense their movements. Moreover, the range of perception has significantly expanded. Now, once Lewin activates his olfactory perception, no living creature within a 10-meter radius can escape his awareness. Indeed, it is akin to possessing a mini radar. Name. Lewin's strength. 59 constitution, 51 speed, 66 mentality, 56 talents. Insightful, gold. Zombie scent, yellow. Super hearing, yellow. Strength enhancement, yellow. Speed enhancement, yellow. Dimensional space, yellow. Olfactory perception, blue. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Blood tracking, yellow. Entry upgrade points. 9. Refreshes 1 point daily. Kill value. 1 free attributes. 15 points combat rating. 2-star initial stage. 5 minutes later, Lewin sat in the courtyard, his expression one of boredom, that he gazed silently at the entrance, inwardly lamenting the randomness of being assigned such a watch duty, which significantly hampered his monster hunting speed. Yet he had no choice but to remain in this ancestral hall, sitting in the courtyard, anxiously watching the door to alleviate his boredom. Lewin opened the chat channel, seeking glutinous rice, black dog blood, rooster's comb. My task is to find toilet paper, but in this desolate wilderness, where can I possibly find it? I ask if there are any kind souls willing to part with a stack of toilet paper. By the way, does this count as completing the task? Is my plight not more tragic? I'm trapped in a cell, and outside the walls hang 2 vintage rifles, yet I can only watch helplessly as I lack the key to open the door. The task requires me to unlock my way out. Is there a deity willing to trade me a hammer? Where are you located? I shall come to rescue you. You upstairs, do you truly wish to rescue someone? Or are you merely coveting the firearms? Useless. The damage firearms inflict on zombies is negligible, unless shot for the mouth or eye sockets. Noticing the scant messages in the chat channel, Lewin sighed inwardly. The lack of messages surely indicated that few could kill zombies. Although zombies have many weaknesses, without the appropriate means, killing them is a Herculean task. Most survivors, when confronted with zombies, can only manage self-preservation. Yet to actually kill one is exceedingly difficult. Observing the few pleas for help in the middle of the chat, Lewin realized that there were indeed many clever individuals. They understood the shortcut to seek help, thereby broadening their paths. For instance, that individual seeking toilet paper, as long as someone is willing to trade it to him, the system would recognize the task as complete. Such tasks of searching for specific items are among the simplest. The greatest advantage for survivors lies in their ability to chat and trade across distances that, if utilized wisely, even without slaying zombies, one can still accrue a decent amount of kill value, just like what Lewin intended to do next. Darling, let us put on the shelves Chapter 22. The power of technology and ruthlessness. Lewin retrieved various items from the space. Glutinous rice, rooster's comb, boy's urine, black dog blood, sunflower seeds, beverages, mineral water, bread, peachwood sword. One by one, the items were listed, all set for barter, with trades limited to cards. Another method for obtaining kill value is through cards, and if one accumulates enough cards, even without slaying zombies, substantial rewards can still be garnered. Previously, Lewin had reaped benefits from cards, and before entering this time, he had filled his dimensional space to the brim precisely for this moment. This is also why dimensional space is considered a divine skill in survival scenarios. Having listed everything possible, Lewin turned his attention elsewhere, but he was not concerned about a lack of trades. With so many newcomers, there would inevitably be some gullible souls, even the veterans from the last session. Aware of the value of cards, would likely trade for these items under dire circumstances. It's simply a matter of one willing to sell and another willing to buy. Just then, Luan's ears perked up. In the next moment, he stood up excitedly. They're here. Thud, thud. He did not have to wait long. Mere seconds later, two stiff figures joyfully hopped to the entrance of the courtyard. They were two zombies. Activating his insightful eye, he scanned them and discovered they were merely ordinary zombies. Lewin immediately lost interest. After 10 minutes, only two zombies had arrived. The efficiency was painfully LOWT the gate, as the two zombies flared their nostrils. They locked onto Lewin with a low growl. They lunged towards him in unison. Lewin's face displayed impatience as a crimson blade of light manifested in his hand. With a swift step, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his spot. In the next instant, the red blade of light flashed, and the two zombies froze in place, and a black line appeared on the bodies of the zombies. And they were instantly cleaved into 4 pieces, the edges charred and exuding a burnt odor. Lewin swiftly returned to his previous position, plopping down again to wait. Thus, he continued the cycle of killing and waiting. An hour later, he dispatched another wave of zombies. Lewin had roughly grasped the routine of this ancestral hall's guard task. As long as he refrained from killing zombies, none would arrive. However, if he eliminated a zombie, the next wave would arrive in about 10 minutes. With the number increasing by 1, the difficulty gradually escalated. As long as Lewin refrained from slaying zombies, suppressing them and patiently waiting through the night, the task would naturally be completed. That if one were lacking in strength, this method might be necessary. But that was not Luan's desire. He yearned to tear through the night, the faster he killed. The more zombies he would face, he even found the current pace too sluggish. The 10-minute wait was excruciating. Contemplating this, Lewin decided to take a bold approach. A small red vial suddenly appeared in his hand. Inscribed with 7 small characters: 3 flower light blood, upgraded version. Potion, 3 flower light blood, 10 milliliters. Upgraded version, a flavoring agent concentrated from the essence of blood to be diluted with water. It possesses a strong allure for blood-sucking creatures within a 10-mile radius. Lewin retrieved a basin filled with water and poured the 3 flower light blood into it. In the next moment, a rich scent of blood surged upward. Centered in the small courtyard, it spread outwards in all directions. Success! Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for the zombies to arrive at his doorstep. With an expectant look, Lewin plopped down on a chair and waited. In a clearing not far from the ancestral hall, there were evident signs of human intervention. Amongst the gravestones, a dense cluster of tombstones stood, revealing it to be a burial ground. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood permeated the In the next moment, the ground began to writhe, and a pair of black, hairy hands broke through the earth. This hand seemed to initiate a wave of emergence. Countless hands emerged from the soil, followed by heads and bodies. They were indeed zombies. Once the zombies appeared, they instinctively leaped towards the ancestral hall. In a dark and damp cave, a coffin stood deep within. Yellow paper adorned the coffin, and faint golden light shimmered intermittently, indicating its significance. That moment, a dense aura of blood wafted into the cave. Quickly reaching the coffin, a small portion seeped through the cracks of the coffin. Seconds later, the coffin appeared to generate a certain suction, rapidly drawing in the surrounding blood aura. This process continued for nearly a minute, until the suction abruptly halted, and the coffin began to shake violently. The talisman papers atop the coffin glowed with golden light, seemingly striving to suppress whatever lay within. Yet as time passed, the tremors of the coffin grew increasingly violent. When it reached a critical point, a crack suddenly appeared on the coffin's surface. Bang! With a deafening sound, the main body of the coffin shattered, wooden planks scattering in all directions, revealing a figure enshrouded in dark energy. It was an armored zombie. This zombie bore a visage as if doused in sulfuric acid, its exposed skin cloaked in dense hair, with haunting green eyes that captivated the heart. Its aura far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. The armored zombie slowly moved its head, flaring its nostrils as it inhaled the abundant scent of blood. As the blood aura surged into its body, the zombie's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, propelling its figure like a cannonball towards the cave's exit. None of this concerned Lewin, who had just dispatched another wave of zombies, this time 7 in total. Lewin glanced at the door, then at the basin of 3 flower-light blood soup, his brow furrowing. It had been over 10 minutes without a single additional zombie in sight. Surely, there couldn't be a lack of zombies near this ancestral hall. Yet, that seemed improbable. In this desolate wilderness, a burial ground must harbor zombies. One serving of 3 flower-light blood's potent essence could only last an hour before diminishing. He hoped it wouldn't go to waste. After dispatching another wave of zombies, he waited for the summoned ones, but instead received 3 cards that it was either a complete bust or a staggering reward. Previously, Lewin had slain so many zombies without receiving a single card, leading him to believe he had been particularly unlucky today. Little did he know that this wave awaited him. 10 pounds of premium glutinous rice, 1 bottle of 500 milliliters of child's urine, 1 bottle of 500 milliliters of mineral water, 2 items for dealing with zombies, and 1 for basic supplies. Lewin decisively gathered everything that it was impossible to use them, so why not exchange them for kill points? As he pondered, a cacophony of footsteps faintly reached Lewin's ears that he paused for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. Here they came. He promptly stepped forward to the courtyard entrance, raised his hand to retrieve a flashlight, and directed its beam into the thicket. Hiss! Lewin instantly inhaled sharply. In the thicket, he beheld a multitude of writhing figures. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than several hundred zombies had indeed arrived, but he had not anticipated such a remarkable turnout. Originally a blend of technology and brutality, the power had been significantly enhanced through spatial reinforcement, proving to be truly formidable. Chapter 23. The emergence of mutant zombies. If this were any other survivor facing such a horde, even a 2-star combatant would find themselves severely battered. These creatures do not adhere to any code of conduct. It was a genuine mob attack. Moreover, with the threat of zombie venom, falling victim would lead to dire consequences. However, for Lewin, this was not a concern. He feared not the quantity of monsters, but rather their absence. All fear stems from insufficient firepower, yet Lewin was abundantly equipped. In the next moment, a massive weapon gleaming with a dark metallic sheen appeared in Lewin's hands. That it was the modified version of the Fire God Gatling gun, stocked with infinite armor-piercing rounds, capable of firing at 6,000 rounds per minute. Today, he would initiate this formidable weapon. With the weapon in hand, a surge of confidence coursed through Lewin. However, he refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he retreated into the ancestral hall, positioning himself at the entrance. His reasoning was to consider the cards that would drop upon the monster's demise. These cards were a primary source of kill points, and as he was confined in this location, he could only slay these creatures within the courtyard. Furthermore, this ancestral hall was indeed a defensible stronghold, surrounded by walls with no windows. The sole entrance was the main door, that be why guarding this entryway, he had no need to worry about attacks from other directions. As for the roof, the structure stood at least 5 to 6 meters high. Unless his foes could fly, there was little to fear. Besides, as long as he was quick in his kills, there would be no risk of a pileup. Glancing at his lethal weapon, he contemplated briefly before tossing out a stone table, the kind commonly found in parks. He then set the Gatling gun atop the table. The reason Lewin possessed this stone table was primarily due to the upgrades in his dimensional space, as he had been keen on filling it to the brim for a sense of security. Originally intended as a spare or for bludgeoning, it unexpectedly found utility here. What a relief, he muttered to himself, then tossed out a chair, languidly settling into it as he awaited the impending onslaught. The zombies were indeed not swift. After a considerable wait, they finally leapt into the courtyard. Whether the zombies were joyful, Lewin could not ascertain. Yet as the saying goes, if I perceive your happiness, that suffices. Otherwise, why would you leap as you walk? As the leading zombies traversed halfway across the courtyard, Lewin, with his heart racing in anticipation. Squeeze the trigger to rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless armor-piercing rounds transformed into beams of light, unleashing a terrifying metallic storm upon the creatures emerging from the thicket. Thud, 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 thud. In the darkness, a series of metallic impacts echoed as the zombies stumbled, then fell like cut wheat in droves. They collapsed with astonishing swiftness. These zombies, convinced of their own ruthlessness, had prepared for a mob attack, only to find themselves confronted with even greater brutality and outright cheat. The first wave of zombies suffered the most, reduced to a state akin to a sponge, riddled with bullet holes and bloodied beyond recognition. Some even had their heads explosively shattered. How tragic, with a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Lewin unleashed a barrage for a full 2 minutes, totaling over 10,000 rounds before finally ceasing fire. The courtyard was utterly devoid of standing zombies. Not only had the zombies vanished, but a portion of the courtyard wall had also crumbled under Liu An's relentless fire. Even the zombies that had yet to breach the courtyard were felled outside, dead-eye in the distance. A few zombies could be seen approaching, but they required some time to arrive. Lewin seized his laser knife, charging towards the remaining zombies. Finishing off collecting cards, gathering cards, and finishing off. His movements were fluid, as if rehearsed countless times in just over 20 seconds. He had cleared the battlefield. The spoils were plentiful, with 8 assorted cards collected. The results were promising, so he continued. Next, Lewin fell into a cycle of slaughter and battlefield cleanup, yet he was invigorated by the process. It was effortless, efficient, and yielded considerable rewards. Why not be pleased? Lewin wielded the Gatling gun with infinite ammunition. Had he been armed with any other weapon, he could not have sustained such a lengthy engagement. This was the advantage of foresight. After gathering another batch of cards, Lewin prepared to return to the Gatling gun when a sudden whoosh pierced the air beside him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped, raising his laser knife defensively, and peered ahead. Before him stood a towering zombie clad in dark bronze armor. Upon witnessing it, Lewin felt a rush of excitement. Its appearance and demeanor unmistakably indicated a special type of zombie. He promptly activated his Insight EYE.name. Mutant Zombie Combat Rating. Early 2-star plunderable traits. Zombie Body, yellow. Copper Skin Iron Bones, yellow. Bloodthirsty Recovery, blue. Blood Tracking, yellow. Olfactory Perception, yellow. Acquiring the Copper Skin Iron Bones trait was a notable boon. After attempting to ambush Liu An, the mutant zombie merely glanced at him before striding towards the ancestral hall. Drawn by the rich source of blood energy emanating from within, IT craved this power deeply. As for the blood meal that had just evaded it, it could wait until it had secured the treasures inside. However, barely 2 steps forward, it was taken aback as Lewin, whom it deemed prey, appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Big guy, are you ready? Lewin stood behind the Gatling gun, weapon in hand, relishing the moment. Roar! The mutant zombie sensed provocation. With a powerful leap, it propelled itself through the air towards Lewin. Yet in the next instant, a vast net of metallic bullets appeared before it, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the mutant zombie felt itself struck by a torrent of horrific projectiles, which pierced through its form. Its prideful copper skin, iron bones crumbled before such force, akin to fragile parchment, instantly shredded. Before it could comprehend the nature of this assault, dozens of yellow bullets loomed large in its vision. Bang! Its head exploded and its body crumpled like ragged cloth. Ding! Mutant zombie killed. Kill points 200. Slaying an equal-level foe returned his kill points to normalcy. Observing the luminous orbs of traits that fell, Lewin wasted no time in collecting them. Ding! Acquired trait. Copper Skin Iron Bones. Yellow. Copper Skin Iron Bones. Yellow greatly enhances physical defensive capabilities, rendering one impervious to typical blade, sword, and firearm damage. And in the next moment, a warm current surged through Lewin, sending a tingling sensation through his bones, while his skin gradually tightened. The warmth arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lewin glanced at his attributes. The physique section remained unchanged, yet he distinctly felt a difference within himself. Contemplating, he retrieved an ordinary dagger and tested it against his arm. The blade glided across his skin as though it were metal, leaving not even a faint mark. Applying greater force, he finally drew a red line. Lewin smiled. With such defense, Ordinary zombies could not breach his protection. This expedition into the spatial realm had positioned him in an invulnerable state from the outset. Thus, the slaughter continued. Ding! Basic mission to guard the ancestral hall completed. Reward: 100 kill points. Chapter 24. Setting fire to the mountain as the sun rose. The notification of mission completion appeared before Lewin's eyes. Simultaneously, the mountain of corpses that had accumulated within the ancestral hall rapidly dissipated into black mist under the sun's rays. With the bodies entirely vanished, only a courtyard that resembled a war zone remained, battered and desolate. Lewin too sheathed his formidable weapon and assessed his spoils. Cards: 38. Kill points: 4823. Throughout the night, he had slain over 4,000 zombies, an average efficiency. The primary reason was that the later waves of zombies had dwindled significantly. Perhaps the nearby zombies had all been drawn away. However, with the task now accomplished, Lewin no longer needed to guard the ancestral hall, and decisively took his leave. As the sun ascended, the shadows retreated. The zombies retreated into the darkness to lie in wait. The crisis had temporarily abated, prompting the survivors to mobilize, embarking on a quest for living souls and resources for survival. Lewin traversed the forest, casually dispatching a snake disguised as a branch, and continued on his path. In this world of carnage, creatures of monstrous ilk were not the sole inhabitants. Numerous forms of non-sentient life existed as well. Yet compared to the monsters, these lesser beings were feeble to the extent that their demise yielded no points for slaughter. Nonetheless, for the survivors, they posed a significant challenge that a venomous bite could be just as lethal. Unless one possessed the strength of Lewin, such vulnerabilities remained perilous. After a brief interval, Lewin suddenly halted, his gaze fixed ahead. Moments later, the grass before him rustled. Then a rabbit sprang forth, momentarily stunned by the sight of the bipedal Lewin, before it bounded away in haste. The little rabbit seemed to signal to start, as the grass ahead trembled once more, revealing a multitude of rabbits, squirrels, and mice emerging before Lew, and each paid him no heed, darting past him in a frenzied escape. Bang! A wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, charging towards Lewin without a hint of hesitation. Lewin furrowed his brow, sidestepping just in time, as the boar missed its target but didn't spare Lewin a glance, continuing its reckless charge until it vanished into the thicket. Lewin's expression grew grave. He pressed his foot against the ground and leaped onto a nearby tree, swiftly scaling to its summit. From this vantage point, he could finally glimpse the distant scene. Thick black smoke billowed, and crimson flames soared towards the sky, a fire. His immediate thought was that someone had ignited a conflagration in the mountains. The certainty of arson rather than a natural wildfire stemmed from the presence of zombies. In areas infested with them, the atmosphere was heavily tainted with negative energy, causing the trees to absorb this essence. It was nearly impossible for such flames to ignite spontaneously without human intervention. Even a lightning strike would be insufficient to create such a blaze. Who, in their right mind, would set fire to the mountains during the day? Even if one intended to burn, they should wait until nightfall when the monsters emerged. During the day, the zombies concealed themselves. Burning the mountains now would serve little purpose. Moreover, if the forest were indeed to burn, the zombies would have an easier time finding humans once they emerged at night. With no hiding places left, Lewin couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity. Simultaneously, the chat channel erupted with curses. Who the hell started that fire? I'm still up here on the mountain. Which idiot can't handle the heat? If you want to set a fire, at least wait for me to come down. Damn it, I was just cornered by a horde of zombies on a tree and finally got down. And now flames are spreading. I finally found a hollow tree to rest, and I wake up to flames at my backside. Damn it. Everyone heading towards the flames. There's a village over there. Hey, you up there. Your tail is showing. You must be the one who started the fire. If you dare to show your face after setting the fire, just wait. Countless individuals vented their frustrations, yet their bodies obediently moved toward the direction of the flames. It was simple. That way lay safety, and there would undoubtedly be others. Better to confront the fire than to be perpetually chased by it, never knowing when it would end up. Let the games begin. I wonder how far this individual can venture. If he charges in without hesitation, he'll likely make it a maximum of 20 meters. However, if he possesses a modicum of intelligence, he might first wet his body and then cover his mouth and nose, potentially extending his distance by another 10 or 20 meters. Given his youth, it is probable that he lacks experience in such matters. Thus, I would wager he will charge in recklessly, based on the tidiness of his attire. My guess is that he will manage 23 meters. I would be surprised if he reaches even 20. Although the crowd's murmurs were hushed, Lewin heard every word with crystal clarity, but a silent chuckle bubbled within him. How could these onlookers ever hope to fathom his capabilities? What does the ordinary person know of the exhilarating thrill of supernatural abilities? Not to mention, his nanocombat suit is inherently designed with temperature regulation and fireproof characteristics. Flames and thermal radiation pose no threat to him. That AS for toxic gases. A gas mask suffices. Ironically, the greatest danger he faces comes from open flames. A falling burning branch could indeed prove troublesome. Nevertheless, Lewin had devised a solution. He would simply create an entrance to a dimensional space above him, ensuring that nothing could strike him from above. With this combination of strategies, what others perceived as a perilous conflagration in the forest would merely be a minor inconvenience for him. Ignoring the speculations of the crowd, Lewin made his way toward the stream. Upon arrival, he found the water to be shallow, reaching only to his calves, and it was crystal clear. Occasionally, small fish swam by. Appearing quite at ease, Lewin's actions instantly captured the attention of the onlookers. How do you suppose he will cross the river? One asked that he'll wade through it, of course, and get his clothes wet in the process, which might help him swim farther. Another replied that I doubt he'll choose that option. Look at his attire. He seems to be someone who values cleanliness. He'll likely opt to hop across the stones instead. Crossing the river by stepping on stones is feasible, but those stones are treacherous, slippery, and wet. Xiao Huang, you have experience. Care to enlighten us? Don't even get me started. Those wretched stones are both slick and muddy. One can hardly find footing. Moreover, the gaps between the stones vary in size, making it impossible to cross without getting wet. Absolutely impossible. Mark my words, he won't make it past 3 stones without falling in. If he doesn't, I'll eat one of those stones. Call me a dog if I don't. Lewin paid no heed to the crowd-esque conversation, yet they had indeed guessed one thing correctly. He had no desire to get wet. Although the water was shallow enough for him to wade through without issue, he preferred to remain dry. After surveying the stones for a brief moment to ascertain a safe landing spot, he leapt onto a stone in the stream. Feeling the slickness beneath his feet, Lewin maintained his balance effortlessly. His attributes afforded him complete control over his stability. With a powerful push from his legs, he sprang from stone to stone and swiftly crossed the stream. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if the stones beneath his feet were solid ground. By heavens, he truly made it across. Xiao Huang, are you sure those stones are as treacherous as you described? Of course, you saw my predicament earlier. Then what on earth is happening with this guy? This fellow must possess enhanced speed attributes. Only with such an advantage could he maintain balance and reflexes sufficient to cross the river. Ahem, while that may be true, I seem to recall someone boasting about eating stones just moments ago. At that instant, one of the onlookers teased a man named Huang. Xiao Huang's expression stiffened as he glanced at the stones in the stream, his eye twitching involuntarily. Well, Xiao Huang, there are so many people watching. The teasing individual chimed in again, effectively silencing him. As Xiao Huang observed the amused expressions of the crowd, his face shifted through various shades of embarrassment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Woof, woof, woof." The crowd responded with stunned silence. Xiao Huang, you truly... Before the man could finish his sentence, a woman suddenly shrieked, "Ah, look! He is going in without any protection." The crowd collectively turned their gazes towards the inferno on the opposite bank. They beheld Lewin walking boldly forward, without any protective measures, stepping directly into the burning zone. His pace was leisurely, as though he were strolling through a garden, devoid of urgency. How is this possible? Can he truly not feel the heat? Moreover, he seems utterly unfazed, as if he is not experiencing any difficulty in breathing. It appears he may have enhanced his physique, granting him greater heat resistance. If that is the case, it's plausible, as he is not in direct contact with the flames. But why isn't he struggling to breathe? I see it now. He is holding his breath. His slow pace is likely a tactic to conserve energy and prolong his time in the flames. Such reasoning sparked a flurry of chatter among the onlookers, as they debated Lu An's peculiar behavior. Just then, an older man, roughly 50 years of age and with salt and pepper hair, lamented, "Alas, this cleverness will not suffice to traverse the fiery expanse. Forest fires present far greater dangers that I hope he realizes this soon, for otherwise he may face dire consequences. Look at that tree." At that moment, a woman pointed in alarm towards the tree above Lu An. The crowd instinctively gazed upward to see a branch, scorched by the flames, snap and plummet toward Lu, and as it fell, it also dislodged several other branches on the verge of breaking, triggering a chain reaction throughout the tree. Flames erupted, cascading down like a fiery serpent aimed directly at Lu, and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed, followed by a cloud of smoke that obscured Lu An from view. The onlookers turned pale at the sight. This was precisely the reason they preferred to wait rather than risk traversing the fiery zone. The uncertainties were far too numerous. Should we not attempt to rescue him? The previously alarmed woman spoke up. Rescue him with what? And who would go? You. Exactly. In situations like this, one can only blame their own misfortune. He chose to ignore our warnings. We advise him to wait. They're all adults. They should take responsibility for their actions. What a shame. Such a young life squandered. The woman's words snapped the crowd back to reality, and they began to bicker amongst themselves. What a joke. Having just witnessed an accident, who would dare to go in and rescue him? Seeing the crowd's reaction, the woman fell silent. She had merely expressed her concern instinctively. The notion of putting herself at risk was unthinkable. Wait, look! Just then, another voice cried out in surprise. As the smoke began to clear, a figure emerged, unharmed and intact. Lu An stood there, his attire still pristine, his demeanor calm, as if nothing had transpired. He kicked aside a blocking branch and continued his leisurely pace. How can this be? Is he truly unscathed? Look at his clothes. They're still as clean as ever. This is impossible. It's inconceivable. He definitely did not dodge that debris. Could it be that he possesses extraordinary abilities? The mention of this possibility left the crowd momentarily speechless. Surely not. Is he the same individual who received a C rating in that recent spatial event? The man with the Mediterranean haircut nodded gravely. It is a possibility. Otherwise, how can we explain this phenomenon? If it were any of you, would you emerge unscathed? A heavy silence fell over the crowd. The older gentleman among them could not help but reflect. Who would have thought? This individual is not merely a naive newcomer, but someone of genuine prowess. I had underestimated him. Once more, silence enveloped the crowd as they stared in awe at Lu An disappearing into the flames. Their eyes filled with envy. Unbeknownst to Lu An, the spectators' reactions held no significance. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. He had merely utilized his dimensional space to displace the falling branches. Indeed, as long as it wasn't a person, this evolved dimensional space proved remarkably effective. Before long, Lu An had traversed the fiery zone and entered the extinguished area, where the flames had recently ravaged. Ahead of him lay only scattered embers, while the charred remains of trees stood as stark reminders of the devastation. The leaves and underbrush had been reduced to ash, coating the ground in a thick layer. As he stepped down, his foot sank into the ashes, enveloping it in warmth. Upon inspecting his combat boots, he noticed they were beginning to soften. Fortunately, their quality was exceptional. They had not melted, but the temperature of the ashes was evident. Of course, this was due to the recent flames. In 2 or 3 hours, the heat would dissipate significantly. With a thought, Lu An extended his nano-combat suit to envelop his feet, protecting his shoes. While he was immune to the heat, his footwear was not. This is Lu An for an individual with a typical constitution. Someone around 10 o'clock would find it difficult to walk far without suffering from foot burns, even if their shoes were intact. Moreover, the air was thick with a plethora of acrid gases. Lu An reached into his space and retrieved a gas mask, donning it before continuing on his path. With the thicket of weeds and jungle no longer obstructing his way, his pace quickened significantly, and he felt increasingly at ease. Within just half an hour, Lu An spotted a village in the distance, where he could vaguely see a gathering of people at the entrance of Tung Tung village. Two groups stood in confrontation. A middle-aged man with slanted eyes and a sullen demeanor led a dozen individuals clad in matching camouflage attire, armed with antiquated rifles, blocking the village's entrance and forbidding anyone from entering. That a few meters away from this man, a crowd of various survivors had gathered. You are being overly oppressive. This village does not belong to you. On what grounds do you prevent us from entering? One voice protested. Indeed, your tyranny knows no bounds. You demand an entrance fee to enter the village. How is this any different from the actions of thugs? Another chimed in. We are all survivors. Unity is our strength. Your actions are akin to sealing yourselves off, cutting off your own means of survival, which will only lead to your downfall. The crowd voiced their grievances against the man with slanted eyes. Unfazed by the outcry, the man merely sneered, as long as he held his ground. The crowd was powerless against him. Growing weary of their incessant chatter, he abruptly fired a shot into the air. Silence. The gunshot reverberated throughout the area, halting the crowd in their tracks. Their faces drained of color as they regarded the man. I have no time to play games with you. Either surrender an item from your possession to enter the village, or get lost. Your presence is bothersome. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't enter the village come nightfall, there will be no place to hide in this desolate expanse, should anything untoward happen. Don't say I didn't warn you. With these words, the man summoned an ice spear that materialized beside him. Hovering ominously in the air and pointing toward the crowd, he possessed supernatural abilities. Chapter 27. Only strategy wins hearts. His words ignited a wave of anger among the crowd. Yet the sight of his firearm and the floating ice spear stifled their voices. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, the lifeless body lying nearby served as a constant reminder to temper their impulses. This man was not one to hesitate to kill. Observing the crowd's muted fury, the man with slanted eyes scoffed derisively. Pathetic fools. Enough of this banter. Let's keep it simple. Either hand over your belongings to enter the village or get out of my way. I have business to attend to. With that, he subtly gestured to a couple of individuals within the opposing group. They promptly understood his unspoken command. One of them stepped forward. It was the man known as Donkey, who had previously set fire to something. With a face that hardly suggested goodwill, he timidly inquired, "If we find anything within the village, does it belong to us?" The man with slanted eyes narrowed his gaze slightly. "Very well. I, Jiang Jun, am not one to be unreasonable. I only collect an entrance fee. Everything else is your own affair. I understand this village may be dilapidated, but still holds various metal weapons and food. If you can acquire them, defeating zombies should not pose much difficulty." Jiang Jun's words caused a ripple of uncertainty among the crowd. Stepping forward, Donkey gritted his teeth and declared, "Then I will pay." He then produced a piece of white bandage from his pocket. "This is a first aid bandage that I purchased from the slaughter market for 10 points of slaughter value. Can I use it to gain entry?" Jiang Jun grinned widely. My young brother, you are quite generous. Once you hand over your item, you may enter the village." "Excellent." Thus, Donkey exchanged the bandage and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, entered the village. Moments later, a shout echoed from within. "Oh, there's glutinous rice here. Now, I don't have to worry about dealing with zombies." The voice belonged to Donkey. Upon hearing this, the crowd, previously hesitant, was suddenly invigorated. They were well aware of the lethality of glutinous rice against zombies, that if they could simply trade a few items to enter the village, not only would they secure refuge for the night, but they would also gain weapons and glutinous rice to combat the undead. It was an enticing proposition. That I'm just a newcomer and possess no items from the space. However, I encountered a peach tree in the forest and fashioned a few peach wood spears from its branches. "May I offer these to gain entry?" At that moment, a man with a face full of pockmarks emerged, another of the earlier fire setters. "Certainly," Jiang Jun thought to himself, amused. These two have played their roles quite well. They are clever and can be of great use. Both have been orchestrated by him as pawns, effectively exploiting human tendencies for conformity and greed. In this world, only strategy could win hearts. Compel people to willingly part with their possessions. One needed to employ a bit of cunning. The pockmarked man entered the village. His voice soon rang out. I also found glutinous rice. Tonight, I must slay a few monsters. My ranking will surely improve significantly." With this, the The crowd could no longer contain themselves, hastily offering their belongings in a frenzy to enter the village and scavenge for glutinous rice. Even the elderly among them had some items. As for newcomers, they could create items or trade on the platform. Surely, someone would be willing to barter as for those empty-handed. They were out of luck if one did not strive for their survival. What right did they have to enter the village? Seeing this unfold, Jiang Jun could no longer suppress his laughter. The third pawn he had set up was rendered unnecessary, as the results were already so favorable. Indeed, once the atmosphere was right, people would naturally follow the trend. This venture promised substantial profits. The goods within the village had already been thoroughly scavenged, while the glutinous rice had been intentionally reserved for the crowd, serving as bait. After all, with so few of them, they could not possibly consume all that rice. Storing it in one room would suffice for everyone. After all, they only had 2 days to make this point. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Lun had already arrived at the village entrance, having only witnessed half of the earlier commotion. Yet, it was enough for him to speculate about the unfolding drama. This group was rather intriguing. The individual named Jiang Jun had not been mentioned in his previous life, likely having met his demise in this very space. In no time, the majority of those outside had entered, leaving only those who possessed nothing behind. Now, these individuals were left with 2 choices: either depart from the village to seek shelter from zombies at night, or remain here and risk becoming cannon fodder when night fell. Lun cast a glance at those remaining, then stepped forward toward Jiang Jun. He needed to find a map, though he was uncertain if he would succeed. Clearly, approaching Jiang Jun was the most appropriate course of action. Jiang Jun was in high spirits. Watching his subordinates tally their spoils when he suddenly sensed a figure approaching, he immediately raised his gaze, aiming his firearm at the newcomer. "What do you want?" "Go over there to trade your items." Simultaneously, Jiang Jun's eyes began to scrutinize the newcomer, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. The individual appeared clean and composed, exuding an aura of calmness, and showed no signs of panic despite being aimed at by a gun. This newcomer was no ordinary person. "I'm not here to enter the village. I seek an item from you." Jiang Jun narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "You want something from me? Don't tell me you're after my life." Isn't that how it goes in the dramas? Though he felt an inexplicable pressure in the presence of this young man, he was not intimidated. After all, he wielded a firearm at 7 paces. The gun is fast. At 7 paces, it is both quick and precise. Besides, I have more than one gun here, and I possess supernatural abilities. With all these advantages, there is no way I could be intimidated by a mere youth. Lun shook his head. "Why would I want her life? I seek the map of the surrounding villages. Oh, you have it. A map?" Jiang Jun raised an eyebrow. He indeed had no such item and had not considered it until now. However, upon hearing the young man's inquiry, he realized it was something worth paying attention to. While pondering internally, Jiang Jun maintained a facade of indifference. "What if I do have one? What if I don't? Even if I did, what do you intend to offer in exchange?" Lun replied with a statement that took Jiang Jun by surprise. "How about I exchange your lives for it? Hand me the map, and I want to kill you." The glimmer in Luan's eyes faded momentarily. Name: Jiang Jun. Combat rating: 1-star. Early stage plunderable attributes: ice manipulation. Blue. This revelation confirmed for Luan that, just as there were monsters, humans too possessed attributes, and they could even drop such attributes. The fact that Jiang Jun's ability was of blue quality explained his audacious demeanor. However, as fellow citizens of Dragon Country, Lun was willing to grant him a chance. As long as Jiang Jun was sensible, Lun would not resort to killing him for the sake of an attribute. Of course, this was contingent upon Jiang Jun's willingness to cooperate. Luan's proposition left Jiang Jun both amused and enraged. "Kill me? What gave you the confidence to say that? Is it my weapon that has become ineffective, or has your courage simply grown? Although I cannot see through my opponent, does it truly matter?" At this moment, Jiang Jun has surmised that the other party is likely an ability wielder as well. Otherwise, their behavior would be inexplicable. They are either foolish or possess strength. The young man before him is clearly not the former. Thus, he must possess considerable power. Yet the audacity with which he approaches, facing firearms head-on, suggests a confidence. No. Perhaps a hubris in his own abilities that IT truly is a vast world, teeming with all manner of characters. He himself wields the power of ice, yet remains composed, while the other seems to revel in their own flamboyance. Chapter 28. Annihilation of Ability Users. Nevertheless, Jiang Jun does not underestimate his opponent. The nature of abilities is diverse and unpredictable. Who knows what power the other possesses that might allow them to disarm him? After a brief silence, Jiang Jun declares, "In truth, if you can withstand a single shot from me, I shall grant you the map. What do you say?" Regardless of the abilities at play, it is prudent to fire a few rounds first. This could either provoke the opponent's ability or reveal that he truly means a single shot. After all, they are adults. Should they be so naive? If he inflicts any harm, he would not hold back. Any threat must be extinguished in its infancy. Lewin furrowed his brow, then with a swift motion, appeared directly before Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun barely registered the movement before a hand gripped his throat. A sudden wave of asphyxiation washing over him. "God, I have no time for games. Hand over the map, or you will understand the consequences." The situation drew the attention of Jiang Jun's subordinates, who instinctively raised their weapons toward Lu and Yun. Jiang Jun was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. The speed of Lewin was astonishing. He had crossed 4 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving Jiang Jun no time to react. Young brother, let us discuss this calmly," Jiang Jun stammered, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. Lewin did not respond. Instead, he tightened his grip, turning Jiang Jun's face a deep crimson as he instinctively clawed at Lewin's hand. Desperate to pry it away to his despair, he found the grip as unyielding as iron. With a slight lift, Lewin elevated Jiang Jun off the ground. Choked and gasping for air, his mind began to cloud. Instinctively he struggled, but Lewin's hand was like a death grip, showing no mercy. Jiang Jun's vision blurred, his resistance waning. Bang! Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from behind. A bullet sped toward Lewin's back, fired by one of Jiang Jun's men. Though Jiang Jun was on the brink of unconsciousness, the sound of the gunshot pierced through his haze, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Which scoundrel dares to usurp my position? It was over. He was doomed. The yellow bullet glinted in the sunlight, hurtling toward Lewin, only to vanish in an instant as the air shimmered. The shooter stood in disbelief, confused about the bullet's disappearance, rubbing his eyes in shock, only to see the bullet magnifying before him. Bang! The bullet embedded itself in the man's forehead, instantly exploding the back of his skull, blood spraying everywhere. Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood quickly saturating the earth. The onlookers were engulfed in a wave of shock, unable to comprehend how the man had perished when the shot had been fired, or why their comrade now lay dead. The series of unknowns sent a chill of terror through Jiang Jun's subordinates. They were not afraid of strength. They feared the inexplicable nature of that strength. Their gazes toward Lu and were filled with dread, as if he were a harbinger of doom. The weight of their weapons felt unbearable. Caught in indecision, with a gasp, Jiang Jun was released, collapsing to the ground, greedily inhaling the air, alive. What a relief! Still disoriented, he barked orders. "You bastards, shoot! Open fire! Aim for the vital spots! Leave the final shot for me! I want him to suffer!" Believing Lewin had been hit and inadvertently loosened his grip, Jiang Jun issued the command, but the anticipated gunfire did not erupt. Instead, a demonic hand seized his throat once more. "You seek death. I shall oblige," Lu In's icy voice rang out. Jiang Jun shuddered involuntarily, turning to face Lu In, horror etched across his features. "No, you, crack!" With a swift twist, Jiang Jun's neck snapped, ending his life. Ding! At that moment, an ice spike fell to the ground behind him. Clearly a hidden weapon prepared by Jiang Jun, yet he had not anticipated Lu In's decisiveness, which left him no time to react. Thus, his trap was rendered useless. With Jiang Jun's demise, a blue orb of light appeared beside his corpse, his ability's entry. Lewin kicked it lightly, feeling a chilling sensation course through him as he gained control over the power of ice. Glancing at his unaltered attributes, Lewin shifted his focus to Jiang Jun's subordinates. "Someone step forward who can make decisions." Lewin's words caused the group to tremble, jolting them from their shock. Faced with the lifeless body of their leader and Lu In's cold demeanor, their expressions grew complex as they hesitantly retreated. "Once more, I ask, who can make decisions?" Lewin raised his voice. brandishing a desert eagle in his hand. The group instinctively took a couple of steps back, except for one plump youth who stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation that you're in charge. Right? Luan's inquiry left the chubby youth with no choice but to stammer. Why, yes. I'm Pang Hu. You may call me Xiao Hud, or not be alarmed. I am quite amiable. Pang Hu glanced at Jiang Jun's lifeless form, his face twitching. Was this what one called amiable? Luan, unfazed by Pang Hu's thoughts, continued, in 30 minutes, I want to see a map of the surrounding villages. Rest assured, once I have the map, I shall take my leave. However, should you fail to provide it, you are welcome to resist. Pang Hu paused, realization dawning upon him. This was not an incursion. Luan merely sought the map. Was this for real? He had thought Luan intended to invade. Observing the sudden turn of events, Pang Hu felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Jun. Without replying, Luan produced a stool from seemingly nowhere and sat down, declaring, the timer starts now. Pang Hu immediately turned to a subordinate behind him. Monkey, where's the map? Hurry up. A scrawny fellow scrambled through his belongings and soon produced a sheepskin scroll. Pang Hu snatched it and hurriedly presented it to Luan. Sir, this is the map you requested. Luan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that they would need to search for it, but instead, it was readily available. Had Jiang Jun resisted for no reason, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Jun's corpse. He silently appraised the situation. Chapter 29. The zombie church of Jiuquan village. Though he had his grievances, Luan accepted the sheepskin scroll, opened it, and surveyed it briefly before rising. Excellent. You are far more perceptive than Jiang Jun. As I have acquired the map, I shall take my leave. This chair is a gift for you. With that, Luan stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the distance. He truly left. Pang Hu murmured in disbelief. He had anticipated that the map was merely a pretext, but Luan had genuinely come for it. Brother Jun, your death was in vain. Tiger, the group that was unarmed at the village entrance, has snuck in while we were distracted. What should we do now? A subordinate whispered. What to do? Pang Hu surveyed the group, then glanced at Jiang Jun's lifeless body, shaking his head. Let us keep a low profile. Survival is the way forward. Brother Jun is the best example of that. Let's enter the village together and tally our gains. We shall distribute them among the brothers and carve out a space for ourselves. Oh, at this moment, Luan was swiftly making his way to another village, guided by the map. This was one of his objectives, Jiuquan village. More specifically, the church located within Jiuquan village, as far as he knew. Atop the nearby towering mountains, there lay a vast church. Inside the church dwelled a corpse king, and behind it was a cemetery teeming with zombies. The greatest danger to Jiuquan village emanated from that very church. It was customary for cemeteries to be situated adjacent to churches, a layout commonly found in the West. The purpose behind such construction was to suppress the souls of the graveyard. Luan arrived at the riverbank, where the river spanned several meters wide, far exceeding the small creek he had encountered earlier. Observing the river, he waved his hand, and a vehicle appeared before him. It was the amphibious motorcycle he had acquired in the previous realm. Without hesitation, Luan mounted the motorcycle, and in the next instant, the headlights flickered as it roared to life. He then drove directly into the water. Without needing to manually switch modes, the motorcycle automatically transformed to navigate the water's surface as it sensed the change in terrain. In an instant, it became a watercraft. Luan pressed the throttle, and the watercraft surged upstream along the river, leaving a white wake in its path. This was the route he had long anticipated. Though it would take a considerable detour along the river, for him, possessing a means of transportation, it was the fastest way to reach Jiuquan village. After racing across the water for half an hour, having startled 2 flocks of ducks, 3 grass pythons, and 4 crocodiles, he finally arrived at his destination. He decisively came ashore, stowed away the motorcycle, and slipped into the forest. 20 minutes later, Luan found himself standing before a dilapidated church. The entrance was ajar, and the windows were boarded up with wooden planks. Were it a dark, stormy night illuminated by flashes of lightning, the eerie atmosphere would be just right. Luan kicked the door open and strode inside with bold confidence. There was no other choice. Those skilled in their craft often possess a certain audacity, especially during daylight hours. Upon entering the church, he was greeted by the dimly lit foyer. Outside, the sun shone brightly. yet inside remained shrouded in gloom. Likely due to the boarded windows, through the faint light, he discerned a figure bound to the wall deep W in the mysterious region of Miaojiang. The goo worms and similar entities thrive. Upon entering a space of slaughter, these individuals often adapt with remarkable swiftness, enhancing their powers at an accelerated pace. Considering the earlier remarks made by the other party, it is reasonable to assume that the person before him belongs to this category. Meanwhile, noticing the lack of response from his counterpart, Sun Huayan furrowed his brow, internally concluding that the other was likely not from his circle. Otherwise, he would have responded long ago. With this realization, matters became straightforward. Sun Huayan retracted his gestures, his smile fading as he spoke in a grave tone. "Young brother, this place is actually one we discovered previously. The reason we refrained from taking action was to gather some friends and prepare for a decisive strike. However, just as we were ready, you got here first. Tell me, since we've come all this way with so many of us, don't you think you should show some acknowledgement?" Luan raised an eyebrow. The individual before him appeared upright, yet his actions betrayed a different character, rendering his attire rather wasted. "You desire this card?" he inquired, deliberately lifting the card in his hand. Sun Huayuan chuckled, completely disregarding Lu En's gaze. His attention fixated solely on the card. Regardless of any displeasure from the other side, they had the numerical advantage of over 20 individuals. Young brother, although you've taken our kill, given that it was unintentional on your part, we shall overlook it. All we ask is that you hand over the card, and we'll let the matter of the kill slide. Besides, don't feel like you're at a loss. After all, you've slain so many zombies, which has significantly increased your kill points. Furthermore, this isn't reality. Even if someone accidentally dies, no one will pursue it. What do you think? Though Sun Huayuan spoke with a smile. His words were laden with veiled threats. Naturally, he possessed the leverage to threaten. Given his superior numbers concurrently, he discreetly raised a handgun, aiming it at Lu, and the followers of Sun Huayan likewise brandished their weapons. Under the intense scrutiny of so many, Luan felt a twinge of pressure, albeit just a slight one, that he found it perplexing how so many could lack awareness. Luan seemed to respond. Yet it felt more like self-reflection that, humans only regret when they suffer losses. If that's the case, then perish. As he spoke, Sun Huayuan prepared to pull the trigger. That moment, a flash of blue light surged forth. With a swift motion, an ice cone, as thick as a thumb, pierced Sun Huayan's forehead. Blood immediately streamed down his face. Terror and unwillingness flickered in Sun Huayan's eyes, but it was futile. He felt his body slipping from his control. His consciousness fading, that he was dying. He refused to accept it. With his last vestige of awareness, Sun Huayan instinctively squeezed the trigger. Bang! As the bullet exited the chamber, Sun Huayan fixed his gaze on Luan. His thoughts reduced to 2 words. "Accompany me." The bullet vanished half a meter in front of Lu, and the entire sequence of events unfolded with remarkable speed, leaving Sun Huayan's entourage utterly stunned. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of their leader, the crowd gazed at Lu in sheer horror. To be precise, it was the slender ice cone that had emerged behind Lu and that instilled fear. "An ability user! He is an ability user! Run!" someone shouted, and the crowd immediately turned to flee. With no choice, they realized only Sun Huayuan had a firearm, and he had been killed in an instant. How could they, armed only with hoes and machetes, stand a chance? Just as they rushed out of the church hall, they were met with a dazzling flash, and Luan appeared at the entrance. Now brandishing a gun, a desert eagle. "Now, you are surrounded." Though the declaration was somewhat theatrical, it proved effective. The crowd halted abruptly, the leader's legs turning to jelly. A minute later, chaos erupted in the church hall as the remaining individuals scattered. Diving deeper into the church to search for anything useful, Luan refrained from executing anyone. As their free labor was advantageous, he sought hidden passages. Otherwise, he would feel unsatisfied. Luan settled into a chair at the entrance, basking in the sunlight while awaiting the outcome. Simultaneously, he absorbed the information from 2 newly acquired attributes. Talented in Taoist arts, the speed of comprehending techniques far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Feng Shui Master, Blue achieved a modest level of success in Feng Shui, meriting the title of Master. Chapter 31. Celestial Treasures and Insha Pearls. The knowledge flooding Lu En's mind regarding feng shui was overwhelming, ultimately coalescing into his own understanding. The title of master transformed Lu En from a novice into an adept in feng shui, absurd yet gratifying. As for the title of talented in Taoist arts, Lu En felt no immediate impact. After all, what was genius compared to the direct plunder of attributes? Lu En did not have to wait long before someone shouted, "I found it!" Upon hearing this, Lu En sprang to his feet and swiftly entered the church. In the next moment, he saw a group gathered beneath the cross. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the dilapidated coffin had been pushed aside, revealing a slanted tunnel leading downward. Lu En's cheeks twitched. He had been sitting nearby all along and had failed to notice the broken coffin's base. "Boss, we found the tunnel. Can we leave now?" "Yes, but there are too many of you. You must choose 6 to go." Although they were mere underlings, they were all adults, and every action came with consequences. "Boss, you said you would let me go." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the speaker fell backward. Lu En addressed the remaining individuals. "I have no desire for further conversation. Choose 6 people within a minute, or everyone will remain." Witnessing the bloodied figure on the ground filled the crowd with despair. Zhou Laosin! At that moment, a scream pierced the air, followed by another man clutching his chest as he collapsed. "Forgive me. I wish to live. My wife and child are waiting for me in reality." Bang! Before he could finish, an unknown assailant struck him on the head. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall. Everyone fought for their survival, striving to be among the chosen 6. Some cunning individuals attempted to escape amidst the turmoil, only to be met with Lu En's swift execution. In just 5 minutes, only 3 individuals remained standing. Originally set to choose 6, the fierce struggle had left only 3 bloodied and battered figures. "Boss, we see that only 3 of us are left. Can we leave now? I specified 1 minute. You have exceeded the time limit." Whoosh! 3 ice cones embedded themselves in the foreheads of the 3 remaining. Reluctantly, they fell. Lu En coldly observed the scene before him. Had they united and truly selected 6 individuals, he would have allowed their departure. However, it was evident that none among them were virtuous, prompting him to eliminate them all. Now, only Lu En remained within the church, that he drew a laser knife and descended into the tunnel. The passage was dark and devoid of light, prompting Lu En to retrieve a flashlight while activating his sensory perception. Coupled with his super hearing, he ensured that any movement in the vicinity would be detected immediately. The tunnel, approximately 5 meters wide, illuminated brightly under the beam of his flashlight. Lu En soon discovered that the entire tunnel was paved with large, damp blue bricks. The corridors sloped downward, leading into the depths of the earth. Without hesitation, he strode forward. After traversing about 100 meters and rounding a corner, a dimly lit open space revealed itself before him. Gazing upwards at the ceiling adorned with several softly glowing orbs, Lu En found himself momentarily stunned. The appearance of these orbs, could they be treasures, directly activate the eye of insight to sweep away the surroundings? Name: Sha Pearl. Rating: 2 stars. Lootable attributes: none. The available information is scarce, yet sufficient for Lu En. A rating of 2 stars confirms it as a rare treasure unique to the realm of slaughter. Within certain slaughter spaces, apart from monsters, there exist special treasures. These treasures can be utilized directly once found, akin to cards, and can either be taken out of the space or exchanged for slaughter points upon exiting. The Sha Pearl before him is one such treasure, and holds a 2-star rating. Treasures are also categorized by star levels, with varying slaughter point exchange values corresponding to each level. A 1-star treasure can be exchanged for 300 slaughter points, a 2-star for 600 points, a 3-star for 900 points, and so forth. The higher the star rating, the greater the exchangeable slaughter points to the top of this cavern. There are 4 Sha Pearls positioned at each cardinal point, amounting to a total of 2,400 slaughter points. While it may seem modest to Lu En, it would be considered a fortune by other survivors, a genuine bonanza, a windfall. However, Lu En merely glanced at them, suppressing the excitement within that it was not yet the opportune moment to collect. In such a place, who could predict if retrieving them would cause a collapse? The Sha Pearls would remain in place for now, but he decided to attend to other matters, such as the dozens of coffins surrounding him. The entire space was filled with coffins of various sizes. peculiarly arranged upright. The most eye-catching among them was the coffin at the center, larger than a standard coffin, gleaming in silvery white with intricate patterns, exuding an impression of, well, value. This was Lu An's immediate thought upon seeing the coffin. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The coffins illuminated by Lu An's flashlight quivered slightly, and then, with a sharp crack, the coffin lid opened of its own accord, unveiling the silver coffin among them. Lu An's gaze fixated on the silver coffin as the lid opened. A familiar figure emerged before him, adorned in a black high-collared trench coat, with a red inner lining and golden trim. Was this not the attire of a vampire? Was it cosplay, or had they wandered into the wrong set? Or perhaps, given that traditional Chinese horror could not pass scrutiny, they resorted to Western cosplay for approval. While he mused internally, his reaction was swift. A flash of golden light in his eyes, he cast insight upon the figure. Name. Mutated zombie combat rating. Mid 2-star lootable attributes. Zombie body, yellow. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Super speed, blue. Energy resistance, yellow. A quick scan confirmed it was the very corpse he sought. Lu An ceased to be reserved, twisting his wrist to reveal the fire god Gatling. Shining brilliantly, he retreated 2 steps back to the corridor entrance and unleashed a barrage upon the coffin ahead. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A metallic storm erupted in this subterranean space. As the fire tongues licked forth, countless golden streaks shot towards the front. Upon contact with the coffin, it, along with the corpse within, was utterly torn apart. With the Gatling in hand, I am invincible. Firearm weaponry truly serves as a slaughter instrument in the early stages of these spaces. Regrettably, this particular space may prove useful, but its efficacy against future monsters will diminish significantly. Of course, that is a matter for another time. For now, the thrill of slaughter is all that matters. Ding! Killed a regular zombie. Slaughter points 1 ding. Killed a regular zombie. Slaughter points 1 ding. Killed a regular zombie. Slaughter points 1. A series of kill notifications flashed before Lu An, who remained unfazed, his focus unwavering. Most of his attention was directed toward that cosplayed corpse. You are a product of Chinese horror, yet indulge in Western cosplay. Who else would you engage? Lu An had particularly attended to that cosplayed corpse, especially targeting its legs from the outset. Super speed, apologies, but without legs, how will you flee? Having once suffered from speed, Lu An vowed never to fall victim again. First, he would eliminate your advantage. The cosplayed corpse, taken aback by Lu An's sudden aggression, had no time to react before the metallic storm shattered its lower limbs, sending it crashing to the ground. Afterward, Lu An could no longer inflict harm upon it. One coffin after another, along with flesh shields, moved to shield the cosplayed corpse. Alas, how could wooden and flesh barriers withstand the fire god Gatling? Spinning at 6,000 RPM, numerous zombies, undaunted by death, charged forth, only to be reduced to a mere sieve by Lu An's sweeping fire. Stay away from the living dead, aptly describes Lu An's current situation. The gunfire persisted for a full 10 minutes before Lu An finally retracted the Gatling, shaking out his numb hands and gazing forward. The scene was one of devastation. Shattered coffins, mangled corpses, black ichor staining the ground, and, at the center, a mound of flesh. The cosplayed corpse remained hidden beneath it, still alive. Chapter 32. Unable to restrain, rapidly upgrading attributes. Lu An did not receive a notification for killing the cosplayed corpse, indicating it was still alive. Observing the cosplayed corpse, trapped beneath the mound of flesh and refusing to emerge, Lu An contemplated before producing a dark, barrel-shaped object, a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher set, intentionally left behind from the previous space. Lu An intended to blast through the flesh mound. However, just as he was about to use it, he seemed to have a second thought, retracting the rocket launcher and opting instead for 3 high-explosive grenades, also remnants from the last space. The reason for avoiding the rocket launcher was Lu An's apprehension about the basement collapsing. Should it cave in, he would be in dire straits. High explosives were a better choice, making less noise, yet 3 would suffice to demolish the flesh mound. With this in mind, Lu An pulled the pin and hurled the grenades at the mound. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the entire underground space. With clouds of dust descending, momentarily obscuring visibility. Once the dust settled, Lewin peered towards the mound of corpses. Seeing it blasted apart and reduced by a third, a smile crept across his lips. Again, boom! Boom! Another 2 booms resounded, sending numerous fragments tumbling from above. Ding! Killed a special mutated zombie. Slaughter points 200. But upon seeing the notification, Lewin's lips twitched at that all. He had anticipated some form of retaliation and was ready to counterattack. Yet this was the outcome. How anticlimactic. If the cosplayed corpse were aware of Lewin's derision, it would likely rise in indignation, cursing profusely, with the Gatling, high explosives, and the rocket launcher as the final act. Forget mutated zombies. Even the ancestral zombies would bow down. Who treats corpses so cruelly? It's not that Lewin was inept. Rather, the opponent was excessively formidable, exploiting advantages without restraint. 10 minutes later, the church collapsed with a resounding crash, sinking several meters into the ground. Moments later, a hand emerged from the ruins of the church. It was Lewin, now covered in dust and dirt, no longer exuding the previous calm demeanor. Just as he had anticipated, he was grateful for his resilience and swiftness. Lewin extended his hand, revealing a glowing pearl, the Eenshaw pearl. The church's collapse was directly due to Lewin's retrieval of the Eenshaw pearl. Though disheveled, Lewin's harvest was substantial. After departing the church ruins, he found a clear area to sit and began to tally his gains with a grin. 8 cards, combined with the previous 3. Totaled 11. Adding the 38 cards obtained earlier from the ancestral hall. He now possessed 49 cards and total 0.42-star Eenshaw pearls. His slaughter points had soared to an impressive 5186. His attributes had also undergone significant changes. Name: Lewin Strength, 59 Constitution, 51 Speed, 76 Spirit, 56 Talent. I have Insight Gold, Zombie Aura, Yellow, Super Hearing, Yellow, Strength Enhancement, Yellow, Super Speed, Blue, Dimensional Space, Yellow, Scent Perception, Blue, Bloodthirsty Recovery, Blue, Blood Tracking, Yellow, Resilient Body, Yellow, Ice Control, Blue, Taoist Genius, White, Feng Shui Master, Blue, Energy Resistance, Yellow, Attribute Upgrade Points, 9, refreshes daily by 1, slaughter points, 5186 free attributes, 15-point combat rating, mid 2-star. The speed enhancement attribute had been replaced by the cosplayed corpse's super speed attribute. The benefit was a 10-point increase in speed, and the energy resistance attribute had also advanced a tier, enhancing its effectiveness. Energy damage reduction increased from 10% to 20%. As Lewin had suspected, this attribute was undoubtedly a hidden gem. If possible, it must be upgraded to the maximum. Gazing at the remaining 9 attribute upgrade points, Lewin hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before deciding not to hold back any longer, preparing to indulge. Initially, he had intended to await the conclusion of the space to allocate them collectively. However, he could no longer resist, staring at the mixed colors of his attribute panel, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies flaring up, unable to endure any longer. If he couldn't hold back, there was no need to resist. After all, the upgrades would happen sooner or later. Better to act sooner than later. Energy Resistance, Yellow. Energy Resistance, Blue, consuming 2 upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 7. Copperskin Iron Bone, Yellow. Copperskin Iron Bone, Blue, consuming 2 upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 5. Dimensional Space, Yellow. Dimensional Space, Blue, consuming 2 upgrade points. Remaining upgrade points, 3. P.S. Upgrading from white to yellow requires 1 point. Yellow to blue 2 points. Blue to purple 4 points. Purple to red 8 points. Red to gold 16 points. Energy Resistance, Blue passive ability, reduces damage from energy attacks by 30%. Copperskin Iron Bone, Blue significantly enhances physical defense, rendering one impervious to ordinary gunfire. Dimensional Space, Blue initially possesses an independent space of 20 cubic meters, capable of temporarily storing living beings. Duration for storing living beings, 1 minute. Gazing at the expansive blue attribute bar, Lewin felt a sense of equilibrium within. The decision to enhance these 3 attributes was not made on a whim. 2 were essential for survival, while 1 was fundamental for his existence. The combination of energy resistance and copperskin iron bone was, without a doubt, a perfect synergy at this stage. Although they did not directly augment his attributes, they significantly bolstered his survival capabilities. Once all were upgraded to golden attributes, Lewin would be able to traverse much of the space with impunity, AS for dimensional space. It was his unique talent that must be enhanced. Having concluded everything, it was around 4 in the afternoon. After calculating the time, Lewin rose and made his way back to Tung Tung Village. With nightfall approaching, venturing to another village to hunt monsters was no longer feasible. Returning to Tung Tung Village was the more prudent choice. Tonight, it would undoubtedly be bustling, providing ample opportunity to accumulate a substantial amount of kill points. Hastening his steps, Lewin successfully returned to Tung Tung Village just before the sun dipped below the horizon. He was met with an enthusiastic welcome from the villagers. Pang, who also stepped forward, eager to gain Lewin's favor. In truth, Pang, who was reluctant to engage with Lewin, but the village was small, making avoidance nearly impossible. Rather than evade, he opted to ingratiate himself, hoping to forge a friendly rapport. Pang, who handed Lewin a cup of water and softly inquired, is there something you need to handle upon your return? Perhaps I could assist in alleviating your troubles this moment. The sun had yet to fully set. Seeing Pang, whose earnestness, Lewin did not mind offering him a piece of advice. The woods surrounding the village had been scorched. Consequently, tonight, peace would be a rare commodity here. Pang, who was puzzled by Lewin's words, but in the next instant, realization struck him, and his expression morphed into one of terror. Sir, help? I don't want to die. Pang, who clung to Lewin's leg, pleading for salvation. Chapter 33. A fortune for life. Pang, who was not foolish. He had simply not considered the matter until now. With Lewin's explicit mention, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The zombies were encircling the village. Had he known this during the day, he could have fled to the distant mountains in search of safety. But now, with the sun setting, venturing into the woods could lead to an encounter with a horde, leaving him unaware of how he might perish. Moreover, he sensed that Lewin must have a plan. As he had returned at this hour, in this dire circumstance, his only hope for survival rested with Lewin regarded Pang, who with newfound respect, it appeared that Pang, who possessed a modicum of cleverness. Recognizing the need to seek his assistance, I require a reason. Lewin declared he was no saint, overflowing with compassion. There was no reason for him to offer aid without justification. However, given Pang Hu's understanding, he was willing to extend an opportunity, one that Pang Hu needed to seize. Pang Hu paused, then comprehended Lewin's intent. Indeed, why would Lewin rescue him? What reason did he have to warrant such mercy? His expression shifted repeatedly until, after a deep breath, he solemnly proposed, I will offer 1 million to buy my life. This was the only solution that came to his mind. While money may not be all-powerful, it served as an excellent bargaining chip. Lewin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is your family wealthy? Pang Hu hesitated for a couple of seconds before nodding. Yes, I am Pang Hu, and Pang Real Estate is my family's enterprise. Understanding dawned upon Lewin. Pang Real Estate was a well-known property company within the province. It was not surprising that he could produce 1 million, sensing Lewin's silence. Pang Hu grew anxious and added, I can raise it to 1.5 million. I will use 1.5 million to buy my life. Although Pang Real Estate is my family's business, it operates as a corporation with a board of directors. Any fund transfer exceeding 1 million requires board approval. 1.5 million is truly the limit. I cannot procure more, but if you have any requests, please mention them. Before he could finish, Lewin coldly interjected, 30 million, guaranteed. Lewin had come to slay zombies, and Pang Hu was merely a secondary consideration. 30 million as a fee was an offer he could not refuse. Pang Hu faltered, his cheeks twitching. 30 million would indeed cost him his life. Yet, recognizing Lewin's indifferent gaze, he understood there was no room for negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Deal. Survival took precedence. After all, what good was money if you were dead? Yet, instinctively, he added, the money can only be provided after exiting the killing space. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pang Hu regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. Pang Hu, oh Pang Hu, why did you have to mention that? He should have simply agreed. What if Lewin worried he might default on the payment after leaving the space? Lewin nodded, indicating he understood. In truth, he harbored no concerns about Pang Hu defaulting. He had yet to utilize the blood-tracking attribute. Should Pang Hu dare to renege, Lewin would ensure his swift disappearance. His debts were not easily dismissed. Sir, what should I do next? Pang Hu whispered inquiringly. Lewin promptly made a request. Give me your real contact number and a drop of blood. 15 minutes later, Lewin followed Pang Hu to a building within the village. Upon opening the door, what greeted him was not a house, but an entrance to a cave, sloping downward. Sir, this is the cellar granary. It was discovered by chance. The cave descended a few meters before opening into a small space filled with ample grain. This place was essentially a granary for the village, which Lewin was now requisitioning. It was an excellent location. As long as they secured the entrance, it would suffice. Lewin surveyed the cellar and felt quite satisfied. Initially, he had merely sought to inquire, yet Pang, who had indeed unearthed this defensible position. Much to his surprise, though he had come to hunt monsters, the village found itself encircled on all sides, inevitably facing threats from both directions at this moment. Having a location that required focus solely on defending the front was indeed advantageous. Sir, what shall we do now? Pang Hu queried. Quite simple. You may rest now, Lewin replied, turning to face him. Pang Hu was taken aback, then fearfully exclaimed, Don't kill me. I have money before Pang Hu could finish. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his vision faded to black. Lewin retracted his hand, muttering under his breath, Why so much theatrics? I merely wish to prevent you from witnessing how I slay monsters. Nothing more. With Pang Hu unconscious on the ground, Lewin effortlessly lifted him and proceeded into the cave. A minute later, Lewin returned to the cave entrance, this time holding a final vial of diluted blood. The rich scent of blood surged forth, permeating the air around him. Calmly positioning his Gatling gun, Lewin settled into a state of quiet anticipation. At this juncture, the survivors of Tung Tung Village were well aware of the impending crisis awaiting them tonight. Pang Hu, after consulting with Lewin, had relayed the information in the chat channel, primarily to alert his subordinates and friends. Consequently, the entire village's survivors were informed. Lewin did not impede Pang Hu. While he was no saint, he was not devoid of compassion either. Aware of the imminent peril facing the villagers felt a mix of regret and urgency, leading to decisive action. The majority chose to flee the village, believing they could salvage their lives as long as they did not encounter the zombie horde. Escape seemed feasible. Others opted to lie in wait within the village, seeing it as a prime opportunity to accrue kill points. They aimed to eliminate as many zombies as possible, reasoning that even if they could not withstand the onslaught, they could still hold their breath and survive. After all, zombies had clear weaknesses. Had they been facing true undead, they would never have chosen to remain in the village to hunt monsters. In the dark of night, as the winds howled and the zombies emerged, the battle between the living and the undead commenced. Figures began to appear around the perimeter of Tung Tung Village. The zombies are here, someone shouted. And thus, the battle erupted in full force. As the zombies entered the village, chaos ensued. The sounds of gunfire were eclipsed by the clamor of traps, mechanisms, and collapsing buildings, all set by those who remained behind. In that moment, the survivors managed to slay a considerable number of zombies, their excitement palpable as they cheered heartily. For them, each kill represented 2 points of kill value. Often, a trap consists of 3 to 5 zombies, allowing them to experience the exhilarating thrill of defeating monsters for the very first time. Additionally, they stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. Even when these zombies detected their presence, they did not pursue them. Instead, they all leaped in unison toward a specific direction, as if something in that direction was irresistibly drawing them in. This discovery heightened their excitement. Why engage in combat when they could relish the company of non-aggressive zombies? Of course, some curious souls wished to follow and investigate, but they soon lost their courage and turned back after only a short distance. It was no joke. A mere glance revealed a sea of zombies in every direction. Venturing closer could spell doom without a trace of warning. These inquisitive individuals decisively retreated, opting to linger at the village's edge in search of a few solitary zombies to harvest. Chapter 34. Second day task refresh rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets erupted from the cellar, mowing down the approaching zombies as if they were mere stalks of wheat, falling in waves. Before long, the ground was carpeted with corpses. Simultaneously, numerous cards were dropped. Any card that caught Luan's, I would mysteriously vanish in the next moment. Utilizing dimensional space, he collected them from a distance. After upgrading dimensional space to a blue tier, the range of collection significantly increased to 10 meters. Henceforth, he no longer needed to risk his life to retrieve cards. Everything within 10 meters could be gathered with a mere thought. This slaughter continued for several hours, persisting from nightfall until nearly dawn, when the last zombie succumbed to Lu An's relentless assault. Perhaps it was due to the nearby zombies being eradicated, but as the effect of the 3 flowers' diminished blood waned, the influx of zombies began to dwindle dramatically. Why now? No zombies dared to approach. Luan shook his slightly stiff arms and fingers, preparing to tally his gains that a total of 87 cards were collected, combined with the previous 49, amounting to 136 cards. His kill count soared to an impressive 21,000 points. Earning kill points was no easy feat. If other survivors were privy to Luan's sentiments, they would likely drown him in a torrent of disdain for being unsatisfied after racking up 20,000 kill points in a single day. If it were them, they would wake up laughing in their sleep. Returning to the cellar, Luan set out a table, and with a wave of his hand, a spread of steaming dishes appeared. Time to feast. He had not enjoyed a proper meal all day. It had been a grueling experience. The aroma of the dishes enveloped the entire cellar. Ah, how delightful. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corner. Am I alive? I'm still breathing. At that moment, a figure stirred in the shadows. Pang, who awakened, likely roused by the tantalizing scent of food, stretching his neck and feeling the lingering pain at the back of his head. He cast a resentful glance at Luan. Boss, could you at least give me a heads up next time you decide to take action? A little warning would be appreciated. Pang, who couldn't help but voice his complaint. Luan, sensing Pang, whose grievances, paid no mind, responding without turning. I preserved your life. Don't forget my payment. What? Pang, who was momentarily taken aback. After a brief slumber, the village crisis had passed, and observing Luan's pristine attire, he silently pondered. This boss wouldn't intend for him to hide in the cellar forever, would he? If that were the case, then the money spent would feel somewhat wasted. With that thought in mind, Pang, who cautiously inquired, Boss, what's the situation outside? Not too bad. You can venture out to take a look, Luan replied, sipping some chicken soup. Pang, who nodded, contemplating whether he should indeed step outside. However, as soon as he stood up, his stomach rumbled audibly. Enticed by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, Pang, who found himself ravenous, he shamelessly approached Luan's table and, upon seeing the delectable food, his eyes widened instinctively. Boss, what are you eating? It smells divine. Well, do you wish to know where it came from? Luan asked, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression serious as he gazed at Pang, who, his words laden with meaning. How? Just as Pang, who was about to nod in affirmation, he instinctively caught the look in Luan's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly changed his mind, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't want to know. I'm not curious at all. I swear on my dearly departed great-grandfather. Seeing Pang, whose reaction, Luan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, retracting his gaze and offering a simple compliment. You are quite astute. Relieved, Pang, who, no longer feeling the urge to mooch off the meal, quickly declared, then, Boss, I'll head out to take a look. Very well. Off you go. With that, Pang, who turned to leave. Upon reaching the cellar's exit and utilizing the moonlight to survey his surroundings, he froze. His expression became rigid. Through the silvery light, he could see the ground outside littered with corpses, dismembered limbs strewn about. A cursory glance revealed not a single complete upper body. Black blood flowed everywhere, creating rivers of darkness. Coming from a society that prided itself under the red flag, he had never encountered such a horrifying. Luan waved his hand, and the figure vanished at the entrance of the cellar. As he made his way to the village, Luan did not take a single action. It was not that he had not encountered any zombies. Rather, those he came across were swiftly dispatched by a group of individuals who seemed to spring forth from nowhere. After his killing spree, zombies had indeed become a sought-after commodity in Tung Tung Village. The people, it could be said, were fortunate to have Luan around, as not only did they escape death, but they also found joy in pursuing and slaying the undead. Luan, however, was disinterested in competing for kills with the crowd. After exiting the village, he set off towards Maoshan village. He happened to be heading there as well, as there was likely a mutated zombie lurking within the ancient tombs there. He opted for the waterways. It was the fastest route available. Humans cannot exist without water, and the 9 villages were all built along waterways, though their distances varied. Quickly, keep moving. I recall that there's a river ahead, though it may be a bit far. Once we reach the river, we will be safe. Amidst the forest, a couple was desperately fleeing hand in hand. Approximately 30 meters behind them, 5 zombies joyfully leaped and followed. Just then, a faint sound emanated from beneath the woman's feet, causing her to cry out in pain as her leg buckled instinctively, and she fell to the ground. The man, quick-witted, swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, stabilizing her. However, he was not in the mood to relish the moment. Concern etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Lan Mei, what happened to you?" "Jianggu, I twisted my ankle. Help me, I don't want to die," Lan Mei pleaded, her face pale with anguish. Although they had only known each other for a day, sometimes a connection can spark in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he became the person she desired most. The man was now her sole source of support. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Just as they were on the verge of escaping, this calamity struck. The ominous sounds of the zombies' leaps grew ever closer, echoing ominously through the silent forest. The zombies were coming. The man's expression darkened, his mind a whirlwind of conflict, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Lan Mei, hold your breath. I'll lure them away." Looking at her condition, it was evident she could not run. But if he took her with him, he knew they could not outrun the zombies. That it was better for him to divert the zombies' attention. Perhaps they both stood a chance of survival. Jianggu. Lan Mei, understanding his intentions, was moved to tears. "Don't say anything. Just hold your breath. As she spoke, the man stood up and took a couple of steps away. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the first of the zombies had already leaped beside the woman. She quickly held her breath, while the man continued to flee. "Come after me," he shouted, turning to run. The zombies, sniffing the air, abandoned the woman and pursued the man instead. The remaining zombies followed suit. The last zombie lingered by the woman, sniffing curiously. Its limited intelligence sensed something was amiss. Originally, there were 2 sources of blood. How had it turned into one? But seeing the prey grow distant, it thought little of it and leaped after them. Once the last zombie had completely vanished into the forest, the woman held her breath for several more seconds before finally exhaling, gasping for air. After a few moments, she unexpectedly stood up, watching the man and the zombies retreat. She murmured, "Jianggu, please do not blame me. If you love me so much, you should be willing to sacrifice for me. That I will always remember you. You are a good person. That if you manage to escape, I will still be your Lan Mei." With that, she took a deep breath and hurriedly made her way into the depths of the forest. Despite her earlier injury, she walked with surprising agility. She cautiously traversed the woods for 10 minutes when suddenly she felt something unusual at her neck. Instinctively, she reached up to scratch it, but her fingers touched not skin, but a chilling sensation accompanied by scales. Before she could ponder further, a sharp pain shot through her hand. She could not help but scream, her voice echoing through the silent woods. With a thud, a slender black figure fell to the ground. As she illuminated it with the moonlight, she realized it was a snake. Raising her hand, she was horrified to find 2 puncture wounds. She had been bitten. The woman's face turned ashen. Having lived in the city, she rarely encountered snakes and was utterly ignorant of which were venomous. Was this snake poisonous? Would she die? Could be a 5-step snake? Would she be unable to walk 5 steps? What should she do? Thud, thud. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. The woman quickly turned to see a leaping figure approaching her, seemingly drawn by the noise. Seeing this, she disregarded her fears about the snake and decided to flee again. "Damn it!" she cursed silently, hastily retreating. The zombies, sensing her escape, pursued with renewed fervor, their leaps becoming more frantic. 1 person and 1 zombie. A relentless chase ensued for 2 to 3 minutes, until the trees ahead suddenly parted, revealing a river before her. The woman's face lit up with joy. She dashed to the riverbank and leaped in. With a splash, she plunged into the water, then surfaced, gazing at the zombies hesitating at the river's edge. And she felt a wave of relief. For the moment, She had survived AS with the snake venom. It had yet to take effect. Perhaps it was not a five-step snake, and she still had time. With this thought, she began to swim downstream along the river. However, after swimming for just a few meters, she heard the unmistakable sound of an engine revving. Buzz, buzz. Am I imagining things? How could I hear the sound of a speedboat? The woman thought she might be hallucinating, but as the noise grew louder and closer, she sensed something was amiss. Instinctively, she turned to look behind her. There, she saw a white speedboat racing towards her, and she realized she had no time to dodge. No. Just as she cried out, the speedboat collided with her. The sound abruptly ceased, the boat jolted violently, and Lewin quickly steadied the steering, glancing back. He saw nothing unusual and muttered to himself, "Looks like I've hit something again, but I can't tell if it's an alligator or a python. How many times has this happened?" Driving a speedboat at night is truly perilous. Buzz, buzz. Lewin pressed the accelerator, increasing the speed of the boat as it rapidly disappeared down the river. Once the splashes created by the speedboat subsided, a dark humanoid figure slowly floated up from the depths. Face down, in the next moment, a shadow, several meters long, darted past beneath the water, causing the figure to sway violently before being dragged under, vanishing from sight. The threats in this realm are never solely monsters. Continuing his swift journey, Lewin received a notification upon entering Maoshan Village. Ding! Basic mission to find Maoshan Village completed. Reward: 200 points of kill value. Observing the pitch-black Maoshan Village, he noted the absence of any zombies. Could it be that the village's name deterred them? However, he had no intention of entering the village. He would head directly to his destination. Just as he was about to turn away, a gunshot rang out from the distance. Bang! In the next moment, Lewin felt something strike his shoulder. A force from the shadow made him instinctively shift his body. Then an object fell from his shoulder and hit the ground with a light clink. Looking down, he saw it was a bullet. Lewin's expression turned icy in an instant. He had not even had time to react, nor did he manage to open a portal, were it not for his upgraded resilience. An ordinary bullet would have pierced him, and he would have bled. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had been ambushed, and it was by a human, not a zombie. It was simple. With the zombie's claws, could they fire a gun? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time aimed at Lewin's head. Anticipating the attack, he vanished just as the bullet approached. It was absorbed into the dimensional space. Simultaneously, his sense of smell activated, allowing Lewin to swiftly locate the shooter. The assailant was hiding on the roof of a nearby tile house, crouching and observing the scene. Lewin squinted his eyes, and with a flicker in the void, a bullet materialized and swiftly pierced the man's shoulder. The man screamed and tumbled from the eaves. Lewin sprang into action, his figure vanishing from sight and reappearing before the man. "Why you? Are you human or ghost?" The man stammered in fear. Lewin ignored him, gripping the man's throat tightly and demanding, "Why did you try to kill me? You can speak. You are human?" Lewin pressed. "For the last time, why did you fire?" He tightened his grip. The man, trembling in terror, stammered, "I thought you were a zombie." I asked that the reason. Lewin asked incredulously, "I swear to heaven, that was truly the reason." "Please spare me." Crack! With a faint sound, the man breathed his last. Lewin extended his hand to rummage through the man's belongings. He felt no moral qualms about killing such a person. Not a single word of what this man had said could he trust. The act of firing a gun without confirming whether the target was a zombie demonstrated that the opponent had no regard for whether it was human or monster. Moreover, the individual had walked to the village entrance, easily distinguishable from a zombie that would have jumped its way there. Nevertheless, the opponent had still fired. Had it been anyone else today, they would have already been shot dead. After a thorough search, Lewin indeed found a food card. Upon seeing the card, a portion of his earlier displeasure dissipated. Indeed, he had acquired 100 kill points. Casting a glance around, Lewin turned and left the village entrance. Along the way, he dispatched numerous zombies until he arrived at a valley. It must be said, the feng shui master did have some merit. Following the topographical layout, he had successfully located this valley, rich with ominous energy. Observing the valley's terrain, Lewin knew he had found the right place. Initially, he was only aware that there was an ancient tomb near Maoshan Village, situated in a nearby valley. but he did not know its exact location. Now, through the use of feng shui techniques and a series of deductions, he had indeed found this spot. It seemed there were no superfluous entries, only applicable scenarios. Lewin hesitated not. Grasping his laser knife, he stepped into the valley. Inside the valley, he found coffins scattered everywhere, and notably, the coffin lids had not been secured and were flung aside. The coffins themselves were empty, devoid of any contents. They were all out hunting for blood meals. Only during the day would the corpses return to rest, as he ventured deeper into the valley. The number of coffins increased, yet he encountered only a few scattered zombies that he reached the end of the valley, which led to the entrance of a grand tomb, his destination, the zombie ancient tomb. Gazing at the pitch-black entrance, Lewin pondered for a moment before deciding against entering. Instead, he sheathed his knife and took out his Gatling gun, standing guard at the entrance. The dawn was approaching, and the zombies would soon return home. Rather than entering the tomb to search, it was wiser to wait at the tomb's entrance for the zombies to arrive. Contemplating this, Lewin tossed out some bloody meat, including chicken, sheep, and wild boar, all of which he had slain along the way, without draining their blood. Though these were not living creatures, the accumulation of blood energy would be sufficient to attract the zombies' curiosity. Unfortunately, without the 3-flower light blood, this would have been much simpler. With all preparations set, he awaited the dawn and the return of the zombie horde. He waited for an entire hour, as the morning light broke. Illuminating the earth, life began to stir anew. Lewin finally awaited the zombie army he desired. The sound of gunfire erupted throughout the valley. The gunfire persisted for half an hour before ceasing. His kill points surged once again. Kill points, 32, 600. Regrettably, he had not encountered any mutated zombies during this time, likely still residing within the ancient tomb. Yet, gazing at the tomb, Lewin drew his pistol and knife and entered. The ancient tomb was not large, featuring a straight passage that led to an expansive chamber. In the center was a dark golden coffin, bound by chains as thick as a man's arms. The chains connected to the ceiling, suspending the coffin in mid-air. Additionally, many smaller chains coiled around the coffin. Observing the chains entangled around the coffin, Lewin understood, and oh wonder it remained sealed. With such bindings, it would be a miracle if it could open. Since that was the case, allow me to assist you. Lewin sheathed his knife and found a suitable position, once again brandishing his formidable weapon. The Gatling gun shone brilliantly. I shall fire. The bullets flew forth in a relentless barrage. A series of rounds were unleashed. The sound of clanging echoed as the chains binding the coffin were severed. Yet the penetrating bullets proved ineffective against the coffin itself. The bullets barely penetrated a third of the way into the coffin, revealing the tips of the bullets protruding into the air, as if mocking the Gatling's power. This coffin is problematic. Chapter 37. The emergence of a purple entry. Lewin ceased his attack, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he cast an insight on the coffin. Name: Xianjin. Coffin rating: 2 stars. Plunderable entries: none indeed. This coffin belonged to the category of rare treasures, a 2-star item at that. As for the Xianjin, Lewin had not heard of it, but it was certainly a type of metal. Observing the coffin, which had sustained minimal damage, Lewin fell silent for 2 seconds before opening fire once more. This time, however, he did not aim for the coffin, but rather the suspended chains. If the coffin could not be penetrated, certainly the chains could be broken. Despite being of the same Xianjin quality, the chains were of considerable thickness. Let us break them. The gunfire resumed. Bang! With a light sound, a corner of the coffin shattered, causing it to lose balance and tilt dangerously. Crash! As more chains were severed, the coffin broke free from its bindings, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Upon landing, it stood upright. The coffin lid struck the ground, lifting several centimeters off the surface before falling forward. The broken chains could not hinder its descent. Bang! The lid fell to the ground, before Lewin could discern the contents within the coffin. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring his view. Lewin raised his hand to shield his eyes and retreated a few steps before gazing ahead once more. As the dust settled, the outline of the coffin became increasingly clear. A flash of red appeared before Lewin's eyes. Inside lay a female corpse clad in red, her eyes tightly shut. Lewin's eyes widened in shock. Unlike other zombies, this female corpse did not bear a horrific visage. Rather, she retained her original appearance, quite beautiful, albeit with a sickly pallor. Could it be that the poison of the zombies also differentiated by gender? Do male corpses turn into grotesque forms, while females maintain their beauty? Is this a reflection of envy towards male aesthetics, or an imitation of the Rakshasa clan? Just as Lewin indulged in his musings, the red-clad corpse suddenly opened her eyes, her green gaze fixated on Lewin. And as her lips curled, jagged fangs were revealed within that eye in an instant. The original allure was shattered, replaced by an eerie and terrifying visage. Lewin silently retracted his previous thoughts. Beautiful? Not at all. All zombies are the same. Yet Lewin seized the opportunity to cast an insight. Name. Mutated zombie combat rating. Early stage 2 stars plunderable entries. Zombie poison body, purple, bloodthirsty recovery, white, olfactory perception, yellow, immune to all poisons, blue hiss. Lewin inhaled sharply. A purple entry indeed. This was his first encounter. The zombie poison body signifies that this entity is entirely toxic. No wonder her appearance surpasses that of other zombies. It turns out all her attributes are allocated to the zombie poison body. Women's love for beauty transcends all races. Even a corpse instinctively prioritizes aesthetic choices. Regrettably, Lewin had no intention of selecting the zombie poison body. He sighed inwardly. Fortunately, there was an entry that piqued his interest: immune to all poisons. A childhood dream was on the verge of realization. Die. Just then, the female zombie suddenly spoke, uttering a single word. Following that, her form flickered and transformed into a streak of red light, lunging towards Lewin with incredible speed. Even faster than his current self, in the blink of an eye. She was merely 2 meters away from Lewin, fortunately. He was well prepared. In the next moment, the air distorted, and the female zombie seemed to plunge into some unseen realm. Vanishing in an instant. It was precisely the dimensional space ability Lewin had been contemplating. Since the space could contain living beings, why not use it as a defensive measure? This experiment proved successful. You are entirely toxic. Avoiding contact is the best course of action. Lewin's consciousness delved into the space. Sensing that once the female zombie entered, she remained motionless. In fact, even her 4-dimensional existence had come to a standstill. Within the dimensional space, there was no concept of time, implying that time had stopped for her. However, due to this lack of temporal framework, aside from knowing the location of the object, Lewin was unable to alter anything within the space. He couldn't even pluck a single hair from the female zombie. He wondered if upgrading the dimensional space entry to gold would allow him such abilities. But for now, he could only confine his foe, not eliminate them. Moreover, the confinement lasted only a minute. Exceeding that duration would lead to the automatic expulsion of the entity from the space. The expulsion location would be the entrance. Of course, Lewin could also choose to actively expel the entity within that minute. As it would be an active expulsion, he could dictate the exit location at in an instant. The female zombie reappeared, but her orientation had shifted, now dangerously close to the coffin. The female zombie regained her senses. She felt herself enveloped in dark gold, and she forcefully tested the defensive properties of her Xianjin coffin with her head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the Xianjin coffin toppled over. The female zombie was not unscathed either. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, her neck appearing to retract slightly. Lewin averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the scene. This female corpse was indeed a formidable character. Moments later, the female corpse suddenly stood upright, tilting her head back, her neck restored. She turned to lunge at Lewin once more. Subsequently, the female corpse vanished, reappearing, and crashed in her own Xianjin coffin once again. Thud! This time, the intensity escalates. Next unfolds an incredibly inspiring scene that a female corpse, undaunted by death, launches her attacks. Yet each time, fate conspires against her, causing her to collide with a metallic coffin. Nevertheless, she remains fearless, pressing forward relentlessly, driven solely by her aspirations and unwavering determination. Ultimately, through her tireless efforts, she produces a symphony of metallic clangs, composing a magnificent melody for the man at the cave entrance, who is idly munching on sunflower seeds. Thud! She crashes into the coffin once more. The female corpse rises again, but this time does not launch another assault. This moment, her head has become utterly deformed, her once fair visage now shattered beyond recognition. Her features are so disarrayed that chaotic scarcely captures her appearance. Suddenly, the female corpse lets out a furious roar towards the heavens. In the next instant, a wave of dark energy surges forth from her body, swiftly enveloping the area where Lewin stands before he can react. Lewin's actions of snacking pause, his vision blurring, and his body collapses uncontrollably to the ground. Oh no, it's poison. Lewin realizes this instantaneously. Yet he feels as if his strength has been sapped, rendering him weak. His head feels heavy, and he cannot summon even a modicum of energy, longing only to close his eyes and sleep. Internally, he laments, knowing well that the adversary possesses poison, yet he had focused solely on preventing her from getting close, neglecting the fact that toxins can be released from a distance as well. At this moment, the female corpse has finished unleashing her poison and charges at Liu, and once more. Summoning his remaining strength, Lewin struggles to open a dimensional portal, capturing the female zombie within. Subsequently, he mentally invokes a boost, fully enhancing his physique. Physique 15, this increase elevates Lewin's physical attributes from 56 to a remarkable 71. He feels a surge of vitality coursing through him, momentarily dispelling the sensation of fatigue. Yet he knows the toxin lingers, and it is even possible that the air is still tainted. There is no time to waste. He must resolve this swiftly. Chapter 38. Unlocking New Functionality. Entry fusion with this in mind. The female zombie appears, again hurling herself at the coffin. Simultaneously, a Gatling gun materializes in Lewin's grasp. As the female zombie collides with the coffin, Lewin takes aim and pulls the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Countless armor-piercing rounds rain down upon her. In an instant, the female corpse is reduced to a sieve. Ding! Killed a mutated zombie, earning 200 points of slaughter value. At the same time, a luminous orb descends. Lewin hastens to collect one of the entries. Immunity to all poisons, blue passive, immune to standard toxins. Resistance to special toxins is increased by 50. In the next moment, Lewin's formidable physical prowess, coupled with his enhanced toxin resistance, begins to take effect. The discomfort he felt dissipates rapidly. His head no longer aches, his legs regain their strength, and vitality surges throughout his body. Only then does Lewin truly relax. Phew, that was a close call. Indeed, most villains meet their demise due to their verbosity and mockery. He almost became the villain himself. This habit must be corrected. Lewin swiftly reflects on his shortcomings. Just then, a mechanical voice echoes. Ding! The host has exceeded 15 entries. The entry fusion function is now activated. Entry upgrade points can be used for upgrading and fusing entries. Entry fusion function consumes entry points to fuse two entries of the same type. Subsequently, a stream of information floods Lewin's mind that he's elated. The ability to fuse entries has been unlocked. He had been troubled by the increasing number of entries, unsure which to upgrade. Now that fusion is possible, the task becomes straightforward. Unfortunately, it will cost entry points. Entry fusion, regardless of grade, only considers quantity. Fusing two entries, irrespective of their grades, requires the consumption of 2 entry points. Of course, there are some restrictions on fusion. Both entries must belong to the same category. For instance, Liu and Strength Enhancement and Speed Enhancement belong to the Physical Enhancement category, making them eligible for fusion. However, Strength Enhancement and Feng Shui Master, which belong to different categories, cannot be fused. Despite these limitations, the benefits of fusion are substantial. For example, upgrading 2 white entries to gold would typically require 62 points. Now, Lewin can fuse them while they are still white, upgrading to gold for only 33 points, saving a total of 29 points. Additionally, the sooner entries are fused, the better. With this in mind, Lewin eagerly prepares to test the fusion function. However, at that moment, he catches sight of an object from the corner of his eye, temporarily quelling his desire to fuse. There, beside the female zombie, a card marked with a question mark hovers in the air. It is indeed a lottery card that only mutated zombies drop. A lottery card. Lewin excitedly picks it up. Not every mutated zombie drops a lottery card. It is a matter of probability. In his previous dimension, He encountered 2 mutated zombies and won 2 cards, a stroke of luck. However, in this current realm, having slain 2 mutated zombies without any card drops was the norm, which had left Lewin somewhat disheartened. Now, with the third, he finally obtained one that it was a rare occurrence. Lewin rubs his hands together and chooses to use the card. Ding! Lottery card used successfully. He gains 5 points of free attributes. Lewin's lips twitch. He is unsure whether to feel elated or disappointed. The joy of acquiring attribute points is tempered by the realization that this could have been obtained through plundering entries. Now it merely feels like a bonus. Nevertheless, having drawn it, there is no point in lamenting further. Fortunately, it is free attributes, so he decides to keep them in reserve for now. Subsequently, Lewin retrieves the coffin and departs. This item is worth 600 slaughter points and must not be wasted. With his objectives achieved, Lewin returns to Maoshan village, seeking a vacant house to rest. After a day and night of exertion, he needs to alleviate his mental strain and recuperate. He requires a substantial amount of energy. The 15-point increase in physique is not merely a statistic. Such a robust physique demands a significant energy intake. Although he had eaten before arriving at Maoshan village, he now feels as though he is on the brink of starvation. He prepares an extravagant spread, indulging in a feast. Lewin devours 3 roasted chickens, 2 roasted ducks, 10 hamburgers, a pot of fish soup, 6 plates of vegetables, 3 bowls of noodles, and finishes with a liter of yogurt. Only then does he feel satiated. Lewin cannot help but marvel at his own appetite. To call him a bottomless pit would be an understatement. Estimating the quantity he consumed, he could have filled a cafeteria's food barrel. He polished off everything without a trace. The moment the food entered his stomach, it was rapidly digested, transforming into energy stored within his body. Once fully nourished, Lewin languidly reclines on the sofa. Feeling lethargic, he truly does not wish to move. Despite his current physical condition allowing him to go 3 days and nights without rest, without fatigue, he still prefers to take a brief respite if not absolutely necessary. This practice ensures he remains in optimal condition, a crucial factor for a skilled individual. Lewin considers himself a master. Moreover, basking in the sun, breathing in the fresher air that surpasses that of the real world. And lying down for a short nap is immensely enjoyable and a rare luxury that it even leads him to momentarily believe he is no longer in the slaughter space. Reflecting on his past life, he gazes at the present that, indeed, how delightful. After a spell of daydreaming and clearing his mind, Lewin shifts his attention to his entries. Originally, he had 3 entry points left, but after a refresh at dawn, he now has 4 points remaining, sufficient to fuse 3 identical entries. Lewin examines his attribute list, contemplating which entries to fuse. Name: Lewin's strength, 59 physique, 71 speed, 76 spirit, 56 talents. Eye of insight, gold. Zombie scent, yellow. Super hearing, yellow. Strength enhancement, yellow. Super speed, blue. Dimensional space, blue. Olfactory perception, blue. Bloodthirsty recovery, blue. Blood tracking, yellow. Copper skin, iron bones, blue. Ice manipulation, blue. Taoist genius, white. Feng Shui master, blue. Energy resistance, blue. Immunity to all poisons, blue. Entry points for slaughter value, 3.28 W. Free attributes, 5 combat power rating, 2 stars midway. Chapter 39, new entry, extraordinary physique, blue. Surveying the array of entries, Lewin begins to select. With only 4 entry points remaining, he could perform 2 fusions. Had he known earlier, he would have endured a bit longer. However, Lewin is not one to wallow in self-pity. What is done, and regret serves no purpose. That a true man has no regrets. After careful consideration, Lewin settles on 3 abilities: Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Strength Enhancement, and Super Speed. All 3 pertain to physical enhancements, fortifying Lewin's body that, if fused, they are likely to further elevate his attributes. Having made his choices, Lewin decisively expends all his entry points. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Strength Enhancement, Super Speed, Extraordinary Physique. Extraordinary Physique. Blue. The body possesses extraordinary speed, extraordinary strength, and an iron-clad constitution. Immune to ballistic attacks, the body is extraordinarily resilient, devoid of any weaknesses. An unimaginable force surged within Lewin, more potent than ever before. The skin and muscles on his body, which had previously felt somewhat rigid, now softened significantly, taking on a bouncy texture when touched. Lewin sensed that this transformation had not diminished his defensive capabilities. On the contrary, they had even enhanced. This change lasted only a few seconds before it concluded. Lewin clenched his fist, feeling a substantial increase in his strength, after taking a moment to assess. He quickly glanced at his attributes list in the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, 30 points. Lewin's strength, speed, and constitution had each increased by 10 points, a total enhancement of 30 points in attributes. No wonder he felt significantly more powerful. With his speed now reaching 86, his rating had also advanced to the late stage of 2 stars. He was just 4 points shy of a 3-star rating at 90. However, Lewin still had 5 free attribute points. If he wished, he could instantly elevate himself to 3 stars. But only a fool would act so rashly. An increase in rating meant a reduction in the kill points earned from slaying monsters. While this slightly unsettled Lewin, he still relished the boost in attributes. The enhancement revitalized his previously weary spirit in an instant. Never mind resting. It was time to hunt monsters. It was the perfect opportunity to test his extraordinary physique. Lewin leaped into action, opened the map, determined his direction, and ventured out. 10 minutes later, Lewin emerged from Maoshan village, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. There was no denying it. His extraordinary physique was remarkably powerful. After testing out, he realized that even if he stood still and allowed zombies to attack him, they could not breach his defenses. Not even his eyelids were vulnerable. With this, Lewin's survivability in this space had significantly increased. As the saying goes, Mom will no longer need to worry about my safety. Perfect. As the sun reached its zenith, Lewin was en route to another target village. Meanwhile, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Oh my gosh, you won't believe what I saw in Zombie Valley at Maoshan Village. Zombie Valley. What else would you see there but zombies? You have no idea. I initially planned to take a chance during the day. But upon entering the valley, I found nothing but empty coffins, so I bravely ventured deeper, only to discover, dude, stop leaving us hanging. Hurry up and finish your story. If there were reward in this space, I'd throw a fortune at you just for that. Ahem. Since you asked so earnestly, let me tell you that I found that all the zombies have been smashed to bits. The sunlight couldn't even finish them off. This is what they mean by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No way. Who could possibly kill that many zombies? Are you kidding? This isn't something one could fake. Come see for yourself. See what? I'm in Taiping Village. Who knows where your Maoshan villages? I suspect this was definitely the work of a big shot with a C rating. And that big shot must be from my Maoshan village. Maoshan village should be the #1 village in this space. Number 1, give me a break. You haven't even seen the person. What are you bragging about? What about us in Jiuquan village? Our village's church was flattened by a C-rated big shot, and I saw it with my own eyes. That big shot wielded ice abilities with exceptional skill. It was terrifying. Exactly. That big shot unleashed 1,000 miles of ice, and in a casual manner, all the zombies turned to dust, and the church collapsed. Our Jiuquan village is the true #1. What? Did we in Tung Tung village not speak up? We witnessed a big shot snap the neck of another C-rated big shot with ease. That night, we staged a desperate counterattack, united in our efforts, and annihilated the invading zombies. Now it's hard to find any nearby. Thus, Tung Tung village is the #1 village. Shut up. We in Taiping village haven't spoken yet. And let us not forget about Rinjia village. In an instant, the 9 major villages began to engage in an inexplicable competition within the chat channel, one after another revealing the prowess of their respective champions, albeit with some embellishments. The 9 villages of the space vied for the title of the #1 village, each boasting their own extraordinary feats. Phrases like 1,000 miles of ice, the earth cracking, and fire reddening half the sky were thrown around liberally. The narrative emphasized that strong individuals were as common as dirt, and no one was willing to yield. Lewin, however, had not glanced at the chat channel. His destination village was somewhat distant, and he did not arrive at his goal, Jixiang village, until midday. There was a relatively easy-to-find zombie gathering spot here, Coffin Mountain. This name was designated by the survivors of Jixiang village. Located several kilometers southeast of the village, there lay a hill covered in coffins. Even during the day, The area was shrouded in thick black fog. Attempts to set the mountain ablaze had proven futile, as any flames entering the fog would extinguish immediately. Failing to ignite, it was speculated that this phenomenon was due to malevolent energy. Zombies were rampant, and the area was fraught with danger. Prolonged exposure would leave one feeling stiff in their movements. Survivors searching for zombies during the day would instinctively avoid this place. Yet this peculiar location was precisely what Lewin sought. With such oddities, if there were no mutated zombies, he would write its name backward. Without spending much time, Lewin arrived at the edge of Coffin Mountain. Without hesitation, he plunged into the black mist. Inside, visibility was limited to 10 meters, with trees and scattered coffins haphazardly strewn about. Any coffin Lewin approached would tremble, and a zombie would leap out. Although it was daytime, the pervasive black mist shielded them from the sun's rays. Lewin drew his Desert Eagle and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the zombies still emerging from their coffins. With modified armor-piercing rounds, the Desert Eagle's power was not inferior to that of a Gatling gun. Lewin continued his ascent up the mountain, slaying zombies along the way. As the surrounding black mist thickened, Lewin relied solely on his enhanced hearing and sense of smell to navigate. After an indeterminate time of killing, he suddenly found clarity before him. An area devoid of black mist had appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, the mist had not vanished. Rather, it had all gathered in mid-air, obscuring the entire region. It resembled an inverted bowl. Within the bowl, the mist dissipated while outside, it remained dense. Chapter 40. Earthly Affinity. Purple. Lewin understood that this was the place he had been searching for. In the center of the bowl, a gigantic coffin, as dark as ink, stood upright. It was deemed gigantic not merely for its size compared to ordinary coffins, standing at a height of at least 6 meters and a width of no less than 3. It could easily be referred to as the behemoth of coffins. Upon encountering such an unusual coffin, Lewin instinctively activated his insight. Wood coffin rating, none plunderable attributes, none what the heck. It looks so imposing, and yet this is all it amounts to. Upon realizing that it was just an ordinary wooden coffin, Lewin couldn't help but voice his disdain. Since it was merely a standard wooden coffin, he felt no apprehension. The Desert Eagle was stowed away, and a Gatling gun took its place. In the next moment, a barrage of golden bullets rained down upon the coffin. Due to its considerable size, Lewin swept from the top down and side to side. Ultimately, the enormous coffin was completely obliterated, the shattered pieces of the coffin scattered on the ground, revealing a small metallic coffin riddled with bullet holes. Although it was called a small coffin, it was still larger than an ordinary coffin, just significantly smaller than the previous 6-meter giant coffin. Upon seeing the small coffin, the words nested doll sprang to Lewin's mind. Does this coffin come with a nested doll feature? His cheeks twitched as he once again activated insight. Gold coffin rating, none plunderable attributes, none another ordinary coffin. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As Lewin fired upon the metallic coffin, a series of metallic clinks echoed. After shooting for a while, he discovered that while the coffin had numerous bullet holes, it remained steadfast. Excellent. If bullets 1T suffice, then it's time for something bigger. The Gatling gun was replaced with a single-man rocket launcher. Having acquired 2 sets from the previous space, it was the perfect opportunity to test one out. The cards produced were all complete products. With the missiles already loaded, all he needed to do was aim and pull the trigger. Lewin shouldered the launcher without any preparation. With his physical prowess, he was unfazed by the recoil. Aiming at the coffin, he decisively launched it. Whoosh! A black streak, trailing white smoke, shot forth, slamming into the coffin. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, followed by a towering fireball, forming a mini mushroom cloud. The entire mountaintop was engulfed in a cloud of dust. In an instant, the air was filled with sand and dirt, obscuring Lewin's vision. Ding! You have slain a mutated zombie. Kill points 200. A mindless notification rang out, bringing a smile to Lewin's face. Indeed, the power of the missile prevailed. Without even seeing the target, he had achieved a kill. As the dust settled, the scene before him came into focus. The coffin lay utterly shattered, fragments scattered all around. And the ground beneath had sunk several centimeters. A charred and incomplete figure lay in the pit, accompanied by several glowing orbs of text floating nearby. Among them, one purple orb stood out, particularly radiant. Purple, once again, the site of a purple entry. Lewin approached with delight, unfazed by the prospect of unexpected events. With the kill point secured, what could possibly go amiss? Earth affinity, purple by connecting with the earth beneath one's feet. One shall continuously receive the bounties of the land. Without hesitation, he seized it. Simultaneously, Lewin gleaned the specific details of the earth affinity, in essence, it provided the ability to maintain peak physical condition as long as one stood upon the earth. It could be regarded as a superlative enhancement buff, yet Lewin furrowed his brow, sensing no immediate change. What was amiss? He checked his attributes. They remained unchanged, yet the entry had indeed been absorbed. Curious, he examined the earth affinity entry once more. Standing upon the ground, could it be? With a sudden realization, Lewin attempted to remove his shoes and socks. As his feet made contact with the earth once again, a sensation unlike before enveloped him. A peculiar energy coursed through him, dispelling the fatigue that had weighed him down, invigorating both body and spirit. Simultaneously, the lingering sensation of hunger within him vanished. In an instant, he felt an inexhaustible well of energy. Lewin glanced at his bare feet, realizing that this was indeed the correct way to activate Earth Affinity. Would he have to part ways with socks from now on? This ability, it seemed, was not as formidable as he had imagined. Nevertheless, it remained his first purple entry, warranting thorough exploration. This ability truly required one to be barefoot upon the earth. Even the hands would not suffice. Yet, as long as one remained grounded, exhaustion and hunger would cease to be concerns, and vitality would flow abundantly, akin to a machine. However, should one stray from the earth, although the effects would not dissipate immediately, the unique energy would gradually wane, ultimately vanishing after approximately 15 minutes, returning one to their prior state. Despite certain drawbacks, it was undoubtedly a commendable ability. At the very least, he would no longer have to frantically consume food when hunger struck. Simply standing upon the earth would suffice to quell it. Regaining his composure, Lewin shifted his gaze toward the other entries, only to find them repetitive. Rather than feeling disheartened, he found solace in the singular purple entry, which was more than sufficient for him to profit immensely. Contentment is a form of happiness. After a thorough search, Lewin chose a spot to sit down and no more exertion. He would await the sunset and the subsequent monster spawns. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, with only a few hours remaining until nightfall. Descending the mountain to seek out other villages would be futile. It was far better to remain seated and await the sun's descent. With so many zombies around, wouldn't it be delightful to attract a wave of them at sunset? One could only wonder what kind of evaluation would be awarded upon conclusion. Surely, a base rating of S would be in order. As boredom set in, Lewin began to fantasize about his return. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the familiar sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the Coffin Hill as a multitude of zombies converged upon Lewin from all directions, marking the commencement of a massacre. Meanwhile, at a corner of the Coffin Hill, a miniature battlefield unfolded. 5 zombies were surrounded by a team of individuals engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, the leader wielded a weapon that crackled with lightning, electrocuting a zombie into spasms. This leader was none other than the military's lightning ability user, Chow Bin. After dispatching the zombies before him, a team member spoke up, "Director Chow, this is already the 3rd wave of zombies. There must be even more on the mountain." Perhaps the remainder of the sentence remained unspoken, yet the implication was clear. This was a conversation that should not have taken place. Expressing fear before a battle was a grave taboo. However, concerns for his comrades weighed heavily on him, for they were not part of Unit 816, but ordinary individuals. Unlike Chow Bin, who possessed extraordinary abilities, Chow Bin immediately grasped the underlying sentiment. Listening to the faint echoes of gunfire, he remained silent for a moment before solemnly declaring, "In that case, you all remain here to deal with the zombies that I will ascend alone. Remember, if the situation turns dire, retreat immediately. Not linger in combat." "Director, if you go alone," the man began, but Chow Bin interrupted. "Rest assured, I possess lightning abilities that are effective against zombies. Even if I encounter a horde, I can escape alone. You, however, cannot. But there are no buts, Huang Xing." As the director of Unit 816, I command you to wait here. Understood. With that, Chow Bin prepared himself and departed from the group, making his way up the mountain alone. Chapter 41 concludes with an SSS rating. On the other side, atop the mountain, Lewin was immersed in a relentless killing spree. Zombies fell before him in droves, each moment yielding more victims that a single armor-piercing round could often pierce through 4 or 5 zombies. The reason so many zombies converged upon the mountaintop was not only due to the noise Liu had created, but also the carcasses of animals behind him. The acrid scent of blood wafted into the air, drawing wave after wave of zombies to him. With an endless supply of bullets, the slaughter continued unabated, persisting until just 10 minutes remained on the countdown. After collecting the last card dropped by a zombie, Lewin finally collapsed onto the ground, relishing his haul. With various cards combined, he had amassed a total of 210 items still in the auction space, had sold over 40. Lewin now possessed a total of 257 cards in hand, along with a few 2-star treasures. This excursion into the space had yielded results far beyond Liu An's expectations. I could see that moment. Liu An's ears perked up, the smile on his face fading as an ice spear suddenly appeared before H. The noxious miasma of Longguan Village is an amalgamation of 2 worlds colliding. Once this toxic haze dissipates, the monstrous entities from the realm of slaughter shall descend. Although not officially affiliated with the military, offering a few words of advice remains permissible. The stronger the nation, the more pronounced its advantages in the battle of national fortunes. This will, in turn, indirectly benefit him. Chow Bin, taken aback, hastily inquired, "What do you mean, esteemed sir? Do you possess knowledge of something?" The meaning is quite literal. This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. Remember to examine the heads of the monsters slain upon their arrival. Before Liu could finish his thought, the spatial notification preemptively chimed in. Ding! The slaughter space has concluded. Returning, Chow Bin received the same notification, his heart racing, just as he was about to speak. Yet in a blink, he found himself in the settlement space that a series of golden subtitles flickered in the void before him. However, Chow Bin seemed oblivious to them, as his mind was preoccupied with Liu An's earlier remarks. The monsters descend into reality. Inspect the heads. Who exactly are they? They seem to know me. Could they be someone from the system? Liu An's settlement process had commenced. The slaughter space has ended. Rating assessment in progress. Survivors have survived, achieving a base rating of D grade, completing 2 daily basic tasks. The rating has been elevated to C grade. Slaying over 100 monsters. The rating is upgraded to B grade. Slaying over 1,000 monsters. The rating rises to a grade. Slaying over 10,000 monsters. The rating escalates to S grade. Holding over 100 resource cards. The rating advances to SS grade. Slaying 4 mutated monsters. The rating reaches SSS grade. Final survivor rating. SSS grade. As the final rating materialized, the entire space illuminated once more with that familiar golden light. The rating leaderboard reappeared. This time, it was not merely a single page of rankings, but 2.1 page was from the previous leaderboard, while the other was for this occasion. With each conclusion of the space, a new leaderboard emerges, ranking the ratings from this session. Liu calmly observed the new leaderboard. He was certain he would secure the top position again, that he wished to maintain a low profile. Yet his prowess simply would not allow it. Chapter 42. A Surge in Power. Early Stage 4. Star. Congratulations to the survivor for achieving an SSS rating, entering the leaderboard and securing the first position. The survivor has attained the top rank on the leaderboard twice, accumulating 3 first-place finishes, thus earning an additional reward. Oh, such a delightful occurrence. Liu was astonished. Internally, 3 first-place finishes merit an extra reward. He had never heard of such a thing in his past life. However, it made sense. Only he had the advantage, for achieving consecutive top ranks thrice is indeed a daunting task. First place, Liu. SSS grade. Second place, Chow, B grade. Third place, Wang, B grade. 100th place, Huang, B grade. A series of rankings emerged, revealing that all of the top 100 had reached at least B grade in this session. Most likely due to completing 2 daily basic tasks. The significance of basic tasks is evident here, directly influencing the final ratings and rewards. Nevertheless, he remained vastly ahead, akin to a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep. At that moment, the chat channel erupted once more. Goodness, an SSS rating, even more outrageous than last time. Is this Lou the same esteemed figure who obtained SS last time? Without a doubt, aside from that illustrious individual. Who else could achieve such an absurd rating? My heavens, an SSS rating. As a C-grade minnow, I can hardly fathom it. Such a staggering lead. Other B-grade elites find it difficult to even reach A. And the SSS rating is terrifying. This is the second time. The esteemed figure must possess a strategy for clearing the challenges. Strategy? My foot. If you had a strategy, could you slay so many zombies? The esteemed figure is still missing an accessory. Young lady, aged 18, 30-60, fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs, seeking sponsorship. Sob, sob, sob. Upstairs, the esteemed figure would surely look down upon you. But I, on the other hand, could be considered that I stand at 180 cm with an endowment of 180 millimeters that I must report this. Someone upstairs is driving me insane. The chat channel was abuzz, almost entirely discussing Lou Ann's rating.SSS rating rewards. All attributes 7. Free attribute 20. Slaughter value 2,000. Gazing at the rewards, Lou Ann couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The previous SSS rating had earned him merely 39 points. This time, it soared to a direct 48 points. The settlement continued, as the prepared cards he had taken out vanished in an instant. Ding! Detecting 257 remaining cards, automatically converting them into 25,700 slaughter value. Remaining slaughter value, 70,000. Ding. The slaughter mall list has been refreshed, allowing for item exchange with slaughter value. With the slaughter mall refreshed, Lou Ann did not immediately check. Instead, he casually retrieved several 2-star treasures. Ding! Detecting 5 2-star rated items. Would you like to convert them into slaughter value? Convert all. These items held no utility for him, and retaining them would only be wasteful. He decisively disposed of them. Although the slaughter value was not substantial, even the smallest morsel holds worth. Each 2-star rated item was worth 600 slaughter value, automatically converting to 3,000 slaughter value. Remaining slaughter value, 75,000 with 75,000 slaughter value. He wondered if anyone could rival him. Lou Ann took a deep breath and directly opened the slaughter mall. The familiar categories remained. Yet the items had all changed. In the equipment category, the weapons were markedly inferior to those from the previous space. The firearms were limited to antiquated rifles, the kind requiring manual reloading after each shot. All were products conforming to the background of this session that he opted to exchange for attribute enhancements first. The principle remained. Strength lies in one's own power. Strength 10, required slaughter value, for exchange, 100 points. Constitution 10, required slaughter value for exchange, 100 points. The exchange prices have been reset. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the exchanges. Ding! 4-dimensional attributes 10, consuming 400 slaughter value. Remaining slaughter value, 74,600. Ding! 4-dimensional attributes 10, consuming 4,000 slaughter value. Remaining slaughter value, 70,600. Ding! 4-dimensional attributes 10, consuming 40,000 slaughter value. Remaining slaughter value, 30,600. Having exchanged 3 times, Lou Ann observed the newly refreshed 10,000 point attribute and decisively made his exit point. 10,000 was manageable. But 100,000? Only a fool would exchange for that. With the surge in attributes complete, Lou Ann experienced a transformative change in his stats. Strength, 106. Constitution, 118. Speed, 123. Spirit, 93. Free attributes, 25 points. Combat power rating, early stage 4, star. With all 4 attributes exceeding 100, his speed reached a staggering 123, and his combat power rating soared to 4 stars. Lou Ann contemplated the implications of his 4-star rating. It was likely that experience would diminish significantly in the next session. However, so what? Hadn't he managed to accrue over 70,000 this time? Subsequently, Lou Ann focused on the 25 points of free attributes. After some consideration, he decided to reserve 10 points and evenly distribute the remaining 15 points between strength and spirit. Strength 8, spirit 7. Strength, 114. Spirit, 100. With his attribute enhancements finalized, Lou Ann began strategizing for the next encounter with monsters. The forthcoming adversaries would be formidable indeed. In this session, he had relied on the god of fire and the Gatling gun to reign supreme, but the next monsters would render the Gatling nearly ineffective. This time, the foes would be the T-800 robots from Terminator. The authentic T-800 is far from the feeble portrayal in films, constrained by budget. The real T-800 is a truly terrifying entity. Firstly, as a robot. Its entire structure is forged from an unknown superalloy, rendering modern firearms nearly useless. Secondly, it possesses multiple times the strength and speed of a human, coupled with limitless stamina, efficient combat cognition, and a frightening capacity for learning. It is indeed a fearsome existence. Fortunately, the T-800 does have its shortcomings. Firstly, robots do not conceal themselves and lack the understanding of stealth. Survivors can evade them from a distance. Secondly, they possess no ranged attack capabilities. If one can disarm them, they are left with only melee combat. Furthermore, they lack thermal imaging and X-ray vision. Thus, as long as one remains hidden, they can pass by unnoticed. Lastly, being machines, they can be easily incapacitated. For instance, damaging their circuits or utilizing high-frequency disruption can bring them down. Therefore, while the T-800 is formidable, avoiding direct confrontation and staying alive is quite feasible. In fact, one could even use the terrain to eliminate a few. Recalling the information regarding the T-800, Lewin began selecting his countermeasures. In his previous life, many had researched this topic, yet few yielded satisfactory results. This time, he would have to rely on himself. Scanning the equipment area, as expected, he found nothing of use. The spatial background dictated that there were no weapons or equipment capable of countering robots, and a plethora of outdated firearms lay before him. Even with spatial enhancements, they were simply unworthy of his attention. He swiftly overlooked them. The medical supplies were entirely disregarded, not even warranting a glance. As his power grew, the need for medicinal aids would gradually become a thing of the past. Regarding the notion of employing poison to vanquish monsters, it is indeed a jest. Which of these creatures could possibly succumb to toxicity? Let us not even mention the T-800, a machine of formidable capabilities. Even if it were to be poisoned, it would merely be a virus within its software code. Were there a line of antivirus software in the options, perhaps something akin to 360, Lewin might have considered it further. In Chapter 43, having eliminated the pharmacological options and the attribute-based ones, only the special and skill categories remained. Lewin began his search within the special category, discovering an array of talismans, feng shui artifacts, incantations, and jade pendants, most of which were designed to exorcise malevolent spirits. Although he found some practical items, he opted not to exchange them just yet, preferring to first peruse the skill category. Upon opening the skill list, he was unexpectedly met with a plethora of esoteric skills. Skills like poisonous eruption, toxic infestation, frost bomb, extreme cold entanglement, earth escape technique, earth wall technique, and golden armor technique were among them. However, the majority were in a gray, non-exchangeable state. The ice and earth-based skills, on the other hand, were available for exchange. Lewin was not surprised. The reason for the non-exchangeability was likely due to a lack of innate talent in these areas. For instance, one cannot utilize the toxic infestation skill without possessing a natural affinity for poison. What would one use to infest the bacteria residing within oneself? In essence, without the relevant talent, one cannot exchange for the skill. The ice and earth skills, however, were likely accessible due to his affinity for ice manipulation and earth connection. But why had these esoteric skills suddenly appeared? Lewin pondered and came to a conclusion. After all, with zombies already emerging, what else could be impossible? Most of these abilities were likely skills of mutated zombies. Through numerous plunders, Lewin had gathered some experience regarding the plundered traits. The traits that were plundered were all talents, not skills. Acquiring a talent meant one possessed that capability, yet the means to utilize it still required personal exploration. For instance, he had inherited the ice manipulation talent from Jiang Jun, but had yet to uncover any skills related to the ice attribute. Not even a hint. Following this line of thought, he examined the skills on the list with newfound understanding. Poisonous eruption was likely a skill of that toxic corpse, the very one that nearly caused Lewin to falter. Earth escape and earth wall were probably skills of the diminutive zombie he had encountered last. With an earth affinity, how could it possibly lack earth-based skills? Fortunately, he had not allowed the opponent to employ them. Otherwise, had it burrowed into the ground, he would have been left dumbfounded. The remainder were presumably skills of mutated zombies. Lu had only faced 4 mutated zombies. Even if each of the 9 villages had one, there were still 5 unknowns. As he gazed at the array of esoteric skills, an idea sparked within him. It seemed there might be a simpler method to counter the T-800 robot: freezing. Being a metal, once it was frozen, its properties would alter. If the cold was sufficient, a volley of bullets could indeed resolve the issue. With this thought in mind, Lewin quickly sifted through the options. With 30,600 slaughter points remaining, he hoped to acquire some advantageous skills: extreme cold entanglement, perfect level ensnare the enemy with ropes formed of ice, gradually encasing them in frost. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Cryogenic beam, perfect level emit a beam of cold ice, freezing everything in its path. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Frost bomb, perfect level form a bomb composed of ice that upon impact creates a freezing effect in a designated area. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Ice storm, perfect level generate a hurricane of ice to inflict damage upon enemies. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Ice domain, perfect level create a special domain where all things are encased in ice. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Earth escape technique, perfect level burrow into the ground and traverse swiftly beneath the surface. Slaughter points cost 5,000. Legend, skill levels: low, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfect, corresponding to slaughter points of 100. 500, 1,000, 2,000, and 5,000 respectively. A series of ice-based skills were selected by Lewin, all at the perfect level. Who knows when these skills might appear again? Moreover, the slaughter point cost for each skill was fixed. At merely 5,000 points, he could afford the expenditure. He chose 6 skills, 5 from the ice category and 1 from earth, the ice skills intended for the next encounter with spatial monsters, while the earth escape was for fleeing or concealing his whereabouts. His 30,000 slaughter points were swiftly depleted, leaving him with a meager 600 points. However, out with the old, in with the new, one must invest to reap rewards. Subsequently, Lewin returned to the special category, exchanging all remaining slaughter points for a singular item: Pestilence Exorcism Talisman X1. Upon use, it emits a brilliant golden light, dispelling all plagues within its radius. Duration: 1 hour. Slaughter points cost 500. This item was not intended for spatial monsters, but rather for addressing the zombies that had emerged in the real world. Zombies are products of viral proliferation. But in ancient times in the Dragon Kingdom, there was no concept of viruses, only the notion of plagues. In his previous life, someone had discovered a card of the Pestilence Exorcism Talisman and, intrigued, manifested it to bring back to reality, intending to use it as a boastful asset. Coincidentally, this individual was a resident of Longwan Village. When the zombies erupted in the real world, this person instinctively utilized the talisman, unexpectedly achieving remarkable results. The golden light enveloped the entire village, causing all zombies within to collapse lifelessly. With the aid of this talisman, Longwan Village managed to hold its ground against the horde of zombies for an hour, buying precious time for the military to respond. Regrettably, when the talisman's duration expired, the village was swiftly overwhelmed by zombies, unable to stir even a ripple. Although the military had been granted some time to prepare, they too were forced to retreat under relentless pressure. That it was not until a small mushroom cloud rose from the mountains behind Longwan Village that the first wave of the zombie tide finally subsided. Having resolved to confront a horde of zombies, Lewin knew he had to prepare adequately. The Pestilence Exorcism Talisman was the optimal tool for this purpose. Contemplating the remaining 100 slaughter points, Lewin decided there was nothing worthwhile to exchange them for. Thus he left them be and exited the settlement space. In the real world, another night of revelry unfolded. After all, this time it was zombies with discernible weaknesses. As long as one held their breath, the creatures were effectively blind. Aside from a handful of unfortunate souls who fell victim, the majority of survivors had slain numerous zombies, coupled with the rewards from completing daily basic tasks. Everyone found themselves with ample provisions. Consequently, countless individuals experienced enhancements, activating their abilities. Some even had surplus slaughter points to exchange for various items, significantly boosting their prowess. Various platforms were once again overrun, and the number of streamers showcasing their abilities surged, igniting another fervor for supernatural powers. Meanwhile, In the overlooked Longwan village, the toxic miasma in the mountains began to undergo a subtle transformation. The miasma gradually thinned at this rate by noon the following day. It would completely dissipate. Concurrently, in a military conference room, an urgent meeting was underway. Additionally, a dedicated team was tasked with broadcasting the situation live on a specialized platform for influential figures to observe remotely. The meeting was presided over by Chow Bin. Chapter 44. The zombie invasion of Longwan Village. This encapsulates the entirety of the spatial situation. If anyone has questions or suggestions, feel free to voice your opinions. Upon concluding his statement, Chow Bin took his seat, awaiting inquiries from those present. He was no longer the mere team leader of UR. He was now the director of Bureau 816, wielding significant authority. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor during reports. Director Chow, is what Liu mentioned truly credible? Inquired a high-ranking official. Chow Bin furrowed his brow, contemplating before nodding. It is likely that 80 is true. He has no motive to deceive me. Is there a possibility he could be a foreign spy? Another official interjected. That seems unlikely. At the time, his strength surpassed mine. If he were truly a spy, he could have easily eliminated me. Director Chow, according to your assessment, this individual possesses considerable knowledge about the secrets of the slaughter space and has shared them with you, suggesting a favorable impression of you. Might you two be acquainted? Chow Bin replied. I do not know him. Upon my return, I compared his physique with those I know, and I can assure you, he is not among them. Then it follows that he recognizes you or has heard of you. That is a possibility. Thus, we can ascertain he is within the system. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned your title, Thunder God. At this juncture, the official turned to a bearded figure in the meeting room. Old Hu, personnel screening is your forte. You can start filtering based on the information provided by Director Chow. Old Hu nodded. Rest assured, I have already noted several key points. Let me reiterate them for you. Director Chow, and you can add anything you deem necessary. Pausing briefly, he retrieved his notebook and began. Firstly, the individual is part of the system. Secondly, he has entered the space twice consecutively, disappearing for 3 days, during which there are no records of any exchanges. Thirdly, his voice sounds youthful, estimated age between 18 to 35 years, height above 180 cm, with an average build. Fourthly, he is an ice-based ability user. Fifthly, devoid of any pronounced accent or colloquialisms. We can eliminate certain provinces and cities known for their heavy accents. These are the 5 main criteria. Does Director Chow have any additional insights? Mr. Hu, your summary is astutely articulated, and I have nothing further to add. Just then, the designated operator in the conference room abruptly rose and approached Chow Bin, whispering a few words and handing him several sheets of paper. Chow Bin's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively exclaimed, "Is this real?" The others, taken aback by Chow Bin's sudden change in demeanor, gazed at him in astonishment, eagerly awaiting clarification. After a brief moment, Chow Bin instructed the operator projected onto the big screen. Understood. The operator hurried back to execute the command. Chow Bin then, with a grave expression, addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the unfolding events have exceeded our expectations. What that person mentioned may indeed be true. The monster is poised to descend upon us. Within moments, the large screen illuminated, revealing a video. The footage commenced with a quaint, antiquated street, utterly devoid of human presence. In the next instant, the space distorted, the ground abruptly caving in to reveal a gaping chasm several meters wide. Simultaneously, a multitude of gray mist emerged, swiftly engulfing the entire block. The video imagery transformed entirely into shades of gray. The audience, bewildered, exchanged confused glances with Chow Bin. This was a 5-star scenic area in Jiang Province, now shrouded in a gray, toxic miasma, reminiscent of a noxious fog that had previously enveloped the back mountain of Longwan Village. Fortunately, the scenic area was not operational at night. However, a few patrolling security guards, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, were unable to evacuate. The unspoken implication lingered in the air. Those guards, ensnared by the miasma, would likely face dire consequences. Chow Bin's revelation drew a collective gasp from the audience. What? Another one has appeared? Damn it. What is the research department doing? Haven't they deduced anything about this miasma yet? Indeed, with such substantial annual research funding, what are they actually investigating? A chorus of indignation and sarcastic remarks erupted among the crowd. Seeking to quell the rising discontent, Chauvin waved his hand once more, and the screen shifted to another video, this time featuring an aerial view captured by a drone. The footage displayed the toxic miasma engulfing the back mountain of Longshan village. As the video played on, it became evident that the central area of the miasma was gradually dissipating, as if it were receding. Subsequently, the camera angle elevated, revealing the entirety of the scene before the audience. The video then accelerated to 10 times its normal speed. As it sped up, the gray mist in the center diminished at a visibly rapid pace. In mere seconds, a distinct boundary became apparent, contrasting sharply with the surrounding haze. The footage continued, showcasing the miasma, fading further until only a faint layer remained, allowing glimpses of the area beneath. Just as the audience was poised to delve deeper into the unfolding imagery, the screen abruptly halted, concluding the presentation. What? Why has it ended? I thought I saw something moving within that miasma. The toxic fog dissipating on its own. Have any causes been identified? A throng of prominent figures turned their inquiries toward Chauvin. Indeed, the miasma is dissipating. At the current rate, it is projected to vanish completely by sunrise. Chauvin provided a response before shifting his tone, a hint of bitterness crossing his features as he added, "As for the moving figure within the miasma, you shall see for yourselves." With another gesture toward the operator, the video vanished, replaced by several still images. Within the miasma, a solitary figure could be discerned. Through the thin veil of toxic fog, a ghastly visage with pallid, decaying skin and elongated nails became vaguely visible. It was a zombie. This is zombie. Chauvin inhaled deeply, affirming, indeed, those moving entities are zombies, the very ones from the slaughtering grounds. What that individual foretold has come to pass. The zombies have arrived. Internally, Chauvin felt a surge of relief. For over 10 days, the miasma had shown no signs of change, neither expanding nor dissipating. Most had grown complacent regarding the miasma. Following the warning from that individual, upon emerging from the spatial realm, he felt a sense of unease. This prompted him to arrange for constant surveillance of the miasma. The results were indeed alarming. Had he not taken that precaution, once the sun rose and the zombies emerged, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chauvin's words rendered the assembly of dignitaries speechless. In a derelict factory on the outskirts of Haishur, Lewin stood with a furrowed brow amidst the chaos. The surroundings were a disarray of ice shards and debris, the ground pockmarked as if ravaged by some malevolent force. Lewin had just conducted experiments on the skills he had acquired, carefully contained for the trials. Yet despite his efforts, the factory lay in ruins. Nevertheless, a frown marred Lewin's visage. Although the ice-based skills were formidable, they fell short of his expectations in terms of potency. The primary shortcoming lay in the insufficient coldness. Quantitatively, he had managed to achieve a minimum temperature of approximately minus 100 degrees. While this chilling degree could indeed alter the properties of ordinary steel or alloys, rendering them brittle, affecting the T800 superalloy would likely prove challenging. Lewin speculated that at least minus 150 degrees or even minus 180 degrees would be necessary for any significant effect. After further contemplation, he recognized that he could not lower the temperature any further. It appeared that upgrading the skill tier was the only solution. Presumably, enhancing the ice manipulation skill tier would yield better results. However, that could not be rushed and would have to wait until the skill points were refreshed. As for the earth-digging skill, it remained exceptionally useful. With a perfected earth escape technique, Lewin's speed underground matched that on the surface. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the skills, Lewin finally departed from the abandoned factory. Instead of returning home, he summoned a cab and set off directly for Longshan village. The village lay some distance from Lewin City. With an estimated travel time of over 3 hours, calculating the time, he anticipated arriving at Longshan village around 4 o'clock. Chapter 45. Evolutionary Crystals. Approaching a dirt road several hundred meters from Longshan village, a taxi rolled to a stop. A solitary figure alighted, and the vehicle drove away, leaving the individual standing alone on the road. Under the illumination of the street lamp, their shadow stretched long and eye in the distance. A driver squatting in the woods instinctively glanced toward the road, puzzled. What brings someone to a light in such a desolate spot? This place was devoid of villages or shops. Had it not been for his severe stomach pain, he would not have paused here at all. Fortunately, dawn was breaking, alleviating his fears of encountering anything sinister. However, in the next instant, the driver's eyes widened in shock as the figure on the road vanished without a trace. What the hell? The driver shuddered, rubbing his eyes, confirming the absence of anyone. His complexion turned pale. He sprang to his feet, disregarding any need for modesty as he hastily pulled up his trousers and dashed toward his vehicle. At such a moment, was modesty even relevant? As he ran, he muttered fervently, Yuan, Shi, San Qing, Jade Emperor Tathagata Buddha, Grand Supreme Elder Lord, he might call that do not see me, in a flurry of panic. He clambered into the car, which sped away as if propelled by a force of its own. 10 minutes later, a figure abruptly materialized beside a warning sign in Longshan Village. It was none other than Lewin. Casting a glance at the do not approach sign, Lewin's form vanished once more. Indeed, the earth escape technique proved remarkably effective. When he reappeared, he stood before the toxic miasma. Extending his hand, he probed into the noxious fog. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he carefully assessed the sensation before a smirk graced his lips. As expected, the immunity to all poisons can completely negate this miasma. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewin stepped into the poisonous mist zone. Previously, he would have had to wait for the toxins to dissipate, as the noxious vapors were a product of spatial overlap. Any contact would result in contamination. However, now he had no cause for concern. Not long after entering the misty area, he encountered several staggering zombies. Upon noticing Lewin, the zombies tilted their heads in curiosity, only to subsequently ignore him, instinctively avoiding him and clearing a path. The zombie attributes proved quite useful. As he observed the few zombies, Lewin narrowed his eyes. With a swift motion, several beams of blue light shot from his hand, instantly wrapping around the zombies and transforming them into lifelike ice sculptures before they could react. Summoning his laser knife, he swiftly approached the frozen forms, and with a decisive strike, severed the corpses in two. Lewin then produced a glove from somewhere and began to search the bodies. Moments later, with a grim expression, he resumed his advance. Along the way, he encountered more zombies but chose not to use his abilities this time. Instead, he decisively closed in, drew his knife, and dispatched them with efficiency before searching their remains. Before long, he extracted a hexagonal red crystal from one zombie's head, an evolution crystal. This crystal could be absorbed to enhance strength and activate abilities. Remarkably, despite being retrieved from a zombie's skull, the evolution crystal bore no traces of brain matter. Appearing pristine, it emanated a faint red glow, showcasing its allure. Lewin promptly employed an insight skill. Name. Evolution crystal rating. 1-star plunderable attributes. None regrettably. Had he still been at 2-star strength, this 1-star evolution crystal would have held some value. Now that he was at 4 stars, however, the 1-star crystal was nearly useless to him to elevate his abilities further. He needed to absorb at least a 3-star evolution crystal. Although it served no purpose for him now, Lewin nonetheless pocketed the crystal. Subsequently, he grew disinterested in slaying the scattered zombies and vanished from sight. Using Earth Escape, Lewin navigated through the mountainous terrain with remarkable agility. There was no need to detour. He could delve deep and proceed unimpeded, without fear of danger. Previously, he sought zombies, but now, with their presence no longer a concern, he utilized Earth Escape to expedite his journey. 5 minutes later, Lewin surveyed his surroundings with a grave expression. The poisonous mist had thinned to a mere layer, precisely as he had anticipated. Within an hour, all toxins would dissipate, revealing the zombies to the world. The reality would usher in a new chapter for ability users. Yet, at this moment, Lewin faced a more pressing issue. He was lost. Initially, the poisonous mist served as a navigational reference, allowing him to burrow toward the less toxic areas. But now, with the mist cleared, everything appeared the same. Towering trees and scattered zombies surrounded him. The terrain undulated, leaving him uncertain of whether he was ascending or descending. Lewin fell silent, realizing that despite his meticulous calculations, he had overlooked the fact that he was directionally challenged, always requiring navigation or a map. Caught up in the thrill of Earth escape, he had forgotten to consult the map. Casting his gaze at the few nearby zombies, he squinted and attempted to communicate with the nearest one. "Hey, help me find your leader." The zombie, staring blankly at Lewin and tilting its head, seemed to ponder his words. When it failed to respond, Lewin shook his head in resignation, realizing he had overestimated the creature's intelligence. Just as he was about to embark on his own search, the zombie he had addressed surprisingly turned and ambled in a specific direction. Lewin felt a flicker of hope. Could it truly be effective? He promptly followed. 0.5 minutes later, Lewin's expression soured. The zombie's pace was excruciatingly slow, stumbling over branches along the way. In that short span, it had fallen twice, observing the creature's deformed foot as it limped forward. Lewin swiftly dispatched it with a strike at this rate. Reaching his destination before sunset the following day would be a feat decisively. He employed Earth escape once more, advancing swiftly in the direction the zombie had taken. When he felt he was close enough, he emerged from the ground, approached another zombie, inquired about the way, and continued using Earth escape. After half an hour, Lewin finally arrived at his destination. It was a hollow nestled between two peaks. A low-lying area once teeming with lush vegetation, now eerily flattened by some unseen force. The center, a massive, swirling black hole hovered ominously in the clearing. The air surrounding it warped and twisted, occasionally revealing fine fissures that were swiftly smoothed over by some unseen power. This was the spatial passage connecting to the zombie world. From the depths of the pit, zombies continuously emerged, instinctively moving away from the passage and dispersing into the surroundings. Viewed from above, they resembled a swarm of locusts, with the spatial passage serving as their nest. Lewin emanated the aura of a zombie. The approaching horde instinctively veered away from him. Having reached his destination, it was time to unleash a wave of devastation. His purpose here was twofold. First, to await the arrival of the zombie king, eliminate it, and plunder its attributes. Second, to train himself using the living zombies. Mastering his current abilities, that a surge in attributes did not equate to an ability to wield that power. He needed to familiarize himself with his body. Previously, it had taken him several days to master his abilities after a minor surge in power. Now, with such excellent training opportunities at hand, he could not afford to waste them. With this in mind, he summoned his laser knife, stowed his shoes, grounded himself, and optimized his physical condition, taking a deep breath. He concealed his zombie aura and poured a basin of fresh blood over himself. The crimson liquid cascaded down his body, sending a rich scent of blood wafting into the air. The overwhelming stench of blood momentarily stunned the horde of zombies. Then, countless bloodthirsty eyes turned toward Lewin. A roar erupted from an unknown zombie, akin to the sound of a battle horn, prompting countless zombies to surge toward Lewin. A zombie riot ensued. As the horde crashed toward Lewin like a flood, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, he cleaved a nearby zombie in two. With a swift step, he found himself before another zombie. Striking upward and sending a massive head soaring into the in a heartbeat, he reappeared before yet another zombie, his figure weaving seamlessly through the throng. His laser knife became an instrument of death, hacking, slicing, and cleaving as he dispatched numerous zombies in rapid succession. The weapon felt like a grim reaper's scythe, harvesting the heads of the undead surrounding him. Yet the zombies were least deterred by injury or death. Their true terror lay in their sheer numbers. Even amidst Lewin's ferocity, he found himself engulfed by the relentless tide of zombies, occasionally glimpsing flashes of red light and severed heads. The slaughter persisted for 10 minutes. With zombies encircling Lewin in layers, forming an impenetrable wall. Just then, an icy chill surged through the air. Frost domain. A low growl reverberated through the horde. The next moment, countless ice sculptures erupted, radiating outward from the center of the encirclement, freezing everything in their path. One by one, the zombies transformed into human-shaped ice statues. The icy expanse continued to spread for 100 meters before it ceased, rendering that area a forbidden zone. A realm entirely composed of ice sculptures. Despite the commotion, The zombies 100 meters away paused for merely a second before surging forward once more. The outermost layer of ice sculptures was shattered by the oncoming horde. Yet as they crossed into the frigid territory, they too became new ice sculptures. The cycle of destruction continued without end. Moments earlier, within Longwan village, a multitude of camouflage soldiers scurried through the village, transporting supplies and ammunition to the front lines. The area near the rear mountains had been fortified with layers of defenses. Armed soldiers stood ready, aiming at the thinning poisonous mist, prepared for battle at any moment. The original villagers had been evacuated overnight. Now, Longwan village served as a temporary command center. Chow Bin and several high-ranking military officials convened in a conference room, intently monitoring the screen. The large display showcased live satellite footage of Longwan village, including the poison mist zone. Due to a peculiar interference near the spatial passage, no machines could approach within 5 kilometers. Fortunately, with the toxins nearly dissipated, the satellite imagery was sufficient for monitoring the entire area. The screen displayed the emergence of a zombie horde, and the faces of the officials were grave. Is the unmanned bomber ready? Once it's set, drop the bombs. Let's start with a little surprise. One military official retrieved a walkie-talkie and issued a command. Report. The drone bombing squad is fully prepared and ready to deploy. A response came through the intercom. All right, follow my orders. Wait, Lahu, look at those zombies. At that moment, another prominent figure suddenly pointed at a specific area on the screen. To their astonishment, a segment of the zombie horde had detached from the main group, surging toward a singular direction, starkly contrasting with the advance of the rest of the army, creating a jarring visual on the display. Quick, enlarge that section of the image. Chow Bin reacted swiftly. As he spoke, the image began to stretch and magnify. Eventually, a figure emerged on the screen, wielding a red long knife, drenched in blood, engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Due to the satellite imagery, the zoom level introduced some distortion, rendering the person's face indistinguishable, yet it was enough to leave everyone in shock. Is that a person? How is it possible for anyone to be in that area? Why are they fighting the zombies? Damn it. Can't we get a clearer shot? The prominent figures collectively gasped as they discerned the scene. However, Chow Bin remained silent, fixated on the screen. He felt an unsettling familiarity with that figure. Just then, a flash of blue erupted within the encircled zombies. In mere moments, all zombies within a 100-meter radius transformed into ice sculptures. An ice-type ability, is the individual and ability user. How incredibly powerful. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. One of them turned to Chow Bin, inquiring, Director Chow, is he one of yours? An ability user of such strength? They were aware that ability users possessed extraordinary powers, but they were unprepared for such overwhelming might. That was a 100-meter area of ice entrapment, truly terrifying. Chow Bin, equally astonished, shook his head ruefully. He is not one of mine. Such power is beyond my capabilities. Even at full strength, my lightning ability could never reach such heights, perhaps not even a third of it. Not one of yours? Then who could it be? As Chow Bin recognized the signature ice ability, the figure in his mind began to merge with the one on the screen. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, It's him. He's the top-ranked individual we've been searching for. What? It's actually him. But why is he there? Damn it, my bombing drones are all set. How can we proceed with the bombardment now? Meanwhile, at the spatial passage, the zombies continued to rush in recklessly, like moths to a flame, only to be transformed into new ice sculptures. Lewin stood at the center, meticulously gauging the energy consumption from his full release. Indeed, it was all about consumption. Utilizing abilities requires energy, with different abilities consuming varying amounts. Elemental abilities draw from mental energy, while physical abilities consume physical stamina. Some may even draw from blood or hair. Mental energy is a derivative of mental strength. The stronger the mind, the more mental energy available. Lu An's ice domain, in essence, was an invocation of his mental energy to manipulate the elemental forces around him, achieving the effect of freezing 100 meters. The more mental energy consumed, the greater the elemental forces he could summon, thus amplifying the power at that moment. Lewin unleashed his ice domain for the first time at full strength. Previously, he had merely experimented with it and abandoned factory to assess its effects and release speed. This was the true first release. Merely initiating it consumed approximately a third of his mental energy. Moreover, maintaining the domain continued to drain his energy at the current rate of consumption. He would be depleted in no more than 30 seconds. Having estimated the maximum power and duration of this skill, Lewin decisively retracted his ability. There were many more abilities to test. He could not afford to squander everything on this one. It was time to experiment with other skills. The ice feast commenced. As Lewin deactivated his ability, the surrounding ice sculptures were swiftly destroyed, but he stepped forward, vanishing into the ground, only to reappear 100 meters away within another cluster of zombies. Upon revealing himself, a small blue whirlwind materialized in Liu An's hand. He hurled it towards the spatial passage. The blue whirlwind, released from his control, rapidly expanded. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In mere seconds, it transformed into a colossal blue hurricane spanning 100 meters. The hurricane raced towards the spatial passage, sweeping countless zombies into its vortex, where they were first turned into ice sculptures and subsequently shattered into icy fragments by the hurricane's force. Yet, after advancing only 50 meters, the zombie horde managed to disrupt the formation, scattering the ice into numerous shards that fell, crushing another wave of zombies. In an instant, a 10-meter-wide, 50-meter-long corridor was carved through the throng of undead, resulting in countless casualties among them. In the command center, silence enveloped the room as everyone stared blankly at the screen. Where the dissipating hurricane and the expansive vacuum zone had appeared, was this truly within the realm of human capability? It seemed a reassessment of ability user strengths was in order. If everyone could wield such power, the world's dynamics would shift dramatically. Chao Bin's eyes mirrored a similar astonishment. He had anticipated that the individual would be stronger than him, but not to such an extraordinary extent. However, soon, a spark of determination ignited in Chao Bin's gaze. If the other could achieve this, so could he. Merely a matter of time. Amidst the chaos of the horde, the turmoil continued. Lewin remained relentless, unleashing a thick blue beam from his hand. The freezing ray. Any unfortunate zombie that encountered the beam was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. The ray surged forth for 10 meters before dissipating. Next, he hurled an ice sphere, the frost bomb. The sphere detonated within the zombie horde, enveloping all within a 10-meter radius in a chilling embrace. Gradually encasing them in ice, a twisted blue light extended from Lewin's hand. Resembling a rope, extreme cold bind. The blue rope swiftly ensnared a zombie, freezing it progressively. Lewin executed each skill in full force, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. Among them, the ice domain and freezing storm demanded the most energy, each consuming approximately a third of his mental energy. In contrast, the freezing storm was a one-time consumption. Of course, this assessment pertained to full release. If he moderated his usage, the consumption would significantly decrease. Other skills, like the frost bomb, required only a tenth of his energy, while the freezing ray demanded a mere third of that, and the extreme cold bind consumed only 1%. After thorough evaluation, Lewin concluded that the freezing storm was the most effective for crowd control, while the ice domain excelled in scenarios of encirclement. The frost bomb was suitable for long-range attacks against small groups, presenting considerable lethality. The freezing ray and extreme cold bind were more apt for single-target assaults. After employing these abilities, Lewin found himself drained of 90% of his mental energy, and the recovery rate felt sluggish. In the operations command room, as they observed the screen where blue flashes intermittently illuminated the scene, each burst turning a group of zombies into ice sculptures, everyone felt their heads spinning. Even Chao Bin was caught in the same daze. He couldn't help but ponder, could he truly become as formidable as that individual? Reflecting on his previous claim of being able to reach a third of the other's power, embarrassment flushed his face. Given the current circumstances, he would be fortunate to achieve even a tenth. Yet this individual was undeniably powerful, terrifyingly so. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look at what he has in his hand." Their curiosity snapped everyone's attention back to the screen. At that moment, Lewin was suddenly holding a dark object. A Gatling gun. It must be a Gatling gun. If it's not, I'll eat my desk. One of the weapon department heads quickly identified the item in Lewin's possession. Why had he forsaken his abilities to wield a firearm? Did he possess an endless supply of ammunition? Such a weapon was suited for the battlefield, but consumed thousands of rounds per minute. Where would he acquire such vast quantities of ammunition? A weapons expert scrutinized the item further, puzzled. Wait, his Gatling gun seems different. The construction is not the same. Oddly, it appears to lack a feed mechanism. How can it function without one? Exactly. Old Wong, are you sure you're not mistaken? Nonsense. I know firearms better than my own wife. I could recount the structure with my eyes closed. It's impossible for me to be wrong. Old Wong is probably right. Look at him. He has been firing for quite some time without any visible reloading action. What does that imply? Are you suggesting that this Gatling gun doesn't require reloading? How can that be possible? The group of experts, well-versed in firearms, began exchanging their thoughts. That moment, Chaubin interjected, I believe it must be a weapon produced by the spatial realm, an endless ammunition version. What? The spatial realm is weapons that don't require ammunition. Director Chow, have you managed to acquire any? The formidable figure of the weapon department gazed at Chow Bin with eyes gleaming with excitement. Chow Bin's cheeks twitched as he shook his head with a bitter expression. No, I cannot afford that. The cost of exchanging for a handgun with infinite ammunition was a staggering 5,000 points of slaughter value. The total slaughter value accumulated from the two monsters he had killed in the space realm was still insufficient. How could he possibly exchange for it? How could anyone achieve such a feat alone? The chief of the weapon department could not help but interject. Chow Bin opened his mouth at a loss for words. How could he know how the other party had amassed such an abundance of slaughter value? All he knew was that this individual was certainly no ordinary person. On the battlefield, Lewin advanced boldly towards the horde of zombies, Gatling gun in hand, exuding an aura of invincibility. Behind him, the zombies refrained from attacking, for he had activated the aura of the undead. With his surging power fully grasped and all skills tested, only a fool would allow the zombies to come at him. The stench from these unkempt creatures was intolerable. The current situation suited him just fine. Once the aura of the undead was unleashed, it was solely his prerogative to strike at them as he pressed forward. He arrived at the spatial passage, standing not far from it while unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Countless zombies were reduced to mere fragments, the scene drenched in gore. Unfortunately, the range of the Gatling gun remained inadequate to block the influx of zombies from the passage. Otherwise, with Lewin alone, he could have repelled the zombies from daring to invade. Why? Why were these zombies not attacking him? This was impossible. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, they had charged at him with reckless abandon. Yet now they were avoiding him. Within a 10-meter radius, it seemed that all the zombies instinctively steered clear of him. It was bizarre. Chow Ju, do you know of any items that can cause zombies to refrain from attacking or even cower in fear? Chow Bin shook his head in confusion. Internally, he scoffed. If he knew, he would have used it already instead of discussing strategies. But Chow Bin was aware that the other party had undoubtedly employed some spatial item. He just did not know what it was. Suddenly, Chow Bin noticed that the zombies emerging from the passage seemed to be diminishing. Wait, what was that? At that moment, a gasp echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the figure on the screen, they collectively inhaled sharply. Hiss, Chapter 48. The mutated zombie king before the spatial passage. Lewin ceased his assault, keenly observing the duo before him. It was a grotesque combination of a zombie and a tiger. The zombie's upper body was human, while the lower half was grotesquely swollen with muscle, its massive arms ending in monstrous claws. Beneath it rode a zombie white tiger, towering at about 3 meters, its skin partially absent, revealing a terrifying display of bare bones. This duo emerged from the passage. They radiated an overwhelming presence, causing the surrounding zombies to halt their movements and bow their heads in submission. The zombie king had finally appeared. Lewin narrowed his eyes, a glint of gold flashing in his gaze. Name: Mutated Zombie King Combat Rating. Initial 2 stars attributes. Aura of the Undead, purple. Mind Command, blue. Strength Enhancement, blue. Accelerated Recovery, yellow. Name: Zombie Tiger Combat Rating. Initial 1-star attributes. Aura of the Undead, yellow. Bite, white. Pounce, white. The information he received left Lewin greatly disappointed. 0.12 star and 1 star. Was that all? With such power, how dared they be so ostentatious? Could they not learn from him? He had a 4-star rating, yet did not flaunt it like they did. Just as Lewin was mulling over this, the zombie king suddenly let out a thunderous roar that a wave of invisible energy radiated from its body, causing Lewin to momentarily freeze. This was a message conveying the zombie king's intent that my minions, let us march forth and slaughter. In an instant, countless zombies echoed the roar in response. Just then, a barrage of gunfire rang out, interrupting the jubilant zombie king and zombie tiger, swiftly transforming them into a sieve. Their heads exploded, leaving them lifeless. The horde of zombies abruptly halted, instinctively turning towards the source of the gunfire. Lewin, pausing the Gatling gun, nonchalantly raised the barrel and blew into it. Whom was he trying to impress with such feeble strength? As Lewin spoke, he flashed forward to stand before the zombie king, absorbing several radiant orbs into his being. Acquired attributes: Aura of the Undead, purple; Mind Command, blue; Super Recovery, yellow. The Aura of the Undead, purple upon activation, grants the bearer the presence of a zombie king, allowing control over ordinary and mutated zombies. Mind Command, blue, utilizes mental energy as a medium to issue commands directly to targets. Those with mental strength lower than that of the caster will obey unconditionally. Accelerated Recovery, yellow, triples the speed of injury recovery, AS, for the zombie tiger's bite and pounce attributes. Lewin did not even glance at them, dismissing them outright. He was not some fighter with a penchant for nibbling on ears. With the infusion of these attributes, a more potent aura than that of the previous zombie king emanated from Liu, and the previously dazed zombies were left even more bewildered. However, their limited intelligence soon compelled them to bow their heads before Lewin. A wave of energy radiated from him. Lewin decided to test the mind command, issuing his first command to the zombies: slay the creatures beside you. In the next moment, the horde paused for an instant, then erupted into chaos as the zombies began attacking their nearby companions. Biting and gnawing, they entered a state of free-for-all combat. Lewin watched in amusement. It truly worked well. This command could be considered a boon for the nation. With the situation largely under control, the first wave of 100,000 zombies was rendered no longer a threat. The next wave would not appear until the third spatial event concluded, providing ample time for preparations above. The toxic miasma had dissipated completely, and the military was likely already en route. Casting a glance at the now dormant spatial passage, Lewin burrowed into the earth and departed. Just 10 minutes after Lewin's departure, the miasma had entirely cleared. Subsequently, dozens of drones flew into the valley, scanning the zombie horde as if searching for something. Upon discovering no traces left, they began to launch missile after missile. The following day, Lewin awoke late, with the sun high in the sky. After freshening up, he stepped outside to find a public phone nearby and dialed a number. It was time to collect his 30 million. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, who is this? Is the 30 million ready? Without beating around the bush, Lewin got straight to the point. The elderly man overseeing the public phone cast a surprised glance at Lewin. However, after surveying his attire, he merely scoffed, internally mocking. These young folks, always blabbering about tens of millions and hundreds of millions. If only they used their own phones, I might believe them. Discussing such matters on a public phone. Who are they trying to impress? Unaware of the old man's judgment, Liu An's inquiry was met with a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a brief pause, the voice returned. Ah, it's you, esteemed one. The money has been prepared for quite some time. Lewin raised an eyebrow, surprised at paying whose reliability he had braced himself for the other party to default, but unexpectedly, they were adhering to their agreement. This was rather uncharacteristic. After all, it was 30 million, not merely 3,000. You have an address in Highshire, right? Please provide it to me. I will come and collect. Unable to comprehend the situation, Lewin refused to dwell on it further. Those skilled in art possess an audacity that allows them to disregard the machinations of others. He had endured a life of reading faces and second-guessing intentions. He was done with such cautious living. In this life, he had swiftly acquired the power to act freely. Why should he concern himself with others' thoughts? The voice on the other end promptly relayed an address. Lewin noted it down and was about to hang up when he heard Pang Hu's cautious inquiry. Esteemed one, are you truly the top-rated individual on the leaderboard? With Pang Hu's words, Lewin finally understood that was the reason for their eagerness. The other party must have inferred this from the sight of the zombie corpses. Do not ask what should not be asked. Transfer the money to an anonymous card, and I will come to collect at 7 this evening." With that, Lewin hung up the phone, paid for the call, and departed. The old man watched Lewin leave, scoffing to himself. "Show off all you want. I was far better at it in my youth." As night fell, in a luxurious villa in Highshire, Pang, who paced back and forth in the living room, occasionally stopping to glance out the window towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Not seeing anyone outside, Pang, who muttered to himself as he turned away to tea that moment, a voice emerged from the sofa. "Is the money ready?" Pang, whose entire body jolted, beads of sweat instantly soaking his back as he quickly looked towards the sofa. There sat Lewin, Great One. "How did you get in here?" Pang, who glanced between Lewin and his tightly shut door, feeling an inexplicable shock. "Just a few tricks. Now, where's the money?" "Here, here." Pang, who hurriedly retrieved a card from his pocket and cautiously handed it to Lewin. "Esteemed one, this card contains 32 million. The extra 2 million is a token of gratitude for your assistance in completing my task for the second day." Lewin regarded the perceptive Pang, who accepted the card, responding nonchalantly. "If you have an ulterior motive, speak plainly. I dislike circumlocution." Before entering, he had already surveyed the villa's surroundings. The anticipated ambush was conspicuously absent, revealing Pang, whose excessive honesty. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something amiss is afoot, Lewin surmised. The additional 2 million only solidified his suspicion that Pang, who sought something in return. Pang, who chuckled nervously, as expected of the esteemed one. "Actually, I have a rather delicate request." If it is indeed delicate, it would be better left unspoken. With that, Lewin began to rise to leave. However, Pang, who dashed forward and clasped Lewin's thigh. "Wait, esteemed one, I wish to ally with you. Don't you need an accessory to hang on to?" Lewin, without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejected. I do not form teams. If that is your intention, then there is nothing more to discuss. Forming a team was an impossibility in this lifetime, nor in the next, nor in the one beyond. Pang, who hastily clarified, "Esteemed one, that's not what I meant. I simply wish for your occasional assistance if we encounter each other in the expanse. You needn't concern yourself with my survival. I am capable of managing that myself, in the real world. Should you require anything, you can always reach out to me. Given my status, I can indeed help alleviate some burdens." Lewin narrowed his eyes. Pang, who was indeed astute, though his words suggested minimal assistance. Any form of care would ultimately lead to deeper entanglements. Over time, as they grew more familiar, would Pang, who refrained from intervening in moments of peril? Moreover, with real-world interests intertwined, the more they interacted, the harder it would be for Lewin to simply abandon him. Pang, whose initial offering, coupled with a gradual emotional appeal, constituted a transparent strategy. Lewin instantly grasped the advantages and disadvantages inherent in this arrangement. Nonetheless, he found himself somewhat intrigued. Having someone to rely on in the real world could significantly simplify matters. Furthermore, this individual possessed social standing, resources, and numerous subordinates, which would alleviate even more burdens. After a brief silence, Lewin nodded. "You are quite clever, if that is the case. I can't agree." "Huh. Thank you, esteemed one." Pang, who exclaimed, visibly excited at that moment. An unusual energy emanated from Lewin, enveloping Pang, who instantaneously. Pang, whose expression stiffened. His eyes darkened, and he collapsed onto the sofa, unexpectedly falling asleep. Lewin had enacted a mental decree, commanding Pang, who into slumber. Observing the sleeping figure of Pang, who, Lewin transmitted another command. "Reveal your true thoughts about me." Some matters could not be judged by appearances alone. His previous assumptions were merely conjecture. He needed to comprehend Pang, whose genuine intentions. This was an opportune moment to test the efficacy of the mental decree. Once the command was received, Pang, who began to speak unconsciously, binding interests, clinging to power, to navigate the initial stages and grow swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lewin nodded. Such thoughts were quite standard, and he saw no issue with them. Depending on future circumstances, cooperation could ensue. If not, matters could be discreetly resolved. Lewin's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a shrewd business approach. "Is this your line of thinking?" Lewin inquired. "It stemmed from discussions with my father. For this purpose, he provided me with 50 million to win favor with others." Lewin raised an eyebrow. 50 million. What are the remaining 13 million? I set it aside for personal expenses upon hearing this. Lewin couldn't help but smile. To receive 50 million while pocketing over 13 million was undeniably indicative of a true son. After posing a few more inquiries, Pang Hu answered without reservation. Having gleaned sufficient information, Lewin chose not to eliminate Pang Hu. Instead, he implanted a directive within Pang Hu's mind to regard him as the master. Pang Hu's real-world identity held significance. Unless Pang Hu's mental prowess surpassed Lu An's, he would remain under Lu An's control. Should Pang Hu's mental capacity exceed 100 in the future, Lewin could always exercise the mental decree once more. The following morning, Lewin received a call from Pang Hu. Naturally, this was the number he had provided. Boss, the house has been arranged for you to a 300 square meter flat by the river in a high-end community, recently renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. The surrounding amenities are comprehensive and entirely meet your requirements. The price is set at $8 million. Pang Hu rattled off the details. Finding a residence was also Lu An's directive to Pang Hu. His current rental was nearing its end, and with funds now available, a new living arrangement was imperative. However, he lacked the time to manage such affairs himself, and thus delegated the task to his newly acquired subordinate. Initially, he anticipated a wait of several days. Yet Pang Hu's efficiency exceeded his expectations, revealing Lu An's underestimation of the Pang family. A 300 square meter flat by the river for only $8 million. The real estate prices in High City are notorious. Although the market has seen a downturn in recent years, prices have not plummeted to such an extent. Typically, a large unit like that would command at least $10 million. Yes, that's correct. It's a project co-developed by my family. A property originally priced at $12 million can be secured for $8 million due to my involvement. However, the payment must be made in full. If it weren't for your urgency, had I waited another 3 to 5 months, my family's fully owned development would be ready, and I could have gifted you a unit without you spending a dime. Lewin understood now why. However, he promptly dismissed Pang Hu's subsequent comments. He could not afford to wait 3 to 5 months. All right, can we view the property? Anytime. Then let's go now. Provide me with the address. I'm heading over. Sure. Half an hour later, Lewin arrived at the property. 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with the living room alone occupying an estimated 100 square meters. It appeared quite spacious and impressive. The decor followed a light luxury and minimalist style, aligning well with Lu An's aesthetic preferences. A large balcony offered a view of the river, with ample natural light, justifying the price tag of over $10 million. After touring the premises, Lewin decisively purchased the flat, paying in full by the afternoon. He received the property deed. Subsequently, he returned to his rental, informed the landlord he would not be renewing the lease, collected his belongings, and departed without hesitation. Thus, Lewin officially settled into his new home. That evening, after organizing his new residence, Lewin ordered takeout and, while dining, scrolled through his phone that he discovered that, much like in his previous life, the top 50 trending topics were dominated by news concerning the Evolvers. A video of the zombie incident in Longwan Village had unsurprisingly claimed the #1 spot on the trending list. This information had been intentionally leaked by higher authorities. It was better to address issues openly than to suppress them. Eventually, the truth would surface, and revealing it sooner might awaken public consciousness regarding the perilous killing space. Otherwise, if the authorities failed to manage the situation, only then would the populace realize the severity of the problem, prompting a late and desperate response. Testing the waters by revealing a nugget of information was a prudent strategy. The second trending topic concerned a renowned 5-star scenic area, which, like Longwan Village, had suddenly been shrouded in poisonous mists. The authorities issued a warning, indicating a strong likelihood that this was a precursor to the emergence of monsters in reality. The third topic pertained to the energy pearls. The matter surrounding the energy pearls had finally come to light. It began when a wealthy heir openly sought to purchase energy pearls for $100,000 each, drawing considerable attention to the item. Following that, the situation escalated rapidly, culminating in full exposure. Scanning the comments section, Lewin found it flooded with requests to purchase, with offers soaring to $3 million per pearl. Lewin perused the trending topics one by one, all familiar from his past life, until he reached the 10th position. The headline read, "Killing Space's top-rated individual to make an appearance at 7 o'clock tonight. Lewin paused, puzzled that what's this? He plans to reveal himself in a live broadcast. How did I not know? Then it dawned on him. Someone was attempting to impersonate him. Glancing at the time, it was already 7:10. Had the broadcast commenced? Instinctively, he clicked the link and entered the live stream, eager to discover who was posing as him. The original price was $9.99. Now, it is only $2.99. First come, first served. Click the link. Lewin's lips twitched, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Indeed, at the end of the universe, it is all about selling goods. Just then, a series of knocks resonated through the live broadcast room. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" The muscular man instinctively inquired. "It's the water meter inspectors. Open the door." The muscular man froze, and the tension in the live stream was palpable. In a moment of bizarre impulse, he replied, "No one's home." "What the hell do you mean, no one's home?" As he lost his mind over his fans. The next second, a thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of a door being broken down. Subsequently, a group of uniformed officers appeared in the live stream, swiftly apprehending the muscular man. "Your name is Huang Tao, isn't it?" The first person in this space has the surname Huang. The officer's initial words shattered the muscular man's defenses. With no hesitation, he confessed before the audience in the live stream. To summarize, it was a tale of greed clouding judgment. When the uniformed personnel entered, Lewin exited the live stream without a second thought. To him, it was merely a farce. His status as the top-rated individual was not something just anyone could latch onto. In the following days, Lewin busied himself preparing for the next spatial event. Simultaneously, he issued another command to Pang Hu: keep a close watch on the airport. The moment Zhao Tai from the Zhao group arrives in the country, inform him immediately. According to what he knew, this individual was expected to return soon, though the exact timing remained uncertain. However, it would undoubtedly be before the conclusion of the third spatial event. He needed to be vigilant, as some accounts were due for reckoning. Days passed, and the 10th day arrived once more. Lewin was thoroughly prepared. The entries he had acquired over these 10 days were all allocated to ice manipulation and dimensional space. Ice manipulation: purple control the ice elements in the world to attack enemies. With ice manipulation upgraded to a purple entry, the temperature significantly increased, capable of reaching minus 160 degrees. This met Lewin's minimum requirements. Of course, even if it had not reached that level, there was no alternative. Upgrading from purple to red required 8 entry points, which he did not possess. That IT would have to suffice for now. To indirectly enhance the power of his ice-related skills, Lewin also upgraded his dimensional space, aiming to store more water. In the event of encountering a robotic army, he could unleash a deluge followed by encasement in ice, an absolute slaughter. Since he had chosen ice to combat the robots, he was determined to maximize his abilities. Dimensional space: purple initially possesses 30 cubic meters of independent space, capable of temporarily storing living beings. Duration: 10 minutes. Upgrading from blue to purple consumed 4 points. Lewin had 2 points remaining. The initial space had expanded. For every 10 points of mental energy, the space could grow correspondingly. When it was a white entry, it started at 1 cubic meter, expanding by 1 cubic meter for every 10 points of mental energy. Now it began at 30 cubic meters, expanding by 30 cubic meters for every 10 points of mental energy. Lewin currently had exactly 100 points of mental energy, allowing him to expand the space by 300 cubic meters. The space was now filled with water, awaiting a grand undertaking. The only source of Lewin's displeasure was the lack of information regarding Zhao Tai. Yet he had no choice but to continue waiting. As the third killing space opened, he faced the choice to enter. Without hesitation, he decisively selected to enter. A flash of golden light, and Lewin's figure vanished. Welcome to the killing space. Below are the rules of the space. 1. Supreme rule: survive. 10. The duration of this space is 3 days. Monsters will descend in 1 minute. Countdown: 58 seconds. The rules had changed once more. 3 days for survival and only 1 minute for preparation. The survival time was lengthening, while the preparation time was dwindling. Moreover, this would be the last opportunity to prepare before the 4th opening of the space. One must be ready to engage immediately upon entry. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lewin surveyed his surroundings. It was a small room of several square meters, quite disheveled and stained, clearly neglected for some time. The floor was strewn with empty cans. Glancing sideways, he saw a large glass observation window. Through the glass, he could discern the outside, a scene of dilapidation, with heaps of rusted scrap metal scattered about. The glass faced the factory's entrance, beyond which bright sunlight streamed in, and the occasional gust of wind stirred up clouds of dust. This was an abandoned factory at that moment. The countdown reached 0. And the first day's mission was announced. Ding! Monsters have descended. The first day's mission. Escape the pursuit. Escape the pursuit. Evade the T-800 robots. Thud, thud, thud. As the announcement concluded, footsteps echoed from outside the factory. Then a figure stepped into the factory. Clad in silver metallic exoskeleton, wielding a small Gatling gun, its red electronic eyes pulsed rhythmically, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. IT was none other than the skinned T-800 robot. Bang! The metallic foot stomped into the factory, and the T-800 began scanning the surroundings. In just 2 seconds, it locked onto Lewin, standing behind the glass. Raising its arm, it fired without hesitation to rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets shattered the glass, and it advanced, showcasing the robot's cold ruthlessness. Upon reaching the small room, it kicked down the broken door, and only then did the gunfire cease. Observing the empty room, the robot's electronic eyes scanned for potential hiding spots or escape routes. But it found nothing amiss. For a moment, it tilted its head, and had it the capacity for expression, its demeanor would have mirrored that of a bewildered elderly man on the subway. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the robot spun around IT that instant. A blue beam fell upon IT. In merely 2 seconds, the entire metallic skeleton was encased in ice. Lewin's figure materialized in a corner of the factory. He had previously utilized earth manipulation to escape, and then followed up with a frigid entanglement to encase the robot in ice. Gazing at the frozen robot, Lewin's eyes gleamed with interest as he assessed his adversary. Chapter 51. T-800 Combat Robot Name. T-800 Combat Robot Combat Power Rating. 2 stars, early stage, entries, machine thinking, blue, mechanical heart, purple, machine thinking, blue upon activation, transforms the user into an emotionless machine, gaining the ability to think with machine-like speed and analyze problems with absolute rationality. Mechanical heart, purple possesses a machine-like will, immune to mental control techniques. Lewin's expression shifted, although he had anticipated that the robot would possess limited talents due to its artificial nature. He was surprised to find it had so few, only 2 entries. Nevertheless, better than none. The entries were still commendable. Activating his laser knife, Lewin struck decisively at the neck of the encased robot. He felt significant resistance, but successfully severed its head. A kill notification promptly appeared. Ding! Killed T-800 combat robot. Kill points 1. First kill of a combat robot. Public platform permissions unlocked. Chat permissions activated. Trading permissions enabled. With the permissions reinstated, Lewin glanced around. Not a single comment appeared, leading him to lose interest at AS for the kill points. This time they had diminished significantly. Typically, defeating an opponent of the same level would yield 4 points. But now it had been reduced by 3/4. However, this was within expectations. The rules of the killing space dictated that standard rewards were granted for kills at the same level. Exceeding the level would double the reward. And for every 2 levels, the reward would quadruple. Yet when the survivor's rating surpassed that of the monster, the kill points would be halved. If the survivor was 2 levels higher, the points would be reduced by 4 times. For instance, the T-800, rated at 2 stars, would grant 4 kill points if killed by another 2-star survivor. If killed by a 1-star survivor, it would yield 8 points if slain by a non-rated survivor. It would result in 16 points. Considering this, it seemed that higher-rated survivors were at a disadvantage, but that was not the case. The higher-rated survivors found it easier to kill monsters, thus acquiring cards more efficiently. Each card had a fixed value of 100 kill points, and for high-rated individuals, cards became the primary source of kill points. The kill points gained from slaying monsters were secondary, as Lewin experienced in the previous 2 instances. The kill points from monsters paled in comparison to those obtained through card exchanges. Therefore, he took the reduction of kill points in stride. He would rather enhance his strength, becoming invincible, capable of charging forward with sheer power. As long as he amassed enough kills, the kill points would inevitably follow. Moreover, he still had his entries. Ding! The basic mission for the first day has been completed. Reward, 100 kill points, with the demise of the robots. The fundamental task was deemed complete. Lewin raised his hand to absorb the 2 exploded entries. They were entries from the T-800. Lewin rubbed his hands together, eagerly preparing to absorb them. Ding! Acquired entries. Machine thinking, blue. Mechanical heart, purple. Once absorbed, Lewin immediately delved into the experience of machine thinking. In the next moment, he entered a peculiar state. All human emotions faded away, leaving only absolute rationality. Desireless and undisturbed, he felt detached from his own body. His brain seemed to discard superfluous sensations such as touch, taste, pain, and the rhythmic beating of his heart. Lewin felt as if he were a machine devoid of any emotions. Even if someone were to strike him, he would feel no pain. Instead, he would instinctively analyze the force, angle, and probability of the blow landing on him, assessing the potential damage. He contemplated how to retaliate, the angle of his counterstrike, and which muscles to engage to maximize his power. This series of questions, while seemingly numerous, could be analyzed and judged in an instant. The overwhelming sense of control over his body and the surrounding environment captivated Lou, and after 5 full minutes, he finally exited the state of machine thinking. Emotions returned, and he once again felt the pulse of his heartbeat, a sensation akin to reclaiming his humanity. Upon emerging from machine thinking, Lewin let out a long breath, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat, a wave of apprehension washing over him. This machine thinking had side effects, nearly leading him to lose himself in that state. Once activated, he felt an urge to maintain that state indefinitely, as rational judgment in such a condition would allow him to better control his body and respond to dangers. The sheer sense of mastery over his body and surroundings was intoxicating. Ultimately, it was Luan's willpower that enabled him to shut down machine thinking and return to his humanity. He resolved within himself to wield this ability with caution. He was a human, a living being, and while humanity possessed numerous flaws, its advantages far surpassed anything a machine could offer. Intuition, emotional turmoil, joy, anger, sorrow, and the senses of taste and touch were all beyond the realm of machines. Humans created machines, not the other way around. Humanity was the master. Machines were merely aids. Lewin remained steadfast in this belief. Nonetheless, the state of machine thinking had its merits, if he were to engage in training while in that state. His control over strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. As for other times, he would exercise caution. After a brief moment of rest, Lewin rose and strode confidently toward the entrance of the abandoned factory. Boldness accompanied skill. He felt no fear. Even if surrounded by a horde of robots, he would not flinch. Standing at the factory's entrance, he gazed outside. Beneath the blazing sun, the landscape was one of desolation. Dusty earth, withered grass, and a heat-radiating ground stretched as far as the eye could see, a panorama dominated by shades of ochre. The rich winds of the west swept toward Lou, and after surveying the area, he found a shaded spot to sit and awaited the arrival of the robots. The advantage of this space was that he no longer needed to fret about seeking out monsters. For when he eliminated a robot, a signal would be dispatched. Now that he was once again under the sun, he had undoubtedly been detected and locked onto by satellites. Consequently, a continuous stream of robots would soon arrive at his doorstep, sparing him the effort of searching. This backdrop was that of a future battlefield. Following humanity's defeat, the world had been overtaken by robots, mercilessly hunting down survivors. Indeed, these so-called humans were now mere survivors. The combat capabilities of the robots were formidable, rendering ordinary individuals nearly powerless against them. Moreover, the robot faction had the advantage not only in numbers, but also in information warfare, utilizing satellites and drones with exceptional proficiency. Fortunately, this world lacked laser weaponry. Conventional firearms and munitions were still in use. There were no wall-penetrating, X-ray, or thermal detection technologies. Otherwise, the survivors would have no choice but to surrender without a fight. Lewin did not have to wait long. Within 3 minutes, several dark shapes appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the shadows, Lewin immediately recognized their nature. They were the remote bombing drones of the robots in this future battlefield. These drones were far superior to those of the present world. Each drone was equipped with 2 mini Gatling guns and a grenade launcher, capable of delivering precise long-range strikes against targets. Like miniature combat aircraft, they were both smaller and more agile as they approached Lewin. The drone formation appeared to have already locked onto his position, initiating a barrage of gunfire as countless bullets rained down upon him in a swift onslaught. Chapter 52. Combat Drones Name. Standard Combat Drone Combat Power Rating. None entries. None lacking even a star rating. These were merely ordinary drones, devoid of any special traits. Observing the incoming drones, Lewin smirked. What was it but a Gatling gun? As if no one else had won in the next moment, an infinite Gatling appeared in Lewin's hands. And he opened fire at the drones. Rat-a-tat-tat. Suspended in midair, they were the perfect targets in the clash of armies. The brave prevailed. Clearly, Lewin stood his ground, enduring the onslaught of several drones with remarkable valor. Ultimately, through his agile movements and sustained firepower, he brought down all the drones. This incident validated a saying: mere speed and ferocity were of little use. Resilience and endurance were the true keys to victory. After clearing the battlefield, Lewin unexpectedly uncovered a card, a pleasant surprise. With the drones dispatched, it was likely that the robotic army would soon be on its way, prompting Lewin to prepare for further waiting. Just then, he spotted several dark figures in the distance. Sensing their presence, he turned his gaze. Were they survivors? In the wasteland, a man and a woman were frantically fleeing. Not far behind them, two mechanical dogs were in pursuit. "Win, brother, keep going, just a little longer. My powers are almost restored. Once I recover, I can deal with these two," a long-haired woman with a ponytail, wielding a meter-long iron rod, encouraged the man beside her as they ran. However, the man's condition was clearly dire. He was struggling to recover, his face flushed and breathing labored. Huff, huff, huff. The heavy and rapid breaths indicated he was nearing his limit. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the man's abdomen. Striking without warning, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling forward twice. "I can't breathe." At this critical moment, he had succumbed to a stitch. With no time to adjust, the man turned in a panic to look behind. Before him was a metallic maw lined with sharp teeth. There was no doubt about the quality of those teeth. A single bite could result in a fracture, or worse, the loss of a limb. It was one of the mechanical dogs, the fastest in pursuit. Summoning an unexpected courage, the man raised his arm to shield himself, gripping the dog's head tightly to prevent its deadly teeth from sinking in. His instinct for survival consumed his thoughts entirely. "Win, brother." "Ah, die." Just then a sharp voice rang out, and a shadow darted past. The mechanical dog was sent flying as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. A metal rod was lodged in its eye socket, exactly the rod the woman had been wielding. Its circuits severed, sparks erupted from the point of impact, and the mechanical dog's red electronic eye flickered twice before extinguishing entirely. Subsequently, a white card was ejected. Huff, huff, huff. "Win, brother, I did it." Upon seeing Win, brother save, the woman suddenly clutched her head, her body swaying unsteadily. Yet even so, she gritted her teeth against the pain in her head and said, "Win, brother, there's one more left. Together, we can definitely." Before she could finish, a shadow leaped from the nearby dry grass, lunging at her. With no weapon in hand and caught off guard, the woman was instantly knocked to the ground. She barely managed to raise one hand, but in the next moment, her arm was viciously clamped down by a set of sharp teeth. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated. The woman let out a piercing scream. But her other arm instinctively wrapped tightly around the dog's head. Simultaneously, her legs coiled around the mechanical dog's waist like roots of an ancient tree, using her body to temporarily restrain it. She knew that if she loosened her grip, her arm would undoubtedly be torn apart. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she called out urgently, "Wind, brother, quick! Now's your chance, kill it." The mechanical hound is now under her control, presenting the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, the last remnants of her strength surged forth, firmly restraining the struggling creature. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated collaboration to vanquish the mechanical beast fails to materialize. And even Feng Gu does not respond to her. Anxiety grips her heart as she senses her power, after its initial eruption, gradually waning. Distracted by the lack of expected support, she casts her gaze towards Feng Ji's location. In that instant, Her expression transforms. Confusion gives way to despair and disbelief. How could this be? She is confronted with the sight of the man she loves dearly, retreating into the distance. Bitterness envelopes her heart, and she realizes, with growing anguish, that her eyes have become wet with tears, she, being abandoned. In that moment, memories of their tender moments together flood her mind. Yet, these cherished memories shatter instantaneously with the man's flight. So, this is the essence of love. But soon, an overwhelming fury erupts from the depths of her being. She could tolerate his weaknesses, his lack of wealth, even his flaws, but betrayal is an unforgivable sin. She cannot die. She must survive to confront that man, to question him face to face. On what grounds? What has she done wrong? She has given so much for him. How could he cast her aside? If abandonment is to occur, it should be she who leaves him. Fueled by boundless rage, she feels her mental prowess rapidly rejuvenating. In the next moment, the mechanical dog's teeth shatter suddenly, and a dent forms in its forehead. As if struck by a heavy object, her body is sent flying, crashing to the ground with tremendous force. The mechanical hound attempts to rise, its severely deformed head shaking in a human-like manner. As it does so, sparks suddenly erupt within its mind, followed by the extinguishing of its crimson electronic eyes. Another card floats forth. Such luck. 2 kills, 2 explosions. Yet at this moment, she has no time to concern herself with the card. Having expended her powers, her eyes roll back, and she faints. Just before her consciousness fades, she catches a glimpse of a stranger approaching her. Am I to be discarded like a corpse? This is the final thought that crosses her mind before darkness envelopes her. Chapter 53. The Beautiful Remnant. Han Yu Luin, unhurried and composed, emerges from a thicket of withered grass, surveying the battlefield before him. He decisively retrieves 2 cards. 500 ml Mineral Water 1, DBS Shotgun 1. Luin glances at the cards, swiftly stowing them away. Not bad. A mere few steps have netted him 200 kill points. Observing the mechanical hound's pitiful state, he squints and casts an insight at the woman. Name: Hanyu. Combat rating: 1 star. Early stage plunderable attributes: potential burst white, metal control purple, potential burst white. In extreme circumstances, one can instantaneously unleash their potential, but will fall into a weakened state afterward. Metal control purple. Any metallic object is under her command. A purple attribute talent. This woman's potential is impressive. If she survives, she could very well become a formidable force if I could acquire this talent. Luin leers at her form with a lecherous grin. However, the next moment, as he gazes upon her face, a sense of familiarity washes over him. Could it be that he has seen her on television in a past life? Hanyu, Anyu, metal control. Good heavens, is she the beautiful remnant? Lu An's eyes widen in astonishment. He indeed knows this woman, though she does not recognize him. In his previous life, he yearned to be chosen by the space and was denied. Those unselected could not enter the space. There were only 3 ways to grow stronger. 1. Purchase evolution crystals with money. 2. Form a team to hunt monsters for crystals. 3. Join the military. Luin chose the second option. The first was a privilege reserved for the wealthy, while the second was fraught with danger but offered freedom. During one mission, when the monsters retaliated fiercely, their team found themselves on the brink of collapse, only to be rescued by Han Yu that time. She was among the reinforcements sent by the 816 Bureau, sporting a pragmatic short hairstyle and an icy demeanor, complemented by her alluring figure, a veritable killer of homebodies. Alas, she bore a singular flaw. She was one-armed. Thus, she earned the moniker Beautiful Remnant. She merely passed by, offering her assistance before departing, and they never crossed paths again. Now, witnessing her bloodied arm, Luin falls silent. To kill or to save, rationality urges him to eliminate her for the sake of maximizing his gain by seizing her attributes. With his abilities, possessing the power of metal manipulation would make dealing with robots far easier. Yet his emotions compel him to save her. A debt of gratitude from his past life demands repayment in this one. Otherwise, how could he distinguish himself from a beast? After a moment's contemplation, Luin resolves to save her. After all, he has already obtained 2 cards from her. Additionally, one must maintain certain principles as a human being. Moreover, With his system in hand, a mere purple attribute is of little concern to him. As he reassures himself, he lifts Hanyu and returns to the factory, swiftly tending to her wounds. Fortunately, the dimensional space provides medical supplies, special hemostatic agent. Upon use, it rapidly stops bleeding and alleviates bruising. This was specifically reserved by the space, but he later found himself growing too quickly to need it. It had remained in the dimensional space, gathering dust, until now. Just as he staunches the bleeding and prepares to bandage her, Lu An's ears perk up, and he abruptly halts his actions. Turning quickly, he exits the factory to tat-tat-tat-tat. A series of gunshots ring out not far from the factory point. 3 minutes later, Lewin re-enters the factory. His appearance unchanged from when he left, except that his aura now exudes a heightened sense of lethality. Continuing to treat her wounds, he finds that the damage consists merely of broken bones rather than shattering. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled. Ironically, a clean break simplifies the process. He adjusts the position, finds a steel plate, and utilizes a laser cutter to size it appropriately before securing it to her arm. The procedure is exact. How is it? Are you prepared to offer yourself completely, or are you ready to serve as a mere slave? Lewin remarked with a hint of amusement that no, it's just. Hanyu found herself at a loss for words. You simply wish to repay me, correct? There's no need. I have accepted the 2 cards you obtained from the robot dogs. Consider that your reward for saving you. Now, we are even. Lewin's final words were directed at the current Hanyu, but also resonated with the Hanyu of a past life. Although he had rescued Hanyu, he had never intended to engage in excessive communication with her. As the saying goes, forming a team or companionship is simply out of the question. It is utterly impossible. Chapter 54. Hanyu departed. Upon hearing this, Hanyu stared blankly at Lewin for a moment before softly uttering, "Thank you. Take this and leave as soon as possible." Lewin tossed her a bottle of iodine and adopted a demeanor that suggested he was ushering her out. This place is not safe. The robotic army is likely on its way. Seeing Lewin's demeanor, which seemed to keep her at arm's length, Hanyu pursed her lips and quietly replied, "All right." She then struggled to rise, slowly making her way outside. She was acutely aware of her own situation. Although she possessed some resources, she was not currency and could not win everyone's affection. She bore no resentment towards Lewin for urging her to leave. They were essentially strangers, and it was already extraordinary that he had saved her and tended to her wounds. Had he not intervened, she knew that in such a dire situation, lacking medical assistance, an infection would likely have cost her the use of her arm. Being in her current state was already a blessing. Hanyu's heart was filled with conflicting emotions that a stranger could show her such kindness. Yet her own boyfriend, just as she exited the factory, she spotted several decapitated robots lying on the ground nearby. Each metallic body was covered in frost, emanating a chilling aura. Hanyu was taken aback. Observing those metal forms, she discerned that they were of a different caliber than the mechanical dogs she had encountered previously. Coupled with their weaponry and numerical superiority, it was remarkable that that man had managed to eliminate them all. So formidable! Could he be one of the elite on the rankings? While astonished, she inhaled deeply and staggered away. Hanyu did not wander aimlessly. Rather, she followed the road in front of the factory. In her view, this was the outskirts, and following the road would surely lead her to a nearby city. Moreover, abandoned vehicles occasionally appeared along the sides of the road, potentially offering supplies for survival. Not long after, Hanyu discovered an unopened bottle of mineral water and some chocolate inside a derelict camper. I could see that moment. She suddenly heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Instinctively, she moved to the front of the camper and peered outside through the window. To her astonishment, a convoy of trucks appeared at the end of the road that a thrill of excitement washed over her. Could they be other survivors? Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, her smile vanished, and she scrutinized the scene more closely. Her pupils dilated in shock. This was a robot. The driver of the vehicle was, in fact, a robot with exposed metallic skeletal features. These were not survivors. These were robotic vehicles. Naturally, no survivor would dare to be so reckless. Hanyu instinctively shrank back, hiding away. The truck sped past the camper one after another. Huddled within the camper, Hanyu was drenched in cold sweat, silently grateful that she hadn't ventured outside. The trucks were filled entirely with robots. their cargo compartments brimming with silver, metallic forms interspersed with electronic eyes. The oppressive atmosphere left Han Yu breathless with fear. It was terrifying. If these robots were to discover her, she wouldn't even know how to meet her end. Fortunately, the trucks continued to drive away, showing no signs of stopping. Only when the last truck had vanished did Han Yu release a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness they didn't find me. But where are these robots heading? Wait, that man. Han Yu suddenly recalled the direction in which the trucks were headed, undoubtedly toward the factory. Surely, those robots weren't en route to the factory. Then she remembered the man's demeanor, his urgency in wanting her to leave. Could it be? In a flash, Han Yu's mind conjured a dramatic scenario. Realizing this, she could no longer stay put. She had to return and take a look. Bang! At that moment, the camper door was violently kicked open. Two silver-white figures appeared before Han Yu. It was none other than two T-800 robots. Upon seeing this, a profound sense of helplessness surged within Han Yu. 10 minutes later, outside the factory, Lewin collected the 3 cards and, after calculating the time, fell into deep contemplation. This robotic world is truly lacking. The speed of deployment is entirely different from what I had imagined. With this pace, one would only be able to make do with the most meager of provisions. For instance, this batch, totaling over 100, made him wait a full 20 minutes, not including the time spent eliminating them. For other survivors, this duration might seem brief, hardly enough time to escape. However, for Lewin, it felt unbearably slow. After a moment of silence, Lewin resolved not to wait idly any longer. He needed to take the initiative. He would head to the nearby city, ideally locating an arms factory that he would stand guard outside the factory, manufacturing and eliminating in tandem, producing a batch and then dispatching them. Perfect! In the next instant, a vehicle appeared before Liu, and it was the perpetual solar-powered car he had stored in his first spatial pocket. Today marked his debut that he chose this vehicle over an amphibious motorcycle primarily due to the harsh winds and sands outside. He had no desire to emerge from a ride covered in dust in this terrain and climate. A car was the best choice. Get in, start the engine, and drive off. An effortless operation. He and his vehicle swiftly vanished into the distance along the road. Meanwhile, beside the desolate road, 3 individuals were taking shelter in the shade of a large tree. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman, dressed in shorts and a cropped top, exuded youthful vibrancy and energy, showcasing her physical attributes. Long legs, a trim waist, and slightly less prominence in the chest area, yet this did not detract from her overall beauty. Xiaoxue, this is the half bottle of water I just gathered. You should drink it quickly. Lu Ge, you're amazing. Having you by my side is truly wonderful, Zhang Shui replied, her expression filled with gratitude. Her voice was soft and melodious, evoking a protective instinct in those who heard it. He eats nothing, just right in time for my abilities to come into play. He, the Lu surname male, chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. Anyone could see that he was elated by Zhang Shui's praise. Yet the other man beside him was not pleased. He rummaged through his belongings and hesitated before finally handing a piece of chocolate to Zhang Shui. Xiaoxue, I have one last piece of chocolate. You should have it. Really? Huangge, what about you? I'm fine. I'm not hungry. You just keep it. Saying this, the man pressed the chocolate into Zhang Shui's hands. Zhang Shui was instantly touched. Huangge, you're so kind to me. The man's face flushed at her words, and he bashfully replied, it's nothing. I'll go keep watch. With that, he quickly climbed the tree, raising the binoculars he wore around his neck to scan the surroundings. Anyone who happened to witness this scene would undoubtedly think of the term simp to describe the 2 men's behavior. Huangge, Lugu, you're both so wonderful to me. After I get out, I will definitely thank you. Zhang Shui looked at the water and chocolate, her expression sincere in her gratitude. It's nothing. Yes, we are men. It's only right to take care of a woman. Gaining the recognition of their goddess, the 2 simps couldn't help but beam with satisfaction. Zhang Shui observed this and smiled even more brightly, though a hint of disdain lingered in her eyes. At that moment, the man in the tree suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Xiaoxue, their SA car, a small sedan. Coming this way. Chapter 55, intercepting the vehicle. Is it a robot? The other man quickly inquired. This was not their first encounter with vehicles. Previously, they had spotted several large trucks, and thanks to their binoculars, they had been able to discern the danger and hide, or else they would have been killed by now. The Huang Serne man scrutinized the scene closely. After a few seconds, he exclaimed with renewed excitement, "There's a man inside the car. An actual living person. Not a robot, not a robot." The two beneath the tree were initially taken aback. But joy soon followed. Zhang Shui sprang up immediately, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Let us go intercept the car." Her voice shifted from its previous softness to a commanding tone filled with authority. At this juncture, the two simps did not hesitate. They quickly responded, Right, let us intercept the car." The three dashed towards the road. Inside the sedan, Lewin reclined comfortably as the car drove itself. The air conditioning was set to maximum, creating a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat outside. In his hand, he held a chilled bottle of cola, occasionally taking large sips. The icy beverage slid down his throat into his stomach, delivering unparalleled comfort. Refreshing. At that moment, the vehicle suddenly decelerated sharply and came to a halt. Lewin furrowed his brow and sat up to gaze ahead. There, three individuals stood defiantly in front of his car, obstructing the way. The autonomous driving system detected their presence and halted accordingly. Bang, bang, bang. Upon witnessing the vehicle stop, one of the trio hurriedly approached the driver's window and rapped on the glass. Lewin had no intention of rolling down the window. He simply waved his hand dismissively at the three, clearly signaling for them to leave. The individual was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui also noted Lu An's reluctance to open the door, prompting her to instruct another person to guard the front of the car to prevent any escape. She then moved to the side, pushing aside the man tapping on the window, and revealed a charming smile as she knocked on the glass once more. "Handsome, could you give us a ride?" Her voice was soft and sweet. Drifting into the C-A-R-A-S, she bent down, a hint of white peak from her chest, unabashedly presenting itself to Lu and squinted slightly. As the woman spoke, he sensed a peculiar ripple extending towards him. Yet he felt no immediate threat. It was as if a gust of wind had passed, leaving no trace behind. Nevertheless, Lewin was certain it was not a mere illusion. With this thought, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with golden light. Name: Zhang Shui combat rating. Early stage 1-star plunderable attribute. Enchantment, blue. Indeed, this individual had deployed some form of enchanting ability against him. As for why it bore no effect, it was likely due to the vast disparity in their mental fortitude. Lewin turned his attention to the other two individuals. First, he regarded the man still obstructing the vehicle's front. Name: Lu Jianfeng combat rating. Early stage 1-star plunderable attribute. Water affinity, yellow. Another ability user. Lewin then shifted his gaze to the final person. Name: Huang Gang combat rating. Non-plunderable attribute. Survival mastery, yellow, in the real world. He likely possessed exceptional survival skills, but that was the extent of his prowess. Outside, Zhang Shui, noticing Lewin's lack of response, felt a surge of confusion. Why was there no reaction? Could it be that the tinted windows obscured her allure? Undeterred, Zhang Shui once again spoke. "Handsome, would you be so kind as to give us a ride?" The next moment, the car window slid open and a rush of cool air enveloped her, instantly revitalizing Zhang Shui. Upon seeing Lu An's appearance, her legs tightened. He was not merely a handsome man. He was precisely her type. Previously, she had failed to discern Lu An's features, primarily due to the heavily tinted windows and the glaring sun outside, which obscured her view of the interior. Then, her gaze fell upon the damp cola in Lu An's hand. Zhang Shui was momentarily entranced, her mind fixated on a singular thought. It must be chilled. Undoubtedly chilled. Instinctively swallowing hard, she felt a wave of astonishment. How could he enjoy such comfort? Unlike her, who was drenched in sweat, sticky and dirtied, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, culminating in a single resolution. She had to get into that vehicle. She longed to bask in the air conditioning and savor a cola. Moreover, if it meant getting inside, she would even settle for something warm to eat. With this in mind, Zhang Shui bent down once more, showcasing her attributes while channeling her enchanting ability. The beguiling tone returned. "Handsome, could you please give us a ride?" As Zhang Shui reveled in fantasies of air conditioning and cola, a dark object was thrust toward her forehead by Lewin. forcibly ejecting her from the window. It was a Desert Eagle. Get lost. Lu En's icy voice rang out. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Shue's forehead, her heart racing with disbelief. Why had he not reacted to her enchantment? It was inconceivable. Even against a G-rated individual, she was confident her allure could sway him. Yet, what was happening now? Would she truly abandon the air conditioning and ice cola? No, she had to get into that car. Unwilling to relent, Zhang Shue summoned all her strength to amplify her enchantment, even infusing her voice with its power. This time, she would succeed. Little brother, I really... Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bloody hole appearing in Zhang Shue's forehead. While her skull erupted, splattering Hua, the white entries could be exchanged for 1 entry point, yellow entries for 2 entry points, blue entries for 3 entry points, and purple entries for 4 entry points. A piece of information regarding the reclamation of entries suddenly emerged in Luan's mind. Luan was overjoyed. He had been troubled by a shortage of entry points, and unexpectedly, a solution had presented itself. After swiftly digesting the related information on reclamation, Luan couldn't help but lament that exploiting bugs was no longer feasible. Upon realizing that entries could be reclaimed, a thought involuntarily sprang to Luan's mind. Plunder reclamation, plunder reclamation. Infinite entry points. Previously, the same entries could not be absorbed repeatedly, but now, he could effortlessly absorb while simultaneously reclaiming. This meant he could possess boundless entry points. Unfortunately, one stipulation was presented in the information. Each type of entry could only be reclaimed once. This particular requirement effectively curtailed Lu En's earlier musings. Indeed, there were no bugs to exploit within the system. Nevertheless, even if it was just once, there remained ample room for maneuver. For instance, the mechanical heart and machine thought could be reclaimed and then plundered anew. He chuckled to himself, pondering which entries to reclaim. After careful selection, he reclaimed 3 entries. Bloodthirsty Recovery, blue. Talented Sorcerer, white. Master of Feng Shui, blue. And Enchantment, blue. With the Super Recovery ability, the Bloodthirsty Recovery felt somewhat redundant. The Talented Sorcerer was entirely unnecessary, as he had no intention of practicing sorcery. The Master of Feng Shui was only capable of observing rudimentary Feng Shui and offered little utility, so he decisively reclaimed it. As for enchantment, which woman would require his charm? What purpose was there in enchanting women? Women would only hinder the speed of his entry plundering. Reclaimed entries, 3 blue and 1 white, yielding entry points, 10. Leaving a total of 13 entry points remaining, originally 2 points, refreshed to a total of 3 points upon entering at dawn. With 13 available entry points, Luan had never amassed so many before. He must utilize them immediately. Not a second could be wasted. He would merge several entries right away. Frost Control, purple. Water Affinity, yellow. Extreme Cold Mastery, purple. Superb Physique, blue. Energy Resistance, blue. Immunity to Toxins, blue. Super Recovery, blue. Super Hearing, yellow. Olfactory Perception, blue. Godly Body, blue. Extreme Cold Mastery. Purple possesses an exceptional affinity and control over water and ice elements. The consumption of water and ice abilities is reduced, and recovery is enhanced. Godly Body, blue grants superlative speed, strength, defense, recovery, and heightened senses. Immunity to toxins and attacks from conventional weaponry. Reduces energy damage by 50%. With these operations, Luan directly expended 12 entry points. The entire entry bar significantly diminished, appearing much more streamlined. The most unexpected outcome was the emergence of the Godly Body, which conferred a remarkable increase of 10 points to Luan's physique. His constitution leapt from 118 to 128 at the delightful surprise. Name. Luan's strength, 114 physique, 128 speed, 123 mentality, 100 talents. I've insight gold, zombie aura, purple, dimensional space, purple, blood tracking, yellow. Godly Body, blue, extreme cold mastery, purple, earth affinity, purple, mind's pardon, blue, mechanical heart, purple, machine thought, blue, entry upgrade points. 1. Refreshes daily at 1 point, kill value. 152 points free attributes, 10-point combat rating. 4-star initial stage. Chapter 57, Dimensional Space, red, 10-step divine fist manifested. While it was impossible to experiment with the godly body, the frost control could certainly be tested. Minutes later, Lewin wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, 1 surpasses 2. The current frost control, compared to before, had reduced its consumption by approximately threefold, and the temperature had plummeted to minus 200 degrees. The recovery speed had also doubled. Everything was evolving. In a positive direction. Subsequently, Lewin set off once more. This time, without a car, he could only ride his amphibious motorcycle. Donning his sunglasses, he exuded charm. He rode for half an hour, encountering numerous robots along the way, which he decisively eliminated. He obtained 3 car drops. However, that was not the greatest gain. The most significant reward was the entry points, which surged from 1 point to 8 points. This was due to Lewin reclaiming the mechanical heart, purple, and machine thought, blue. After plundering these 2 talents from a new T800, he netted a profit of 7 entry points. Indeed, exploiting bugs was delightful. With 8 entry points, Lewin could elevate 2 blue entries to purple or enhance 1 purple entry to red. After some consideration, he ultimately decided to invest in his dimensional space. Frost control was sufficient for the time being. The dimensional space was fundamental to his survival in his past life, and Lewin held a special affection for it. Previously, acquiring entry points had been challenging, compelling him to elevate only the most immediate and visible abilities. Now that there was an additional method of obtaining entries, it was only fitting to once again bestow favor upon his talents. He set a modest goal: to elevate the dimensional space to gold. Dimensional space, purple, dimensional space, red, expending 8 entry points, leaving a balance of 0 entry points. Dimensional space, red, initially possesses an independent space of 40 cubic meters, capable of opening spatial entrances and exits within a 10-meter radius, allowing for the temporary storage of living beings for a duration of 10 minutes. The user may also enter the dimensional space with a stay duration of 10 minutes. While the storage duration remained unchanged, a new feature permitted Lewin to enter the dimensional space himself. Previously, Lewin could only observe through his mental faculties. But now he could finally enter. With a thought, Lewin's figure vanished from the spot. This time, it was not an Earth escape, but rather an entry into his own dimensional space in a silvery white realm. Lewin appeared, curiously surveying his surroundings. Although he had mentally scanned it countless times, this was his first visual encounter. After a few glances, he withdrew his gaze, and with a mental command, a rotating ring materialized before him. The ring resembled a viewing window, allowing Lewin to see the outside world clearly. He could even move the ring, albeit limited to a 10-meter range. Within this range, he could position the observation window anywhere, even underground. After pondering, he extended his hand to feel the sun's scorching heat from the outside, and Lewin chuckled. Wasn't this akin to the 100 steps divine fist to the wind and sand swallow? It seemed he would need to allocate more points to his strength attributes in the future, that a punch from afar could shatter an opponent's head, leaving them unaware of the assailant's identity. It was truly a quintessential technique for stealthy ambushes. Excellent, excellent. After playing around for a while, Lewin finally exited the dimensional space. Observing the nearby ruins of the city, he quickly approached, entering the city in a flash. Upon entry, he encountered a mechanical dog as the mechanical dog lunged at him. Lewin's right hand abruptly struck the void. His fist suddenly penetrated the void, and the next moment, it emerged from the side of the mechanical dog, delivering a powerful blow to its neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the mechanical dog's neck snapped, sparks flying as it collapsed to the ground. Its electronic eye extinguished. Lewin, however, was not entirely satisfied. His intended target had been the mechanical dog's head. Yet, inexplicably, he had struck its neck. His aim was lacking. He needed to practice diligently. With this thought in mind, Lewin stored away his motorcycle and strolled leisurely through the city. When encountering mechanical beasts, he employed the dimensional space to counter them, honing his use of the 10-step divine fist. As he turned a corner, Lewin halted in his tracks. Before him lay a dense throng of robots, encompassing T-800S mechanical dogs, mechanical wolves, and various models. Regrettably, the entries of these robots were identical, differing only in grade, likely due to their artificial nature. Upon spotting Lewin, all the robots simultaneously locked onto him, and the next second, The sounds of gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Swish, swish, swish. Countless bullets and shells streaked through the streets, reaching Lu in an instant. Then the air warped for a moment before vanishing. The barrage continued for 3 minutes before ceasing. The robots stared at Lewin, who remained unscathed in the center, their circuits momentarily glitching. According to their programming, it was impossible for anyone to withstand such an assault, yet the man before them not only endured but emerged entirely unharmed. This defied logic. Hee, was it unexpected? Were you surprised? Do not rush. The surprises are yet to come. Lewin grinned, and the air before him warped once more. Countless rounds of ammunition suddenly materialized, hurtling towards the mechanical army. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of earth-shaking explosions enveloped the mechanical legion in a blaze of fire. That moment. A T-800, braving the onslaught, leaped forth from the inferno of explosions. Following it were the second and third units. In no time, the majority of the T-800S had escaped, leaving only a few unfortunate souls whose data lines had been severed by the shells. Upon their emergence, although these T-800S remained unaware of the source of the munitions. Their combat instincts dictated that bullets would not harm their targets. Only close combat would suffice. The T-800S swiftly altered their combat strategy, charging towards Lewin with determined strides. Lewin smirked. He truly had no fear of close quarters. He lifted his foot and ambled forward at a measured pace. While this wave of T-800S had not suffered significant casualties, the mechanical dogs and battle wolves had been entirely obliterated. He spotted numerous cards scattered about. They were too valuable to waste. The swiftest T-800 had already lunged at Lu, and he delivered a punch, and his fist vanished. Yet a fist materialized at the side of the T-800's head, striking it powerfully and sending it flying. This was merely the beginning. A multitude of T-800S engaged in close combat. Lewin finally unveiled his current prowess. With one punch, he sent one flying. With one kick, another was dispatched. The robots that were sent reeling transformed into ice sculptures. It is worth noting that these were T-800 robots, each possessing strength and speed that far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Yet against Lewin, they appeared as mere children confronting an adult, easily subdued. This scene reminded Lu of a film, Stephen Chow's Kung Fu. Indeed, it bore a resemblance, merely substituting robots for adversaries. Even when stray punches landed on Lewin, they inflicted no harm whatsoever, not even capable of slowing his advance. Lewin continued to stroll leisurely, occasionally collecting cards, a stark contrast to the ferocious T-800S. Chapter 58. Nuclear Energy Battery Bomb. Just as Lewin was relishing the slaughter, all the T-800S abruptly ceased their attacks. Their abdomens opened, revealing a black rectangular object within, faintly pulsating with arcs of electricity or green light. In the next moment, the T-800S hurled the black objects toward Lewin. Upon witnessing this scene, Lewin's pupils contracted. Holy hell! Nuclear energy batteries. How dare you disregard martial ethics? Without a moment's hesitation, Lewin opened a portal to another dimension, securing the incoming nuclear energy batteries within. These were formidable weapons, each explosion rivaling that of a small mushroom cloud. Once he had collected them all, Lewin finally exhaled in relief. Had these devices touched the ground, the consequences would have been dire. Boom, boom, boom. While he pondered this, two black objects rolled to his feet from behind. Instinctively glancing over his shoulder, Lewin's hair stood on end. These black objects were indeed nuclear energy batteries. Damn, how could they be behind me as well? Cursing under his breath, Lewin wasted no time, taking a step forward, his form warping as he vanished from his original location. Rumbling, two blinding beams of white light erupted, resembling the sun at dawn. Soon, the brightness intensified, eclipsing even the sun itself. Subsequently, two miniature mushroom clouds ascended. Due to the dense concentration of detonation points, their power coalesced into a colossal mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the area, rendering streets and buildings as though they had been eroded by time, reduced to rubble. That a dust storm surged outward from the city center into the barren wasteland. That took a full minute for the blinding light to fade. But the smoke and dust lingered in the air. Countless black, feather-like particles floated, known as nuclear fallout or radioactive sediment. Once contaminated, they would inflict horrific radiation damage upon the immune system that, as the haze dissipated. The scene before Lewin was revealed. The streets had vanished, leaving only a massive crater. Minutes later, Lewin's figure materialized out of thin air. Observing the devastation before him, he felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, he had evaded to the dimensional space and time. Otherwise, with such destructive power, anyone would be brought to their knees. As for the radioactive fallout drifting in the sky, Lewin held no concern. At worst, he could simply return to the earth beneath his feet and replenish himself. However, Lewin soon felt a pang of regret. Now, all the cards had been wiped clean. With a determined step, Lewin executed a technique to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, the entire chat channel erupted. Countless individuals had witnessed the enormous mushroom cloud. Holy hell, who dropped that little mushroom bomb? I was just hiding in a makeshift restroom when suddenly it vanished. Which big shot deployed the mushroom? If it was a survivor, that would be incredible. One mushroom could take out so many robots. A fortune awaits. Do you think it could be the nuclear energy batteries carried by the T-800? Impossible. Who could force the T-800S to use nuclear energy batteries as weapons? Absolutely not. That said, has anyone considered going to the nuclear blast zone? Perhaps there are valuable items to be found that if you want to die. Go right ahead. Do you think nuclear radiation is a joke? Someone help me. I've been captured by robots. They're about to convert me into a half-robot. Holy hell, don't joke. Robots are known to kill on sight. They wouldn't T-convert you. You're just overthinking it. I saw a person dismembered by them, and then their body was fitted with metal components. Plus, the spatial pattern on their wrist disappeared. If it weren't for your last statement, I would have believed you. Let me enlighten you. The spatial entrance does not vanish. I watched someone's wrist snap, and the pattern automatically transferred to another part of their body. Thus, the pattern cannot disappear. Truly, that person was completely dismantled, and there was absolutely no spatial pattern left. It truly vanished. I don't want to become a robot. Someone help me. If I could truly become a robot, I would be interested. Ideally, I would want to be a T-1000 that I could transform into anyone, male or female. Hey, to the one above, you seem rather off. As the conversation progressed, the building began to tilt, unable to be righted. Lewin also took note of the messages in the chat about the transformation. His brow furrowed. He realized the individual was not lying. The spatial pattern would disappear, and its absence signified that the person would never again access the space. There were only two circumstances that could lead to the disappearance of the pattern. The first being a change in allegiance, transforming into a monster. The second, death. Moreover, the notion of robots converting humans was something he had nearly forgotten. Not every individual was deemed worthy of transformation. Robots selectively targeted those with robust physiques for mechanical modification. In essence, only those who had evolved were considered worthy of their enhancements. He had previously overlooked this intelligence. If this were indeed the case, could he not turn the situation to his advantage? Since the nuclear explosion, Lewin had traversed nearly 10 minutes without encountering a single robot. He wondered if they were concocting new strategies. Furthermore, the method of searching for robots was far too inefficient. Could he not allow himself to be captured and taken to a conversion factory? Surely, the conversion facility would be rife with robots. The more he contemplated, the more promising it seemed. Now he just needed to find a robot to test this theory. Lewin mounted his motorcycle and began to roam the streets, occasionally honking the horn in an attempt to attract the robot's attention. It was not until another 10 minutes had passed that Lewin finally encountered T-800 once more. At that moment, he felt a familiar warmth, akin to reuniting with a long-lost relative that, in these times, seeking attention was no easy feat, just like readers who fail to leave positive reviews. It's a struggle. In a narrow path where only the brave prevail, a minute later, Lewin decisively succumbed to unconsciousness, willingly taken away by the T-800, although the ease of the operation felt somewhat overly smooth within the T-800's programming. A machine remains a machine, solely focused on the completion of its tasks without doubt. Without hesitation, he placed Lewin onto his motorcycle, mounted the vehicle, and departed. The journey lasted over half an hour, eventually leading Lou into an industrial park. Within the premises, squads of robots patrolled intermittently, and the security at the entrance consisted of no less than 8 guards. This sight filled Lewin, who observed everything from the shadows, with exhilaration at a big catch, undoubtedly a significant prize. The T-800 brought Lewin through without obstruction to a room, binding him to an operating table before turning to leave. Just as the door closed, metal pipes suddenly emerged from the walls, releasing a plume of white smoke. Lewin promptly opened his eyes and rose. Having reached his destination, there was no need to feign unconsciousness any longer. He was not a masochist. After all, nor would he allow himself to be toyed with by machines. Rising, Lewin surveyed his surroundings. The room was constructed from 3 metallic walls, with one side featuring a large glass pane. The glass appeared opaque from the outside, likely one way. Nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. As the white mist began to spread, Lewin lifted his foot and vanished from sight, reappearing outside the glass. The upgraded dimensional space was indeed a remarkable escape technique. Chapter 59. Infiltrating the base on the other side lay a metallic corridor. Turning back, he could indeed see the interior scene through the glass, and on either side of the room Lewin occupied were additional chambers, lined up one after another, extending to the corridor's end. Lewin swiftly moved to the adjacent room, peering through the glass to observe the interior. An operating table occupied the space, upon which lay a dismembered individual. Several mechanical arms were diligently replacing the person's severed parts with metal components. In the upper left corner of the glass, a row of information displayed. Heartbeat normal, blood pressure normal, brain activity normal. Modification complete 40. Just then, a sudden surge of blood erupted from the dismembered body, splattering against the glass. Subsequently, all mechanical arms halted their actions. The line of red text appeared on the glass. Modification progress 42. Experiment failed. Reason for failure. Rejection. Subject deceased. Immediate disposal. The text flickered for several seconds before slowly fading away. Following this, the mechanical arms retracted and flames erupted violently from the operating table, incinerating the body. The sight of the flames sparked a hint of sorrow in Lewin's eyes. Such a pristine opportunity, and in mere seconds, it vanished before him. The dismembered individual had not yet perished, and Lewin had intended to observe their details, only to witness their demise. His gaze flickered, and he contemplated a method to acquire their information. Rather than subjecting them to mechanical modification, which would lead to a fate worse than death, it would be better for him to end their life, thereby inheriting their details and continuing to shine and thrive. With this thought, Lewin hastened towards the next room, eager to explore further. His surprise, the next chamber was empty. Moving on to the next, he found it occupied. Inside sat a black-haired woman, half of her body replaced with metal, while layers of skin tissue were being affixed to her metallic frame. Lewin found the sight exceedingly peculiar. He glanced at the text on the observation window. Modification completion 90. Rejection response normal. Skin tissue implantation in progress. This level of modification indicated she was nearly fully transformed into a machine, though it remained uncertain if her details were still intact. Lewin employed a keen insight. Name. Modified individual Zhou Qi. Combat rating. 1-star late stage. Possible details to plunder. None. Unsurprisingly, for one so close to complete modification. Aside from the primary organs, everything else had been replaced with machinery. As for her original special talents, they had naturally vanished with the modifications that appeared. He would need to seek out those whose transformations remained incomplete. With a clear criterion in mind, Lewin swiftly traversed the various rooms, ultimately acquiring 3 details. The others either had insufficient time or had surpassed the 50 modification threshold. Lewin discovered that once modifications exceeded 50, one's innate talent details would disappear. He sighed inwardly, lamenting how swiftly these machines operated. Nonetheless, obtaining 3 details was still commendable. Mechanical Master. Blue possesses unparalleled talent for machinery. Any mechanical product can be swiftly comprehended in your hands. Metallization. Blue upon activation can transform your entire body into metal, granting formidable defensive capabilities. Super Mimicry. Yellow capable of imitating any person's voice. After absorbing these 3 details, Lewin departed the modification area. Not long after, he paused in a corridor, turning to gaze at the side glass window, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if a luminous glow had ignited within, signaling an impending revelation. Beyond the glass lay an armory. Countless T-800 units were produced along an assembly line, arranged in orderly formations. However, in the next moment, Lewin noticed something amiss. The electronic eyes of these T-800s were all black, and the compartments designed for nuclear batteries were conspicuously empty, indicating that these robots were temporarily inactive. Lewin found himself at a loss for words. Having stripped down to this extent, only to encounter inactive T-800s was no different from confronting a heap of scrap metal. Such a multitude of robots should not go to waste. Just as he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a patrol of robots. The leading robot's electronic eye contracted momentarily before it raised its weapon. Aiming it at Liu and detecting an intruder, it activated the alarm and initiated capture protocols. In an instant, the entire corridor erupted in blaring red lights. Simultaneously, alarm bells rang out. Bang! A gunshot resounded, and a bullet sped toward Lewin's thigh. Unperturbed, Lewin continued moving forward. As the bullet approached, it vanished before reaching him. With the corridor being narrow, maintaining a strong defense at the front was all that was required. Utilizing dimensional space in such locations was most advantageous. In tandem, 3 beams of blue light, akin to the width of a thumb, shot forth from Lewin's hand. Cryogenic rays. Wherever the blue light passed, the air appeared to solidify, and frost began to form on the walls. In an instant, the blue light swept across the bodies of the patrolling robots. The next moment, their movements slowed, their metallic frames turned white, ultimately transforming into frozen sculptures. Lewin summoned forth a laser knife, appearing before the icy statues in a series of swift movements. Following that ensued a massacre akin to slicing through vegetables. 1 strike per robot. Heads rolled, that a white card was ejected. Electromagnetic pulse gun contains 100 rounds of pulse ammunition, capable of inflicting significant disruption and harm to mechanical entities. Remarkably, Lewin had obtained a divine artifact for combating robots. However, he had no use for it, so it was best exchanged instead, stowing the card away. Lewin seized one of the robot's heads, and, as he manipulated it, an image was projected into the void. The image displayed a vast map, precisely the terrain of Lewin's current location. Upon seeing the map, Lewin grinned. The mechanical master detail was indeed impressive. In the next moment, a large red dot appeared on the map, marking Lewin's position. After a few seconds, numerous small red dots began to appear on the map, rapidly converging towards Lewin's prominent red. These were the base's patrol robots. Lewin cast a glance and chose to disregard them. Instead, he scanned the map, searching for the location that had occupied his mind, the control room. Once he located the control room, wouldn't these robots be at his beck and call? After a brief moment, Lewin's gaze fixed on a specific area. The terrain map indicated the control room's position. Memorizing the route, he kicked the robot's head away and swiftly vanished into the corridor. In the following 10 minutes, he encountered several waves of robots, but Lewin had no time to waste on them. He quickly dispatched each one and continued his rapid advance towards the control room. Upon reaching the corridor leading to the control room, Lewin halted. This was a metal passage approximately 100 meters long, with the control room at its end. Yet peculiarly, there were no robots present. This was illogical. Logically, the control room should be the most critical area of the base, and it was inconceivable for there to be no security measures in place. Unless there was something amiss with this corridor. After some contemplation, Lewin casually retrieved a stone block from his dimensional space and hurled it into the corridor. Whoosh! The stone block flew and scathed into the passage. Any anticipated ambush did not materialize. Lewin paused, taken aback. Had he perhaps overthought the situation as the stone pedestal soared halfway through the passage? The massive glass doors at both ends of the corridor suddenly slammed shut. Bright white beams of light illuminated the passageway. Swiftly, it lunged towards the stone pedestal, and in an instant, the pedestal shattered into dozens of fragments, cascading to the ground. The glass doors reopened, as if nothing had transpired, presenting an impression as though the entrance to my home was perpetually ajar. A cold smirk crept across Lewin's face, and oh wonder there were no guards here. This was the very reliance upon which they depended. He had anticipated the presence of a laser corridor, a staple of science fiction, and though it was cliché, its effectiveness was undeniable. The average person would indeed struggle to pass, but Lewin was far from ordinary. Chapter 60. The emergence of T-1000 with a single step, he reappeared 10 meters ahead. Without any pause, he took another step, covering yet another 10 meters. One of the applications of dimensional space, when utilized skillfully, could function as a teleportation of sorts. As he traversed halfway, the laser corridor ignited in anticipation. Yet before it could reach Lewin, he had already materialized 10 meters away. Lewin had effortlessly crossed this perilous 100-meter zone, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Observing the firmly closed doors, he took another stride and entered. What greeted him was a vast expanse, at the center of which loomed a massive glass enclosure housing the control console. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the space. Lewin turned to see 4 individuals emerging from the corners. 2 men and 2 women. A glint of gold flashed in Lewin's eyes. Designation: T-1000 Liquid Metal Combat Robot Combat Power Rating. Late stage 2 stars. Plunderable attributes: Mechanical Heart, purple; Machine Intelligence, blue. All 4 were, astonishingly, liquid metal robots. Had he not heard of the T-1000 in his previous life? This thought briefly crossed Lewin's mind before he deduced the answer: in his former life, who had ever infiltrated the control room without being detected. It seemed that these 4 T-1000s were indeed the last line of defense for the control room. As Lewin pondered this, the 4 T-1000s took bold strides towards him, their arms beginning to writhe and morph along the way, ultimately transforming into 4 distinct weapons: a pair of twin blades, a set of daggers, a duo of scythes, and a pair of axes. Faced with the T-1000s, Lewin knew there was no effective way to eliminate them, but freezing them was as easy as eating and drinking. With a mere thought, he encased the 4 in icy sculptures. The robots, devoid of life essence, were not classified as living beings, thus could be permanently stored within his dimensional space. The T-800s were the same. However, there was no need to treat the T-800s in such a manner. He could simply eliminate them and collect their cards. But for the T-1000s, he had no immediate means of extermination. He would deal with them later when he found a high-temperature furnace. Subsequently, Lewin made his way unimpeded to the control console for the obstructing glass barrier. It was a trivial matter. Upon entering, the main control center projected a 3-dimensional image of a T-800. A series of mechanical voices followed suit. Identity scanning in progress. No identity information detected. Please perform identity verification. As the words faded, a palm print scanner materialized on the console. Lewin fell silent, observing the control panel devoid of any operational buttons. This was entirely different from his expectations. He had envisioned that upon arriving at the control room, a few manipulations would allow him to seize control of the entire base. The T-800s would be at his beck and call, easily sent to their demise. However, despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated the absence of control buttons, instead finding a need for identity verification. Even if he were to find a robot to authenticate, success would yield little, as ordinary robots lacked the authority to command the base. After a moment's contemplation, Lewin retrieved the head of a T-800, fiddling with it until a projection reappeared in the void. Lewin needed to ascertain the location of the base's mainframe to gain control of the base. There was but one solution: reset the mainframe system. Just like a computer, a system reboot could resolve 99 of issues. Moreover, a new system would be as pristine as a blank slate, requiring no password. Although the base's system could not be rewritten, a reset should pose no problem. The projection flickered, ultimately settling on a specific area. Upon discerning the details, Lewin raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that the mainframe lay directly beneath the control room, situated in a vast, enclosed space devoid of any entrance. Yet this posed no challenge for Lewin. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Lewin activated the dimensional space and directly entered the mainframe area. 3 minutes later, the base's circuitry abruptly shut down, causing all engineering robots to cease their operations. Akin to a system crash. Yet, a minute later, everything resumed as if nothing had transpired. Only Lewin, gazing at the reset control console, grinned broadly. At this juncture, identity verification was no longer a concern. It meant that anyone who could infiltrate the premises could seize control of the base. Of course, gaining entry was no easy feat, not to mention the laser corridor. Even the main control room's doors and the layer of glass protection had deterred 99 of intruders. Identity binding successful. You are now the sole authority of the base. This was Lewin's first command after resetting the mainframe. Introduced the base's situation, Lewin pulled out a stool and sat down, issuing his second command with a sense of triumph. Certainly. This is Machine Factory Number 6, a state-of-the-art facility encompassing research, production, modification, capture, and detention. The factory spans a total area of 100,000 square meters, incorporating various zones such as manufacturing, assembly, solid waste treatment, and maintenance. Aside from Factory Number 6, are there additional factories? Lewin inquired, recalling that 8 had been disclosed in his previous life and seeking to confirm this. There are indeed 8 additional factories, totaling 9 robotic factories, strategically located in the Chuan, Hai, Zhong, and Jing districts. Lewin frowned slightly. This information deviated somewhat from his understanding. However, the discrepancy was minor. How many T-800S are housed within Factory Number 6? There are 10,000 activated T-800S, with 8,000 deployed for capture and extermination missions and 2,000 stationed to guard the base. There are also 100,000 dormant T-800S. Why are the 100,000 dormant T-800S not all activated? Due to limitations in the production of nuclear energy batteries. Only 3,000 T-800S can be activated each day. Lewin's brow furrowed at the thought of merely 3,000 per day. This was far too meager. If nuclear energy batteries are not utilized, how many T-800S could be activated daily with alternative energy sources? If secondary hydrogen energy batteries are employed, the daily activation capacity could reach 5,000 units. The drawbacks include a reduced lifespan of 80 years, along with instability and a propensity for explosion. If high-energy batteries are used, the daily activation number could surge to 10,000 units. However, the downside is a reduced lifespan of merely 10 years. If temporary energy batteries are utilized, up to 50,000 units could be activated daily, albeit with a severely limited lifespan of just 1 year. Upon receiving the base system's responses, Lewin felt a sense of relief. Temporary energy, with a 1-year lifespan, was insufficient for the robots, but it was more than adequate for Lewin. Subsequently, Lewin posed several more inquiries, thereby acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the entire base. He then commenced issuing a series of commands. Recall all T-800S currently deployed outside. Let them undergo maintenance or upgrades as necessary. Set all production robots to unconditionally obey my commands. Activate all T-800 robots to full capacity. New robots will all utilize temporary energy. Furthermore, ramp up the production of nuclear energy batteries and gather them. I have use for them. Chapter 61. Gaining control of the base. Vision of a mechanical army. Lewin's series of actions indirectly caused all robots surrounding Factory Number 6 to cease their prior activities and head back to the base. Meanwhile, the chat channels erupted with commotion. Oh my, you might not believe this, but just a minute ago I was being chased by a T-800 and in the next moment it suddenly abandoned its pursuit. I believe you. Because the same happened to me. I was on the verge of execution, yet it inexplicably backed off. Me too. What on earth is going on? I saw dozens of T-800S sprinting down the street, passing right by me without a moment's pause. Can you believe that? Huh. You saw that too. I thought I was hallucinating from a distance. Oh, it's real then. Oh my gosh. Are you all trying to fool me? I'm still being chased. Exactly. The T-800S here are incredibly fierce. I can't believe you guys. I even tried to test it out. Now I'm being hunted down like a dog. Help. Does anyone have water? I'm about to die of thirst. 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 card. Anyone interested? I think I can hold on for a bit longer. In the following half day, the survivors surrounding Base 6 were astonished to discover that all the robots had vanished. Not only had the robots disappeared, but even a single mechanical dog was nowhere to be found. Everything had disappeared without a trace. Although the survivors were puzzled, they were nonetheless pleased and began to frantically search for supplies and water. These essentials were the primary pursuits of any ordinary survivor. Individuals like Lewin, who did not have to worry about food and water, were exceedingly rare. A singular exception, the other survivors busily sought out resources. Lewin was also hard at work. He altered his original plan and resolved to assemble his own unique army of T-800S that, while teaming up with humans proved unfeasible, collaborating with robots was still an option. At the very least, once programmed, they would not betray him. And of course, even if they did, Lewin was untroubled, as he could dismantle them into mere components in an instant. Others might command an army of machines, but they could only employ them within this space. Lewin, however, was different. Possessing a dimensional space, he could not pass up the opportunity to produce a few additional soldiers from this newly acquired factory. The thought of carrying an entire army within his space was exhilarating. From now on, he would no longer need to handle every task personally, although these robots did not yield card upon defeating monsters, and thus he could not accumulate kill points. They still represented excellent options for cannon fodder, reconnaissance, searching, and detection. The more machines he had, the greater his power. Simultaneously, Lewin instructed the base system to research modifications for new T-800S. Since they were now his own, it was only natural to enhance them. AES for the research direction. Lewin decided to directly replicate the TX model he was familiar with. The TX featured an internal metal skeleton and an external liquid metal, allowing for a changeable appearance, and included a weapon system to resolve the issue of lacking armament. Moreover, it could control other machines, a perfect killing machine. Regarding weaponry, Lewin contemplated and decided to utilize an electronic pulse gun card. He directed the base system to disassemble it for research and to install it onto the TX, replacing its energy source with nuclear power as long as the nuclear energy was not exhausted. The electronic pulse gun would maintain an infinite supply of energy. By consuming one card, Lewin saved thousands of kill points that would have been spent on weapons, making it a highly advantageous trade for him. Unfortunately, time did not permit him to pursue the development of laser weapons. Had he been able to linger for an additional 3 months, it might have been feasible. Lewin decisively abandoned this notion. Concurrently, he returned 3 T-1000S to the factory for processing. Due to insufficient liquid metal resources for modifying the TX, he could only eliminate the T-1000S to proceed with the modifications. This decision was reached after careful contemplation, melting down 3 while retaining 1 as a backup. Although the T-1000S were formidable, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. They lacked ranged attack capabilities and would enter a state of immobility when injured, remaining so until their liquid metal fully recovered. Retaining 1 was sufficient. Having more would not be advantageous, and they could serve as raw material for creating more TX units, AS for the remaining T-1000. Lewin commanded it to transform into a small cat, subsequently indulging in endless moments of petting. Little did he know, once he began, he could not stop. Following this, Lewin began to set the research direction for the TX in a base program. First, they were to obey his commands. Second, their form would be female. Third, their bodies would feature reserved slots for laser weaponry and 2 nuclear battery compartments. Beyond that, he had no additional requirements. As for appearance, the TX could change its form at will. Once the research direction was established, the base commenced automatic development, providing a countdown of approximately 2 days. After 2 days, Lewin would be able to behold the new TX robots. The 3 returned T-1000S also yielded a pleasant surprise for Lewin. They produced 3 lottery cards. It appeared that, according to the spatial designation, all 4 T-1000S belonged to the boss category. This development certainly worked to Lewin's benefit. He resisted the impulse to return the last T-1000 and instead opened the 3 lottery card blind boxes. Ding! Successful draw. Obtained a set of particle impact cannons. Ding! Successful draw. Obtained 1 T-800 combat robot. Ding! Successful draw. Obtained 10 pounds of supermeteorite. Supermeteorite. Fragments of alien supermeteors, possessing formidable defensive and self-repair capabilities, equipped with a supermagnetic field, rendering them immune to magnetic field-based attacks. Lewin promptly handed the particle impact cannon over to the base system for disassembly and research, intending to mount on the TX. Thus, each TX would be equipped with 2 powerful weapons, sufficient for handling typical situations. AS for the T-800 robot, Lewin felt exasperated and decisively turned it over to the base system. The last supermeteorite, however, took him by surprise. After some thought, he decided to also give this supermeteorite to the base system for application in the internal skeleton of the TX. This way, while the exterior featured liquid metal for repair, the internal defenses would be even stronger, possessing self-repair capabilities and protection against electromagnetic interference. Such a TX would be nearly flawless. After all, it was all his property. Enhancing its strength was advantageous. The modifications were momentarily concluded, and Lewin soon encountered the first batch of T-800s utilizing temporary energy sources. Activating his insight, he examined them, revealing a satisfied smile. Indeed, the temporary energy batteries had not affected the robot's ratings. Not even the attributes had changed. Having completed all these tasks, the time had reached the early hours of the second day. Ding! Second day mission released. Search for shotgun. Chapter 62, a new basic task. Is that it? Search for a shotgun. Before the end of the second day, find a shotgun. Upon seeing the task, Lewin fell silent. Is that it? With a flick of his hand, a shotgun appeared in his grasp. Ding! Second day basic task of finding a shotgun completed. Reward, 200 kill points. Well, completing this task brought him no sense of achievement whatsoever. However, he liked it. Having finished the basic task, Lewin busied himself with acquiring cards. The most direct method was through the trading platform. With a base at his disposal, he need not worry about a lack of weapons for sale. Lewin decisively listed the weapons from his factory on the trading platform. One shotgun with 10 rounds of ammunition, bundled for 1 card. Metal detection landmine, 1 card. A small Gatling gun with a box of ammunition, bundled for 2 cards. A single soldier missile set for 3 cards. He listed a total of 500 items of weaponry and ammunition before finally stopping. It was not that Lewin wished to continue, but rather that he had reached the submission limit for the trading platform. According to the spatial regulations, each individual could submit a maximum of 500 items to the trading platform at a time, anything beyond that could not be listed. Lewin had only just learned this fact. In his previous life, this information had never been divulged. It was either kept secret or perhaps no one had ever triggered the limit. After all, not everyone was like Lewin, capable of bringing items in for trade. Nevertheless, 500 items were more than sufficient, as it was essentially a no-cost venture. He had no intention of reclaiming anything. Once items were listed on the trading platform, they could not be removed. They would either be successfully traded and exchanged between the parties involved or remain unsold, ultimately being consumed by the space. However, for Lewin, this was inconsequential. Whatever he could sell was a bonus. After completing these tasks, Lewin began to lazily farm monsters. He located the machine destruction site, a high-temperature furnace. Once a T-800 fell into the furnace, it would be completely obliterated. Lewin then settled by the furnace, sipping an iced beverage while awaiting the orderly queue of T-800s to approach. With a swift kick, he sent them tumbling into the furnace, ensuring their destruction. Whenever a card was dropped, Lewin could effortlessly draw it into his dimensional space with a mere thought. No longer would he have to linger beside the cards as in the zombie space, waiting to collect them. This method of farming monsters was simply delightful. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted in chaos. What the hell? I just took a nap, and the world feels completely different. Which big shot just raided an armory? The trading platform is flooded with firearms, ammunition, and missile. If I had these weapons, I could kill gods and Buddhas alike. Some people are getting a little too carried away. Better sleep it off, dreaming of everything. Who knows where these things came from? I want them to. I know that if there truly is a place to acquire so many weapons, it could only be a weapon manufacturing base or a robot manufacturing base. A base? Robots also have bases. Of course, how else would the robots come about? Do you think everyone is like Monkey King, popping out of stones? Please tell me where the base is. I know one, but I advise you to give up. It's crawling with T-800 robots. You won't stand a chance. Big shot to share your knowledge. I want to learn. Fine. Do you know about the desert oasis? Just south of the oasis, several kilometers away, there's a metal city with the number 3 written on the gate. You can see the robots coming and going from a distance. I guess the base is there in oasis. I'm in a forest. How do you expect me to find the desert oasis? I can't help you there. To be honest, I don't even know where I am right now. Those who want to go can only rely on luck. I also know of a base next to a massive lake. There's another metal city there with the number 9 on the gate. I have one nearby. I nearly got myself killed as soon as I started. Near a smoking volcanic crater, a door bears the number 1 that I also have information regarding the area engulfed by mushroom clouds. Several dozen kilometers to the east lies a city, marked with the number SIX. In an instant, the entire chat channel buzzed with various base information. Lewin noticed this information and furrowed his brow. He turned directly to the cat he was petting and commanded, Connect to the base system and deploy 1,000 T-800 units to patrol and remain on guard within 3 kilometers of the city's perimeter. The T-1000 transformed cat's eyes flickered with a stream of data before it replied. Understood, Master. The command has been conveyed. He now regarded the 6th base as his personal territory, ensuring that no outsiders could easily trespass and wreak havoc. The time spent farming monsters was invariably tedious, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. Ding! The 3rd day's mission has been issued. Locate the base. Locate the base before the end of the 3rd day. Find and approach a robot base within 100 meters. Ding! The basic mission of locating the base has been completed. Reward: 300 points of kill value. The completion of the task took Liu by surprise. He hadn't even finished reading the mission details before it was accomplished. He lifted his foot and kicked a T-800 into the smelting furnace. This feeling of idleness left him with but a single word to express: exhilarating. Meanwhile, at the volcanic crater near the 1st base, 2 individuals were suspended inside the crater, securing a black object several meters down. Below them, red lava churned, and the rising heat had already drenched them in sweat. Their clothes clinging to their bodies. Each was bound by a vine of unknown plant origin, which extended upwards to the surface, about 10 meters outside the crater. At the end of the vine, a middle-aged man pressed his hands against the spot where the vine broke through the ground. Green light emanated from his hands, indicating that the vine was a manifestation of his extraordinary ability. Or rather, it was catalyzed by it. Simultaneously, a voluptuous woman lay at the crater's edge, peering intently into the depths. Hey, can you hurry up? The consumption here is too great. After a minute, the middle-aged man couldn't help but call out to the woman at the crater's edge. Upon hearing this, the woman shouted down into the crater. How's it going? Are you done? Hurry up and pull us up. Soon, a faint echo of responses drifted back. The woman squinted, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, Hold on a bit longer. They said it will be ready soon. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed, feeling the strain, yet he continued to channel his energy into maintaining the vine. Just then, a glimmer of silver flashed in the woman's eyes as she looked at him. Suddenly, a dagger rose silently from the ground behind the middle-aged man, hovering ominously. Unaware of this, the middle-aged man, seeing the woman gazing at him, barked, What are you staring at? Check on them and urge them again. I can barely hold on. The woman, adjusting her disheveled hair, raised her finger to her lips, her red lips parting slightly as she replied languidly, Don't worry, just hang in there. It will be ready soon. At that moment, her charm was palpable. The middle-aged man swallowed hard but still grumbled. What are you flirting about now? Hurry up and push them. Suddenly, a sound pierced through flesh as a metallic dagger struck the middle-aged man's back. Its tip protruding from his chest, leaving him chilled to the bone. In disbelief, he looked down at his chest and then at the woman. You have powers that you're not a newcomer? Huh. I never claimed to be a newcomer. That's merely your assumption that I entered the 1st space upon its opening. As she spoke, the woman approached him. The man's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, and his hands slipped away from a vine. In the next moment, the vine rapidly withered and then snapped abruptly. Distorted cries echoed from within the crater, but neither the woman nor the man paid any heed to the commotion. The man spat blood, uttering, Who are you? Why are you doing this? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Xinlan, ranked 2nd in the 1st space and 7th in the 2nd. The woman walked gracefully to stand before the man, crouching down without concern for the revealing neckline of her attire. She rifled through his belongings until she found a device resembling a remote control that, of course, it's for this. After all, fewer people mean less shared kill value. Don T, you think? Standing tall, she extended her hand toward the severely injured man, who inexplicably levitated and began to move slowly toward the crater's edge. Please no, I don't want to die, the man pleaded. But his cries fell on deaf ears. 10 seconds later, his body disappeared into the lava. Huang Xinlan turned her gaze toward the metallic city at the foot of the mountain, her smile widening. Last time, I only ranked 7th, letting you all get ahead. But this time, the 1st place shall be mine, she murmured to herself, and then descended the mountain. Within half an hour, Huang Xinlan reached the base of the mountain, discovering 3 motorcycles, the very ones they had used to arrive. After mounting one, she retrieved the remote control, pressed the single button, and tossed it aside before starting the engine and speeding away from the volcano. A minute later, the volcano erupted, producing two small mushroom clouds, followed by a torrent of red light shooting skyward. Countless streams of red lava erupted forth. When the mushroom clouds dissipated, the crater had been blasted open, revealing a gaping hole directly aimed at the first base below. The fiery lava surged from the volcanic breach, obliterating all life in its path. Within 10 minutes, the lava reached the foot of the mountain, advancing rapidly toward the first base, which was now blaring alarms. Yet, even the formidable T-800 units were powerless against such a natural disaster. Upon contact with the lava, they were instantly consumed in brief bursts. The T-800S could resist, as the lava's temperature hovered around 1,300 degrees, insufficient to instantly melt them. However, the expanse of lava was overwhelming and relentless, leaving no escape as time wore on. Even the T-800S would succumb to incineration. Half an hour later, the first base lay submerged beneath a sea of lava. This sudden calamity not only claimed the lives of countless robots, but also tragically engulfed a number of nearby survivors who failed to escape. The chat channel erupted in curses. Everyone was astute enough to recognize that the mushroom clouds emanating from the volcano indicated human intervention. The perpetrator was deemed utterly insane. Meanwhile, Huang Xinlan stood atop another mountain peak, observing the chaos below with a smile. The gentle breeze brushed her face, and though her expression radiated delight, her eyes remained cold and indifferent. Now, my kill value will undoubtedly soar to the top. Eliminating T-800S of the same tier grants 4 points of kill value, but as a 1-star rated individual, her actions constituted a higher tier kill, resulting in 8 points per T-800. 80,000 would yield 8,000 points. 10,000, 80,000, this opportunity would elevate her status. Huang Xinlan gazed proudly at her kill value, but in the next moment, her expression froze. Gradually, her face darkened, disbelief clouding her eyes as she muttered, "Impossible. How could there be no change? Why is there no kill value?" Her kill value had not increased in the slightest. Damn it! Why is there no kill value credited? What was the point of all this effort? If Lun were aware of these developments, he would undoubtedly scoff at her foolishness. Did she truly believe that the space would harbor such significant loopholes? She failed to grasp the rules of the space and was merely causing chaos. She had pressed a detonator, leading to a nuclear explosion. While monsters directly killed in the blast would indeed yield kill value, the eruption merely opened the crater, allowing lava to flow out, which ultimately resulted in the first base's demise. If kill value were to be calculated, it should be attributed to the lava or even the volcano itself. Such a monumental oversight could not possibly be laid at her feet, with so many intervening factors. Did she truly expect to receive kill value? She should wake up and realize that in dreams, anything can happen. At the very moment the first base met its end, the robotic cat at Lu En's feet suddenly stood upright, delivering news that left him incredulous. "Master, the first base has been annihilated." "What? How could this happen?" Lu En's expression shifted in shock. "The first base has been destroyed? How is that possible? Who did it? Why was there no mention of this in my past life?" Lu En's concern was not solely about the first base's demise, but rather the discrepancies with what he had previously known. Could it be the butterfly effect? Wait, did his earlier knowledge of the 8 bases overlook the fact that one had been destroyed? Considering this possibility, it indeed seemed plausible. Someone had detonated the volcano, leading to an eruption that engulfed the first base. The robotic feline responded, subsequently projecting an image before its eyes. The depiction captured significant moments. First, the eruption of a volcano, followed by a subsequent explosion, the gushing of lava, and ultimately, the base being engulfed by molten rock. With the unfolding visuals, Lewin grasped the entirety of the situation, which stemmed from satellite footage. At the moment the base was obliterated, the information was promptly relayed to other bases. Simultaneously, all bases would also trace back the circumstances via satellite. Upon concluding the video, Lewin could only express one sentiment. Surely, the individual responsible for this explosion must be a fool. What were they hoping to achieve? If their aim was merely to accumulate a kill count, they might as well weep inconsolably in the restroom. Indeed, at that moment, Huang Xinlan was on the verge of tears, having expended considerable effort on this endeavor, initially believing she would be the pioneer in such an undertaking, only to discover that the matter had nothing to do with her. It was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 64. The Birth of the TX Robot. Secretary Dongmei, how far is the obliterated Base 1 from here? 2,000 kilometers. Are there any natural hazards near Base 6? Given the recent incident, Lewin felt it prudent to inquire. There are risks of sandstorms and earthquakes. However, there have been no sandstorms in the past month, and the base was designed with seismic resistance in mind. Rated to withstand tremors of up to level 11, increase the patrols of the T-800 by an additional 1,000, expanding the range to 5 kilometers. Understood, Master. Having arranged all of this, Lewin once more engaged in his leisure activity of lying down while battling monsters. Albeit this time, without the need for kicking, that he had unlocked a new method of relaxation, creating a dimensional exit between the robots and the lava furnace. The robots would traverse his dimensional space, directly entering the lava furnace, which could be considered a legitimate kill, that he merely needed to recline and observe, a perfect method of relaxation. As night fell, the base system conveyed good news to him. The first TX had been manufactured. Lewin decisively ceased his slaughters and swiftly made his way to the independent research room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a woman standing motionless with her eyes closed. Her appearance left Lewin utterly astounded. Her hair, a smooth, light golden bob, framed a face exquisitely beautiful, with a petite nose and lips as red as cherries. Her skin was as pristine as snow. Clad in a red, short, form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure and complemented her long, flawless legs, an air of sophistication enveloped her, perfectly aligning with Lewin's aesthetic preferences. Yet, in the next moment, Lewin furrowed his brow. This hairstyle and visage seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? In the next heartbeat, a name sprang forth from the depths of his mind. Holy smokes, android number 18. Yes, that was why it felt so recognizable. The hairstyle, the makeup, just a change of attire, and it was unmistakably her. Did the aesthetic of robots transcend worlds? Before Lewin could ponder further, the base system's voice resounded. Master, the TX combat robot has completed its calibration, and the system has been fully loaded. Would you like to activate it now? The command for recognition has also been implanted, correct? Yes, it has been fully integrated. Very well, activate it. Acknowledged, activation commencing, completion at 10, 20, completion at 100, activation successful. As the base system's voice faded, the TX, or rather number 18, opened her eyes. Lewin met her gaze, and a palpable aura of menace emanated from her eyes, instantly shattering her beauty. Upon seeing Lewin, TX parted her cherry-red lips, uttering, Master. The emotionless tone caused Lewin a frown. That I dislike that gaze. Change it. And this voice is far too cold. Make it more human-like. What should be a sultry, sophisticated woman now bore a gaze filled with hostility and a chilling demeanor. Despite her robotic nature, Lewin found it deeply unsettling. Unpleasantness called for a change. Understood. In the next moment, TX's expression transformed. The menace dissipated entirely, replaced by a gaze imbued with warmth and affection as she looked at Lewin. Master, is this acceptable? Even her voice shifted to a sultry, alluring tone. Lewin's cheeks twitched. The transformation was so drastic that he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yet, it was undoubtedly an improvement over her previous demeanor. Now show me your capabilities. Yes, Master, I am composed of a super alloy internal skeleton, super alloy armor, and liquid metal, allowing me to alter my appearance so that I can infiltrate, replicate, and control any mechanical system, and I am immune to any electronic pulse attacks that MY weapon systems are equipped with electromagnetic pulse guns, particle cannons, flamethrowers, and a blank weapon interface for the integration of a fourth weapon. After a series of introductions, Lewin gained a comprehensive understanding of the TX. The base system had perfectly replicated everything he knew about TX, and even improved upon it, a flawless killing machine. Lewin turned to the base system and inquired, if we were to manufacture TX at full capacity, how many could we produce by noon tomorrow? Entering this world coincidentally marked midday. 3 days from now, by noon, would be the time to depart. The night had just begun, and Lewin was curious how many TX could be manufactured in the hours remaining. Materials are sufficient. Calculating quantity. Calculation complete. By noon tomorrow, we can produce 3 additional TX. Excellent. Commence full-scale production. Understood. Then Lewin addressed TX. Very well. You shall henceforth be known as Dongmei. Stay by my side as my secretary. You can download various skills related to that role. Yes, mastered. At that moment, Dongmei's attire instantaneously transformed into a pink professional outfit. What on earth is this? Lewin exclaimed. Boss, this is the outfit that best suits a secretary's temperament based on my search. Do you not like it? It looks splendid. Also, in the future, refrain from calling me master. Refer to me as boss instead. Yes, boss. Upon hearing this, Lewin nodded with satisfaction. With 4 TX, he now had the perfect ensemble of Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei as his 4 mechanical maidens. Lewin was ready to enjoy the treatment, befitting an ancient aristocrat. Perfect. Oh, and system. Ensure they're all female. Also, make sure they do not share identical appearances. Lewin quickly added, received, master. Understood, commencing full-scale construction. With that, Lewin led Dongmei away, returning to the monotonous task of battling monsters. As he idly pet the robotic cat, he instructed Dongmei to connect to the base system, acquiring knowledge to enrich herself. The primary focus was, of course, on secretary-related skills. Lewin specifically sought materials such as on the self-development of the secretary, fashionable attire for secretaries, how to impress your boss, managing different personality types as a secretary, and 36 techniques for massage. Lewin was determined to cultivate Dongmei into a versatile secretary. What successful man could be without an all-encompassing secretary? Robot? Lewin did not harbor any special feelings for the robot. Rather, he sought pure enjoyment for the future. Although this robot boasted an impeccable appearance and physique, it remained a machine. Despite her ample bosom, there was an absence of embellishment, rendering Liu indifferent to any other inclinations. According to Dongmei, such adornments were unnecessary for robots, as they did not require them for sustenance. Any embellishments would merely impede movement and add weight, detrimental to combat. Of course, if Lewin desired, Dongmei could manifest such features. This rationale was impeccable, and Lewin readily accepted it. He had no other intentions concerning robots. This arrangement suited him perfectly, further eliminating any lingering thoughts that a combat ornament to please the eye would suffice. Chapter 65. The 4 mechanical maidens and the return time passed swiftly, and soon only half an hour remained until noon the following day. Lewin had also ceased his slaughters, with but a brief span left. Whether he killed or not mattered little. It was merely a rounding up of numbers. Lewin's kill count had surged to a staggering 110,000. The factory's production of robots could no longer keep pace with the slaughters. Otherwise, he would have accrued even more kill points. This total did not even include 870 cards, among which were 110 obtained through transactions. Thus, upon final accounting, Lewin would still receive an additional 87,000 kill points. Lewin's total kill points approached 200,000. He was on the brink of affluence, reaping a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, there were thousands of nuclear batteries readily available to be utilized as small mushrooms. In the final 30 minutes, Lewin successfully activated the newly released trio of TX-made robots, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, and Qiujuan. Each of the 3 displayed distinct styles in their original forms. Chunlan exuding a gentle elegance, Xiaozhu radiating a fiery allure, and Qiujuan possessing a captivating charm, while Dongmei, well, her presence was that of a regal femme fatale. Surrounded by these 4 exquisite-made robots, Lewin found himself momentarily entranced. The most significant aspect was that these 4 maidens could transform and alter their voices at will, which was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, Lewin's resolve was unwavering. He firmly believed that women would merely influence the speed at which he drew his weapon, especially since they were robots. Subsequently, Lewin undertook a thorough cleansing of his dimensional space, clearing out all unnecessary, outdated items to make room for his T-800 Legion. This batch of T-800S was equipped with dual nuclear batteries and a substantial arsenal of weapons and ammunition. In reality, they were unequivocally killing machines. Most importantly, all the ammunition was crafted from pure silver, a precaution against the monstrous threats anticipated during the next dimensional opening. with his mechanical army at hand. Lewin felt empowered to embark on a grand endeavor. After clearing his dimensional space, he began to amass T-800s in large quantities. Ultimately, he acquired 7,000, but was compelled to halt due to space limitations. Despite his prudent packing, he found he could not accommodate even a single additional unit. Lewin silently regretted not upgrading his dimensional space to its maximum capacity sooner, as it could have potentially allowed for many more units. Wait, it seemed he could still expand it. With 10 points in free attributes remaining, if he allocated them to his mental attribute, he could expand by several dozen cubic meters, though not a vast increase. Every little bit counted. With that thought, Lewin decisively invested all remaining points into his mental attribute. Mental 115. Following this, a surge of mental energy indeed expanded his space by an additional 40 cubic meters. Continuing on, ultimately, Lewin succeeded in housing 7,500 T-800 robots, ceasing further acquisition. The space could accommodate a maximum of 8,000 units. The reason for not filling it entirely was to reserve space for more crucial items, particularly the core intelligent host of the base. With a mechanical army in place, if he could also establish a robot base in the real world, he would be able to summon troops indefinitely. Future space consumption could be replenished directly from reality. Even when the nation war commenced later, his ambition of single-handedly resisting multiple nations would be fully realized. Once unleashed, his mechanical army would be unrivaled. He would become a real-life mechanical emperor. After securing the core host of the base, Base 6 fell utterly into paralysis. Simultaneously, the countdown reached 0. Ding. The slaughter space has concluded. Returning, Lewin's vision blurred, and he found himself back in the settlement space. A row of golden subtitles flickered before him in the void. The slaughter space has ended. Rating assessment in progress. Survivors who survived earned a basic rating. D level. Completing 3 daily basic tasks elevated the rating to C level. Slaying over 100 monsters raised the rating to B level. Slaying over 1,000 monsters upgraded the rating to A level. Slaying over 10,000 monsters advanced the rating to S level. Holding more than 100 resource cards elevated the rating to SS level. Slaying 3 special monsters raised the rating to SSS level. Survivor's final rating, SSS level. Subsequently, the familiar golden light and the familiar rating board appeared. The only difference was that this time there were 3 pages, 2 pages for the previous ratings and 1 page for the current assessment. Congratulations to the survivor for attaining an SSS level evaluation, entering the rating board, and securing the top position. The survivor accumulated 3 instances of ranking first, earning an additional reward, 10 in 4-dimensional attributes. Ding! The survivor accumulated 5 instances of ranking first, granting yet another additional reward. Oh my goodness! Lewin was elated. 40 attribute points in hand, and with 5 additional rewards to be claimed. Fantastic! He was determined to secure the next additional reward. Rating board. First place, Liu, SSS level. Second place, Wang, B level. Third place, Chao, B level. 100th place, Zhang, C level. That a series of rankings emerged, revealing that starting from the 20th position, all were C level, indicating they failed to slay the requisite 100 monsters but completed 3 basic tasks. That was already quite commendable. Alas, he was once again in a dramatic lead. Lewin could not help but recall a certain song. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted once more that, oh my goodness, Luda is still SSS rated, and this time it's T-800. Is it really that absurd? How could Luda be so powerful? Did he really slay that many T-800s? If he didn't have a strategy guide, I'd eat dung standing on my head. Requesting Luda to share his picture. I want to bear your children to the harlot above. Luda is mine. I am a 36D. What about you? I'm a 42. To the one above, are you referring to your age or your shoe size? Go die, says this level Ratten, if it were a metallic domain field. It would truly take flight. Mechanical link, perfect level upon usage. It establishes a communication link with any mechanical device possessing cognitive abilities. Consumption of kill points. 5,000. This is intended for convenient communication with mechanical life forms in the future. Just like the Autobots known to Liu, and he exchanged for a total of 7 related abilities, expending 35,000 kill points. Remaining kill points, 130,000. Onward with the purchases. Lu En's gaze shifted towards the weapon options. He decided to select some enhanced weaponry to equip his robotic army. Additionally, he would acquire some advanced weaponry for research at the base, aiming for mass production. As for the weaponry to deal with the next monsters. It was unnecessary. Specially crafted silver bullets would suffice. After careful consideration, Lewin ultimately chose 3 types of weapons. Weapon, laser sword. Standard version requires an energy stone for operation. Consumption of kill points, 500. Weapon, laser sword. Charge version operates with solar energy charging. Consumption of kill points, 3,000 at weapon. Laser gun. Standard version requires an energy magazine for functionality. Consumption of kill points, 500. Weapon, laser gun. Charge version operates with solar energy charging. Consumption of kill points, 3,000 at weapon. Explosive gun. Standard version comes with built-in energy bullets. Requires an energy magazine. Consumption of kill points, 500. Weapon, explosive gun. Charge version comes with built-in energy bullets. Operates with solar energy charging. Consumption of kill points, 3,000. He opted for the basic 2 versions and did not purchase the infinite energy variant. Infinite energy is not grounded in science, but rather in metaphysics. In a previous life, an organization wasted significant resources acquiring an infinite revolver, only to abandon the research 10 days later. It cannot be said there was no direction. It is simply that such phenomena cannot be explained by science. How can bullets be generated out of thin air without consuming anything, not even air? Moreover, each bullet possesses a metallic shell and contains gunpowder. Is this comprehensible by science? It defies the conservation of energy. Since then, no one has been foolish enough to pursue the study of weapons with infinite bullets. Even if acquired, they would undoubtedly yield no results, rendering them inferior to the first 2 types. Progressively understanding the principles and subsequently substituting the energy source with nuclear batteries would allow for perfect replication. Lewin purchased one of each of the 3 weapons. Sufficient for research. Consumption of kill points, 10, 500. Remaining kill points, 119, 500. For the first time, Lewin felt an abundance of kill points. Onward. After a thorough examination, Lewin allocated all his kill points towards equipment and materials. Various melting furnaces, lathes, assembly lines, machine rooms, control rooms. Each item was reasonably priced, ranging from 300 to 1,000 kill points. Yet the quality far surpassed that of contemporary technological standards. These would save a substantial amount of time in constructing base facilities. Time is indeed money. As for raw materials, he purchased only rare metals. Iridium, rhodium, palladium, rhenium, lithium, beryllium, germanium. Whatever was rare he acquired in bulk. These raw materials were also inexpensive, costing 3 as the 4 women entered a state of study. Lewin was not idle either. He brought Xiao-Yin to another network port that he instructed her to transform her tail into a data interface and connect it directly. Please help me find some information about a person. Zhao Tai, the eldest son of the Zhao group. See where he is now and project it for me. With no news from Pang Hu, Lewin was growing impatient. With the existence of such advanced robots, Pang Hu's connections had become inconsequential. He intended to locate Zhao Tai's whereabouts through the network directly. Understood, Master, Xiao-Yin replied, her feline mouth opening to speak, although it appeared quite bizarre for a cat to talk. Lewin had long since become accustomed to in the next moment. Xiao-Yin's eyes turned pitch black, with countless data streaming across her vision. In less than 10 seconds, she pinpointed the target. Her eyes gleamed, and a virtual projection materialized in the void before her, displaying the image of a man. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously styled, and his expression exuded an air of arrogance, an impeccable portrayal of a refined young gentleman. It was indeed Zhao T that moment. He was lounging comfortably on a sofa, engrossed in watching a female streamer on his phone. Upon seeing Zhao Tai again, Lewin had anticipated that he would be filled with rage. However, inexplicably, he felt no such fury, only a chilling desire for vengeance. Where is he now? In the waiting area of the Central Airport in the United States. Find out where he is headed. Currently, there are no results. However, his private jet is scheduled to take off in half an hour, with a flight time of 10 hours. The destination is Sioux City in the Dragon Country. Sioux City. You say? Lewin narrowed his eyes. It was not far. One could reach it within an hour or two by car. Huh, it seems we are finally destined to meet. Chapter 68. Preparing for a confrontation. Stay right here and keep a close watch on this person. I want to know his every move. Notify me immediately upon landing. Lewin commanded. In truth, he could easily direct T-1000 to cause the plane to crash or even launch a missile from the U.S. Defense Forces to shoot it down. However, some grudges must be settled personally to achieve true satisfaction. Certain matters require clarification. Moreover, how could he ensure the target's demise was painless with 10 hours to spare? Lewin did not wish to wait idly. He left the command and shifted his focus. Find someone named Chow Bin, the current director of Bureau 816. Locate him and see what he is up to. It is time to establish contact with the authorities. Previously, he had refrained from engaging with them due to a lack of strength and confidence, a subconscious act of self-preservation. After all, the authorities had cultivated their influence in reality for many years. Who knew what resources they possessed? That had been Liu An's previous mindset. Of course, he had never deliberately concealed himself. Sooner or later, he would have to interact with the higher-ups. It was merely a matter of time. Otherwise, he could have donned a mask or a black robe for his endeavors. Yet, as a reborn individual with a system at his disposal, possessing all the advantages, was it necessary to remain hidden? Such reborn individuals were too cowardly. He was confident that he could acquire formidable power in the shortest time possible. Now, with Lewin having successfully seized control of the base system, the entire situation had changed. He would no longer conceal his identity. He was ready to reveal himself. With his current strength, aside from nuclear capabilities, no one could pose a threat to him. In fact, he was not even afraid of nuclear capabilities. With so many T-800 units around, each equipped with 2 nuclear batteries and a considerable stockpile of loose nuclear batteries, no one in the real world could restrain him any longer. So why continue hiding? Yes, moments later, the scene in the void transformed, revealing a conference room. The person Lewin sought was present, seated in a lower position. Chow Bin, the director of Bureau 816. The room was filled with influential figures, many of whom were regulars on news channels. The person sitting in the main seat was the second in command, a truly significant figure at the vice state level. I'll put it bluntly, every decision he made could affect the entire landscape and layout of the Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country's Operations Command Center, the leading figures were seated upright, resembling elementary students listening to a leader's address. The elderly figure at the forefront, wearing a genial smile, spoke up. There's no need to be so formal. This is an informal meeting. Although the current situation is serious, there's no need to be overly tense. Our foundation is not easily shaken. However, the elder's words had no effect. Everyone remained as they were. Sitting stiffly, all were seasoned bureaucrats. Some comments were merely for show to act, otherwise would invite trouble. After all, the one who stands out often draws fire. The elder, observing the atmosphere, shook his head and turned to Chow Bin, saying, Little Chow, I hope you harbor no resentment for having come from far at such a late hour. The current situation is different. We need to make decisions swiftly. Old Zhao, you jest that we serve the people. Besides, you haven't rested either. I have much to learn from you, Chow Bin replied promptly. Well then, let us keep it brief. Old Zhao nodded, wasting no time. Little Chow, have we not found that person yet? Chow Bin, hearing this, shook his head helplessly. In response to Old Zhao, there has been no progress as of yet. A comprehensive search of all public officials has been conducted 3 times, and no one meets the criteria. We have reached a stalemate. The nationwide search has also commenced, but the sample size is too vast, making it impossible to control the timeline. Moreover, we are uncertain whether we will find anyone. Old Zhao pondered for a moment, then replied, Continue searching, but do not rush. Since the other party has alerted you, it indicates they still have some feelings for this country. There must be some special reason for their concealment. For now, we should focus on the impending threat. Understood, Chow Bin nodded in response. Just then, the conference room's amplification system emitted a sizzling sound of electrical interference. In the next moment, the large screen that had been displaying a map abruptly transformed into an image of a cat, a silver cat. I hear you're looking for me. This feline was the embodiment of Xiao Yin. Far away at home, Lewin had heard the discussions and commanded Xiao Yin to infiltrate the system. Preparing for a close encounter with these bigwigs, He had chosen not to appear directly in his own form, opting instead for Xiao Yin's image, considering the possible unpleasantness of the interaction and wanting to avoid complications. The sight of a talking cat struck the attendees as bizarre, and soon their expressions changed dramatically. This was the Operations Command Center, where the system was a military-grade line, renowned for its resilience against global hacking attempts. Yet it had been silently breached. Old Zhao instinctively glanced at a person seated at the side of the conference room, an individual responsible for overseeing information security. This figure's face darkened, and he stormed to a corner where a dedicated line telephoned Saturday. Furiously, he picked it up and dialed a number. The silent infiltration of a military line was a direct slap in the face for him, especially in front of so many high-ranking officials. After a moment, the figure hung up the phone and returned to his seat, his expression grave as he shook his head at old Zhao. There is no issue detected on this side. This statement left the attendees in stunned silence. The absence of any detected problems indicated that the situation was dire. The intruder possessed technology far superior to theirs. Old Zhao's expression turned serious, and after a brief pause, he directed his gaze toward the silver cat on the screen. I presume you are the mysterious individual ranked first on the leaderboard. Indeed. Lewin, through Xiaoyin, observed the actions of everyone present, but remained unfazed. It was a jest to think that the high technology of the Terminator world could be countered by the likes of them. Although they had taken precautions, and Xiaoyin had sensed a special energy fluctuation during the intrusion, likely due to the involvement of an ability user in their defense, she had still been easily breached in the face of T-1000. Thank you for your previous warnings, young friend, and for the elimination of the zombie threat. You have spared the Dragon Country considerable losses that on behalf of the Dragon Country, I express my gratitude. Old Zhao offered his thanks with a warm smile. This acknowledgement was sincere. Had it not been for the other party alerting Xiao Bin, they might have only discovered the zombie outbreak too late. The consequences of allowing the virus to spread would be unimaginable. Indeed, I was born and raised here. I naturally do not wish for this place to become a hell on earth. To be honest, Lewin held a positive view of old Zhao in his previous life. During the chaotic era of monsters, this elder had continually stepped forward to stabilize public sentiment, leading humanity in resistance. One could say he was a spiritual leader. If Xiao Bin was a valiant and skilled general, then old Zhao was an indispensable pillar of the nation. However, while he appreciated old Zhao, his perspective on the authorities remained unchanged. Upon hearing Lewin's response, old Zhao's eyes brightened. Young friend, do you have any thoughts of serving the country? I previously mentioned to Xiao Bin that I would never join the authorities in this lifetime, that it seems you have a significant bias against the authorities. Lewin smirked slightly and replied, Indeed, the prejudice is quite substantial. Whether you believe it or not, the moment I show my face today, before dawn even breaks, my portrait and information will already grace the desks of various influential factions. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room could no longer contain themselves. One individual slammed his palm on the table, rising angrily. What do you mean by that? Chapter 69. The bet with someone taking the lead. The others could no longer restrain themselves. Are you implying that there are indeed issues among us? Huh. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. There are no issues with the people here. I enlisted at 20, spent nearly 30 years in the military, and this is the first time anyone has doubted me. That I'm truly amused. When I was sweating for the Dragon Nation, you weren't even born yet. Today's youth are far too suspicious. It's not a good trait. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, each participant chiming in. Enough. Zhao Lao suddenly commanded, Look at the state of you all. What kind of decorum is this? Zhao Lao, it's not that we are unaware of the rules. We simply cannot stand by any longer. Even if it means facing punishment today, I must speak my mind, the individual who had initially slammed the table retorted. Zhao Lao regarded him with a sense of resignation. The man had a decent background, being from the military, yet he carried some troublesome habits. His current demeanor seemed to fit his character. What a nuisance. Here, he is the highest authority. Silence and sit down. That is an order, Zhao Lao asserted, using his authority to suppress. The man's expression darkened, and he hesitated before begrudgingly taking a seat. Zhao Lao took a deep breath and addressed the screen solemnly. My young friend, I understand your concerns, but your assertions are rather grave that I can guarantee that everyone present here would never engage in any actions that could harm the Dragon Nation. What you describe is utterly impossible. Lewin, lounging on his sofa at home, gazed at the figures on the screen and gestured for Xiao Yin to respond. It seems, Zhao Lao, that you do not believe me. It's not that I disbelieve. Rather, I place greater trust in my own judgment, Zhao Lao replied firmly. Those who can be here either possess remarkable military achievements or have generations of service to their nation. Some I have known since childhood, and I am well acquainted with their backgrounds. Thus, I naturally have faith in them. Well, since you are so confident, how about a wager? Lu An's voice resounded once more at a wager. My young friend, my position does not permit me to gamble. But I am curious to know what you intend to wager. I bet that among you, there's a traitor. Bang! The sound of notebooks slamming onto the table echoed. It belonged to a man in his 50s with a square face, whose expression now darkened. Zhao Lao. If you cannot, I will take the bet. The military does not impose such restrictions on me that I want to see how you intend to identify this traitor. Zhao Lao ignored the man and instead spoke gravely. My young friend, some statements should not be made lightly. Whether it is a reckless statement or not, we shall see if he is willing to bet. Then let him. Zhao Lao fell silent. Very well, I will wager with you. I bet on your claim, traitor. I want to see how you will identify them. If you win, I shall grant you any request that does not harm the nation, even if it means parading naked on television. I shall comply. However, if you fail to identify anyone, you must publicly admit your mistake and report to my military the following day to serve under me. As the man finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted. The attendees glancing at him with a mix of amusement and intrigue. They internally marveled at his cunning strategy to force the opponent's hand and recruit them into the military, rather than the 816 Bureau. This was clearly an attempt to poach personnel. Surprisingly, old Li, with his thick brows and square face, proved to be quite shrewd. Even Xiao Bin's expression stiffened, his cheeks twitching as he contemplated speaking, but ultimately chose silence upon seeing the military insignia on the man's shoulder. Being the youngest present, it was wiser to play the obedient role. Li Guiqiang, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, felt his face flush. There was no choice. This individual was too significant, possessing immense strength. It must be courted. Moreover, this was a guaranteed win, as Zhao Lao stated. Everyone here was well known and could withstand scrutiny. The accusation of treachery was laughable. Very well, Xiao Yin, receiving Lu An's signal, responded with 2 words. Li Guiqiang's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. Now let us commence your performance. I am eager to see whom you will name. He then plopped down his chair, arms crossed, tilting his head to gaze at the large screen. Li Guiqiang, now you may examine your belt. Upon hearing this, Li Guiqiang scoffed. You aren't suggesting I have a problem, are you? I never claimed it was you. I merely mentioned the belt. You'll find out soon enough. Li Guiqiang chuckled. Do you realize we undergo thorough scans before entering the conference room? Even we are not exempt, to be honest. My entire outfit has been examined upon entry, and there are no issues whatsoever. Lu An's voice remained calm. Do not be so confident. Some matters are only revealed upon inspection. Fine. Since you refuse to relent, I shall ensure you are fully convinced. Li Guiqiang, being somewhat impulsive, extracted his belt. Gripping his waistband with one hand while unfurling the belt with the other, presenting it before the assembly. Can you see anything unusual? The onlookers could not help but scrutinize. The first sight was an ordinary belt, issued uniformly by the military, showing no signs of irregularity and no issues. There's nothing here I can attest to that I too can attest. Indeed, there's no problem. What could possibly be wrong? If there were, it would have been discovered long ago. Li Guiqiang directed his gaze at the screen. What else do you have to say? If not, you may concede. Lewin replied, cut open the belt approximately 10 centimeters from the buckle. What do you mean by that? Li Guiqiang's expression darkened. There is something inside. Li Guiqiang picked up the belt and felt around the specified area, bending it slightly. See? Does this look like it contains anything? If it did, it would be protruding. I stand by my statement. Cut it open, and you will find out. Li Guiqiang found himself laughing in frustration. All right, I will make you a believer. He instructed someone to fetch a pair of scissors. In 3 minutes, a pair of scissors was handed to Li Guoqiang. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the scissors and began to cut. Watch closely. How could there possibly be anything inside this belt? Oh, before he finished speaking, Li Guoqiang gasped in surprise. Inside the belt lay a thin, paper-like membrane, the width of a thumb, covered in circuitry-like patterns. At first glance, it resembled a coil. Chapter 70. Emotions like a roller coaster witnessing this scene. Li Guoqiang's expression soured. Although he had no knowledge of how the other belts appeared, he was certain that none contained such items. This belt indeed harbored something suspicious. How could this be? What is this? Why does my belt contain this? Do yours as well? At that moment, not only did Li Guoqiang's face shift, but the others also exhibited signs of concern. An action-oriented participant quickly rose, yanking off his own belt, and, with scissors in hand, made a swift cut. Upon slicing open his belt, he found no similar contents as Li Guoqiang had. He breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, 3 or 5 others followed suit, only to discover their belts were perfectly normal. As the tension eased, the collective gaze of the attendees turned toward Li Guoqiang, even Zhao Lao's expression becoming more profound as he regarded Li Guoqiang. Beads of sweat formed on Li Guoqiang's forehead as he felt the weight of their scrutiny. "No, I don't know. I truly don't know. Please believe me," he pleaded, his face flushed with agitation. Zhao Lao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Li Guoqiang, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly heavy. After a moment, Zhao Lao finally withdrew his gaze and addressed the avatar of Xiao Yin on the large screen. "My young friend, is Guoqiang the traitor you spoke of?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall reached an unprecedented level of tension. Li Guoqiang's heart felt as though it had risen to his throat, that he spoke without a hint of jest, asserting that his very life hinged on a single word from the opposing party. Lewin, from the comfort of his home, could sense the palpable tension through the screen, and he managed a slight grin. Almost there, he muttered to himself before maneuvering Xiao Yin to respond, in the meeting room. The silver cat spoke. "No, no. Did you all hear that? It's not me. It truly isn't me." Upon receiving this reply, Li Guoqiang was the first to erupt with fervor, nearly kneeling in relief. The roller coaster of emotions had been too overwhelming even for him. It was more exhilarating than any life and death struggle he had faced in years past. Zhao Lao, upon hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. "Young friend, then who exactly did you claim was the traitor in the meeting room, if not Guoqiang?" "It's quite simple. Just ask him who gave him the belt," came the reply. Having weathered many storms and seeking justice for past grievances, Li Guoqiang swiftly regained his composure. His keen intellect reasserted itself. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated for a moment before suddenly turning to the corner of the conference room. There, several middle-aged men and women sat, each armed with paper and pen, diligently taking notes. These were the trusted personal guards of the bigwigs, individuals who commanded absolute trust. As Li Guoqiang's gaze fell upon them, the guards felt a chill run down their spines, straightening up in their seats and averting their eyes. Among them, a thin man wearing glasses was drenched in sweat but dared not wipe his brow, striving to maintain an appearance of calm. Yet, none of the prominent figures in attendance were simple folk. Each had seen countless faces and immediately recognized something was amiss. "Bang! Wu Xinghua, I demand to know the truth about this belt." Li Guoqiang slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, exuding an intimidating aura. Earlier, he had feigned submission out of uncertainty, but now, with his grievances addressed, he truly embodied the commanding presence of a military leader. The force of Li Guoqiang's demeanor caused Wu Xinghua's legs to buckle, and he slid from his seat to the floor at Li Lao. "I was coerced. I truly was. They threatened my family that if I didn't comply, they would..." Wu Xinghua attempted to explain, but was abruptly cut off by Li Guoqiang. "Enough! Someone, take him away and interrogate him thoroughly." The guard stationed at the door swiftly approached Wu Xinghua, hoisting him up and leading him out. "Li Lao, believe me, I truly didn't want this, that I was forced." Wu Xinghua's pleas were stifled when a vigilant guard swiftly covered his mouth with a white glove. Soon after, he was escorted out of the conference room. Li Guoqiang's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. "Xinghua has been with me for 15 years, diligently serving, and yet, kid, you wanted. I oldly am convinced that I will honor our wager. Feel free to state your demands." With those words, Li Guiqiang's imposing demeanor diminished, and he slumped into his chair. No longer speaking, his attitude markedly altered. Luan at home smirked, realizing that his display of authority had achieved its purpose. Normal communication could now ensue. The incident regarding the belt from a past life had effectively sent a strong message to these powerful figures. It served as a warning, with Li Guiqiang being the proverbial chicken in this scenario. Only through such means could he ensure that these elite individuals would take his forthcoming words seriously, placing him on equal footing. Let us keep this pending. I'll contact you once I finalize my terms. In the meeting room, Xiao Ying conveyed Lu An's intent. Li Guiqiang nodded stiffly in agreement. Very well. Seeing that the matter had reached a temporary conclusion, Zhao Lao quickly interjected to shift the topic. Young friend, your appearance here today surely extends beyond merely identifying a traitor, does it not? Indeed, I primarily came to extend a greeting and discuss potential collaboration. Collaboration? Zhao Lao furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Which faction are you representing? I stand alone. I have no faction behind me. Only myself. Yourself? Zhao Lao was taken aback, having assumed the individual before him was merely a front for a larger power. Was this merely a ruse, or was it indeed the truth? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lao inquired, what sort of collaboration are you proposing, and how would it be structured? I will provide you with the intelligence and information you require. And in return, you will supply me with certain specialized materials. Zhao Lao's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a hushed tone. When you refer to specialized materials, are you suggesting weaponry? No. I refer to advanced instruments and equipment, as well as a substantial quantity of various ores. Luan laid bare his objectives. He intended to establish a Terminator base in reality, and the materials he had procured thus far were insufficient. Moreover, this was a long-term supply requirement. Purchasing specialized metals with slaughter points was adequate, but acquiring mundane metallic materials would be wasteful. It was far more efficient to procure vast amounts from the real world. However, many materials were tightly controlled by the authorities and seldom circulated. Thus, it would be prudent to negotiate directly with them to facilitate the collection process. This would expedite the establishment of his base and hasten the mass production of T-800 units. Additionally, he harbored a minor ulterior motive. He wished to ensure that his nation was adequately prepared once the imminent war broke out. The last thing he wanted was to be a hindrance. As for the fear of becoming too powerful and posing a threat to himself, Luan dismissed such concerns as irrelevant. In terms of strength, who could surpass him? Zhao Lao fell into deep contemplation. Considering Lu An's intentions, the request for instruments and significant mineral resources could not merely stem from personal need. This young man surely had someone backing him, or perhaps he commanded his own team. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Lao probed further, and the intelligence you can provide, what specifically does it encompass? It naturally pertains to the anomalies within the slaughter space and the real world. For instance, what monsters might emerge in the next space, and what events might unfold in reality? You possess knowledge about the forthcoming monsters in the space. How could that be possible? Before Zhao Lao could respond, a voice from the side, belonging to Chao Bin, erupted in astonishment at Lu An's declaration. The notion that one could predict the monsters of the slaughter space was preposterous. Yet, in the next moment, Chao Bin recalled Lu An's previous ratings, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could this be the reason behind his high evaluations? There is nothing impossible that I possess the ability to foresee the future. Knowing the monster information is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Luan proffered a seemingly plausible explanation. The notion of reincarnation would be too far-fetched for anyone to accept, so it was more convincing to assert that he had the power of foresight. What? The ability to foresee the future. Luan's assertion left the entire conference room in shock. Such powers exist in the world. To have the gift of prophecy would grant one immense advantages in the slaughter space. But wait, weren't you supposed to have ice-based abilities? Chao Bin suddenly questioned, recalling Lu An's previous display of ice powers. His creation of a 100-meter ice sculpture had been nothing short of breathtaking. Indeed, I possess ice abilities, but who says one cannot have foresight alongside ice powers? Chao Bin opened his mouth, only to fall silent once more. Very well, there was indeed no rule against it, a dual ability user. Seeing that Chao Bin had ceased speaking, Zhao Lao pressed on. Young friend, have you already foreseen the circumstances surrounding the next monsters? Yes, but I cannot disclose it yet. You will need to wait 3 days. 3 days? Is there any significance to this time frame? Zhao Lao inquired. Why 3 days and not one? It's simple. In 3 days, national borders will be established. All nations will be independently segmented. Those with combat power below a certain threshold will be unable to cross borders into foreign lands. This segmentation applies not only to the movement of personnel, but also to the flow of information. Satellites from each nation will be confined to their own territories, usable solely for domestic matters. Any attempt to glean insight into foreign situations will be futile. As Lu En's words fell, an uproar erupted within the conference room. What? How could this be possible? Why would this happen? It's utterly absurd. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Zhao Lao, too, was momentarily taken aback. The implications of these statements were staggering. The national situation, no, the global situation, would experience radical upheaval. Zhao Lao sought confirmation once more. Young friend, is what you say true? Whether it is true or not, we shall see in 3 days. Zhao Lao fell silent. All the prominent figures remained quiet, like tea that moment. The earlier intimidation had taken effect. Though still incredulous, the assembly began to accept that Lu En's words bore a semblance of truth. Very well, in 3 days. You shall reconvene that we will discuss matters further then. Oh, by the way, I have another message for you at Dawn. Longwan village will be beset by an additional 200,000 zombies. Furthermore, every subsequent space closure will increase their numbers by 100,000. Additionally, the 5-star tourist attraction enveloped in poisonous miasma is teeming with zombies, their count matching that of the newly emerged horde. Also, 200,000. Just a moment, As Lewin prepares to leave, Elder Zhao hastily interjects, but before he can finish, the large screen shifts once more to reveal a map. Elder Zhao refrains from continuing his thought, swallowing it back. After a brief pause, he takes a deep breath and addresses Xiao Bin. Xiao, time is pressing. You should first attend to the matter of the monsters. The rest of us old fellows need to deliberate on the corresponding national borders. Understood. Xiao Bin acknowledges the urgency of the situation, rises, and swiftly departs. Elder Zhao rubs his temples and turns to the remaining individuals. It seems you all won't be getting any sleep today. Let us share our thoughts on the impending national borders. One prominent figure can no longer contain his curiosity and asks Elder Zhao, do you truly believe such an absurd claim? Elder Zhao does not respond directly, but retorts. Deep down, you already possess the answer, do you not? The figure falls silent. Moreover, we cannot afford to gamble. Meanwhile, Lewin stretches lazily. The net has already been cast, and in 3 days he shall reap the rewards. This matter has reached a temporary conclusion, and dealing with Zhao time must wait another 10 hours. Thus, he resolves to confront the zombie horde. The tourist attraction is not near Haishur. It is a 4-hour drive. But if he departs now, he may just arrive in time. As for the zombie horde, he cannot attend to that now. The distances are too vast to traverse of course. The zombie's strength poses little challenge to him at this juncture. Rendering direct confrontation unnecessary, he will leave that to the officials. Before departing, he must also make arrangements for T-1000 that Lewin tosses the sum given by Pang Hu to Xiaoyin, instructing him to invest it in the stock market. Constructing a base is undeniably a bottomless pit. He cannot even acquire a parcel of land. However, for Lewin, who possesses the formidable T-1000, it is merely a matter of time. The T-1000, far surpassing current technology, will undoubtedly assist him in amassing wealth. Subsequently, Lewin leaves behind 4 maidservants and Xiaoyin, setting off on his own. Although he claims to be alone, he is in fact accompanied by the T-800 army. This is the perfect opportunity to test his new skills. Chapter 72. Zombie Canyon. Thus, Lewin ventured forth with his mechanical army. He then hailed a taxi to his destination. Once inside, he resolved that upon his return, he would acquire a personal vehicle. Relying on taxis was far too inconvenient. The taxi sped along, and Lewin busied himself contemplating the forthcoming developments. First and foremost, funding. He could have T-1000 take on part-time work, and with Dongmei and the others, they would strive to gather as much capital as possible from the stock market and even the bank's bad debts within 3 days, when the national border descends. Communication will be severed, and acquiring money from foreign entities will become increasingly challenging. Once the funds are secured, the next step would involve establishing the base, determining where to build, how to construct it, and addressing land acquisition issues. The identities of Dongmei and the others also require resolution. That IT is daunting to consider, as the tasks ahead are indeed numerous. Fortunately, he is not alone. He has Dongmei and others to mobilize. At just past 5 in the morning, a taxi came to a halt on a closed road. My friend, this road is closed, and it seems the tourist attraction has also been sealed off. Look at the warning signs here. That IT appears your trip has been in vain. You should have checked the itinerary beforehand. Would you like me to take you somewhere to grab a bite? The enthusiastic driver inquired as Lewin prepared to alight. It is no wonder the driver was so eager. This fare would earn him a day's earnings. That no, I'll just take a stroll on my own. Lewin replied before stepping out of the vehicle. All right, if you need transportation again, don't hesitate to call me. With that parting remark, the driver drove away. Lewin gazed at the closed road and the raised barriers. His figure disappearing from sight point 10 minutes later, he had traversed the closed section, the controlled area, and the warning zone, arriving at the miasma. Without hesitation, he stepped into the noxious fumes. Prior to this, he had instructed T-1000 to connect to the satellite, transmitting the map of the spatial rift's location to his phone. Unlike last time, he would not be fumbling about in the dark, asking questions. Entering the miasma zone, Lewin hurried along and soon found himself beside a street. This street was the very one captured in the satellite footage. Along the way, he encountered no zombies. As dawn approached, the zombies had retreated to their burrows, for they, unlike the undead, depended on the virus for sustenance and required their beauty sleep during the day. At this moment, the center of the street revealed a vast pit several meters wide. This pit was devoid of walls, resembling a black canvas painted upon the street. It was eerily peculiar. Lewin recognized this as the entrance to the zombie wasteland's alternate space. The spatial rift lay within that otherworldly realm. Upon crossing the threshold, one would enter a distinct small space situated atop a desolate expanse filled with coffins and zombies. I'm back. Upon witnessing the familiar opening, Lewin felt a momentary haze descend upon him, reminiscent of his former self. Back then, he had descended into the zombie space repeatedly to gain strength, seeking the evolutionary crystals contained within the zombies. Now, taking a deep breath, Lewin collected his thoughts and decisively stepped into the pit. There was no sensation of weightlessness. Rather, with a single stride, the world shifted, and he found himself in a realm bathed in blood-red moonlight. Lewin now stood upon a barren surface, with the familiar pit behind him. Towering cliffs flanked either side, creating a canyon-like environment. In his previous life, this place was known as Zombie Canyon. There was no embellishment here. Only raw confrontation. One side of the canyon marked Lewin's entry point, while the other housed the spatial rift. Behold the rift. One must breach the canyon. Presently, numerous zombies were prowling along this path. Lewin's arrival seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as a sanguine glow descended from the moonlight, illuminating him. Blood Moon Mark. This was the name bestowed upon this phenomenon by those in his past life. It signified the arrival of an outsider into the space, causing all monsters to designate the marked individual as a target for attack. And so it was that, as the Blood Moon Mark fell upon Lewin, the zombies within his line of sight halted momentarily before frantically lunging towards him. Lewin narrowed his eyes, and the Gatling gun materialized in his hands. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. He began to harvest heads as he reaped. He gestured with his hand, summoning a throng of folded T-800 units. They were folded precisely to maximize the number of T-800s he could transport. Once deployed, the T-800s swiftly rose, positioning themselves to the side. Weapons primed and commenced fire without uttering a single word. Naturally, they did not utilize silver bullets, opting instead for standard armor-piercing rounds. Such ammunition sufficed to deal with these zombies. Soon, more and more T-800s materialized. Within minutes, Lewin stood behind a battalion of 1,000 T-800s. There was no room for more in the canyon. However, this was sufficient to confront the impending zombie horde. The firepower had already been established. The mechanical army arranged itself into several rows, unleashing a torrent of metallic bullets into the ranks of the zombies, obliterating their forces. Lewin had long ceased his own attacks, handing the Gatling gun to the lead T-800. Lewin raised his hand with a flourish, issuing the first command, "Advance, all units." The mechanical army responded in unison, stepping forward with synchronized precision, more orderly than a military parade. This was merely the beginning. The mechanical army continued onward. The zombies along the way posed no challenge. Lewin strolled along, hands clasped behind his back, swaying his head, and advancing with an air of indifference alongside his army. Observing the valiant mechanical forces, Lewin felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that he had made the right choice. The sensation of having companions by his side was truly gratifying. In an instant, the air in Zombie Canyon was filled with the thunderous sounds of gunfire. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the poisonous miasma, a contingent of military personnel stood at the ready, their long rifles and short cannons already set up. Silently awaiting orders, the drone bombing squad was also on standby, prepared to take flight at any moment. Even the esteemed superhumans from the 816 Bureau had gathered here, including Chow B. INAS for the zombies. They were being overseen by another individual. The strength of the zombies was already established, and their exact numbers were known, leaving no room for error. As the foremost superhuman of the military, Chow Bin naturally had to be present to confront the more formidable zombies. At the command center outside the scenic area, Chow Bin convened a meeting with his team, which comprised the same individuals who had been in the zombie-infested space. The data analyst, Old Zhang, the primary damage dealer and sniper, muscular Deng Yang, reconnaissance expert Qin Jihao, and explosives expert Luo Feng. Each one was a trusted ally whom Chow Bin could rely on. In light of the impending zombie threat, he had deliberately assembled this group. As Chow Bin scrutinized the satellite imagery, he felt a slight easing of tension. It appeared our assumptions were correct. The zombies did not venture out during the day. Thus, we had a window of preparation during daylight hours, a rather encouraging piece of news. Yet, what are your thoughts on the situation here? As Chow Bin finished speaking, the large screen was split in two. One half displayed an overview map, while the other showed a video of the entrance to the alternate space. The video commenced, revealing through the thin veil of toxic miasma, shadowy figures leaping swiftly towards the spatial entrance, decisively diving in and vanishing from sight. Those figures were none other than the zombies. Chapter 73. The first individual of the Space Zombie King. The video continued. According to expert analysis, this appeared to be an alternate space where the zombies sheltered during the day, emerging only at night. Therefore, I propose we take advantage of the daytime to form a reconnaissance team to investigate the situation. However, this endeavor is fraught with peril, as we may very well be besieged by hordes of zombies upon entry. I will personally lead this reconnaissance team, and I wish to hear your opinions that I can accompany you, but I must inquire why we wouldn't simply deploy a bomb into the fray. That way, regardless of what lies within, our risks and losses would be minimized, Deng Yang interjected decisively. Upon hearing this, Chow Bin's expression turned somewhat bitter. There's nothing I can conceal from you. The higher-ups have forbidden its use. Why is that? It's in an alternate space that if a bomb can resolve the matter, why must we mobilize forces and risk our lives? What are they thinking? Deng Yang asked in confusion, voicing his frustrations not at Chow Bin, but at the decisions from above that moment. Zhang Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and analyzed. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups are likely concerned about damaging the alternate space. They probably intend to use it as a breeding ground to continuously harvest evolution crystals. Chow Bin was not surprised that Zhang Wei could deduce this, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, most individuals have not been selected by the space, hence they can only enhance their abilities through evolution crystals. Currently, there are still too few evolution crystals available. Zhang Wei smirked. Are there not enough? First, they allocated them to the second generation and scion offspring, leaving fewer than 10 for the military. He continued, I now understand why the top-rated individual refuses to join the official ranks. In the end, it's all for the benefit of those second-generation wastrels. If I had a choice, I wouldn't Bang. Before Zhang Wei could finish, Chow Bin slammed his hand on the table and admonished. Old Zhang, adjust your attitude. Some matters are beyond our discussion. Our duty is to execute orders. Although Chow Bin knew this to be true, being in the military, what could he do? Zhang Wei pouted but fell silent. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense and quiet at 8 that moment. Reconnaissance expert Qin Jiao suddenly spoke up. Boss, there's something on the screen. Please rewind to around 5:10 and switch to normal playback. The others were momentarily taken aback. Chaobin asked, Did you discover something? Something, yes, but since the footage was fast-forwarded, I'm unsure if it was merely an illusion. As a professional scout, my observational skills are keen. Even if I merely caught a fleeting glimpse, I'm certain a figure appeared in the satellite footage. However, I need to confirm. All right, Chao Bin responded affirmatively, instructing an assistant in the distance to adjust the footage. After a few seconds, the video was set to the time Qin Jihao specified. By then, likely due to the impending dawn, no zombies were present. As the footage continued for several more seconds, it resembled a still image. Old Qin, there's nothing here. Are you seeing things? Qin Jihao frowned. No, there's definitely something that I didn't check the time earlier. Let me take another look. Fine, I suppose. It must be this. Look quickly, Qin Jihao exclaimed suddenly. And everyone's gazes converged on the screen at that moment. A figure swiftly approached the entrance to the alternate space. It paused for 2 seconds before leaping into the opening. This is a person, right? It certainly is. Which zombie walks like that? Quick, rewind the footage and pause it. Chao Bin commanded. Rising abruptly. 3 seconds later, the image froze on that figure. Despite the lingering miasma obscuring details, it was sufficient for everyone to discern the individual's silhouette. It's him, Chao Bin gasped in astonishment. How could it be him? Impossible. Zhang Wei stood up, equally shocked that, do you both know him? Ding Yang scratched his head, looking puzzled. The top-rated individual, the Zombie King. Chao Bin and Zhang Wei spoke in unison. But in the next moment, the two exchanged incredulous glances, simultaneously asking, What did you say? Once more, they spoke together, their faces twitching. Boss, you go first. Chao Bin bit his lip and nodded. Very well, he's indeed the top-rated individual. I would never mistake him. Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Boss, he is also the Zombie King of the First Spatial Realm. While I observe him through thermal imaging, I would recognize his figure without fail. It seems we were both mistaken. He is indeed a survivor. And no wonder he achieved SS rating. Chao Bin shook his head. No, that's not right, as far as I know. He possesses ice powers, possibly coupled with precognition, though that remains to be verified. Yet the Zombie King commands zombies and possesses an ability akin to spatial transfer, enabling him to redirect bullets. Their abilities are fundamentally different. Don't tell me one individual can possess 4 types of powers. Boss, 2 is feasible. Why not 4? Zhang Wei replied, thoughtfully, that's a compelling argument. I find myself unable to refute it. In Zombie Canyon, Lun had already led the T-800 army through the canyon, arriving before the dimensional rift. There he beheld the Zombie Emperor seated regally upon a throne, suspended in mid-air. Name, Mutated Zombie Emperor Combat Rating. Early stage 3 stars lootable attributes. Zombie Emperor Body, purple. Bloodthirsty Regeneration, yellow. Olfactory Perception, yellow. Ancestral Dragon Power, gold. Imperial Qualities, purple. Ancestral Dragon Power, gold, possessing the aura of the Ancestral Dragon. Impervious to all evils, immune to spiritual illusions. Imperial Qualities, purple, destined to become a ruler of an ERA in his previous life. The Zombie Emperor emerged with unparalleled might, defeating Thunder God Chao Bin with a single strike, only to be forcefully blasted back into the alternate space by explosives in retrospect, it seemed that Chao Bin's defeat was not unjust. With 2 purple and 1 gold talent, he was indeed formidable. However, Lewin relished the challenge. Chapter 74. The annihilation of the Zombie Emperor. Behind the Zombie Emperor loomed a vast spatial rift. Countless zombies leaped forth from the fissure, landing within Zombie Canyon. Upon their arrival, the zombies were momentarily bewildered. They gazed at Lu An's mechanical army, then at the Zombie Emperor's horde, and some even glanced back at the dimensional rift. Their limited intellect left them momentarily confused about the situation. What is happening? This our territory. What are these metal monstrosities doing here? The canyon rewards the brave, yet now it seemed the enemy had breached the rift. After a while, the zombies appeared to confirm their allegiance. Leaping back into the ranks of the Zombie Emperor's army, encircling him in layers. "Commoner, take your army and leave the canyon. I shall overlook your transgressions. From this day forth, may we coexist without interference. What do you say?" As the number of zombies surrounding him continued to multiply, the zombie emperor was the first to speak, yet he showed no intent to attack. As a monarch, he was not a reckless fool. He needed to assess the situation. Before him, these ironclad beings had surged from the opposite end of the canyon, appearing utterly unscathed, their power far beyond that of his own zombie army. A true ruler knows when to yield. And adaptability is the essence of sovereignty. Although the zombie emperor could articulate human speech, Lewin, while astonished, had no desire to engage in idle chatter. This entry was his to claim, and no one could contest it. Given the inevitable confrontation, he saw no reason to waste breath. "Attack," he commanded decisively, signaling for a full offensive. The mechanical army opened fire once more, and this time, Lewin was eager to conclude the conflict swiftly. With a grand gesture, a multitude of T-800 units emerged, each shouldering rocket launchers. "Why, undead soldiers, slay them. Those who bring me the heads of our enemies shall be ennobled as Count of the Undead." The zombie emperor's voice resonated throughout the expanse. Yet, what greeted him were countless missiles soaring into the sky. Boom! The ground shook and the heavens blazed with fire, but a minute later, the bombardment ceased, leaving behind a scene of obliterated zombies. Save for the toppled zombie emperor. Though rifts in space continued to spawn zombies, Lewin's mechanical forces dispatched them swiftly, each one falling as if boxed. Lewin approached the zombie emperor, who, though not dead, was left in a state of near demise, half buried in APIT. As Lewin drew near, the zombie emperor's body suddenly swelled. "Commoner, perish with me." But in the next instant, a blue light flashed before the zombie emperor, and his form was encased in ice. With a swift motion, Lewin kicked a stone that soared right towards the frozen figure. Thud! The stone struck the ice, producing a soft sound as it embedded itself within. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ice, rapidly spreading until the entire sculpture was covered. In an instant, the ice shattered, releasing multiple orbs of vibrant light. The zombie emperor was no more. Lewin grinned as he collected the entries. Ding! Acquired entries. Power of the Ancestor Dragon, gold. Qualities of an Emperor, purple. Bloodthirsty recovery, yellow. Olfactory perception, yellow. Besides the zombie emperor's body, Lewin collected all else. Previously acquired entries had been merged or reclaimed, and now he could plunder anew. However, these entries were no longer needed, and he opted to recycle them through the system. He reclaimed olfactory perception, gaining 2 entry points. Bloodthirsty recovery could not be reclaimed again due to previous recovery. So he chose to retain it, hoping for a pleasant surprise when fused with other entries later. Casting a glance at the remaining zombies, who were still falling, he turned to leave with his mechanical army. The rest could be left for the military to handle. Meanwhile, outside, Chow Bin and his team were circling above the alternate space in a helicopter. Chow Bin was clad in a special suit resembling a bodysuit, enveloping him entirely, even his head covered by a fitted hood. Anyone who believed in light, it would be evident that with a mere change of color and the addition of horns, he resembled Ultraman. This suit was designed specifically for the toxic miasma, freshly developed and yet to be mass-produced. Chow Bin was the first authorized user. "Boss, in 5 minutes the miasma will completely dissipate. Are we not waiting for it to clear before entering?" Indeed, this protective suit is not fully matured. If any issues arise, it could lead to poisoning. Chow Bin shook his head. "Rest assured, I will not take risks without certainty. This time, I exchange for a skill, Thunderbolt Garb, which allows me to envelop myself in lightning. Even if the suit fails, I can withstand until the miasma is entirely gone." "All right, that's it, I'm going," as he spoke. He had already donned the suit, grasping the zip line and descending from the helicopter. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the thinning miasma. Upon landing, he removed the zip line and took a moment to assess his surroundings, nodding silently. Remarkably, the research team's contraption was indeed effective. The suit had successfully isolated him from the miasma. With safety assured for the moment, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the alternate space. He cautiously unslung the long gun he had brought, advancing quickly. This long gun, crafted from special materials obtained through the space exchange, had properties that enhanced the conduction of lightning, maximizing Chow Bin's potential. Approaching the entrance, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the rift, heading straight for him. Chow Bin's heart raced, his taut nerves igniting into action. The long gun unleashed a surge of lightning, transforming into a blue streak aimed at the shadow. Clang! The long gun struck true, hitting an outstretched finger that seemed as impenetrable as iron, nullifying the force of the strike without so much as a scratch, before Chow Bin could process his astonishment. The figure retreated slightly, and an overwhelming force surged from the long gun. It felt as though he had been struck by a truck, sending him and his weapon flying. He crashed heavily against the wall of an ancient structure. Collapsing to the ground, the long gun fell beside him, and his wrist was dislocated from the impact. A chilling voice reached his ears as he lay there. Whether by intent or accident, this is the second time. Should there be a next, the director of Bureau 816 may be replaced. Chow Bin instinctively looked up, but there was no trace of anyone in sight. Coughing, he propped himself against the wall, his face a portrait of shock. The sensation he had just experienced had nearly suffocated him. Fortunately, his life had been spared. Yet a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He had believed that he had acquired numerous formidable resources, significantly enhancing his strength. Even if there remained a disparity, he thought self-preservation would be assured in a confrontation. Now, however, that confidence lay shattered. The gap felt insurmountable to a single finger. His opponent had merely used a finger. Wait, could they even defend against his lightning gun and possess such invulnerability? How many abilities did they have? Why was there such a vast difference among those who entered space together? A wave of reflection washed over Chow Bin. Yet, one determination crystallized in his mind. In any future encounters with that monster, he would rather eat dung upside down. Chapter 75. The arrival of national borders emerging from the scenic area through the art of earth manipulation. Lewin finally found a bustling street and hailed a taxi to depart. After several hours, he returned to his home. Upon entering, Dong Mei greeted him, accompanied by the three women. "Welcome back, boss." Lu's lips twitched. He felt an uncanny resemblance to a nightclub scene where a suitor was chosen. Why have you changed your outfit again?" At that moment, Dong Mei sported a cropped black tank top that revealed her midriff, paired with white denim jeans that accentuated her alluring figure. She wielded a cloth and broom, diligently cleaning. The other three maintained their previous attire, albeit with cloths in hand as well. "Welcome back, boss. I took inspiration from Secretary's self-cultivation. It enhances my figure and ensures your comfort." Lu's eye twitched again. The absurdity of her words rendered him speechless. However, he couldn't deny that it was indeed a feast for the eyes. "So, you're cleaning, right? Have you finished all the online materials?" "Yes, we have comprehended everything." Lewin nodded, reflecting, robots truly learn with remarkable ease. "All right, continue with the cleaning. Once you're done, learn how to be more human. Your expressions still seem too rigid. Clearly abnormal. You won't blend in here like that." "Understood, boss." After dismissing the four women, Lewin approached Xiao-Yin, inquiring, "How's the money situation?" Xiao-Yin leaned over the table, her tail plugged into a network port. "Master, as of now, we have acquired 360 billion. All transactions were conducted as per your instructions and went undetected by any factions." "Wow," Lewin exclaimed, utterly astonished, in both his past and present lives. He had never encountered such an immense sum of money. While he was aware of the robot's prowess in generating wealth, he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. In just 8 hours, over 300 billion, an average of over 40 billion per hour, far exceeded Lu's expectations. This was sheer madness. "Excellent. Keep up the hard work. By the way, what about Zhao Tai? He should have landed by now." "Right, Master. Zhao Tai arrived at Bear Country's airport half an hour ago." Lewin frowned. Bear Country? Wasn't he supposed to return home? What happened? During the journey, Zhao Tai received a call and subsequently redirected to Bear Country to negotiate a business deal. Lewin narrowed his eyes, slightly disappointed at not encountering Zhao Tai. It seemed that his anticipated arrival will be delayed a few more days. Continue to monitor. Inform me immediately upon his return. "Understood, Master." Subsequently, Lewin retreated to the bedroom for a brief respite. Although his physical condition allowed him to go days without sleep without consequence, a short nap proved remarkably effective in replenishing his energy. After 3 hours of slumber, Lewin awoke, the afternoon already upon him. Revitalized, he partook of a light meal before proceeding to assign tasks to his companions. Xiao Yin, without needing further instruction, continued her covert operations to amass wealth. Providing financial backing for all projects, Dong Mei remained by his side, serving as a secretary and registering legitimate identities for everyone. Chun Lan was dispatched to establish a base, while Xia Zhu focused on research and development. Primarily targeting the evolution of crystals.as for Qiuju, Lewin intended for her to infiltrate the official channels, acting as his liaison with the authorities. Ostensibly, she would present as an ability user proficient in mechanical control. After confirming several details, he allowed the 4 women to resume their studies on how to navigate society. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tai had finally returned to the country, but he had since moved on to Longqing. Lewin, unwilling to wait any longer, decisively instructed Xiao Yin to make a call to Zhao Tai under the name of his father, urging his swift return to Haishu. Simultaneously, various videos began circulating across major online platforms. Although the locations in these videos differed, the content was strikingly similar. A golden barrier had emerged, delineating national borders and effectively isolating countries from one another. No means could breach this barrier. Not even missiles could perturb it in the slightest. Thus, the global trade landscape shattered completely. Each nation found itself in a state of self-imposed isolation, unable to communicate with the outside world. Countries with satellites fared better, maintaining basic domestic communication, while those without were left utterly paralyzed in terms of communication. The borders had descended. In Longqing, within a conference room, the same prominent figures from before gathered once more to discuss recent developments. After a brief exchange of information, silence fell as they turned their attention to the large screen, waiting patiently for the individual in question to appear. Everything he had foretold had come to pass, and they had no choice but to believe in him now. Their anticipation was soon rewarded as the screen flickered to life, revealing a young man affectionately stroking a cat, none other than Lewin himself. "Young friend, you have finally revealed your true identity. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" Zhao Lao, upon seeing Lewin in person, broke into a smile. Lewin this time, he did not hide. For the moment was ripe, and there was no longer any need for concealment. His power was sufficient. The borders had manifested, and he need not worry about information leaking, having also earned the trust of the influential figures. What was there left to hide? Lewin, a magnificent name. To achieve such accomplishments at such a young age. Your future is boundless, Zhao Lao continued. I prefer to avoid formalities, so let us get straight to the point. After a brief pause, he acknowledged Lewin's directness, smiling. Very well. The borders have appeared, and your predictions have come true, that we believe in your words now. Cooperation is possible. You may present your demands. Excellent. I require a military base in Shanqing. As he spoke, the screen split in two, revealing a map of the area surrounding Shanqing. That a red circle marked the region Lewin sought, for establishing a base necessitated a substantial expanse of land. Securing such a large area through conventional means would entail a myriad of bureaucratic procedures, and even with financial leverage, approval would take months. Moreover, once construction commenced, various tax agencies would come knocking. Lewin could not afford to wait that long. He boldly requested the land outright. The choice of a military base was strategic, facilitating modifications and significantly expediting construction. Furthermore, who would dare inspect a military installation? Zhao Lao's expression turned serious as he regarded Lewin intently, surprised that he could pinpoint the military base in Shancheng. In that moment, the estimation of Lewin's backing rose considerably for a military base. I have the authority to grant that. I shall arrange for the soldiers stationed there to withdraw within the next 2 days. You may take over in 3 days. Lewin replied with a smile. Thank you, Zhao Lao, for your promptness. That if you have any questions, feel free to ask. That we wish to understand the situation regarding the next wave of monsters from the spatial realm. Chapter 76. Changes in the spatial realm. The next wave of monsters will be vampires, Lewin declared without hesitation in response to Zhao Lao's inquiry. This meeting was fundamentally a trade of interests aimed at strengthening mutual trust and cooperation. What? Vampires? Those creatures worshipped by foreign churches, the bat-like beings? The room erupted into murmurs, speculating on the power of these vampires and whether they matched the legendary might attributed to them. The vampires are rated at 3 stars in terms of strength. As for their abilities, they possess super speed, transformation, blood-sucking, and flight, among others, that a collective gasp echoed through the conference room. 3 stars. Even the current leading figure of the military, Chow Bin, with the aid of evolution crystals, barely reached 2 stars. The gap between 1 star and 3 was monumental, but a pall of concern settled over the attendees. Chow Bin suddenly interjected, "Such formidable monsters must surely have weaknesses. Are they not, as the legends suggest?" Lewin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. While vampires are classified as 3-star beings, their superiority lies primarily in their speed. Their actual offensive capabilities are inferior to yours. Moreover, despite their strength, they exhibit clear vulnerabilities: garlic, crucifixes, holy water, scriptures, silver artifacts. Ultraviolet light, and even thunder can all inflict significant harm on them. Furthermore, this time, we have allies in the spatial realm, making it considerably safer compared to the mechanical realm. Upon hearing Lu An's reassurances, the expressions of the gathered individuals softened. Chow Bin shared this sentiment. If viewed in this light, his task would indeed be considerably less burdensome. Yet a moment later, he detected a specific phrasing in Lu An's remarks. "Wait, you mentioned allies. What allies?" Luan smirked slightly, refraining from answering Chow Bin's question and instead directing his gaze toward Zhao Lao. "Zhao Lao, I also require some raw materials, such as copper, iron, and tin. What do you think?" Zhao Lao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Please compile a list of your requests. As long as they are reasonable, I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Luan chuckled at Zhao Lao's willingness. "Rest assured, these will be commonplace metallic materials. I will have my assistant compile the list shortly." Zhao Lao waved his hand dismissively. "This is merely a trivial matter. Let us return to our previous discussion." "Very well." Luan nodded. Having secured his interests and thus willing to divulge further details, he organized his thoughts and continued. In truth, the first 3 instances of the spatial realm were merely novice stages, designed for adaptation. The space contained only monsters, and the daily tasks were quite simple. However, from the 4th instance onward, beginning with this one, the situation has evolved. Local forces have emerged to counter the monsters within the spatial realm. You might consider them NPCs. For example, in this instance, in addition to the vampires, there exists a human faction of NPCs dedicated to combating them, such as vampire hunters and members of the church. 10 minutes later, Luan concluded the call and stretched leisurely that he had conveyed all that he could. Now, it was up to these influential figures to act upon the information, presumably after this spatial event. Numerous skilled individuals would emerge. The following day, Luan perused the official announcement detailing the nature of the borders and the world transformations that it was imperative to inform the populace. The borders were visible to all, making it impossible to conceal the truth. Concurrently, under the leadership of Bureau 816, various cities began establishing their own evolutionary management bureaus, actively recruiting a diverse array of evolutionists. Some cities even offered generous incentives, promising 6 insurances and 1 fund, along with board and lodging, starting salaries in the millions in a flash. Countless evolutionists responded eagerly to this environment. Any family with an evolutionist could expect admiration and flattery from friends and relatives. The societal standing of evolutionists began to rise at this moment. The old order, driven by wealth, began to crumble, making way for a new order centered around evolutionists. "Master, Zhao Tai has arrived. I understand. Instruct your people to withdraw. The rest is not your concern." "Understood." Luan ended the call with Peng, who, gazing at the scene projected into the void by Xiao Wai. In the image, a car was in motion, and within it sat none other than Zhao Tai, who had been lured to Haishur by Lu An's persuasion that in Haishur, Peng, whose influence was indeed formidable. Zhao Tai had barely exited the airport when news of his arrival reached Peng Hu. However, with Xiao Yin at his disposal, Luan had been vigilantly monitoring Zhao Tai's movements, rendering Peng Hu unnecessary. Luan continued to observe the vehicle as it entered a villa. He turned to glance at the sky. The night was dark and the wind howled. A perfect night for action. Inside a villa in Haishur, Zhao Tai had just finished his indulgences and taken a shower, emerging from the bedroom with his phone in hand. Through the bedroom door, the disarray was evident, with whips, chains, and candles strewn about. A woman, marked by numerous scars, could be faintly seen on the bed. Zhao Tai, at this moment, bore no resemblance to the dashing young gentleman he had been at the airport. Instead, he radiated a chilling aura as he made his way to the living room, seated himself, and took a sip of water offered by the butler. Noticing several missed calls, he frowned and remarked, "Old Jiang, you mentioned that my father was eager for me to come to Haishur. Yet now that I'm here, he isn't responding to my calls. What does he intend?" Butler Jiang bowed slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "Young master, how would I know your father's thoughts? However, it must be something of great importance, likely related to national borders. Fortunately, your father summoned us back. Had we delayed even a day longer, the borders would have closed, trapping us abroad." Zhao Tai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that was a valid point. Never mind, I'll reach out to him tomorrow. Have someone clean up my room. I need 2 more girls for tomorrow. One simply isn't sufficient for my needs." Butler Jiang smiled slightly and nodded. "Understood, young master. I've heard there are some exquisite sisters coming. I'll ensure they're delivered to you by tomorrow." Zhao Tai grinned and nodded. "Excellent, sisters. You've piqued my anticipation." Suddenly, the villa's door was flung open with a loud crash. Zhao Tai's expression turned cold as he turned to look toward the entrance to go see what's happening. "No need. I'm here to find someone." Luan entered, accompanied by Dong Mei. Zhao Tai glanced at Luan, then fixed his gaze on Dong Mei, an expression of surprise followed by greed flickering in his eyes. This woman was undoubtedly a rare gem. Just her physique alone could provide him endless amusement. Yet, Dong Mei paid no heed to Zhao Tai, her focus solely on her boss. "Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Where are the security guards? What happened to them?" Butler Jiang stepped forward, his expression hostile as he regarded Luan and Dong Mei. "Since I stand here, what do you imagine has become of the security outside?" Luan replied to Butler Jiang, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao. He appeared much more youthful than he had remembered. Chapter 77. Zhao Tai, you shall die. Luan's words caused Butler Jiang's face to pale dramatically. A flicker of fear arose within him, but he quickly recalled that this was Zhao's territory and his status, prompting him to regain his composure. "Let me remind you, this is the Zhao family's villa. Your actions here constitute trespassing. Do you understand the consequences?" "You." Butler Jiang intended to say more, but Zhao Tai interrupted him. "Enough, old Jiang." That moment, Zhao Tai exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he wore a nonchalant expression as he lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs while scrutinizing Luan. "I presume you too are here to see me. Let me guess, someone is out to kill me. So, the question arises, how much did they pay for my life? I can offer 3 times the amount if you simply tell me who it is." As a scion of a prominent family, such scenarios were all too commonplace for him. There was no situation that couldn't be resolved with money. "Oh, are you certain you can afford 30 billion? Luan replied with a hint of amusement. Upon seeing Zhao Tai, Luan felt no urgency to eliminate him just yet. "What? Someone has offered 10 billion for my life. Who is it?" Zhao Tai's expression shifted. He had initially thought the bounty would be in the millions, never expecting it to be 10 billion. Clearly, someone wished for his demise. In such circumstances, he could not help but ponder deeply. Few possessed such financial resources within the Dragon Nation, and even fewer had a vendetta against him. "Are you sent by the second son?" Zhao Tai's expression fluctuated. After much contemplation, he could only surmise it must be his brother, if he were to die. Who would benefit the most? Undoubtedly, it would be his half-brother. Well, it seems your wings have grown strong enough to dare to hire someone to kill me. Truly, you are deserving of your bloodline. Observing Zhao Tai's shifting expressions, Luan feigned regret. It appears that young Master Zhao cannot afford the 30 billion. Such a pity. 30 billion. I can still manage that. However, whether you can take it is another matter. Old Jiang, deal with them. Leave the woman alive. With Zhao Tai's command, Butler Jiang shed his earlier timidity, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's. With a sudden burst of energy, he transformed into a blur, appearing before Lu in a fierce elbow strike aimed directly at Luan's chest. As he approached, Butler Jiang's entire form began to shimmer with a silvery hue, as if coated with a layer of dye. His muscles swelled with newfound power. This Butler Jiang was indeed an evolver. Facing this devastating strike, Lewin merely raised his hand to block it. Butler Jiang's eyes glinted with ferocity. How dare he attempt to block his 8 extreme strike with mere flesh the next instant? Butler Jiang's elbow collided with Lu An's palm that a dull thud resonated. Contrary to his expectations, Butler Jiang did not witness Lu An's hand shatter and his body fly backward. Instead, it felt as though he had struck a mountain. Lu An remained unfazed, not even a wrinkle marring his brow. Butler Jiang's expression changed drastically. He was aware of his own abilities. As a physical mutant, he could steel his body, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, to his astonishment, even with a surprise attack, he could not budge Lu An in the slightest. It was futile to contend. Realizing this, Butler Jiang prepared to retreat, but before he could act, a powerful hand clamped around his throat. Lu An's hand. An evolver. I shall claim your powers. As he spoke, Lu An activated an insight on Butler Jiang. Name: Jiang Huaiwu. Combat rating: mid-level 1 star. Usable traits: steel skin blue, martial arts genius yellow, steel skin blue upon activation. The body becomes as tough as steel, dramatically enhancing defense and slightly increasing strength. Martial arts genius yellow, training speed in martial arts far exceeds that of an average person. Before Butler Jiang could comprehend the meaning of Lu An's words, he was lifted off the ground, the grip on his neck tightening with immense force. His once iron-strong neck began to cave in. No, young master, save me. Crack, like a soda can, his reinforced neck was crushed. Butler Jiang's eyes bulged as his body reverted to its normal color, devoid of life. Butler Jiang, dead. 2 traits were immediately extracted. Lu An collected them decisively. Following this, as if he had merely completed a trivial task, he released his grip, allowing the corpse to fall to the ground. Stepping over Butler Jiang's lifeless body, he plopped down onto the nearby sofa. Young Master Zhao, shall we converse? Dong Mei also approached, extending her small hands to massage Lu An, fulfilling the duties of secretary. Lu An's playful tone caused Zhao Tai to shudder. He had lost all semblance of calmness. He was well aware of Butler Jiang's capabilities. A master of martial arts who had later awakened his powers, he had ascended to the pinnacle of strength. Particularly after activating steel skin, he was impervious to blades and bullets, capable of even withstanding artillery fire. Yet now he had been effortlessly killed with a single hand. The strength of this individual was utterly terrifying. I'll offer you 30 billion. No, 40 billion. I'll give you 40 billion. Please, spare my life. Zhao Tai regretted not bringing more bodyguards. The Zhao family's wealth is too hot for me to handle. Besides, I'm not in need of money. So, what is it you desire? I can give you anything I possess. Lu An smirked. First, remove your wig. I'm not accustomed to seeing you with such a thick head of hair. You even know about this? Zhao Tai's expression shifted. The fact that Lu An was aware of such a detail meant there was a mole among his ranks. Despite his suspicions, he still reluctantly removed the wig, revealing a somewhat balding young man before Lu, and the surrounding hair was relatively normal, but the center was sparse, attempting valiantly to provide coverage. The edges of his scalp were slightly red, likely from the pressure of the wig. Once the wig was gone, the air of nobility Zhao Tai had exuded transformed into that of a comical figure. Lu An grinned broadly. This appearance was the one he had recognized from his past life. What will it take for you to release me? Zhao Tai had come to a realization. Although the intruders were there to kill him, their failure to act immediately upon entering indicated that there might still be a chance for him. Otherwise, he would have already been reduced to a lifeless heap on the floor. Lu An remained silent, simply observing Zhao Tai with an air of indifference. I could see that moment. Zhao Tai had yet to be chosen by the space and had not yet entered it. He was merely an ordinary human. Facing such a Zhao Tai, Lu An felt a sense of ennui, and the desire to mock him evaporated. With this thought in mind, Lu An produced a desert eagle, aiming it at Zhao Tai. Please don't kill me. Let us talk this over. I can offer you 4 billion, no, 5 billion. I have checks and cash. Take your pick. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and in an instant, Zhao Tai's head exploded, blood splattering onto the sofa. Zhao Tai was dead. Lu An silently rose, his face betraying no emotion as he turned and walked away. The cause of death in one life, the effect in another. Chapter 78. Chiu Daji minutes later, Zhao Tai's villa erupted into flames, the inferno quickly becoming uncontrollable. After several hours, the fire was finally extinguished. However, a grim piece of news soon emerged from the upper echelons. Zhao Tai, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had perished. In the aftermath, the authorities reviewed surveillance footage from the vicinity but found no anomalies. Ultimately, the incident was classified as an unfortunate accident, and the case was closed. 3 days passed, during which Lewin remained indoors, diligently teaching the four women how to manage their expressions, essentially, how to personify emotions. Fortunately, through his tireless efforts, the four women had grasped the basics of expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and other emotions, as well as managing their gazes. They had acquired the ability to integrate into society seamlessly. If one were unaware of their true identities, they would never suspect that these four women were anything but human. The most transformed among them was Dong Mei. There was little choice. Dong Mei was fervently engrossed in mastering secretarial work. She had read every book related to the profession, even delving into novels that featured secretaries. As a result, Dong Mei had become a chameleon, able to embody both sweetness and seduction. Whenever Lewin had need, she could instantaneously shift into an entirely different demeanor. Had he not known they were robots, Lewin would have found it difficult to maintain his composure at that moment. Chiu approached Lewin and sat beside him, her alluring posture unmistakable. Leaning in close, she whispered seductively, "Boss, the officials have contacted us. The military base is ready, and we can take over at any time." Her every glance and smile radiated a sensuality that would enchant anyone who beheld her. Each of the four women possessed unique physiques and appearances, prompting them to adopt personalities that complemented their looks. Chunlan chose a traditional style, exuding an aura of refined elegance, reminiscent of a cherished moonlit glow. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu embraced a bold and fiery persona. Sporting shorts, a tank top, and leather boots, embodying youthful exuberance. Chiu, with her naturally sultry features, had recently developed an obsession with the character Daji from the Investiture of the Gods. After her studies, every movement she made was imbued with seductive grace, and she had even adopted the moniker Chiu Daji. These past few days, Lewin had been surrounded by the four women, simulating various scenarios, which had inadvertently elevated his standards of beauty to unprecedented heights. Ordinary beauties no longer captured his interest. Yet, Lewin relished this change. Women only influenced the speed at which he grew stronger. To return to the main topic, Chiu had been assigned to the 816 Bureau in name only, serving as the liaison between Lewin and the authorities. Upon receiving Chiu's notification, Lewin was overjoyed. Finally, it's settled. Dong Mei, book the tickets that I'm heading to the Mountain City right now. Understood, boss. The distance between High City and Mountain City was considerable, spanning over 3,000 kilometers. Driving or taking the high-speed train would be too slow. Flying was the only viable option. Currently, flights were limited to domestic routes, as international ones have been severed by border controls. With the resumption date yet to be determined, Lewin had chosen such a remote location for the base due to its unique geographical advantages. Mountain City was surrounded by towering peaks, rendering the base inconspicuous. Furthermore, the region was characterized by its mountainous terrain and sparse rainfall, allowing for easy excavation and expansion that, in contrast, High City was riddled with pipelines, and one might even stumble upon hot springs. Additionally, a spatial rift was situated not far from Mountain City, connecting to a stream of robots that could be easily controlled and manipulated. Ultimately, Mountain City was far removed from the coastline, offering relative safety. Considering all these factors, Lewin found no compelling reason to choose otherwise. Moreover, he intended to settle in Mountain City after this visit, as he had no strong attachments to his current location and felt that residing within his own base would be more secure than anywhere else. In the afternoon, Lewin quickly packed his belongings and departed the house, accompanied by Dong Mei, the four women, and a cat. They hailed a 7-seater business vehicle to the airport. Along the way, they inadvertently ran several red lights. Not out of haste, but because the driver was distracted by the four women sitting in the back. The most captivating were Chiu and Dong Mei, with their alluring and commanding presences, naturally caught the driver's attention. Upon arriving, Lewin left a parting remark before entering the airport. You all figure out how to get in. After all, they were robots, and it was likely that they would face challenges during security checks. However, Lewin was unconcerned. Qiuju possessed official credentials, making passage through security a mere formality, albeit one that might take some time. He had no intention of waiting for them and proceeded inside. Once inside, Lewin collected his ticket and discovered that Dong Mei had booked first-class seats. This marked Lewin's first experience of flying in first class, despite having flown on numerous helicopters and fighter jets. It was the perfect opportunity for him to indulge. After all, before the borders were sealed, he had successfully liquidated assets amounting to 300 billion that a few first-class tickets were hardly an issue. He took the VIP route, boarding the plane ahead of schedule. Upon finding his seat, he reclined comfortably. Indeed, the first-class seat was akin to a private sofa with a table, a worthy investment considering the ticket's price. As Lewin settled in, a girl dressed in jeans and a white shirt, seated behind him, suddenly tugged at her friend's sleeve and whispered, "Chi-Chi, look at that handsome guy in front." The girl in the long dress glanced in the direction her friend indicated, her eyes lighting up as she nodded in agreement. "Yes, he's quite handsome. What do you think? Should I ask for his number?" The girl in jeans teased. The girl in the long dress shot her a disapproving look. "I think you are the one who wants it. Don T dragged me into your infatuation. But if you beg, I might consider helping you." "Please, I can get his number myself. By the way, do you think he is your type?" The two girls began to whisper among themselves. Seated nearby, a bespectacled young man overheard their conversation and frowned, unable to resist interjecting, "Ahem, Shan. Sometimes one shouldn't judge a person solely by their appearance. It's also important to consider their inner qualities." His words dripped with an unspoken sense of superiority. "Sure, Haoxuan. Mind your own business. I've always been one to appreciate looks. Without beauty, what's there to discuss about inner qualities? I see you're just jealous," Shan retorted. The girl in jeans was named Gao Shan, while the girl in the long dress was Lu Chi. They were close friends. The bespectacled young man was a suitor of Chi-Chi's. Originally, Shan had planned to enjoy her time with Chi, but somehow, Haoxuan had learned about their plans and insisted on tagging along. He had even gone so far as to manipulate the ticket purchase so they would travel together. Unable to dissuade him, Shan decided to let it be. Viewing it as an opportunity for a free meal, the Shan's retort darkened Haoxuan's expression momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. "Jealous? What do I have to be jealous of?" he scoffed. Then, as if to boast, he continued, "The Sure Group is my family's enterprise, and our profits have exceeded 1 billion annually. My worth far surpasses that of the average pretty boy. There are plenty of handsome faces in nightclubs, but few potential stock options like me." Haoxuan's voice was raised enough for Lewin to hear, as he felt the need to provoke him. Having noticed Lewin's curious glances around the cabin, a clear indication of a first-time first-class traveler. Moreover, Lewin was dressed in non-designer attire, lacking any ostentatious displays of wealth, leading Haoxuan to presumptively conclude that Lewin was merely on a business trip funded by the government. He felt compelled to seize the opportunity to flaunt his status and draw attention to himself. Lewin, having overheard the exchange, cast a glance at the trio, quickly piecing together the situation. However, he was not inclined to indulge Haoxuan's egotistical tendencies. He promptly remarked, "If you can't speak properly, perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all, lest you invite trouble upon yourself." Chapter 79. The youth that slipped away with that, Lewin shot Haoxuan a piercing glare. A clear warning. This was a society bound by laws, and one must adhere to them. Had they been the confines of the space, such pretentious individuals would not have survived 3 lines under his command. Under Lewin's intense gaze, Haoxuan's face paled, an untraceable sense of trepidation washing over him. Yet, soon enough, anger surged within him. "Where's my knife? A mere junior employee. Who is he trying to impress here?" Of course, he did not voice these thoughts aloud. That it was primarily that earlier gaze that had an effect on him. He could not shake the feeling that Lewin, possessing such a look, was no ordinary person. Could he possibly be a nefarious character? For a moment, Haoxuan found himself in a quandary. Beside him, Gao Shan, noticing Haoxuan's discomfort after being retorted by Lewin, could barely contain her irritation and sarcastically remarked, Oh, just admit your jealousy. What's the big deal? Money can be earned through hard work. If you happen to be chosen by the space, you could be raking in a salary of over 10 million in no time. But looks, well, that is a lifetime affair. Sure, Hao Xuan felt the sting of her words and lost face instantly. Unable to hold back, he retorted, "Ha, if hard work were truly effective, sanitation workers would be making a fortune by now. That is merely an excuse for those who can't earn money today for being chosen by the space. Let us not even discuss the probabilities. Even if selected, one might be requisitioned, trading freedom for salary. Or still be left to fend for themselves." That as he spoke, Sure Hao Xuan raised his hand to display his watch. "See this? The latest model from Patek Philippe. Priced over 6 million that I can buy it on a whim. The other party might never save up that much in a lifetime. That is what I call hard power. The joy of wealth is beyond your imagination." His words dripped with bravado, yet he refrained from directly targeting Lewin this time. Though he acknowledged Lewin as a wealthy second generation, he was no fool. That gaze was not to be trifled with. Yet, before the goddess, he could not afford to lose face. A veiled reference would suffice. Wouldn't it? Even if Lewin took offense, he could always defend himself. After finishing his statement, he fixed his gaze on as he noticed Lewin looking in their direction. Sure Hao Xuan quickly interjected with a smile. "Apologies, my friend. I didn't mean to target you. Please don't take it personally." Being the first to speak was a sign of intelligence, a stark contrast between the clever and the foolish second generation. Feeling pleased with himself, he continued, "Moreover, this is an objective fact. Money outweighs looks in importance. Of course, if you don't believe it, we could conduct a simple test, observing the youth's naive attempts at bravado." Lewin found himself reminiscing about his own lost youth. The urge to retaliate diminished, replaced by a playful curiosity. "How shall we test this?" "Quite simply. Later on, we both ask the same beautiful woman for a number and see who she chooses." Sure Hao Xuan raised his chin confidently. Lewin smirked slightly. "All right, but I warn you, if I make my move, you might not get another chance." The person in question was Dongmei. If he made his move, there would be no opportunity left for Sure Hao Xuan. "I hope you won TB in tears afterward," Sure Hao Xuan threw out as he adjusted his attire, rising to approach the golden-haired woman. "Excuse me, beautiful. May I add you as a friend?" He stepped closer, revealing his exquisite Patek Philippe watch. "Just to clarify, I'm not just any random guy. I made a bet with that fellow over there. And I'm hoping to get your phone number if I succeed. He owes me 100,000. I'd be happy to give you 20,000. What do you think?" His words were a mix of truth and fabrication. And in a bid to secure the number of this stunning woman, he even offered a bribe. The passengers in the cabin were silently impressed. This young man had some tricks up his sleeve. It seemed he had engaged in such antics before. Not bad. They made a mental note to try it themselves next time they encountered a beauty. The golden-haired woman glanced at Lewin. Lewin simply smiled, took out his phone, and shook his head. "Miss, could I have your number, please?" The golden-haired woman tilted her head, displaying an adorably naive expression that sent Sure Hao Xuan's heart racing. This woman was a must-have. Moments later, the golden-haired woman spoke. "Step aside." Her voice was icy, yet to Sure Hao Xuan, it sounded like a melody. "Oh, what did you say?" He stammered, only to realize too late. The golden-haired woman brushed him aside and approached Lewin, taking his phone as if to input her number. "How is this possible? Why would you choose him? What's the reason?" Sure Hao Xuan exclaimed, incredulity flooding his voice. "Boss, I've won." At that moment, the golden-haired beauty declared, returning Lewin's phone and sitting down beside him. The golden-haired beauty was indeed Dongmei, who had arrived first. Sure Hao Xuan froze in disbelief. "Did you just hear her call that pretty boy boss? You two know each other?" Lewin accepted the phone and waved it at Sure Hao Xuan. "You lost. Damn. She called you boss? Are you messing with me?" At that moment, Sure Hao Xuan finally realized he had been played. No wonder that expression on her face had seemed like she was looking at a fool. And he was that fool? "Wait, this was your choice. I even confirmed with you. This is cheating. Let us choose another." Sure Hao Xuan protested, feeling indignant as he searched for a new target. Yet in the very next moment, his gaze was transfixed. A woman in a qipao, exuding allure, stepped into the cabin, her enchanting face and swaying waist embodying pure temptation. "Wow, we have to have her." Sure Hao Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The previous golden-haired beauty paled in comparison. In the presence of this siren, the aloof goddess seemed trivial. Chapter 80. Congratulations, you've all learned to answer swiftly. Before Luan could respond, Sure Haoshuan flashed a smile he believed to be charming. As the woman approached, his palms became sweaty with excitement, his heart racing as that familiar feeling of spring returned with unprecedented intensity. As she neared, before Sure Haoshuan could say a word, the woman sweetly exclaimed, "Handsome, could you please make way?" Her voice was laced with a hint of seduction. Every man present felt a stirring within. "Goddess!" Sure Haoshuan was utterly entranced. All right, just as he was about to step aside, realization struck him, and he nervously added, Miss, could I have your contact information? You see, I made a bet with that young man using the same lines of tactics. He merely increased the wager from 20,000 to 50,000 with a 50-50 chance. He believed the mature beauty before him was unlikely to refuse. Are you trying to flirt with me? The woman raised an eyebrow, appraising Sure Haoshuan from head to toe. His face flushed. It was his first encounter with such boldness, but having come this far, he mustered his courage and feigned nonchalance. Yes, would you consider granting me this honor? He pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to her. Giggle, you're not really my type. That I prefer that one. The woman laughed, pointing at Lu, and Sure Haoshuan's expression froze. Had it ended before it even began? What was wrong with everyone? Why were they so superficial? Couldn't they appreciate a genuine soul beneath the surface? Sure Haoshuan lamented. Sometimes you can't judge a person solely by appearances. Some people may not even have 1,000 in total for their attire, which is less than the price of my jacket, but, darling, I really do prefer that one. Young lad, you may step aside now, she said, extending her delicate hand and gently pushing Sure Haoshuan aside. This scene bore a striking resemblance to what had transpired earlier with Dongmei. Sure Haoshuan was utterly devoid of any resistance. The woman swayed her figure and approached Luan, only to suddenly lean to one side and collapse into Luan's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck. Oh dear, it seems I've twisted my ankle. Sure Haoshuan watched, his eyes reddening at the sight of the woman nestling in Luan's arms, that he longed to shout, "Release that woman. Allow me to take her place." Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, in the next instant, Sure Haoshuan witnessed an even more explosive scene. Luan rolled his eyes and delivered a resounding slap to the woman's behind. "What are you being so flirtatious for? Tone it down and sit over there." At that moment, Sure Haoshuan desperately wished to be that hand, even if only for a few seconds. Surely, the sensation must be delightful. Yet in the blink of an eye, he shook his head, suppressing his wandering thoughts, and boldly defended the woman, saying, "Hey, what's your attitude? And where exactly did you place your hands just now?" His words ignited discontent among the men in first class who lacked female companions. This fellow, appearing quite dapper, was shockingly fond of being handsy. It seemed he was bound to receive a slap in return. Indeed, who did he think he was? At this moment, even the previously aloof Gao Shanshan and her companion furrowed their brows. Luan's actions significantly diminished their impressions of one another. They even silently labeled him as a man prone to unwarranted physical advances. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the woman did not erupt in anger. Instead, she pouted her alluring lips and sweetly remarked, "Oh, how annoying. The boss is such a bore." With that, she rose and took a seat beside Dongmei. This captivating woman was none other than Xiao Ju. However, Xiao Ju's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What the hell? Hiss! Did that woman just call the young man boss? Who exactly is this young man? Two already. Little did I expect old Li to misjudge someone. This young man is definitely not as simple as he appears. It's obvious that someone with such allure could not easily find two employees like these, one of whom is currently in his arms. Speaking of which, that pretentious youth is truly pitiful. This is what they call pretending to be a big shot only to be outdone. The murmurs in first class grew as the peculiar atmosphere enveloped the cabin. At this moment, Sure Haoshuan was utterly dumbfounded. If he hadn't misheard, they were addressing him as boss. The previous one, and this one too. He felt like a fool, publicly experiencing social humiliation after Xiao Ju departed. Luan turned to Sure Haoshuan and casually remarked, "What was it you just said? I didn't quite catch that." Sure Haoshuan opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. When Luan continued, "Never mind. No need to ask that if you can't handle such extraordinary women. Just give up. Listen to advice. It will save you from hunger. Also, you've lost again. Is there any point in continuing? Two more have just arrived. Do you want to give it another shot? Sure, Haoxuan's face twitched involuntarily as he instinctively turned to look. His eyelids widened in shock. Indeed, there were two more stunning women, each possessing their unique charm. One delicate, the other exuberantly youthful. Particularly, the young woman clad in leather boots and hot pants radiated a vibrant aura of youth, making sure Haoxuan feel as though he had stumbled into spring once more. But suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lewin with a face full of suspicion. You wouldn't know them, would you? At this point, he dared not underestimate Lewin any longer. The first two extraordinary women had referred to Lewin as boss. Although he was unaware of the extent of Lewin's business, it was clear he was someone of considerable wealth. Otherwise, he would not be able to command the attention of such women. Such goddesses, after all, are not easily managed by just anyone. Observing Sure Haoxuan's cautious demeanor, Lewin grinned broadly. Congratulations, you're learning to answer back. Sure Haoxuan was rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with tears, feeling as if the world was filled with malice towards him. Why was this happening? Heaven and earth! Looks truly this significant. This is an outrageous affront to second-generation heirs. Just then, a delicate hand once again pushed Sure Haoxuan aside. Excuse me, you're in the way. The two women passed by Sure Haoxuan and approached Lewin boss. You could at least wait for us. The two were none other than Chunlan and Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu was the one speaking, while Chunlan merely greeted Lewin. Enough with the small talk. Go sit down. Lewin was exasperated by Xiaozhu's demeanor. Each one of them seemed to lack any emotional finesse, making their intentions painfully obvious. Yet, once they learned to manage their expressions, they all adopted their personas, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Just go already, why be so harsh? Xiaozhu mumbled and dragged Chunlan to two empty seats. At this point, all four women were in place and their Xiaoyin. She didn't get a ticket, and the airport doesn't sell cat seats, so she's in a cage in the cargo hold. Chapter 81 Air Manipulation Blue, as all four women called Lewin boss. Even the most oblivious in the cabin recognized that Lewin was anything but ordinary. Sure Haoxuan witnessed this scene, his face twitching. Ultimately, he sat down in his chair, dejectedly giving Lewin a thumbs up. You really are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I concede. You win. Afterwards, Sure Haoxuan sat there dazed, a look of existential doubt on his face. Even the goddess Lu Qiqi beside him had lost her motivation to pursue him. Of course, in matters of comparison, Lu Qiqi was indeed quite lovely, the quintessential refined beauty. Though her physique was slightly lacking, it did not detract from her appeal. But now, having encountered even better options, high beauty and developed curves. Most importantly, there were four of them, each with their distinct styles. When comparing Lu Qiqi to these four, she paled in comparison. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? This looks really that important? Should I consider undergoing some procedures to resemble that young man? With that thought, Sure Haoxuan instinctively touched his face. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The plane is about to take off. Repeat, the plane is about to take off. Following the announcement, the plane soon ascended. Everyone redirected their attention, though they occasionally cast glances at the four women. If they couldn't have them, surely they could at least admire them from afar. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Moreover, with the stunning looks and figures of the four women, they were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of attractiveness. Observing them with admiration, what was wrong with that? As for Gao Shanshan and her companion, they initially intended to ask Lewin for his contact information, but now they dared not approach. Surrounded by four super beauties, they felt utterly lacking in confidence. Half an hour after the plane took off, the four women suddenly glanced toward the economy class. Dame leaned toward Lewin, whispering, "Boss, something is happening in economy class. Someone is making a distress call and sending out SOS messages. The economy class has been hijacked." Lewin's eyelids twitched. What the hell? I just boarded this plane. Why is there so much going on? Even a hijacking, something so cliché in movies, happens here. Unbelievable. Yet, despite his frustration, Lewin still inquired, how many of them are there? Do they have bombs? 4 individuals, all armed, one of whom has a bomb. Additionally, one is an ability user. Upon hearing this, Lu En, who had initially been indifferent, raised an eyebrow and stood up, heading toward the economy class. Xiaoju, come with me. The rest stay here. He brought Xiaoju along because she had official credentials, which would facilitate matters. Passing through the transition area, he noted that the people in business class showed no reaction, indicating that the incident had likely just occurred and hadn't reached their ears yet. However, Lewin also realized that he hadn't seen a single flight attendant along the way. Clearly, with such a significant event happening in economy class, all the attendants had rushed to assist. Lewin led Xiaoju through the business class, attracting the attention of many along the way. The men's eyes were glued to Xiaoju, practically unable to tear their gaze away. The women, on the other hand, were captivated by Lu, and such a handsome young man was a rare sight. Naturally, no one dared to approach him. After all, Lewin had come from first class. Without some capability, he wouldn't be able to sit there. Thus, they could only admire him from a distance. Rushing past business class, they arrived at the central transition area. Just as they reached this point, several flight attendants blocked their path. Sir, there has been a minor incident ahead, and passage is currently restricted. Please return to your seat. The attendants bore looks of concern, but their professionalism compelled them to take on the role of persuaders. Lewin had no desire to explain. He signaled to Xiaoju and directly inquired, "What's the situation with the hijackers?" The flight attendants turned pale, wondering how he knew about the situation in economy class. Could he be an accomplice of the hijackers? As the attendants panicked internally, Xiaoju produced an official document from somewhere. She opened the document and directed it towards them, stating, "Official business. Please cooperate fully." The conversation was tinged with a hint of allure, yet imbued with an air of solemnity that a few flight attendants, taken aback at first, soon erupted with joy upon noticing the emblem of the 816 Bureau emblazoned on the credentials. They were well aware of what that department entailed. Without a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement, stating, "There are 4 individuals in total. 2 men and 2 women. One possesses a bomb, and one of the men appears to have psychic abilities, seemingly capable of rendering others unconscious from a distance." The flight attendants swiftly recounted the situation, which aligned closely with what Dongmei had previously described. Lewin felt a sense of clarity. "You go and reassure the passengers in business class. I will check on those in economy." The attendants exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "Understood. Leave the professional matters to the experts. It's appropriate for them to calm the passengers. But in a situation like this, it's best left to the authorities. A moment later, you disrupt the remote signal to prevent the bomb from detonating. They'll handle the rest." "All right, boss," Lewin instructed before continuing towards the economy section. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the 4 targets that it was unavoidable. Each one was armed, making it impossible not to notice them. Lewin's eyes sparkled as he focused on the 2M name. Su Dawei combat rating, 1 star. Initial stage lootable trait, air manipulation, blue. Name, Su Erwei combat rating. None lootable trait. None. They're indeed brothers. No wonder they bear such a striking resemblance. Su Erwei had already shed his coat, revealing a back laden with explosives. Whether genuine or not, it certainly appeared intimidating. The arrival of the 2 men caught the attention of all 4. Everyone sat obediently in their seats, fear etched across their faces, making it hard to ignore the 2 brazenly advancing towards them. You 2, kneel down and clasp your heads. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead." Su Dawei and Su Erwei glanced at Lewin, but quickly turned their attention back to Qiujuan, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and greed. Such a rare beauty was indeed an uncommon sight. Lewin, having assessed the 2 women, recognized them as ordinary individuals, which gave him a sense of assurance. Without further concern for the weapons aimed at him, he boldly stepped forward. "Kid, halt. You're looking for—" Su Erwei's words faltered as if a hand had grasped his throat, rendering him speechless, his gaze filled with terror. This was due to the bizarre phenomenon that unfolded as Lewin advanced. The nearest female robber suddenly vanished in a thin air. Yes, she simply disappeared without a trace, as if erased from existence. Unbeknownst to them, outside the cabin, a figure emerged abruptly. Before they could comprehend the situation, a piercing scream echoed as the figure plummeted from 10,000 meters above towards the ground. It resonated with the lyrics of a song, without a hint of precaution. Without a trace of concern, You appeared, bringing me surprise at 10,000 meters high, overwhelming my heart. Chapter 82. This trait is rather impressive. He likes it. Back inside the cabin, Su Erwei instinctively rubbed his eyes, only to confirm that his accomplices had indeed vanished. The passengers within were equally bewildered, their expressions mirroring one another's confusion. However, a sense of joy welled within them. Regardless of the circumstances, the woman's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to the arrival of this man and woman. Could it be that they too were endowed with extraordinary abilities? The speculations of the crowd did not halt Lu in stride. With each step he took, another robber vanished from sight. Originally, the four had appeared as a cohesive unit. When reported on television later, it would surely be portrayed as a group hijacking a plane. Now, merely a few steps had resulted in the disappearance of two members. Su Erwei could already envision how the news would spin it, portraying them as two brothers left with no recourse. This hardly sounded like a reputable gang. However, it was not the time to dwell on numbers or names. The immediate priority was to neutralize the man before him. Big brother, this guy's an ability user. An ability user! Quickly restrain him. Su Erwei was not foolish. If two individuals vanished in a thin air, it was undoubtedly the work of the newcomers he shouted. He retreated towards Su Dawei. Without needing Su Erwei's urging, Su Dawei had already reacted. He swiftly pulled Su Erwei behind him. Little brother, keep an eye on these folks and prevent any rebellion, Su Dawei instructed, referring to the passengers in the cabin. After speaking, he glared at Lewin, extending a hand. Who gave you the audacity to act tough before me? Lewin paused, feeling the surrounding air suddenly solidify, transforming into a viscous substance that rendered movement exceedingly difficult. Breathing became a struggle, as if the very air had been frozen around him. This air manipulation was rather intriguing, Lewin mused inwardly. Observing Luwen's halt, Su Erwei, while guarding the crowd with his weapon, cruelly taunted, having trouble moving, are we? Don't worry. Soon you will die in despair. Humph. Su Dawei added a disdainful snort, a peculiar wave of energy radiating from him. In the next moment, Lewin sensed a strange air wrapping around his neck, beginning to constrict. Upon examination, it resembled a localized application of air compression skills. Remarkable, this ability was indeed fascinating. Lewin chose not to struggle, curious to see what else his adversaries could conjure. This was the first time he had encountered such an intriguing capability. One might wonder why he had never heard of it in his past life. Perhaps it was due to being captured or killed following this hijacking. Indeed, the powerful seldom settle for mediocrity. They either rob banks or hijack planes. Meanwhile, Su Dawei appeared to envision Luwen's demise, malice gleaming in his eyes. In the next instant, he unleashed a torrent of psychic energy, further compressing the air around Luwen's neck. Yet, 2 seconds later, witnessing Luwen's unperturbed expression, Su Dawei's brows furrowed in confusion. The anticipated outcome had not materialized. Lewin remained unfazed. What is happening? Is his ability malfunctioning? His cheeks twitched as he intensified his energy output, his psychic force flowing forth like a raging river, compressing even more fiercely. Yet, counter to his expectations, Lewin maintained an air of nonchalance. That's enough of this neck massage. If this is all you can manage, then you can leave, Lewin stated casually. Stepping forward to effortlessly break free from Su Dawei's grasp, Su Dawei's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his expression. Impossible. How could you possibly escape? But before he could finish, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he discovered Su Erwei had vanished without a trace. With Su Erwei's disappearance, the bomb strapped to him was also gone. Little brother, it's you. Su Dawei's eyes blazed with madness, turning crimson with rage. Lewin felt the constricting force around him reemerge, and the oxygen was replaced entirely with hydrogen. Despite this, Su Dawei did not relent. He extended his other hand and launched a powerful punch towards Lewin from a distance. Luwen's eyes narrowed. Within his perception, the air transformed under the weight of the punch. The air was compressed into what resembled a cannonball aimed at Lewin, and was this an air cannon? In an instant, Lewin grasped the application principles of this technique. With hydrogen surrounding him, as the air cannon approached, friction ignited the hydrogen, leading to an explosion. Remarkable. This could turn everything nearby into a volatile powder keg. What need had he for bombs or missiles when this ability sufficed? However, observing Su Dawe's labored breathing, Lewin surmised that this technique likely bore a considerable burden. Yet, did Su Dawe not fear obliterating the plane, thereby sealing his own fate? After all, they were at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Unless he could fly, he would surely perish. Weight, controlling the air, might indeed allow him to fly. Now it made sense. This trait is impressive. He likes it. Having reached a decisive moment, Lewin willed the air cannon to vanish and reappear directly before Su Dawe. Before Su Dawe could react, the air cannon struck him squarely in the chest. A dull thud echoed as Su Dawe was sent hurtling backward, a gaping hole forming in his chest, revealing the faint rhythm of his heart within. In the next instant, an ice needle pierced Su Dawe's brain before he could fully comprehend the situation. The aura emanating from Su Dawe dissipated instantaneously. Upon hitting the ground, he began to freeze over, ultimately transforming into a sculpture of ice. Lewin approached calmly, collecting his trait, before turning towards the first-class cabin. "The rest is for you to handle," he instructed Qiujuan before making his exit. "Understood, boss," she replied, retrieving her credentials as she faced the terrified crowd within the cabin. "This is the 816 Bureau at work. There is no need for alarm." Moving forward, 5 minutes later, Qiujuan returned to first class. "Boss, I've taken care of it." Lewin was entirely absorbed in experimenting with AI. An invisible current of air danced, twisted, and solidified in his hands. He was rapidly familiarizing himself with the practical applications of his air manipulation ability. This power was indeed practical. Subsequently, the journey was devoid of any further mishaps. The aircraft landed safely. Numerous law enforcement vehicles had long been awaiting at the airport upon witnessing the arrival of the plane. The vigilant officers approached with caution. What followed was a series of procedural formalities. Fortunately for Lewin and his companions, they had Qiuju's credentials. The officials merely verified their identities and granted them passage. This is the advantage of possessing an official identity. Chapter 83. Receiving the base after disembarking the plane, the group hailed a taxi and headed straight for the military base. This time, the driver did not run any red lights, as the driver happened to be a middle-aged woman. Throughout the journey, she was exceedingly enthusiastic, her dialect resonating delightfully. Unfortunately, Lewin could not comprehend a single word. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted before a narrow road. A barrier loomed ahead, guarded by a contingent of armed personnel. Upon witnessing this scene, the driver did not dare linger, dropping Lewin and the others off before promptly turning around and departing. Ahead, road construction had halted progress. The guards intercepted Lewin and his companions, casting lingering glances at Dong Mei and the others. There was no denying it. Such exquisite beauty was a rarity, one that had scarcely been witnessed before. Within the base, even a mosquito would be male, as the females dared not approach. Observing the armed guards and the military jeep stationed at the roadside, Lewin couldn't help but grimace. Such a flimsy excuse for security was truly laughable. Who requires such heavy guarding for road work? Qiuju stepped forward, presenting her credentials. "We are here to receive the base." Another round of procedural identity verification ensued before they were respectfully escorted into the facility. After winding through the base for another 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a camp. Without pause, they entered the camp and continued for several more minutes until they halted before a cave. At this point, a group of individuals was already waiting outside. Leading them was Qiaobin. Upon seeing Lewin, a complex expression flickered in Qiaobin's eyes. Who could have imagined that the disparity between the first and second ranks could be so vast? With this thought, Qiaobin hastily suppressed his feelings that it simply would not do to compare oneself to the other. It was folly to do so. While his mind raced, he maintained a warm demeanor and approached Lewin. "Welcome, welcome!" One does not strike a smiling face. After exchanging pleasantries, Lewin cut straight to the point. "Please introduce the base to us." "Certainly, certainly." Following this, Qiaobin personally guided Lewin on a comprehensive tour of the base. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. This base was established against the backdrop of a grand mountain, with its main facilities located within. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary training ground. However, The interior of the mountain was impressive. It had been extensively hollowed out, with various zones equipped with hot water and gas. Everything one could need. Naturally, at present, it was eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. At Luan's request, everything had been cleared out, leaving only some protective systems and a few large machines behind. These machines posed no confidentiality issues and could not be moved, so they were simply left for Luan's use. He could either utilize them or sell them as scrap if he so desired. Before long, evening fell. Noticing that Luan had no intention of inviting him to dinner, Chow Bin promptly took his leave, escorting the remaining personnel away. This was Luan's wish. He would assign T-800 units for security, rendering the soldiers unnecessary. Once everyone had departed, Luan instructed Dong Mei to disable the satellite and temporarily take control of the base's security systems. He then commenced the deployment of troops. One T-800 after another was dispatched alongside the base systems, all of which were entrusted to Chunlan and Xiazhu for arrangement. With this labor force in place, it was believed that the entire base would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. Subsequently, Luan retrieved various mineral processing lines from his spatial storage. Meanwhile, at Pang Hu's villa in High City to tea this moment. Pang Hu was suspended in the living room, his body battered, his face bruised and swollen. Resembling one who had just endured a beating, that on the sofa sat a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. The man was slender, wearing black-rimmed glasses, his hair meticulously combed. Despite some strands of gray, it did nothing to diminish his commanding presence. This individual was none other than Zhao Gao Yuan, the head of the Zhao family and the power behind the Zhao group. Present alongside Zhao Gao Yuan were several burly men clad in black point. One of the imposing figures poured a bucket of water directly over Pang Hu's head. Cough, cough, cough. Pang Hu awoke, opening his swollen eyes to gaze at Zhao Gao Yuan on the sofa. I don't know. I truly don't know. Zhao Gao Yuan's expression darkened as he spoke softly. Pang Xianzi, why must it be this way? Considering the business dealings between my family and your father. If you simply tell me who is investigating my son, I will leave immediately. I really don't know. If I did, I would have informed you already, Pang Hu replied, his face full of grievance. Zhao Gao Yuan abruptly stood, his anger boiling over. You claim ignorance, yet you sent someone to stake out my son at the airport half a month ago. After my son landed, you even dispatched someone to follow him. You expect me to believe you don't know? At this point, his voice rose in intensity as he seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it forcefully at Pang Hu. Now my son is dead. Burned alive. Ha! Burned alive. And you still tell me you don't know? Observing Zhao Gao Yuan's frenzied expression, Pang Hu fell silent. Upon learning of Zhao Tai's demise, he had already discerned who was responsible. He hastily set about covering his tracks, including eliminating the subordinates he had sent to monitor. Subsequently, Zhao Gao Yuan, accompanied by his confidants, descended upon High City, deploying numerous personnel for daily investigations that it was unclear where things had gone awry, or if they had been discovered, leading to the current confrontation. However, endowed with a mental command from Luan, which forbade him from disclosing Luan's situation, Pang Hu could only stubbornly defend himself. I am wronged. I merely wish to ascertain Zhao Tai's movements to facilitate a connection, to build rapport. I had no other intentions. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Gao Yuan let out a cold laugh. Very well. You have indeed impressed me, Pang Xianzi. However, do not think that if you remain silent, I will be unable to uncover the truth, Mr. Wang. The rest is in your hands. Zhao Gao Yuan's words were met with a response from a man in his 40s. Dressed in loose white martial arts clothing, exuding the aura of an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park, standing among the black-clad men, he appeared out of place. Yet, none in attendance dared to underestimate him. Wang Jie, a survivor from the third spatial event. Though his rank was not high, he was a bona fide mid-tier psychic. His abilities included mental suggestion, hypnosis, and illusion, making him a formidable opponent that he had been specifically hired by Zhao Gao Yuan at great expense. Now was the time for him to shine. Wang Jie slowly approached Pang, who I truly do not know. It is a misunderstanding, believe me. Wang Jie smiled. Whether it is a misunderstanding, I shall verify personally. Now, gaze into my eyes. That a green light flickered in Wang Jie's eyes. clearly indicating the use of some technique. Pang, who instinctively looked up, meeting Wang Jie's gaze that I truly do not know, seeing that Pang, who remained unaffected. Wang Jie frowned, intensifying the green light in his eyes. Pang, who instinctively attempted to avert his gaze, but Wang Jie coldly commanded, "Control him. Hold his eyes open and make him look at me." One of the nearby black-clad men rushed forward, restraining Pang Hu's head and forcing his eyelids open to maintain eye contact with Wang Jie. Pang Hu struggled momentarily, but the green light gradually enveloped his vision. Eventually, his expression became blank, and he appeared dazed. Wang Jie smirked, stepping aside as he addressed Zhao Gao Yuan. "You may now pose your inquiries." The black-clad men released Pang Hu, stepping back. Chapter 84. This batch of hypnosis subjects is quite challenging. Zhao Gao Yuan inquired coldly. "Who is investigating my son?" Pang Hu's eyes were vacant, yet he remained silent. Zhao Gao Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Jie with a questioning gaze. Wang Jie maintained a composed demeanor and suddenly asked, "What is your name?" "I am Pang Hu." Pang Hu replied this time. Wang Jie frowned and asked again, "Did you send someone to the airport to stake out?" "Yes," he responded again. "What was the purpose?" "To investigate Zhao Tai's whereabouts." Wang Jie nodded, then turned to Zhao Gao Yuan, signaling that the hypnosis was successful. Zhao Gao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Tell me, who instructed you to investigate my son?" Pang Hu fell silent once more. Zhao Gao Yuan's face twitched. "Why were you investigating my son?" Pang Hu remained silent. "What the hell? Even under hypnosis, you recognize his people. Who is behind you?" Pang Hu continued to remain silent. Zhao Gao Yuan's expression darkened considerably, his breathing heavy. "What does this mean? Is he targeting me?" He glanced at Wang Jie, his gaze now laced with hostility. "Mr. Wang, could you provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Wang Jie, feeling a twitch in his cheek, hastily reassured, "General Zhao, you need to be more specific in your inquiries that he is currently in a hypnotic state. You must refer to Zhao Tai, not your son, or else he won't recognize who you are, and, consequently, he won't be able to respond." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaoyuan suddenly understood and felt a slight easing of his anger. He immediately turned back to ask, "What is your purpose in investigating Zhao Tai?" Pang, who remained silent. "Who instructed you to investigate Zhao Tai?" Pang, who continued his silence. Zhao Gaoyuan's gaze turned icy as he shot a glance at Pang, who before fixing his stare on Wang Jie. Wang Jie. This time, he didn't even address him as Mr. Yet this singular form of address caused beads of cold sweat to form on Wang Jie's forehead. "For heaven's sake, don't drag me into this. I ask you to answer." And he doesn't respond. "If anyone's going down, please don't involve me." Wang Jie silently grumbled. He couldn't let General Zhao ask any further questions. More inquiries would lead to trouble. General Zhao, please don't rush. Allow me to ask a few questions on your behalf." At this point, his tone was exceedingly humble, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of authority. There was no choice. The situation had shifted from pretense to survival. It was exceedingly difficult for him. "Pang Hu, I must ask you, was it your father who ordered you to follow Zhao Tai?" "No." This time, Pang Hu responded, but Wang Jie felt even more anxious. "What the hell? Is this hypnosis or a game at my expense?" Sensing Zhao Gaoyuan's murderous glare beside him, Wang Jie nearly lost his composure. "This is utterly treacherous. This batch of hypnotized patients is incredibly difficult to handle." Fearing Zhao Gaoyuan's wrath, Wang Jie pressed on. "Then who instructed you to follow Zhao Tai?" Pang, who remained silent. Although Pang, who did not answer, Wang Jie couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He was almost ready to leap in front of Zhao Gaoyuan and exclaim, "Look, he hasn't replied to me. This truly isn't my fault." Meanwhile, Zhao Gaoyuan noticed the issue and shifted his gaze from Wang Jie to Pang Hu, coldly commanding, "You must answer." Wang Jie proceeded to ask additional questions. It was then that they discovered the situation. Whenever inquiries touched upon the mastermind, Pang, who was utterly mute, yet he freely spoke on other matters. "There is something amiss." "Mr. Wang, you see this?" Wang Jie furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a scenario before. "General Zhao, please remain calm. Allow me to try again." With that, Wang Jie extended his hand and placed it on Pang Hu's head that a unique wave of energy surged from his hand into Pang Hu's mind. After a moment, Wang Jie solemnly withdrew his hand. General Zhao, it appears that Pang has been tampered with by someone. It is likely that mastermind behind this. Zhao Guyun's expression darkened as he asked in a low voice. Is there a way to resolve this? Wang Jie shook his head. I attempted it earlier, but it was ineffective. Furthermore, since it pertains to the brain, any drastic measures could potentially cause damage, rendering him a fool. Is there truly no solution? Wang Jie hesitated for a couple of seconds before nodding. There is a way. While direct questioning won't work, we can take an indirect approach. How do we proceed indirectly? Wang Jie refrained from further elaboration, picking up Pang Hu's phone from the table and placing it in Pang Hu's hand, that he then instructed, call the person who is looking for Zhao Tai, and inform him that Zhao Tai has been found. The next moment, Pang Hu indeed took action. Skillfully unlocking the phone, he opened the call function and input a number. This sequence of actions left Zhao Gaiyuan staring wide-eyed in astonishment. Good heavens, this actually works. Wang Jian nodded in satisfaction. As long as he knew the question, there was nothing he couldn't manage. Even with restrictions in place, the most it could do was prevent him from disclosing information related to the other party. But it wouldn't hinder reporting before gaining his abilities. He was a psychologist, and in this domain, he was nothing short of an expert. Soon enough, the call connected, and a male voice came through on the other end. It was Luan. What do you need? Before Pang Hu could respond, Zhao Gaiyuan snatched the phone from him, gritting his teeth. You're the scoundrel who killed my son Zhao Tai. This statement rendered Luan, who was far away at the base, momentarily speechless. He instinctively glanced down at his phone. Indeed, it was noted as Pang Hu. But what was going on? Had the Zhao family come knocking? Luan furrowed his brow, pondering briefly before arriving at a plausible conclusion that I advise you to behave yourself. While I bear no grudge against you, I wouldn't hesitate to make your Zhao family vanish. With that, Luan hung up. Initially, it was merely a personal vendetta between him and Zhao Tai. But if the other side sought trouble, he wouldn't mind effortlessly eliminating any future threats. Had he been a solitary figure before, he might have preferred to avoid conflict with the Zhao family, not out of fear, but due to the hassle it would entail. However, now, he was a man backed by a mechanical army, and such an army was not afraid of complications. With a single word, he could flatten the Zhao family. Moreover, with official support behind him, even if he hurled a nuclear energy battery at the Zhao family, the authorities wouldn't bat an eye. This was the confidence that came from power. Power was paramount. It was the foundation of Lu An's peace of mind that in the real world, power reigned supreme. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Gaiyuan was livid after Lu and hung up the phone. With a resounding crash, he hurled the phone to the ground, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "Scoundrel! How dare he threaten me?" However, he soon picked up the phone again, realizing it was still functional. He immediately redialed. Yet Zhao Gaiyuan's fury only intensified when he discovered that he had been blocked. What the hell? With another crash, the phone met the ground again. This time, even the domestic phone could not withstand the barrage of his wrath and succumbed to a shattered screen. Investigate, find out with whom Pang, who has been transacting large sums of money recently. Moreover, fix that phone and check who was on the line. He was determined to see how Luan intended to erase the Zhao family. For a moment, the entire villa echoed with Zhao Lin's furious roars. In the adjacent villa's yard, a teddy dog, caught mid-relief, was startled by the sudden outburst, causing it to shiver and hastily tuck its tail between its legs as it scurried back to its cozy nook, trembling in fear. After this fright, the teddy dog lost its former bravado, sinking into a deep melancholy. Eventually, it was neutered by its owner, which gradually restored its spirits. Chapter 85. The fourth space opens, Blood Clan on the other hand. Luan paid little heed to the Zhao family. Over the following days, he observed the base undergoing transformation day by day. In just 4 days, the base had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The outdoor areas remained largely unchanged. But the interior of the cave had undergone a monumental overhaul. The dining hall, rest area, fitness activity zone, and entertainment room, all deemed unnecessary, were eliminated. Robots had no need for such amenities. Thus, everything was converted into production spaces. Subsequently, several layers were opened underground, with the bottom level housing the base's mainframe. Security underwent a comprehensive upgrade, now fully managed by the base's system. Not even a mosquito could hope to enter, primarily because even if one did, it would find no blood to draw. Additionally, research laboratories were established to begin exploring new material technologies. Everything was moving in a positive direction. According to the current pace, the T-800 could be officially mass-produced within a week. Of course, the time had also arrived for the fourth slaughter space to open. Lua made some preparations and decided to enter the space with 1,000 T-800s, Dongmei, and Xiaoyin, leaving the rest behind to continue base construction. The base was the foundation of the mechanical army and could not afford any mishaps. As the fourth slaughter space opened, a prompt appeared. "Would you like to enter?" With a flash of golden light. Luan's figure vanished from the base. "Welcome to the slaughter space. Space rules. 1. Supreme rule. Survive. 9. This time, aside from monsters, there are also local factions. Please engage with caution. Point 10. The duration of this space is 4 days." The rules had changed once more. 4 days of survival. No preparation time. And it was straight to the action. Ding. The first day's mission was announced. Kill 1 monster. The task was to locate and slay a monster within 5 hours. Indeed, the basic tasks had begun to escalate in intensity. Luan surveyed his surroundings, only to find a vast expanse of white before him, realizing he was atop a snow-covered mountain. The sky was overcast, obscuring the sun, and the air was chillingly cold, with gusts of wind occasionally stirring the snowflakes at the mountain's peak. His feet had sunk into the snow, reaching knee-deep. To his dismay, he saw not a single monster in sight. Not even a tree was visible. Great! With a flick of his hand, Xiaoyin appeared before him. "Transform into a snow vehicle and descend the mountain." "As you wish, master." To the next moment, Xiaoyin morphed into a snowmobile. Luan grinned as he hopped on. This was precisely why he chose to bring Xiaoyin. It was far more useful than Dongmei. "Let us go." With a command, there was no need for Lu and to ignite the engine. Xiaoyin automatically sped down the mountain. At the same time, it thoughtfully raised a windscreen, thin enough to block the wind while not obstructing visibility. How considerate! The snowmobile journey down the mountain was far from straightforward. The once deep snow required at least half a day to traverse. Even employing earth manipulation would demand an hour or two. Yet, astonishingly, in just half an hour, they reached the base of the mountain. At that moment, dark silhouettes appeared on the horizon, initially flying in another direction. But seemingly realizing the snowmobile below, they altered their course mid-flight, heading directly towards Lu, and as they drew closer, both parties beheld one another in full view. What emerged before them were humanoid creatures, entirely cloaked in shades of gray and white, adorned with wings and displaying prominent muscular features. Their exposed fangs and claws appeared capable of rending through any armor. They were vampires, resembling the creatures depicted in Van Helsing. A cadre of 6 vampires landed gracefully, and the moment their feet touched the ground, something miraculous transpired. Their appearances drastically transformed, shifting from grotesque, grayish forms into that of ordinary humans. 4 men and 2 women. Luan's gaze was drawn primarily to the female vampire. With her golden locks, azure eyes, slender waist, and long legs, complemented by exquisite facial features and fiery red lips. Indeed, the vampire race was notoriously beautiful. Defying all reason, Luan's eyes glimmered with insight as he discerned their attributes. Name: ordinary vampire rating. 3-star initial plunderable attributes. Bloodline body, blue. Supernatural speed, purple. Rapid regeneration, yellow. Blood manipulation, blue, upon landing. The vampires swiftly encircled Luan, conversing openly among themselves. A human. I can sense the sweet blood coursing through his veins. This human is rather handsome. Oh, why is he not afraid of us? He seems unarmed. There is no scent of the bloodline. He is not a hunter. How intriguing. A mere human dares to appear in such a snowy domain. I wonder what emboldened him, convinced of his ordinary humanity. One of them declared, "Why waste words? Let us capture him and take him back as a laborer." With that, a vampire leapt into the air, transforming mid-flight, and lunged at Luan with a clawed hand. The speed was so great that it became a mere blur, reaching Luan in an instant. Yet the next moment, the vampires were left dumbfounded. The attacking vampire inexplicably froze in mid-air, defying the laws of physics, as if gravity had no hold on him. This was the result of Luan's newfound air manipulation. His power far surpassed that of Su Dawei. This experiment had yielded remarkable results. The 3-star vampires found themselves utterly immobilized. Lewin felt his abilities becoming increasingly formidable. However, he welcomed it, inviting even more intensity into the fray. Confident in his ability to endure, with a mere thought, he compressed the vampire's head to the size of a fist through air compression. This attribute in his hands was nothing short of miraculous. Certainly, good attributes are reserved for those who prepare. Just look at him. His preparations were impeccable. Meanwhile, the vampire whose head had been compressed was not dead. Under the influence of the bloodline body, it possessed only one weakness: the heart. As long as the heart remained intact, the vampire would eventually recover, albeit slowly. Let us attack together. At that moment, the rest of the vampires sensed something amiss. They leapt into the air, transforming. The success rate for humans is 100, while for other races it ranges from 1 to 10. The purple attribute now included an additional note. Lewin instantly understood. The previous blue attribute likely had an exceedingly low success rate against other races, possibly rendering it ineffective. With the introduction of probabilities, it seemed that the situation was not insurmountable. Lewin directed his focus towards the vampire before him and invoked the mind pardon once more. This time, the vampire exhibited a change. Its eyes momentarily glazed over, but in the next instant, it returned to its normal state, now filled with greater terror. It attempted to speak, but the air had become solidified, rendering its mouth unable to open, not even able to utter a sound, as the air could not vibrate, and thus could not carry any voice. Lewin squinted his eyes. Failure, as expected. Undeterred, Lewin once again employed the mind pardon. Thus, at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, a comical scene unfolded. A human and a hovering monster locked in a mutual stare. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, after an indeterminate number of attempts with a mind pardon. Perhaps sensing its impending fate, the vampire's gaze completely dulled. Subsequently, Lewin commenced the process of brainwashing. 3 minutes later, Lewin lifted the constraints on the vampire. The vampire descended to the ground, transforming into an exotic beauty, kneeling gracefully and declaring, "Your servant, Alice, pays homage to you, Master." Lewin nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me about the power dynamics here." "Certainly, Master. You are currently located at the foot of Windbell Snow Mountain. This area belongs to the fringes of the battlefield.